start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Nangguang Yao breaks through, mountain shaking fist. Jin State. 5 Poison Sect, Shiansu Peak. In the magnificent palace. Nangguang Millie was wearing a purple gauze dress, with a beautiful and charming face. Her phoenix eyes were quietly looking at the girl sitting in front of her. The girl looked about 15 or 16 years old, with thick black hair hanging down to the ground from her waist and hips. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her face was about 70% similar to Nangguang Millie. But compared to Nangguang Millie, the girl's exquisite and beautiful face was less coquettish, more fresh and unworldly, and more spiritual and elegant. At this time, the girl was attacking the foundation, and countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was surging around her. The mist-like spiritual energy made the girl's skin as white as jade, as if covered with a layer of holy light that could not be desecrated. I don't know how long it took. The girl's purple dress fluttered, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her dissipated, there was a faint glow flowing, her long eyelashes trembled, and her beautiful eyes like stars and blue waves opened. Mother. Nangguang Yao looked at her mother with joy, and then threw herself into her arms. The beautiful and innocent smile on her face seemed to wash away all the sinful hearts in the world. Congratulations to my baby Yao for breaking through the foundation building stage. This is the gift that mother prepared for you. Nangguang Millie held her daughter, and the maternal charm in her narrow and long Danfeng eyes overflowed. She kissed her pink face with fragrant cheeks. Then she raised her slender jade hands lightly, and a number of luxurious brocade boxes appeared in front of her. Thank you, mother. Nangguang Yao hugged her mother affectionately like a child, and acted coquettishly in her arms for a while before opening several brocade boxes. At Nangguang Millie's introduction, Nangguang Yao was full of joy and exclaimed, "Mother, I have broken through the foundation building stage now. Can I accept the sex mission and go out?" After Nangguang Yao put away the things, her petal-like pink lips curled up slightly, and asked her mother. Although she is 24 years old. But she grew up with her mother and sister Xiaoqin, and has never left the 5 Poison Sect. For so many years, it is impossible to say that she is not curious about the outside world. It's just that mother and sister Xiaoqin have always said that the world of cultivation is dangerous and evil, and you must break through the foundation before you can go out to experience. Of course, I'll let your sister Xiaoqin come back later, and then take you to the market to do tasks. Nangguang Millie smelled the fragrance of her daughter's body and said dotingly. Although she was reluctant to let her precious daughter go out. But she also understood that the phoenix can only be reborn after the fire, and the rainbow can only be seen after the storm. Foundation building, she can arrange it properly for her daughter. Dan formation, no matter what, requires her daughter to work hard. Moreover, even if she relies on resources to smash her daughter to Dan formation, it is equivalent to breaking her daughter's hope for the future nascent soul. Yet, Nangguang Yao has delicate features and bright eyes. Although she has never been out. But her mother taught her many ways to deal with people, and how to deal with dangers and things. So I always wanted to see this dangerous and vicious world of immortal cultivation. Now that Yao has broken through the foundation, I can also go to Jiangguo. Nangguang Millie chatted with her daughter for a while, asking her to consolidate her cultivation realm, and then came to the Gaoyu pavilion outside the palace, looking at the purple poisonous fog with her narrow and beautiful eyes, muttering in her heart. When the love goo was refined, she was ready to go to Jiangguo to find Lu Changsheng and settle the grudge between the two. But her daughter Nangguang Yao was still young, and she couldn't let go. Now that her daughter has broken through the foundation and is going to go out for training, she also has time to go out. If I can be promoted from the real pill to the immortal golden pill, even if I can't break through the nascent soul, I have cultivated to the peak of the Jinden. Nangguang Millie looked at the little golden pill diorama on her real pill, and the figure of Lu Changsheng emerged in her mind. Even though she hadn't seen him for more than 20 years, she still remembered Lu Changsheng's appearance clearly. At this moment, White Tiger Mountain. Lu Changsheng wanted to learn magic because his daughter Luling broke through the 2nd level of key refining. After teaching for a few days, he felt a little headache. After thinking about it, he sent her to Qingzhu Mountain and asked Lu Pingyan to teach her. After all, there was no serious physical cultivation in the Lu family. His son Lu Pingyan could barely be considered half a physical cultivation, so he asked Lu Pingyan to teach his daughter. Xiaohe, in the next period of time, you will practice with your elder brother. When you have practiced well, Daddy will come to pick you up. If you miss Daddy and want to go home, you can also ask your brother Pingyan to write to Daddy. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter in a gentle voice. Dad, don't worry, I will practice well with Daguo. Lu Ling tied 2 buns on her head, patted her chest with a cute face, and nodded vigorously. Okay. Lu Changsheng touched his daughter's head and said to Lu Pingyan, Pingyan, Xiaohe will be handed over to you in the next period of time. Dad, don't worry, I will take good care of Xiaohe. Lu Pingyan, who was a few points taller than Lu Changsheng, grinned and said. After explaining the matter, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a strong and pure mana entering the Qi Danshan, knowing that one of his children had broken through the foundation building. Yao Iao. Lu Changsheng immediately guessed that it was his daughter Nangguan Yao Iao. Because although there are several children in the family who have reached the 9th level of Qi refining, it will take some time for them to break through the foundation building. Name, Nangguan Yao Iao, lifespan. 25/279, talent, 2nd grade spiritual root, pure heavenly fragrance body, top spiritual body, cultivation, 1st level of foundation building, talent, charm technique compatibility, 89%, sure enough. Lu Changsheng opened his daughter's system panel and thought to himself that it was true. Breaking through the foundation building at the age of 25 is not slow. Even in the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, she is a top genius, a rare existence. However, with a 2nd grade spiritual root, a top spiritual body, and a mother who has formed a den, this cultivation speed is normal. And in Lu Changsheng's opinion, this is the speed after steady progress. After all, breaking through the realm is not just about speed. Just like his son Lu Qingxun and his daughter Lu Wangshu. If they continue to take drugs and practice with all their heart, they could save a lot of time and reach the foundation building stage early. But Lu Changsheng did not do this. Even after they broke through the 9th level of Qi refining, he asked them to go out and go to the market to guard for a few years. The more experience, the stronger the mind. The greater the desire, the greater the motivation. It is impossible for him, an old father, to spend money on such things as cultivation. Moreover, going out and seeing the difficulties of the bottom of the cultivation world can also cherish the current life and have the motivation to move forward. Just as Lu Changsheng was about to leave Qingzhu Mountain, he noticed that his son Lu Qingsong was chatting intimately with a tall, soft-faced woman with a bit of heroic spirit in her eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes slightly, came to the puppet workshop, and found his son Lu Xianzi. With a tap of his fingers, a water mirror appeared in front of him, and a woman's face appeared on it. Xianzi, do you know this woman? Lu Changsheng asked his son Lu Xianzi. His consciousness is now comparable to that of a Dan. And because of Lu Mian, his eyes had some illusion-breaking effects, and he could see some disguises and concealment techniques. When he saw the female cultivator chatting with his son just now, he immediately saw that the other party was at the 8th level of Qi refining, and her appearance was disguised. Although he had not been to Qingzhu Mountain for a long time, but he had a general impression of the cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining at home, and he did not remember this person. Lu Xianzi looked at the woman in the water mirror and said, Father, this girl is called Liu Yan, and she is the talisman master rescued from outside half a year ago by Qingsong. She is now a guest worshipper of our Qingzhu Mountain. But Qingsong seems to be interested in this guest Liu. Lu Xianzi said so. Oh. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. After asking a few more questions, he called his son Lu Qingsong over. Father. Lu Qingsong didn't know why Lu Changsheng called him over, and bowed respectfully. The guest worshipper named Liu Yan in the family has disguised her appearance. You can judge the specific situation yourself. Lu Changsheng said. When Lu Qingsong heard this, his heart suddenly paused. Then his face darkened and he said, Don't worry, Father. I will check it out now. Don't take it so seriously. Maybe it's just that your real identity has caused some trouble. You can handle it yourself. If you like it, it doesn't matter if it's just a little trouble. Lu Changsheng's current state of consciousness can capture some of his son's heartbeat, emotions, and even mental fluctuations. He knew that as Lu Xianzi said, his son Lu Qingsong was attracted to the woman named Liu Yan. So in this kind of thing, he would not directly judge that the other party came from his family to have bad intentions or have any purpose, but just reminded his son. Yes, I know. Lu Qingsong said in a deep voice, and then left. Alice. Lu Changsheng shook his head. This is why many family cultivators are married to each other. Because both parties have a clean family background, there is no need to worry about causing any trouble. If you are not sure about the other party's background, it may bring trouble to the family. After a moment, under the cover of his spiritual consciousness, Lu Changsheng saw his son Lu Qingsong go to ask the female cultivator named Liu Yan. Facing Lu Qingsong's question, the female cultivator named Liu Yan trembled, then took off her disguise and confessed. She said that she had not lied about her previous experience, but just concealed one part. Half a year ago, she met the young master of Longguang Chamber of Commerce, who said that he liked her and wanted to take her as a concubine. As a casual cultivator, although she was good-looking, her talent was average, and it was difficult for her to break through the foundation. So facing the words of the young master of Longguang Chamber of Commerce, she was a little moved. But she still kept a watchful eye and tried to find out the information of the young master of Longguang Chamber of Commerce. She learned that the young master of Longguang Chamber of Commerce had practiced the art of collecting and replenishing, and the so-called concubine was likely to be a furnace cauldron. Hearing this news, she immediately knew that becoming the other party's concubine would likely become a furnace cauldron, so she rejected the other party. As a result, who knew that the other party would be furious and directly attack her. Faced with this situation, she took advantage of the other party's surprise and killed him with a secret treasure blood-burning needle from her early years. It was also for this reason that she lost a lot of blood and energy. On the way to escape, she encountered 4 key refining tribulation cultivators and was then rescued by Lu Qingsong. Longguang Chamber of Commerce. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard the name. Isn't this the Chamber of Commerce founded by the Jin family of Jinlongling and several foundation-building families? He thought that the other party had really come to the right place by running to his home. This woman's word should be true. You can decide for yourself. As for the Longguang Chamber of Commerce, our family is not afraid. Lu Changsheng sent a voice transmission to his son. Liu Yan is just a key refining cultivator. Under his divine sense, unless the state of mind is far beyond that of ordinary people, there will definitely be flaws if she lies. After Lu Changsheng finished speaking, he withdrew his divine sense and did not continue to pay attention to this matter. He got up and left Qingzhu Mountain, preparing to go to Qingyun Sect to teach the Baoding Medicine King Sutra to Zhao Qingqing. Moreover, a few days ago, my daughter Lu Xingyu, who has worshipped in Qingyun Sect, also broke through the 9th level of key refining. I just went to visit her. If my daughter has good comprehension, she can also practice this Baoding Yaowang Sutra. Behind Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pinggan punched out, like a dragon roaring, raising layers of air waves, hitting the mountain in front, causing the mountain to shake. Wow, Daguo, so powerful. I want to learn this. I want to learn this. Lu Ling saw that his elder brother's punch shook the earth and mountains, and his face flushed with excitement, clapping his hands with admiration. Well, this is the boxing I want to teach you. Well, it's called the mountain shaking fist, which means that one punch can shake the mountain. Lu Pinggan said to his sister. His father sent his sister to him for teaching, so he would naturally teach her seriously. Through simple interactions, he knew that his sister couldn't think of too complicated moves. In this case, if it's too complicated to practice, just keep it simple and direct, and only practice one punch. One punch breaks all methods. One punch determines victory or defeat. One punch determines life and death. After learning the first punch, he will teach the second punch. This set of boxing is also a simplification of his own martial arts in Balian Baodiju. As long as his sister can understand the general idea, she can learn it. Oh, don't worry, Daguo, I will practice well. Lu Ling nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, then clenched his fist and swung forward with the sound of heyo. Swish. Although this punch did not have any moves or skills, the power of the fist made the air sizzle slightly. Lu Pinggan knew that this sister must have eaten a lot of natural treasures when she was a child, otherwise how could she have such strength at this age? Come on, Xiao, follow me to practice. Lu Pinggan smiled, got ready, and took his sister to practice together. He understood a truth since he was a child, that if you read a book 100 times, its meaning will become clear, and the same is true for martial arts. Just like him, His martial arts talent is not much better than his younger brothers and sisters. The only advantage may be that he is more interested in martial arts and is more diligent on weekdays. So he believes that as long as his sister practices more, she can also learn this punch. Suddenly, the big and small two people started to practice boxing. Just a simple fist. 1 month later, after visiting Xiao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing in Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng encouraged his children. He told them not to rush to build their foundation and to practice well in the sect. Then he drove the purple shuttle to leave Qingyun Sect. If he was not in a hurry to travel, he rarely used the starlight disc. Moreover, when he came to Qingyun Sect on weekdays, he would use the 9 treasures Ruai bone to seal all his cultivation and mana. In order to avoid encountering the descendants Henrin of Qingyun Sect to see his cultivation situation. After all, if the 9th level of foundation building is noticed, it is easy to cause trouble. Humph, I finally caught him. However, just as Lu Changsheng left Qingyun Sect, Yun Wansheng, who was wearing luxurious colorful palace clothes on Qingyun Peak, snorted coldly. This time, the other party disturbed her again. She was irritable and would definitely make the other party pay the price. As for today's scene, she has simulated it countless times in her mind over the past 6 months, and it will definitely not fail. Chapter 377 Boys must learn to protect themselves when they are outside. The sky was clear and blue. Lu Changsheng drove the purple shuttle, turned into a beam of light, and shuttled through the clouds. At this moment, Lu Changsheng, a clear and pleasant voice with a bit of majesty of a superior sounded in Lu Changsheng's ears. Lu Changsheng was startled, not knowing where the voice came from. The next moment, a beautiful woman in a colorful palace dress appeared in front of him. The woman looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, with delicate features, and it was difficult to describe her beauty as stunning. Her black hair was tied into a bun, simple yet elegant, and matched with her beautiful face and tall and graceful figure. She looked graceful, noble and majestic. Master. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he saw the figure in front of him, and blurted out subconsciously. He was too familiar with the woman in front of him. It was his master who lived with him day and night in his soul dream. But Lu Changsheng knew that the woman in front of him was not his master. It was the giant girl with whom he had a one-night stand. What does she want to do with me? Lu Changsheng was surprised and wondered what she wanted to do with him after decades. After all, this situation didn't seem like a coincidence. Moreover, he didn't tell her name back then, and she didn't ask for his name information. Lu Changsheng didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly bowed and said, Lu Changsheng greets the senior. Although the two had a one-night stand. But Lu Changsheng didn't think that just because of this, the other party was conquered by him and captured his heart. But what shocked Lu Changsheng the most was that his spiritual consciousness was comparable to that of a giant, but he couldn't see the other party's cultivation at all. Even when the other party came to him, he didn't notice it at all. This is amazing. It means that the other party's cultivation is unfathomable, not an ordinary giant's henrin. Better than the few giant's henrin he had met so far. Yun Wansheng heard Lu Changsheng's words master, and her beautiful face froze. In her mind, she simulated and rehearsed this situation countless times. But she never expected that Lu Changsheng would call her master when they met. Yun Wansheng was a little confused and caught off guard. For a moment, she didn't know how to start. Because this word master not only reminded her of the things in the 2 soul dreams, but also her apprentice Xiao Ziyu. If Lu Changsheng really became a Taoist couple with Xiao Ziyu, he would also call her master. But as a master, doing such things behind the back of her apprentice really made Yun Wansheng upset. Looking at Lu Changsheng, who was respectful and cautious, Yun Wansheng was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, noble and cold, and said indifferently, I want you to help me practice. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard this. Help you practice? What the hell is this? And why does this sound familiar? It seems that this is the reason why I helped my master practice in my soul dream before. Could it be that Lu Changsheng couldn't help but look at the master in front of him, and his heart was moved? After all, in the previous dream of the soul, he and this master practiced, and the effect was extraordinary. However, this look of Lu Changsheng immediately made Yun Wansheng's beautiful and noble face, like an iceberg, exude an indescribable coldness, which was chilling. Then he raised his head, and a ray of light filled the air, which made Lu Changsheng's eyes go black, and his magic power was imprisoned, making it difficult to move. Senior. Lu Changsheng shouted in surprise, and was extremely shocked by the strength of Yun Wancheng in front of him. Although he took the initiative to seal part of his blood and magic power. But facing an ordinary Jinden's Henren, he could at least fight back, right? But just now, the other party attacked, and he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Don't worry, this practice will also benefit you. The cold and pleasant voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's ears. Then, Lu Changsheng felt two fingers as warm as jade pinching his mouth open, and a fragrant and sweet pill entered his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth. What kind of pill is this? Lu Changsheng was surprised, although the other party seemed to have no killing intent or hostility. But this situation of being at the mercy of others really made him feel uneasy. After practicing for 49 years, he had not felt this way for a long time since he broke through the foundation. However, the life-replacing talisman in his mind still gave Lu Changsheng a sense of security. This talisman is a 4th-level talisman. As long as he does not encounter a Yuanying's engine, Yuanying level means can save his life. However, considering that the other party knew his name and had no murderous intent, Lu Changsheng decided to slow down. After all, the life-replacing talisman is rare, and if he escapes, it will be randomly teleported and cannot allow him to return home safely. If the practice the other party said is really as he guessed, he will be wronged. After a while, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a little heat surging from his lower abdomen. This heat flowed to his limbs and bones, accelerating the flow of blood and qi in his body, and his body gradually became restless. Lu Changsheng instantly realized that this was the effect of the elixir just now. As a 2nd-level top-level alchemist and a quasi-3rd-level body cultivator, Lu Changsheng immediately guessed what kind of elixir the other party had given him. In the world of immortal cultivation, there is only one kind of elixir that can ignore poison immunity and make people restless. It seems that the practice is really as I imagined. Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to say that this kind of thing didn't need to be done this way, and he was willing to cooperate throughout the process. But reason told him that he should try not to provoke the other party now. The relationship between the two has not reached that point yet. Not long after, Lu Changsheng felt as if he was put on the ground, and his clothes were being taken off piece by piece. Will my Yuanquan robe not be noticed? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of himself wearing a magic robe, and he felt a little nervous and worried. But the next moment, he thought of another question. Where are the two of them practicing? They won't just find a wild place? If so, it would be too exciting, right? But now Lu Changsheng's magic power and consciousness are not only imprisoned, but also imprisoned, and he can't check the surrounding situation at all. After a while, Lu Changsheng smelled a faint fragrance that made his heart flutter. As a cultivator who had read thousands of scriptures and had many wives and concubines, he knew that this was the fragrance of a woman. This fragrance made Lu Changsheng's blood begin to boil faster, his desire rose, and his body gradually became honest. Then, Lu Changsheng felt a pair of slender arms around his neck, and a soft body like white jade touched his skin. This perfect figure seemed to be exactly the same as the master in his dream. But for many years, Lu, had never been so passive. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng wanted to do it himself and take the initiative. But now he couldn't move at all, he just felt a warm and soft jade body slowly riding down towards him. Alice, boys should protect themselves when they go out. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. I didn't expect that Lu, had worked hard to cultivate for so many years, and now he has become an ancestor of a place and the father of hundreds of children, but he would fall to the day of being ridden under someone. Sure enough, the world of cultivating immortals is so cruel. The weak are bullied, the handsome are ridden. However, since you can't resist this kind of thing, then choose to enjoy it. In a quiet underground cave. Although the cave is very simple, it has everything. At this time, on the bed, in the curtains, spring is everywhere. A beautiful woman with a peerless and elegant appearance is sitting on the waist and abdomen of a young man. Yun Wancheng is practicing the dual cultivation method, trying to transfer the spiritual energy in Lu Changsheng's body to her own body, nourishing it through the Tuangayu Fengsu body, and using it to refine the real pill. But she did not sense her spiritual energy in Lu Changsheng's body. What's going on? Yun Wancheng's blushing face changed slightly, and her beautiful eyes that were a little blurred showed a solemn look. She immediately checked Lu Changsheng's physical condition. What an amazing mana! Because she was too nervous before, she didn't check Lu Changsheng's condition. At this time, in order to find her own spiritual energy, She immediately saw the mana flowing in Lu Changsheng's body. It's hard to imagine that this is the mana of a foundation-building cultivator. Not only was it powerful and amazing, but it also had an extremely mysterious aura. Then she looked at Lu Changsheng's Qihai Danshan. In the Qihai Danshan, there was a Taoist platform like a 5-element jade plate, a copper mirror, and a deep blue bead. Although she could see that these two were magic weapons and rare treasures, she still noticed Lu Changsheng's Tao Foundation at the first time. Perfect Tao Foundation. And it was the top Tao Foundation among the perfect Tao Foundations. Even her and her two disciples' Tao Foundations were not as amazing as Lu Changsheng's. Could this person be the son of the great Dao? Yun Wancheng's heart seemed to have set off layers of stormy waves. When she met Lu Changsheng that year, the other party was just a small key refining cultivator. There was nothing special about the whole person. In the past few decades, although she had heard many amazing rumors about Lu Changsheng, she knew that he was a person with great luck. He might even have some amazing hidden spirit body. But she never expected that Lu Changsheng's cultivation foundation could be so amazing. And a foundation-building cultivator has two magic weapons. But at this moment, Yun Wancheng had no time to care about these. She just wanted to know where her spiritual energy went. This spiritual energy is related to her chance of nascent soul, and it is also the purpose of her coming here. Lu Changsheng, where's the spiritual energy in my body? Yun Wancheng looked at Lu Changsheng, whose body was perfect and full of beauty, like a carefully crafted work of art, and asked in a hurry. Lu Changsheng's desire was high at this time, and he wanted to ask Yun Wancheng why she didn't move. Hearing this, he was stunned and didn't know what this meant. But the next moment, he knew what the other party was talking about. It was the light spiritual energy that had been in his body after the two of them had an affair. At this moment, Lu Changsheng also roughly guessed the purpose of the other party looking for him. In the dream of the soul, his chief master was a jade phoenix marrow body. This spiritual body has a wisp of spiritual energy. If it is used for dual cultivation, it will be of countless benefits to the two of them. I think the other party is this spiritual body, and he is looking for me at this time, just to refine the golden elixir through this spiritual energy, and even break through the nascent soul. But the problem is that this spiritual energy was integrated into his foundation when he broke through the foundation. Senior, when I broke through the foundation, the spiritual energy you put in my body was integrated into my foundation. Lu Changsheng said in an awkward voice. What? Integrated into your foundation? Yun Wancheng was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that her spiritual energy was integrated into her foundation by Lu Changsheng. What should I do? Isn't it a waste of my work? For a moment, Yun Wancheng wanted to cry but had no tears. Senior, although your spiritual energy was integrated into my foundation, it also allowed my foundation to give birth to a similar aura. It's just that I used up this a few days ago and it hasn't recovered yet. It will recover in a few days. Otherwise, wait a while, Lu Changsheng said cautiously. Now that this spiritual energy is gone, he feels that if he doesn't give the other party an explanation, this matter will never end, and he really has to use the life-saving talisman to run away. Are you kidding me? Yun Wancheng's voice was cold and majestic, but with a bit of charm. How dare I deceive the senior? At most half a month, the senior will know the truth by then. Lu Changsheng said in a dry voice. The current situation is neither up nor down, just like playing with the inch stop, which makes him very uncomfortable. He thought that one day, he would definitely let the other party experience this feeling. Yun Wancheng bit her red lips lightly. Things had already started, but the spiritual energy was gone. But for such a thing, she couldn't just wait for half a month. The elixir she had given Lu Changsheng before might be difficult for him to endure for half a month. Thinking of her own Sunu Samsara art, Yun Wancheng's voice was cold and charming. You practice the sun and moon Samsara art. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he was stunned and almost had a brain crash. Regarding the sun and moon Samsara art, only he, Zio Zio, Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, and Bai Ling knew it. How could the other party know the sun and moon Samsara art? Wait, this technique was given by Master Zio, Master Qingyun. So besides himself and others, Master Qingyun also knows about it. Master Qingyun at this moment, Lu Changsheng's mind was like an arc of lightning, thinking of the previous dream of the soul path. The girl who had reached the Jinden stage in the dream and Master Qingyun, Ziyu's master, were the same person. When he went to Qingyun Sect to register, he encountered difficulties from Fairy Meng, and Master Qingyun helped him out. Also, when he and Xiao Ziyu went to Qingyun Sect to propose marriage to Master Qingyun, the other party was unwilling to show up, and had a bad attitude, and kept asking to kill him. Before, Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it, but just felt a little weird. Now, combined with everything, he reacted instantly and realized that the girl who was practicing with him in front of him was Ziyu's Master Qingyun? This Lu Changsheng didn't know what to say at this moment. He could only express his feelings through actions. The body that couldn't move seemed to be electrocuted, and all the pores were dilated, feeling extremely comfortable. At this moment, the ferocious dragon seemed to be a little more honest. Senior, my mana is now imprisoned, and I can't use it. Lu Changsheng pretended that he didn't know, and said in a somewhat dry voice. He now roughly guessed why the other party wanted to cover his eyes and consciousness. This kind of situation is always a bit difficult to talk about. But the more it is like this, the more Lu Changsheng wants to see the other party's style, and even thinks of a sentence. Master, you don't want Ziyu to know about our affairs, right? But under the current circumstances, he still doesn't dare to be so naughty. Feeling that his mana can be used, Lu Changsheng immediately practiced the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra. As the mana was released and the technique was running, Lu Changsheng was able to move a little. But the pills he had taken before seemed to be integrated into the mana, making his restlessness even more intense. Especially when he realized that the person in front of him who was in harmony with him was Ziyu's master, Lu Changsheng found it even more difficult to control himself. Buzz buzz buzz, in the cave, spring light was everywhere, and a bright sun and moon appeared above the heads of Lu Changsheng and Yun Wansheng. Time passed slowly. Lu Changsheng humiliated himself by practicing the Sun and Moon reincarnation art over and over again. After a few days, Lu Changsheng thought it was over. But after the hot and soft body rested on his chest for a while, it fed him another pill. Lu Changsheng wanted to say, Master, there is really no need to do this, I am willing to cooperate. And if I can take the initiative, maybe the effect will be twice as good with half the effort. But even though he knew that the other party was Qingyun's Henren and had no ill will towards him, he still didn't dare to be naughty now. He was afraid of angering the other party. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, remembering the humiliation today. He will definitely return it tenfold or 100-fold one day. The sun and the moon continued to rotate, making the cave house hazy with spring, and the two people continued to sink into it physically and mentally. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Third Level Body Refining, Longguang Chamber of Commerce is coming. In the quiet dark room, Lu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. His robes were neatly arranged at this time, and there was no one beside him. Everything that happened before seemed like a dream. However, Lu Changsheng knew very well that his experiences these days were not dreams, but real. Is it over? Don't you still need the yin and yang key? Lu Changsheng felt the mana flowing in his body, and felt a little lost and disappointed in his heart. You need to practice. There are spiritual medicines and elixirs in the storage bag next to you. At this time, a cold and pleasant voice with a bit of majesty and indifference from the superior sounded. Huh? Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard the words, and saw an ordinary storage bag next to the pillow. He picked up the storage bag and took a look. Inside were all natural treasures and precious elixirs that nourished the flesh and yuan-yang. Lu Changsheng looked at these spiritual medicines and elixirs, and his face froze. Although this kind of dual cultivation has no disadvantages for him, but only benefits. Even with the other party's identity, appearance, and status, he was taking advantage of it. But what did this behavior think of him, Lu? Shame. It was a naked shame. Sooner or later, Lu, would let the other party know that his second brother was invincible. But a real man can bend and stretch, and endure what ordinary people cannot endure. Lu Changsheng took out a spiritual medicine from his storage bag with a calm expression and swallowed it. He still had to continue the dual cultivation in a few days, so he really had to replenish his body. Besides, he dared not refuse the gift from the elder. The other party was his elder, master. Because of his hard work, He gave him a generous reward. What's the problem? It's not a prostitute, and he compensated for it afterwards in another dark room in the cave. The spiritual eye spring was like a water tank bath, filled with hazy aura like fog. Yun Wanshang's black and shiny hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and the flawless fairy jade body was immersed in this rare and extremely rare spiritual eye spring, quietly experiencing her own situation. Although she did not obtain the spiritual energy to practice and refine the real pill this time, but through the sun and moon reincarnation art, she truly mastered the Sunu reincarnation art. The only problem is that Lu Changsheng's cultivation is too low. Even after many days of yin and yang convergence, she still couldn't make her Sunu reincarnation art go further. To make the Sunu reincarnation art go further, it still requires the accumulation of yin and yang convergence and the rotation of the sun and the moon. However, this kind of thing only happens 0 times in countless times. After taking this first step, Yun Wanshang was much calmer in front of Lu Changsheng. After all, she was for the great Dao. How could a little love and emotional disputes be compared with a nascent soul? And after writing for these days, her thoughts were much clearer. I don't know if what he said is true. Yun Wanshang thought of Lu Changsheng's previous words, indicating that the Dao Foundation can give birth to an aura similar to the spiritual energy. If there is a similar effect, her half-step golden elixir will be successfully promoted to the upper grade golden elixir and the first grade golden elixir, then the nascent soul will no longer be far away for her, and she is expected to become the second nascent soul true lord of Jiang country in the future. Half a month. Yun Wanshang glanced at Lu Changsheng next to her, then closed her beautiful eyes and soaked her flawless body in the spring of the spiritual eye. The yin and yang energies have recovered, should I remind him? That day, Lu Changsheng saw that the yin and yang energies of his foundation had recovered, and he wondered whether he should remind his master out loud. But thinking that the other party was obviously unable to let go. During the process of the two people blending in harmony, they still had to hold back, and made a cold tone, and decided not to remind him. Anyway, the other party will take the initiative to come over at that time. Besides, if I take the initiative to remind him, wouldn't it seem that I am enjoying it and looking forward to the other party coming over earlier? In this way, I don't know how long it has been, Lu Changsheng heard some movement, opened his eyes and looked over. However, before he could see clearly, there was darkness in front of him, and he couldn't move his body. Damn it, here it comes again. Lu Changsheng was speechless. I am willing to take the initiative to cooperate, why do this? After a while, Lu Changsheng felt that he was stripped naked. Then a sweet and fragrant pill entered his mouth. The refreshing fragrance, the soft and graceful jade body, Lu Changsheng's blood began to surge faster, and the desire to fight was rising. After a long time, Lu Changsheng felt that he was being ridden by someone. Yun Wansheng's beautiful face was as red as clouds, and she sat on Lu Changsheng's waist and abdomen with 1,000 graces. When the yin and yang qi entered her body, she instantly sensed the breath of her spiritual energy from it. This wisp of yin and yang qi swirled with her real pill. Let a real pill with a few golden elixir rhymes gradually have a trace of golden texture. This Yun Wansheng raised her head slightly, and a look of surprise appeared in her blurred beautiful eyes. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her. I didn't expect that it was really as the other party said, that the foundation of Taoism could give birth to such a breath similar to her spiritual energy. In this breath, in addition to her own spiritual energy, she also felt her yin and yang origin. Back then, Xiao asked me to refine a golden crow pill. Yun Wansheng thought of how Xiao asked her to refine a golden crow pill in order to repay her kindness. She said she would help Lu Changsheng build the Sun and Moon Dao Foundation. Now it seems that for some reason, Lu Changsheng did not build the Sun and Moon Dao Foundation. Instead, he built the Supreme Dao Foundation that is even more amazing than the Sun and Moon Dao Foundation. Thinking that this strand of yin and yang qi contains the origin of her disciple Xiao, Yun Wansheng's heart trembled and she felt inexplicably throbbing. Naturally, Lu Changsheng didn't know what Yun Wansheng was thinking. However, because he had no spiritual consciousness at this time because his eyes were dark, his body was very sensitive to touch. By looking at the leopard through the tube, he clearly noticed that the other party's jade body was tense. This yin and yang qi shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart. He knew very well how amazing the effect of his yin and yang qi was. For foundation building and giant and cultivators, it can be said to be the top supreme spiritual object. If he publicized this effect to the outside world, I'm afraid that many giant and female cultivators would immediately come to knock him out. Now that Yun Wanshang is using these two yin and yang energies, there are actually some risks. However, considering that the other party has no ill will towards him, and that these two yin and yang energies are also thanks to the other party, Lu Changsheng chooses to trust the other party. Run the sun and moon samsara art. After a while, Lu Changsheng heard Yun Wanshang's cold voice with a suppressed and charming tone. Although he wanted to protest, Lu Changsheng still spoke with a disapproving mouth and acted upright, humiliatingly running the sun and moon samsara art. This double cultivation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Lu Changsheng sealed some of his blood and mana, this level of double cultivation still had no effect on him. Even when he woke up, he felt that his mana had improved and become more powerful. However, after waking up, he saw that it was just like before, with no one around, and he was dressed neatly, with a storage bag next to him. Lu Changsheng sighed. What does this mean? Although I enjoy it a little and enjoy it, but it's really meaningless to be passive throughout the whole process. At least let me take the initiative twice. Lu Changsheng was silent for a long time, and said with an innocent and pitiful face, Senior, I wonder how long you will continue to practice. Although he didn't mind helping the other party practice. But he couldn't be completely unresisting, right? In that case, wouldn't it seem that he was very casual and not reserved at all? 3 months. After a while, Yun Wanshang's clear voice sounded. Although 3 months couldn't make the true pill promoted to the golden pill. But it was enough for her to go one step further in the Sunu reincarnation art. Besides, she didn't imprison Lu Changsheng here to help her practice. She just used the other party to practice for a while. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng didn't ask much. He took out a spiritual medicine from the storage bag and began to replenish Yuan Yang. Dual cultivation did not affect other aspects. But with such frequent dual cultivation, Yuan Yang really couldn't recover. Just like this, 3 months passed. Lu Changsheng was either recovering his cultivation or dual cultivation. He felt a little numb. It's not that dual cultivation is meaningless. The other party's identity, status, appearance, etc. still made him very excited. But the problem is, 3 months, a full 3 months. As soon as he came up, he covered his eyes in spiritual sense, and then fed him a pill. What's the point of just letting him be ridden during this process? Question mark. Damn it, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the poor young. Sooner or later, one day, Lu, will cover her eyes and block her mouth, and then. As soon as this idea came out, Lu Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. Then he quickly restrained his thoughts to avoid being noticed by Yun Wanshang. After all, the other party's cultivation is unfathomable, and his spiritual sense may be able to capture his emotions and thoughts. If the other party knew that he had such an idea, it would be over. I will contact you through this jade slip when the time comes. Also, I don't want anyone to know about this. Yun Wanshang's voice was cold and noble, calm and indifferent. Lu Changsheng looked at the storage bag and jade slip in front of him, and naturally understood the other party's words. Knowing that this practice is not over yet. The other party does not want Xiao Ziyu to know about this. Don't worry, Senior, I will never mention this to anyone. Lu Changsheng said weakly. When the two met for the first time, they also had such familiar words. However, after more than 3 months of dual cultivation, the two of them have become a little more indifferent to each other. It's good that you know. I won't take advantage of you. If you encounter any troubles and need a spiritual object for Dan, you can come to me. Yun Wanshang continued. Then Lu Changsheng sensed a divine rainbow leaving the cave. Lu Changsheng looked at Yun Wanshang, who disappeared and left, and his mouth twitched. If there are any troubles, or if you need a spiritual object for Dan, you can come to her? What does this mean? Do you think you are a gigolo? Lu, is upright and has always been self-reliant and worked hard. How could you be such a person? Huh? Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and left the cave without thinking too much. He looked at his general location and then went back to Qingzhu Mountain. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng returned home. Although he did not say hello this time and was out for so long, his family just showed simple concern and did not ask much. After Lu Changsheng briefly asked about the current situation at home, he came to the Changsheng palace. Putting his hands on his chest, 9 colored rays of light flowed, releasing the sealed blood and mana. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying blood and mana rolled and surged. Lu Changsheng realized that his mana was close to the peak of foundation building. And the blood and ki of his body were enough to impact the 9th level of Balian Baodiju. 3rd level body refining. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Lu Changsheng raised the corners of his mouth, and immediately operated the exercises, starting to break through the 9th level of Balian Baodiju. This Balian Baodiju is only a body refining exercise for concurrent practice, not the main body cultivation method. Therefore, to break through the realm, there is no need for a 3rd level spiritual vein, as long as the physical body reaches the corresponding level. Boom! In an instant, endless treasure light burst out from Lu Changsheng's body. A surging force rushed through his limbs and bones, like a river bursting its banks, rumbling. But in an instant, Lu Changsheng realized a problem. His Changsheng palace was just made of ordinary materials, although it was reinforced by formations. But now, if you were to attack the 3rd level of body refining, not only would his cave be torn to pieces, it would also seriously affect Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, Bai Ling and others in the hall. Zumaru! Lu Changsheng shouted. Yes, master. Zumi, who is on call, 24 hours a day, responded immediately, his voice ethereal and vague. A terrifying force of the cave formed an invisible field around Lu Changsheng. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded with satisfaction and continued to make every effort to break through the 9th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Dong dong dong, as the blood and ki in his body surged and the precious light in his body flowed, Lu Changsheng's heart began to beat faster. Like the gods and demons beating drums, it made a thumping sound, and raised layers of terrifying auras like mountains and seas around his body. After a long time, Lu Changsheng's face showed a bit of pain. The whole person seemed to be crushed and turned into powder and particles. Every drop of flesh and blood, every muscle, was undergoing thousands of tempers. The 9th level of the 100 refining treasure body art, the 3rd level of body refining, the body is comparable to a magic weapon. This is a transformation of rebirth, an advancement of life. Boom boom boom, clang clang clang, Lu Changsheng's body roared and roared continuously, like an erupting ancient volcano. In the dark, it seemed that countless divine craftsmen were tempering his flesh, blood, tendons and bones for him, clanging. This process was very painful. Even though Lu Changsheng had been prepared, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, and the whole person seemed to be hovering between life and death. But in this tempering process, every inch of his skin, every inch of his flesh and blood, seemed to be cast from fairy gold, brilliant and gorgeous, with divine light radiating at the same time. A spirit boat came to the outside of Qingzhu Mountain. There was an old man, a strong man and a woman on it. The old man in the lead, wearing a purple brocade robe, shouted loudly towards Qingzhu Mountain, "Where is the Lord of Qingzhu Mountain? Who are you, and what are you doing in Qingzhu Mountain?" After a while, Lu Qingsong brought Jiu Iao Mastiff to the mountain gate. Looking at the 3 people on the spirit boat outside, the purple-robed old man said in a deep voice, "I am Tao Zhizhong, the elder of Longguang Chamber of Commerce. A year ago, the young master of our guild was assassinated by a demon woman. According to investigation, this woman is hiding in Qingzhu Mountain. Please hand over this demon woman to Lord Lu." The purple-robed old man stood condescendingly, with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Qingsong and said. As he spoke, a magical pressure of the 6th level of foundation building was released. "What demon woman? This mountain master doesn't know. Your Longguang Chamber of Commerce, are you deliberately coming to Qingzhu Mountain to cause trouble for this reason?" Lu Qingsong said calmly. He knew that the person the other party was talking about was his Taoist partner Liu Yan. After Liu Yan confessed before, he had investigated the other party's information and knew that the matter was indeed as she said. "This woman's name is Liu Yan, and she is now serving as a guest at your Qingzhu Mountain. My Longguang Chamber of Commerce has no grudges against your Qingzhu Mountain, and we don't want to hurt the relationship. Master Lu, you should hand over the witch as soon as possible to avoid hurting the relationship between the 2 families." Tao Zhizhong continued to speak with a bad tone. He came here naturally knowing the information. And he learned that the witch who killed the young master of his Chamber of Commerce had a close relationship with Lu Qingsong. So this trip also had the purpose of testing Qingzhu Mountain. After all, Qingzhu Mountain didn't know what means it used to shoot and kill a foundation building cultivator, which was shocking. Liu Yan. Lu Qingsong heard this and his eyes condensed slightly. He immediately knew that the other party came prepared, and it was not easy to get away with it this time. We do have such a guest worshipper in Behu Mountain. But I have never heard of your Longguang Chamber of Commerce talking about this, and our Behu Mountain also has rules. As long as you have a clean background, are not a robber cultivator, or an evil cultivator, and enter our Behu Mountain, you will be protected by our Behu Mountain, and all past grudges will be gone. So whether there is such a person or not, this matter has nothing to do with our Behu Mountain. Elder Tao should go back. Although Lu Qingsong is only a key refining cultivator, he is not weak in the face of Tao Zhizhong, a foundation building cultivator. After all, his father said before that the family is not afraid of the Longguang Chamber of Commerce. Not long ago, when he returned to Behu Mountain, Aunt Zixiao heard about this and directly stated that the Longguang Chamber of Commerce is mainly based in Jinlangling. So if the Longguang Chamber of Commerce comes, not only do they not need to be afraid, they can even take the initiative to provoke. So, your Behu Mountain is going to make things difficult for my Longguang Chamber of Commerce. Tao Zhizhong said coldly. My Behu Mountain has always been a place of peace and harmony, never offending anyone, but not afraid of anyone either. If your Longguang Chamber of Commerce wants to cause trouble, my Behu Mountain is not afraid. Lu Qingsong said coldly. He had seen his elder brother shoot a foundation-building cultivator with one arrow before, and he was really not afraid of the other party. Good, so brave, really so brave. Tao Zhizhong looked at the White Tiger Mountain in front of him and sneered. It seems that you White Tiger Mountain really want to make things difficult for my Longguang Chamber of Commerce. In an instant, the three people on the spirit boat were filled with a breath of foundation-building magic power. Although there were only 3 foundation-building cultivators, it was very amazing for the White Tiger Mountain, which only had a second-level spirit beast. At this moment, a tall, burly, handsome young man from the White Tiger Mountain strode over with a 13 or 14-year-old girl on his shoulders. Brother. Lu Qingsong saw Lu Pinggan coming over, and he immediately had a backbone in his heart. Well. Lu Pinggan put his sister Lu Ling down and said to the 3 people outside, now Liu Yan has become a guest worshipper of Behu Mountain. If she is handed over because of your words, how will others see Behu Mountain in the future? How about this, you and I fight. If you win, I will hand over Liu Yan. If I win, let's forget about it. How about that? Lu Pinggan has roughly heard the situation here and knows about Liu Yan. Not to mention the relationship between Liu Yan and his brother. Even if there is no such relationship, they can't just hand her over like this. After all, she is a guest worshipper in Behu Mountain, and she is also seeking shelter. If a family force cannot protect people, it will be difficult to invite guest worshippers in the future, and someone is willing to come to the door. Now that 3 people are blocking the door, they also have to give a solution. It is a bit unreasonable to kill directly, so it is better to have a fight. This method is a common way to resolve grievances, whether in the secular world or in the world of immortal cultivation. Who are you? Tao Zhizhong, standing on the spirit boat outside Behu Mountain, looked at Lu Pinggan and asked. Behu Mountain, Lu Pinggan. Chapter 379, Sheng, the eldest son of the Lu family. Behu Mountain, Lu Pinggan. Tao Zhizhong and the other 2 had never heard of this name. At present, in addition to Lu Changsheng, Ling Zixiao, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Miaoyan, the children of Behu Mountain are Lu Yun, Lu Xianzi, Lu Qingsong, etc., who are known because they are in charge of family affairs. Like Lu Pinggan, he has always been unknown and has never done anything to attract attention, so not many people know him. Of course, it is also because Lu Changsheng has too many children, and people can't understand them at all. Okay, in this case, let's do as you said. Tao Zhizhong did not hesitate too much, and immediately stepped forward, stepped on the void, and shouted at Lu Pinggan. The purpose of his trip, in addition to Liu Yan's matter, was to test the situation in Behu Mountain. At this time, Lu Pinggan came forward, making him realize that the other party was probably Lu Changsheng's trump card arranged to sit in Behu Mountain. Although I don't understand where the other party got the confidence to dare to say such words. But he is confident in his own strength. Brother, be careful. Lu Qingsong heard his eldest brother's words and said nothing. The world of cultivating immortals has always been the law of the jungle, and it is funny to pay attention to evidence. The other party came here just to see that there was no one in charge of Behu Mountain. If Liu Yan was in Behu Mountain, how could the other party dare to be so arrogant and come to ask for someone? The only thing that made him feel wrong was that his elder brother was too tolerant. He didn't even let these people pay the price after winning. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the three people outside with an indifferent expression. Yet, Lu Pingyan smiled and patted his brother's shoulder, and the black dragon's magic power flowed. Suddenly, a silver armor with beautiful and tough lines and a cold luster appeared on his tall and burly body, and the whole person had a bit more majestic and domineering heroic spirit. Wow! Lu Ling next to him saw her elder brother's armor and exclaimed, "Big Pot, this is beautiful." But knowing that her elder brother was about to fight with someone, she clenched her little fists and said in a childish voice, "Big Pot, come on." "Okay." Lu Pingyan rubbed the little head of the sister and smiled warmly. When the other cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain saw Lu Pingyan, they all looked surprised and surprised. "I didn't expect that the eldest son, who is extremely low-key on weekdays, was actually a foundation-building cultivator. He's so well hidden. There is actually a foundation-building cultivator in Qingzhu Mountain." No wonder Patriarch Lu was relieved to hand over Qingzhu Mountain to a key refining cultivator like Lu Qingsong. It turns out that this eldest son is in charge. Could it be that when the robbers attacked that year, it was the eldest son who took action? The guest worshippers of Qingzhu Mountain, the Ningmo family cultivators, were shocked when they saw Lu Pingyan, who was wearing silver armor, tall and majestic, and imposing. Now Qingzhu Mountain already has 5 foundation-building cultivators: Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, Zhao Qingqing, and Lu Miayan. At this time, the eldest son of the family has also broken through the foundation. This kind of strength is very amazing. Even if you look at the entire Qingyun realm, it should not be underestimated. And now that something happened, this eldest son stood up. Who knows if Qingzhu Mountain still has hidden strength? Dao, please. Lu Pingyan walked out of Qingzhu Mountain, stood in the air, looked at Tao Zhizhong, and his spine was as straight as a mountain. Ah! At this time, the 9 nether mastiff looked at the 3 people outside, its huge body filled with a fierce aura, roared, and came to Lu Pingyan, its snow-white teeth flashing a cold luster. At present, Lu Pingyan has the best relationship with the 9 nether mastiff in the entire Lu family. One man and one beast grew up together, from Qingzhu Mountain to Ruiyi County, and then to Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain, and often practiced against each other on weekdays. So when seeing Lu Pingyan fighting 1 against 3, the 9 nether mastiff took the initiative to protect its master. "Is this your confidence?" Tao Zhizhong glanced at the ferocious and terrifying 9 nether mastiff, his face slightly condensed, thinking that the other party wanted 1 man and 1 beast to attack at the same time. In recent years, the 9 nether mastiff has been sitting in Qingzhu Mountain and has a lot of reputation. Everyone knows that the strength of this spirit beast is not weaker than that of an average mid-stage foundation building. "If you and I fight, Ziohe will not participate." Lu Pingyan shook his head gently and signaled the 9 nether mastiff to retreat. "Okay." Tao Zhizhong narrowed his eyes, said no more, and sacrificed a purple-red flying knife, and rushed towards Lu Pingyan with great force, testing his strength. He wanted to see how Lu Pingyan, who was only in the early stage of foundation building, could challenge him. Clang! Lu Pingyan stretched out his right arm, clenched his 5 fingers, and a black dragon halberd with a dark glow appeared in his hand, and slashed forward. The heavy breath like a mountain made the void seem to collapse, and directly chopped the purple-red flying knife away. Physical cultivator. Tao Zhizhong immediately understood where Lu Pingyan's confidence came from. Although he only had the cultivation of the early stage of foundation building, he was very good at physical training. And the black halberd in his hand was not simple, not an ordinary spiritual weapon. "No wonder you dare to invite me to fight. You really have some strength. In this case, I will not be polite." Tao Zhizhong let out a long roar, and 5 identical flying knives appeared in front of him, cutting through the air and killing Lu Pingyan from different directions. The black dragon halberd in Lu Pingyan's hand was as black as ink, forming a sharp contrast with his silver armor. As the halberd in his hand swung, the mighty and domineering offensive, like a mountain, set off his strong and majestic body. Clang clang clang. The black dragon halberd roared like a dragon, filled with terrifying waves like the ocean, and knocked away all the 6 flying knives that came to kill him. This. Tao Zhizhong's face was slightly condensed. He didn't expect Lu Pingyan's physical training strength to be so amazing that he could easily resolve his offensive. The 2 foundation-building monks who accompanied him were also surprised to see this scene. Others didn't know Tao Zhizhong's strength, but they knew it clearly. After being immersed in the middle stage of foundation building for a long time, The 6 purple yin flying knives had stained the blood of many foundation-building monks. But now, it was not easy to take down this junior in the early stage of foundation building. Brother, why should I be polite to him with his strength? Just kill him directly. Why do you have to convince people with reason? Lu Qingsong looked at the back of his brother's body and thought to himself. Although he had seen Lu Pingyan shoot a foundation-building warrior with one arrow before, he knew that his elder brother was not weaker than the other party. However, he shook his head secretly when he saw that his elder brother, as a body-refining cultivator, did not seize the initiative and let the other party attack first. At this moment, Lu Pingyan took the initiative to attack. He stabbed forward with a black dragon halberd in his hand, and the black halberd blade cut through the void, which made people tremble with fear. Clang clang clang. Tao Zhizhong quickly pinched his hands and let the 6 flying knives form a mysterious formation to kill Lu Pingyan and resist the opponent's attack. And a bronze mirror appeared in his hand, and purple arcs surged inside, shining towards Lu Pingyan. Facing this offensive, Lu Pingyan was not afraid at all. The silver armor shone, and he kept waving the black dragon halberd in his hand, stepping on the void and striding forward. Dong dong dong. Every time he swung the halberd and the silver boots landed, the void seemed to have a dull sound like a muffled thunder. It seemed that he was not stepping into the void, but stepping on a drum, which was terrifying. Damn it! Tao Zhizhong looked at Lu Pingyan who was approaching. His face was a little ugly, knowing that he had met a tough opponent today. Purple lightning yin fire knife. He immediately let out a long roar, pinched his hands, and the 6 purple-red flying knives in front of him turned into a huge purple-red long knife. Swish! A layer of terrifying dark red flames permeated the long knife, and purple arcs jumped, killing Lu Pingyan. Wind and thunder, cut. Lu Pingyan looked at this attack, and the black dragon halberd in his hand was entangled with strands of wind and thunder, filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Then the long halberd slashed forward like a resurrected dragon, and wind and thunder rolled. Boom boom boom. The halberd and the long knife collided with each other, a series of sparks splashed, and thunder arcs swam, dazzling and dazzling, making everyone in the field feel a strong current and horrified. Immediately afterwards, the purple lightning yin fire knife trembled, and the arc flames on the blade dimmed and dissipated, and it dispersed into 6 purple-red flying knives again, flying backwards. Boom. Tao Zhizhong immediately used the bronze mirror to block the aftermath of the black dragon spear. But he was unable to resist in such a hurry, and the whole person was blown away, spitting blood. A foundation-building cultivator next to him quickly soared into the sky, caught Tao Zhizhong with his magic power, and said to Lu Pingyan with a fearful look, "Dao Ao, we admit defeat, we will leave now." "Dao Ao, do you want to fight again?" Lu Pingyan looked at Tao Zhizhong and said, "Dao Ao is very powerful. I admit defeat, and this matter is as Dao Ao said, so let's stop here." Tao Zhizhong said with a pale and weak face. As a well-known foundation-building cultivator, he felt humiliated to lose so easily to Junior in the early stage of foundation building. However, he also saw Lu Pingyan's strength in the simple fight just now. The strength of the body refining and the 2 exquisite spiritual weapons are powerful and impeccable in the face. Unless you don't confront the opponent head-on at the beginning, and keep consuming and fighting, you will have hope of winning. But he was a cultivator at the peak of the middle stage of foundation building, and it would be embarrassing to fight against a cultivator at the early stage of foundation building, even if he won. But it's enough to find out such a piece of information. Tao Zhixin comforted himself in his heart. "Thank you." Hearing this, Lu Pingyan put away the black dragon halberd and said with a fist, "Hiss, I won just like that. It turns out that the eldest son is so powerful." Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan. Fortunately, I didn't dare to have second thoughts in these years. The cultivators of Qingzhu Mountain were all shocked when they saw this scene, and looked at Lu Pingyan in disbelief. Especially the cultivators of the Zhao family, Ning, and Mo families in Qingzhu Mountain in the early years. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to hide so deeply. He actually arranged such a son to sit in Qingzhu Mountain. If any of them had bad intentions and wanted to take action against Qingzhu Mountain, I'm afraid they would all fall down. Seventh brother, you watch it. At this moment, Lu Qingsong saw the situation outside, and immediately handed the formation plate to Lu Xianzi, holding the Suzaku ring talisman in his hand, and flew out of Qingzhu Mountain. Looking at Tao Zhizhong and the other 2 who were about to leave, he said indifferently, "Is Elder Tao going to leave like this?" Huh? Everyone looked at Lu Qingsong, not knowing what he was going to do. Even Lu Pingyan looked at his younger brother with some doubts. "Brother, if we let them go so easily, if it gets out, others will think that we in Behu Mountain are easy to mess with. And my aunt has told us that if the Jin family or the Longguang Chamber of Commerce comes, don't be polite." Lu Qingsong immediately sent a voice message to his eldest brother to explain. He knew that his eldest brother was a generous person, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it by stopping at this point. But now he has the advantage. How could he let the three people leave so easily? "What else does Master Lu want?" Tao Zhizhong looked at Lu Qingsong and said in a deep voice. "Since the matter of Liu Yan has been settled, you three should give an explanation for coming to my Behu Mountain to make trouble, right? Otherwise, if this matter gets out, others will think that my Behu Mountain comes and goes as it pleases." Although Lu Qingsong is only a key refining cultivator, he is not afraid of the three foundation building cultivators. His elder brother is here, with the 9 nether mastiff and the family formation, and he also has life-saving talismans and treasures. He doesn't believe that the three can do anything to him. When this was said, not only Tao Zhizhong and the other two, even the people in Behu Mountain looked at each other in surprise. I didn't expect that the owner of their own mountain would be so domineering. A key refining cultivator asked the three foundation building cultivators to give an explanation. Zuanao, Zion Oxio. Seeing this, Lu Xianzi immediately activated the mountain protection formation and asked his son and the family guards to prepare. In addition to Lu Pingyan sitting in Behu Mountain, Lu Xianzi also has 2 second-level puppets and a guard team. Each member of this guard team is equipped with a first-level top puppet, and its combat power cannot be underestimated. "Explain, what does Lord Lu want to explain?" Tao Zhizhong was furious, his face was gloomy, and he said while suppressing his anger. If Lu Pingyan had said this to him, he would not have been so angry. But a mere key refining cultivator dared to talk to him like this. "Cut off one of your arms, and forget about it," Lu Qingsong said with a cold look. "You kid is looking for death." Tao Zhizhong was immediately furious, and his foundation building spiritual pressure surged all over his body, and he wanted to attack Lu Qingsong. Not only him, but also the 2 foundation building cultivators next to him were also surging with foundation building mana. "Humph!" Lu Pingyan snorted coldly, holding the black dragon halberd, and his tall figure wearing silver armor stood in front of his brother, looking at the 3 people. Although he didn't want things to get out of hand. But in this situation, he couldn't just watch. Boom! The White Tiger Mountain formation surged, like a tiger squatting, overlooking the 3 people. "What, do you want to do something? This is the territory of my White Tiger Mountain. Since you dare to come to my White Tiger Mountain to make trouble, you must think about the consequences. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will report this to my father and go to your Longguang Chamber of Commerce to ask for an explanation. By then, it won't be as simple as cutting off one arm." Lu Qingsong injected his spiritual power into the Suzaku ring of the talisman in his hand, releasing the aura of the talisman's power, and said coldly, "Ah." The 9 nether mastiff not far away also looked at the 3 people, with cold fangs and a low roar, which was breathtaking. When the 3 heard this, they looked at the situation in front of them, and their faces were extremely ugly. I didn't expect that such a small matter today would make the 3 of them so passive. If it weren't for Lu Pingyan, Lu Qingsong, a small key refining cultivator, dared to talk to them like this and slap them directly. But the current situation really puts them in a dilemma. These spiritual stones are used as apology for this matter. Finally, one of the foundation building cultivators took a deep breath, took out a storage bag, and threw it to Lu Qingsong. Not enough. Lu Qingsong took the storage bag, without even looking at it, and said directly, "In the past, a foundation building cultivator came to my White Tiger Mountain to cause trouble, and his body was exposed for 3 months. Today, I let you cut off one of your arms, which is already a face for the Longguang Chamber of Commerce. Although my brothers and I can't keep all 3 of you, we can still keep 1 or 2 of you." The Suzaku ring talisman in Lu Qingsong's hand has been activated to the extreme and can be activated at any time. For a moment, the 3 of them froze. Okay, Lu Changsheng really has a successor. Today I admit defeat." Tao Zhizhong looked at Lu Pingyan and Lu Qingsong in front of him, and said coldly. A flying knife appeared directly, cutting off one of his arms. Blood splattered, his face was pale, and his breath was weak. "Humph, get out." Lu Qingsong saw this scene and snorted coldly. If he hadn't been unsure and worried about going too far, he would have even wanted to leave the 3 of them in Behu Mountain. The three of them didn't say much, and drove the spirit boat to quickly leave the Qingzhu Mountain territory. Now Tao Zhizhong cut off one of his arms. If it costs a lot, there is still a way to reconnect, so he must go back quickly. Big brother, thank you for your hard work. Lu Qingsong let out a long breath and said to Lu Pingyan. It would be a lie for him to say that he was not nervous in the situation just now. It's okay. Lu Pingyan shook his head and said, you should be careful when facing such foundation-building cultivators on weekdays, and don't appear in front of them like this. Although Lu Qingshan has a talisman. But if the other party uses some killing moves, Lu Qingsong may not be able to use the talisman. Haha, I dare to do this because I see you are here, big brother. Lu Qingsong chuckled and said frankly. Immediately, the two people and the beast returned to Qingzhu Mountain. At this moment, all the cultivators in the field looked at Lu Pingyan and Lu Qingsong, and there was a little more awe in their eyes. Especially when facing Lu Pingyan, a great foundation-building cultivator. Brother Song. Liu Yan looked at Lu Qingsong with some shame, knowing that she had caused such trouble today. It's okay. Lu Qingsong said softly. Big Pot, I want to practice this too. Lu Ling ran to his eldest brother, looking at the black dragon halberd that was taller than him, very envious. Okay, when you have practiced boxing well, big brother will teach you. Lu Pingyan replied with a smile. Compared with the halberd method, he prefers to use fists. It's just that his father Lu Changsheng made a whole set of spiritual weapons for him, saying that he usually uses this halberd and golden bow. He didn't stay here for long, and took his sister Lu Ling back to the back mountain to continue teaching her boxing. Not long after, the news of Qingzhu Mountain spread. The surrounding family forces were shocked, and countless people knew about Qingzhu Mountain, the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Pingyan. How is it possible that a person in the early stage of foundation building defeated a person in the middle stage of foundation building? This Lu Pingyan is also a body cultivator, and he has a magic weapon given by his father Lu Changsheng, so his combat power is amazing. Tao Zhizhong, I have heard of this person, known as the Purple Luo Knife, a veteran foundation building cultivator, but he was defeated by a junior and was forced to cut off one of his arms. Hiss. Not long after the master of Qingzhu Mountain Lu Changsheng broke through the foundation building, he killed 3 Yu family foundation building cultivators alone and established Qingzhu Mountain. Today, his son actually defeated a veteran cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building in the early stage of foundation building. The rise of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain is probably unstoppable. It is rumored that there is no foundation building cultivator in Qingzhu Mountain, but I didn't expect it to be so hidden. It seems that Jin Longling, which is adjacent to Qingzhu Mountain, can't sit still. Countless cultivators discuss the news. Jin Longling, Jin family. Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family, is in the early stage of foundation building, and is in the middle stage of the second stage of body refining. The head of the Jin family looked at the news in front of him with a solemn face. I didn't expect that his family would get such amazing information after just a small test. The path of body refining not only consumes resources, but also consumes a lot of time and energy. Is it a chance or a talent that Lu Pingyan has grown to this point? The head of the Jin family murmured to himself. If it was just an ordinary casual cultivator, he would not be so surprised, and would only regard the other party as a chance. But this person is the son of Lu Changsheng, which made him think more. Because a few years ago, he learned a piece of news. Lu Qingshan of the Qingyun Sect asked for swords in the Qingyun Sect, and was invincible at the same level. Before there was Lu Qingshan, and now there is another Lu Pingyan. What kind of shit luck did Lu Changsheng have? Is it that his ancestral grave is shining with gold? The head of the Jin family took a deep breath, and a bit of envy appeared in his eyes. Immediately, a message was sent to hold a family meeting to discuss how to view and deal with this matter. Qingzhu Mountain Lu family. Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family, defeated Ziluo Dao Tao Zhizhong head-on, and forced him to cut off one arm with Lu Qingsong. Lu Yuanding, Lu Muping and others were all very surprised when they heard the news. Unexpectedly, one of Lu Changsheng's children broke through the foundation. Especially Lu Yuanding. He still remembered that when Lu Changsheng's first son was born, he, as the head of the family, gave him a reward. And now, this child has become a high-ranking foundation-building cultivator, which makes him feel quite emotional. Lu Qingshan, Lu Pingyan, Lu Changsheng, this luck is too good. Some senior members of the Lu family who knew Lu Qingshan were impressed by Lu Changsheng's good luck. After all, The family can produce a foundation-building seedling, which is considered a golden light in the ancestral tomb. And Lu Changsheng not only has such a brilliant son like Lu Qingxun, but now he has another Lu Pingyun. Such similar feelings are not limited to Qingzhu Mountain. Family forces such as Bainao Lake, Centipede Ridge, Timu Mountain Mo family, Zishinying family, etc. are all full of emotion. Because a family cannot rely entirely on the old generation. It needs to have fresh blood and the rise of the younger generation to grow rapidly. Now the reputation and prestige of Qingzhu Mountain can be said to be maintained by Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj. Now the appearance of Lu Pingyun also tells everyone that Qingzhu Mountain has successors, and the second generation of the Lu family is emerging. But thinking that Lu Changsheng is less than 70 years old now, many people are extremely afraid. Not only other families. After the news of Qingzhu Mountain spread to Qingzhu Mountain, many Lu family members were also surprised when they heard the news. They would not be so surprised if Lu Qingxun and Lu Quansun broke through the foundation building. But Lu Pingyun is too low-key on weekdays. Suddenly becoming a great foundation-building cultivator, and with such amazing combat power, they are full of envy and fighting spirit. The concubines of the Lu family envy Lu Lanshu, hoping that their children can be like Lu Pingyun, one day break through the foundation building and become famous all over the world. Good job. Lu Miaojun smiled when he heard that his son in Lu Pingyun forced a foundation-building cultivator to cut off his arm. After all, key refining stage coercing foundation-building cultivators, this kind of thing can be boasted for a lifetime. Yuner, send a copy of your brother Pingyun's information to Ruiyi County, tell your aunt Lanshu to pick her up at Qingzhu Mountain, and then ask Xingyang to prepare for the foundation-building ceremony. After your father comes out of retreat, we will determine the time and hold the ceremony for your eldest brother. After hearing the news, Lu Miaojun instructed her son Lu Yun. She had asked Lu Changsheng about Lu Pingyun's foundation-building ceremony that year. But Lu Changsheng said that it would be a few years later, or when Lu Pingyun's foundation building was known to others. In this situation, the foundation building ceremony can naturally be arranged. And after this matter ferments, it will certainly make other family forces wary. It just happens that the ceremony can be used to invite other family forces to gather together to show their own position and attitude, and that harmony is still the most precious and harmony brings wealth. Yes, mother. Lu Yu nodded in response. Even when he heard the news, he was full of emotion and envy. I don't know if I can break through the foundation building in my lifetime. Lu Yun thought of his own situation. If he practiced with all his strength, he would have the hope of breaking through the foundation building before the age of 60. But he has 7th grade spiritual roots, and even with the foundation building pill, the probability of breaking through the foundation building stage is only 20% to 30%. Chapter 380 Master Qingyun was seriously injured again. Lu Changsheng was not aware of the situation at Qingzhu Mountain and his son. He was still trying to break through the 9th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Boom boom boom. In the Changsheng hall, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged without moving, and his whole body was like a flawless fairy jade, shining brightly and flowing with precious light. His internal organs were constantly vibrating and clanging, and his breath from his mouth and nose was like thunder rolling in the sky, raising a terrifying energy around his body, like a storm hiding the shore. His flesh, bones, and internal organs were all undergoing a transformation, being reborn, and being broken and reborn. It was unknown how long it had been, but the brilliance around Lu Changsheng gradually converged. There was no vitality flowing in his body, his breathing was weak, and his heart, blood, and internal organs seemed to have stopped functioning. This was because his flesh, internal organs, and bones had reached their limits and were about to be reborn from extinction and complete the final transformation. Just like this, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged without moving, like a dead tree, and his breathing stopped. His originally crystal-clear skin withered and became lifeless at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed by little. Lu Changsheng seemed to be sitting in meditation, his body decaying and decaying. But just when his vitality was completely extinguished and he reached the end, his whole body was like a plant that had experienced a snowy winter, and it was rejuvenated. Boom! Lu Changsheng's heart was beating. The weak heartbeat kept getting louder and louder, gradually giving people a strong and powerful feeling, like a god or demon beating a drum. Hoo-la-la! At this time, his blood and ki also began to revive, surging with a heartbeat. The bright red blood with a crystal luster roared like a big river in his limbs and bones, washing the flesh, meridians, bones, and internal organs. It was unknown how long it took, but Lu Changsheng completed the transformation and opened his eyes. His body was bright and flawless, like fairy gold and fairy jade, sacred and dazzling, without any flaws. Is this the third level body refining? Lu Changsheng muttered to himself as he felt the surging divine power all over his body. The 100 refining treasure body art from the 8th level to the 9th level is a qualitative change. At this time, his physical body was completely different from before. If he met a fake Dan Zhenren like the Su family ancestor again, he would not need the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, and could be killed with one punch. Even if the opponent's magic weapon came to kill him, he could try to fight it with his bare hands. As for any spiritual weapon or magic weapon embryo, he would just smash it. Because his physical body was the most powerful humanoid weapon, comparable to a magic weapon. But the 9th level of the 100 refining treasure body art is much more difficult than I thought. I have to let Ping and pay more attention to it. Lu Changsheng thought of the previous breakthrough process. His 100 refining treasure body art had reached the peak of the 8th level a long time ago. He just kept accumulating the foundation, and waited until the physical body could not go any further before impacting the 9th level. But even so, he felt very dangerous during the process, and he might fail to break through if he was not careful. If he failed to break through, although he would not die, his physical body would be damaged and his vitality would be seriously injured. I don't know if I can fight her now. Lu Changsheng clenched his palms, causing the space to distort and collapse. He thought of his female knight, Yun Wansheng, the Qingyun Sect. Among all the cultivators he has met so far, the strongest one is this Qingyun Sect. He has no power to fight back in front of her. After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng came to a conclusion. Unless he launches a sneak attack, the other party will be defenseless. Otherwise, he will never be the opponent of this Qingyun Sect. Because the one who appeared beside him silently before and imprisoned his consciousness and magic power with a raised hand, this kind of strength is not an ordinary Qingyun Sect. At least in the middle stage of Qingyun, or even in the late stage of Qingyun. Only those who endure hardships can become the best, so what's this little suffering? Lu Changsheng didn't care too much about Yun Wansheng's affairs. It was just being written. Although a little depressed, it's not a big deal. Just think of it as giving the child's mother some pregnancy energy in advance. When his strength improves, he, Lu, will tell the other party that his yin and yang energy is not so easy to obtain, and only the child's mother can use it. Lu Changsheng cast a cleaning spell on himself, tidied up his robes a little, and walked out of the cave. It seems that this Xianum Bao Wanglian will be used after a while. Seeing the Xianum Bao Wanglian in the Spirit Eye Spring, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He was preparing to build the peak of the foundation before, so he picked the Xianum Bao Wanglian as his second action to practice the Yin-Yang Yuandan method. But the origin of this Xianum Bao Wanglian is not clean. If it is used now, it will be difficult to explain if Yun Wansheng notices it. Although the other party has no ill will towards him. But you must be on guard against others. He can't trust the other party unconditionally just because they had a relationship, just like he did to Xiao Ziyu. But now that I have broken through the 3rd level of physical training, I can also go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. Lu Changsheng looked at the Xianum Bao Wanglian in front of him and thought to himself. He went to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range not to hunt down the Demon King, refine the blood and soul aura, and awaken the Tai soul body. Instead, he wanted to go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range and intercept a few spiritual veins to nourish the cave heaven spiritual veins. Not to mention cultivating the spiritual veins to the 3rd level, there is still hope to cultivate them to the 2nd level top. In this case, with a Yuandan condensed by the Yin-Yang Yuandan method, the 2nd level top grade spiritual veins of the Qingzhu Mountain, and the spiritual eye spring, Xianum Baolian, and the spirit formation, it is enough for him to impact the Dan. When Yun Wansheng's things are almost done, I can let Zixio go with me. With my current strength, there will be no danger in going to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range and only looking for the 2nd level spiritual veins. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart and planned to go with Ling Zixio later. Because in the process of intercepting the spiritual veins, someone needs to protect the law. And Ling Zixio is proficient in the way of formation, it is very safe to do this kind of thing. When Lu Changsheng walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven and came to the Lu family mansion, he realized that his breakthrough took half a year. Not long after he went into seclusion, the incident with the Lu Pingan happened in Qingzhu Mountain. Since the ceremony has been prepared, then just send out the invitations. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng said directly, not caring about the fact that Lu Pinggan's cultivation was exposed. Even if this incident had not happened, he was still planning to hold the foundation building ceremony for Lu Pinggan in the next 2 years. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng asked if there were any other things at home. Lu Miaoyan said that there was nothing major at home, but there was news from Qingyun Immortal City that Qingyun's Henren was seriously injured. Seriously injured again. Lu Changsheng was a little speechless. He had heard the news that Qingyun's Henren was seriously injured 3 or 4 times. As a result, each time it was confirmed to be false news. This news is probably true, because there are rumors that a fake Dan's Henren in Qingyun Xiancheng was beaten and killed, but Qingyun's Henren did not show up. Afterwards, another force intercepted and killed several foundation building cultivators in Qingyun Xiancheng in order to test the truth, but Qingyun's Henren still did not show up to suppress the situation. Now the public security of the entire Qingyun Xiancheng has also been affected, causing panic among the people, and many cultivators have left Qingyun Xiancheng. Lu Miaoyan spoke up and said so. A fake Dan Zhenren and several foundation building cultivators were killed. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to hear this. Such casualties can be said to be very serious, and it is a naked provocation. Back then, a fake Dan ancestor of the beast tamer Su family died, and the ancestor of the Su family went directly to the 5 elements Wang family to establish his authority. Now that such a situation has occurred in Qingyun Xiancheng, Qingyun's Henren has not shown up to calm people's hearts, which is obviously a problem. If Qingyun's Henren has not shown up, this matter will be completely confirmed, and the flow of people in Qingyun Xiancheng will certainly decline rapidly. After all, the reason why Qingyun Immortal City can become a holy place for casual cultivators is not only because of its environmental advantages, but also because of the great reputation of Qingyun's Henren, the first casual cultivator in Jiang country. Well, it's hard to confirm whether this news is true or not, but there are indeed problems with the public security in Qingyun Immortal City. I heard that there are robbery cultivators raging around Qingyun Immortal City, and even armed fights have occurred in the outer city. Lu Miaoyan said. Although Qingyun Immortal City is very far away from Qingzhu Mountain and will not affect this side. But this kind of thing makes people feel that the immortal cultivation world in Jiang country is going to be turbulent again. Is there any news from Fiyu? Lu Changsheng thought of his good friend who worked in Qingyun Immortal City. He has been in contact with Li Fiyu over the years, and the other party has been asking Qingyun Spirit Ship to help him send some spiritual materials. Now that such a thing has happened in Qingyun Immortal City, the other party is expected to be affected. No. Lu Miaoyan shook her head, indicating that she had not received the relevant letter sent by Li Fiyu. If such a thing really happened in Qingyun Immortal City, Fiyu would not dare to say it in the letter even if he knew. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought thoughtfully. If such a thing happened in Qingyun Immortal City, many forces would definitely pay attention to it. Even the letters from the Immortal City might be intercepted by other forces. Cultivators like Li Fiyu who hold important positions in Qingyun Immortal City are the focus of attention. After hesitating for a moment, he wrote a letter, asking Li Fiyu to pay more attention to himself and come back to check if the Immortal City is not stable. But with Fiyu's personality, even if there is a problem in Qingyun Immortal City, he will not run away at the first time. Lu Changsheng shook his head and thought to himself. He felt that with the character of a good brother, it is estimated that Qingyun Immortal City will be completely gone before he considers running away. Jin Longling, Jin family. Although Lu Pinggan is powerful, as long as the ancestor takes action, he will definitely be killed. Yes, once Lu Pinggan dies, the Lu family ceremony will become a funeral, and Lu Changsheng will definitely be very distressed. Even if Lu Pinggan is not killed, but he is crippled, it will disgust the Lu family for decades. In the Jin family's meeting hall, several Jin family leaders heard about the Qingzhu Mountain Foundation building ceremony and thought of killing Lu Pinggan while he was on his way from Qingzhu Mountain to Qingzhu Mountain. After all, the most feared thing for family power is the lack of successors. Many family power breaks down, not because the family has not produced a foundation building seed for decades, and the seed died halfway during the growth process. It's not good. If Lu Pinggan gets into trouble at this time, Qingzhu Mountain will definitely suspect our family. Although we are not afraid of their Qingzhu Mountain, the Great Elder is breaking through the fake pill in the fairy city, so there is no need to take this risk. As long as the Great Elder succeeds in breaking through, No matter how good his Lu couple is, they are not our Jin family's opponents. One of the Jin family leaders shook his head and said, "That's right, Lu Changsheng is not a simple guy. A son in the key refining stage has a talisman in his hand. This Lu Pingyan must have a way to save his life. If he fails to kill him, it will be very troublesome." Another senior member of the Jin family spoke up. They have been paying attention to the situation in Qingzhu Mountain over the years. They seriously suspect that the opportunity Lu Changsheng obtained is not simple, and it may be the entire inheritance of the Jindan's Henrun. Otherwise, even if Lu Changsheng is a second-level top talisman master, a second-level alchemist, and the family puppet business is booming, it is impossible to have so many wealth and treasures. Everything will be discussed after the Great Elder breaks through, and the news of Lu Pingyan and Lu Qingshan has been spread to the beast control Su family. The third ancestor of the Su family did not take action against Lu Changsheng and his wife back then. Now seeing the situation of Qingzhu Mountain, he will definitely not sit idly by and watch Qingzhu Mountain grow. He will most likely take action against the Lu family. The head of the Jin family listened to the words of several people, pondered for a long time, and made a decision. Their Jin family is now at a critical moment. As long as the Great Elder Qingzhu succeeds in breaking through, the family deadlock will naturally be solved and can go further. 1.5 months later, Lu Pingyan's foundation building ceremony began. This ceremony was held at Qingzhu Mountain. As the first second-generation foundation building ceremony of the Lu family, it was still very grand and lively. Meet Mr. Lu. As expected, a tiger father will have a dog son. Congratulations to Ancestor Lu. Ancestor Lu is a good parent. I wonder if Mr. Lu has started a family, my little girl. At Bain Villa, many foundation building ancestors came to congratulate, looking at Lu Changsheng, Lu Pingyan next to Lu Lanchu, feeling envious. Sitting in the main seat, Lu Lanchu looked at this scene, and her son seemed to be dreaming. She had waited for this day for too long. Even if she had known that her son had broken through the foundation building, the family would hold a foundation building ceremony. But at this moment, seeing that her son was so popular, her eyes were still red and she cried with joy. Lu Changsheng took his son Lu Pingyan to greet these foundation building ancestors. He said that his family still adhered to the principle and policy of harmony in everything, so please rest assured. As for cooperation and marriage, he was very happy to be in Qingzhu Mountain. Then, he and Lu Lanchu took Lu Pingyan to the outside of the villa to have a simple conversation with other key refining cultivators, and also let these family forces know Lu Pingyan. Congratulations, big brother, congratulations, uncle. Congratulations, cousin Pingyan. The Lu family members of Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain were the most excited, and they all congratulated Lu Pingyan. During this period, many female cultivators from small families looked at Lu Pingyan, and then looked at Lu Changsheng with shy eyes. Lu Changsheng naturally saw these looks, but he had no idea of taking a concubine. Or in other words, this ordinary female cultivator of key refining, with ordinary spiritual roots, was no longer in the eyes of Lu Laozu. As for Lu Pingyan, he didn't feel anything about these looks. In this way, the ceremony lasted for 3 days and ended, and the guests dispersed. Lu Pingyan and Lu Qingsong and others returned to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. During this period, there was no movement between Longguang Chamber of Commerce and Jin Langling. Even the Jin family sent a gift during the ceremony. But Lu Changsheng always felt that the Jin family could not have any good intentions and pretend that nothing happened. That day, Lu Changsheng felt something in his heart, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. He knew that it was Yun Wancheng sending a message to him, asking him to go over and help her practice. Although Lu Changsheng was very open-minded about this matter, he still felt a little aggrieved when he thought that he, the dignified Lu patriarch, had to take the initiative to deliver himself to someone, being blindfolded and having his consciousness written. Why not struggle in the process? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He felt that if he tried his best, he might be able to break free from the imprisonment. Then, while the other party was weak. Forget it, this is the first moderator plot, and a normal Jindan cultivator should not be so weak. Lu Changsheng shook his head. Only those who endure hardships can become superior people. Isn't this a kind of practice, a kind of tempering? Lu Changsheng's thoughts were clear in his mind. He told his family and went out to keep the appointment. However, before leaving, he still used the 9 treasures Ruai Bone to seal his cultivation to the middle stage of foundation building. Although he was not sure whether Yun Wanshan could see his cultivation situation, He still covered up this matter if it could be covered up. Chapter 381 Fellow Taoist, please stay. Just as Lu Changsheng was dozens of miles away from Qingzhu Mountain, he suddenly felt a divine consciousness sweeping over him. This divine consciousness was very secretive. If it weren't for his divine consciousness being comparable to that of a Jinden's Henren and him wearing a Yuankong robe, he might not be able to detect it. Later, Lu Changsheng keenly discovered that the other party had left an imperceptible divine consciousness mark on his robe, which could be used for positioning and tracking. What's going on? A robber cultivator killing people to rob treasures? No, this person's divine consciousness is at least that of a fake Danzhenren. There can't be a robber cultivator of this strength in this area. Could it be that the ancestor of the Jin family is waiting for me here? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, not knowing what was going on. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he remained calm and pretended nothing had happened, continuing to fly the purple shuttle through the clouds. However, during this process, Lu Changsheng quietly and silently untied his third-level body refining. After flying 100 miles, a figure appeared and shouted to Lu Changsheng, "Dao, please stay." However, at the moment this voice sounded, Lu Changsheng keenly heard a hissing and piercing sound. Without hesitation, the 100 refining body art was fully activated, and the muscles seemed to have grown a few points. Clang clang. Two sounds of metal clashing rang out. Lu Changsheng saw two chopstick-thick, light gray flying snakes in front of him, and bared his teeth. Huh? You are a physical cultivator. The golden-robed cultivator not far away saw that Lu Changsheng was not injured at all under the attack of his ghost flying snakes, and his eyes widened. You know, his two flying snakes are both at the peak of the second level. Under a sneak attack, they can threaten the fake Danzhenren. The Lu Changsheng in front of him is just a foundation-building cultivator. How can he have such amazing body refining? Looking for death? Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-robed old man in front of him. His eyes were upside down, his body was completely unsealed, and a terrifying physical aura filled the air. Third-level physical cultivator. The golden-robed old man felt this terrifying aura that was like a third-level demon king, and his face turned pale. Isn't this Lu Changsheng a little foundation-building cultivator? How come in the blink of an eye, this foundation-building cultivator has become a third-level physical cultivator? Question mark? The old man in the golden robe did not dare to think too much. Without any hesitation, he turned into a rainbow of light and ran away madly. Want to run? 9 treasures Ruai Bone, hurry. Lu Changsheng's eyes were cold, and he directly activated the 9 treasures Ruai Bone. 9 colored rays of light flowed through his body, and his figure burst out. Then his arms landed like dragons and snakes, and he swung them out suddenly. Bang bang bang. This punch blew up layers of air, and the terrifying energy hit the back of the old man in the golden robe like a cannonball. Even though the old man in the golden robe had pushed his mana to the extreme and formed a mana shield, he still vomited blood under the attack of this punch, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. This kind of strength is completely invincible. The old man in the golden robe did not care about his injuries, and immediately activated the secret technique to stabilize his injuries, and a talisman appeared in his hand. However, at this moment, his soul felt a sharp pain, as if a needle pierced through his mind, and he felt slightly dizzy. No, it's a spiritual attack. The old man in the golden robe quickly suppressed his soul. But the next moment, a slender jade-like palm, like a goshawk catching a rabbit, tightly grasped his neck, causing his mana and blood to stagnate. Danger. In an instant, a strong and extremely strong crisis of death enveloped his whole body. Senior, misunderstanding, I recognized the wrong person, please spare my life. The old man in the golden robe couldn't figure out why Lu Changsheng, who had the foundation of building cultivation, had such amazing strength. But at this moment, his life was in the hands of the other party. He didn't dare to think too much, and chose to beg for mercy at the first time. You are so old, a fake Dan cultivator, and you are so cowardly. Lu Changsheng looked at the old man in the golden robe, who was begging for mercy in front of him, frowned, and was very disdainful. A dignified fake Dan real person, just like this? No backbone at all. Fuck, if someone pinches your neck like this, I wonder if you will be scared. The face of the old man in the golden robe turned blue and red, and he felt very aggrieved, but he did not dare to refute, for fear that Lu Changsheng would squeeze him to death. Feeling that the force on his neck was gradually increasing, It seemed that the body he was pinching would be separated, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, you are right. I have always been so greedy for life and afraid of death. Please let me go. The money on me will be regarded as an apology to you." The old man in the golden robe begged humbly. Buzz! Lu Changsheng did not speak, and the yin and yang magic power in his hand was running, and the face disguise of the old man in the golden robe was untied. Sujia. Seeing the deep face and the hook nose in front of him, Lu Changsheng immediately recognized his identity. The third ancestor of the Su family, Su Jet. Lu Changsheng had heard from Su Ruiyan that the third ancestor of the Su family had noticed him and might do something to him. Unexpectedly, the other party actually waited outside the Qingzhu Mountain to attack and kill him. If he was really a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator, facing such an attack, he would be dead for sure. Forward Sujia saw Lu Changsheng recognize him, and he was crying and wanted to say something, but Lu Changsheng used another soul-dispersing needle and punched him in the dantian of his qi, breaking his bones and bending them into shrimps, and spitting blood. 9 treasures Ruai bone, seal. Then, the 9 treasures Ruai bone in front of Lu Changsheng's chest burst out, and a surging mysterious power surged out, entering Su Ji's sea of consciousness and dantian, sealing all his spiritual consciousness and mana. If it weren't for capturing you alive, you would have died long ago. Lu Changsheng looked at Sujia, who had fainted in front of him, and snorted coldly. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to suppress and kill the other party. But the other party must have had some reason to suddenly ambush and kill him this time. So he was going to take it back to Qingzhu Mountain and use the weird prison demon flower to find out the reason. Does the Beastmaster Su family know about this? Swoosh, swoosh. Then Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 flying snakes not far away, and his body shot out, easily suppressed them, and then crushed them. Like these 2 flying snakes, they are obviously the spiritual beasts of the third ancestor of the Su family. It is too difficult to tame them, so it is better to kill them directly. After Lu Changsheng went to the 9 Heavens Gangfeng layer to clean up the suspicious tokens on Su Jack, he returned to Qingzhu Mountain and found his wife Lu Maiahun, saying that he would use the weird prison demon flower. Now the weird prison demon flower has been trained by his wife into a life spirit plant. The original spiritual wisdom has been annihilated, leaving only the instinctive consciousness of the spirit plant. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Maiahun immediately went to the island in the middle of the lake with Lu Changsheng. The beautiful and enchanting weird prison demon flower swayed and bloomed with a charming luster. Roots covered with dark red thorns appeared from the ground, tightly wrapped around the unconscious Su Jack, and dragged him into the flower bud that looked like a huge mouth of the abyss. What are you going to do? No, no, Lu Changsheng, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my beast-taming Su family will not let you go. Su Jack gradually regained consciousness under the stinging pain. He felt that his flesh, blood, mana, and soul were all swallowed by a force. He wanted to struggle, but he was seriously injured. His mana and soul were sealed by the 9 treasures Ruai bone, and he couldn't struggle at all. Beast-taming Su family. Hearing this, Lu Maiahun looked at her husband in surprise. She naturally knew about the beast-taming Su family, the first family in Qingyun territory. One of the 3 major Jiandan families in Zhang Kingdom. 13 years ago, a fake Dan ancestor of the Su family was beaten and killed. His Jiandan ancestor took 2 third-level spirit beasts to the 5 elements Wang family to establish his prestige, and the news spread throughout the Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world. So Lu Maiahun was very surprised to learn that the cultivator in front of him came from the beast-taming Su family. Don't worry. Lu Changsheng held his wife's slightly cold white hand and said calmly. It's not like he hasn't killed fake Dan Zhenren from the Beastmaster Su family before. So what if he kills one more? Besides, if the other party comes to ambush him and sees his true strength, he is doomed to die. Ah, Lu Changsheng, you actually have such a devilish method. If Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect know about it, you will definitely die miserably in Qingzhu Mountain. Sujia felt that he was about to die, and roared with unwillingness. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Wouldn't it be comfortable for him to stay in the family? Why did he come to trouble Lu Changsheng? But at this moment, regret was useless. The whole person's consciousness gradually disappeared as the strange prison monster flower devoured him. Husband. Lu Maiahun heard this, looked at the situation in front of her, and pursed her bright red lips. Even though she had long been accustomed to the strange prison monster flower's eating. But at this time, she was still affected by Su Ji's words. Especially the feedback from the strange prison monster flower, telling her that this was a fake Danzhenren. An inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. What is the devil path or not? There is no need to care about such words. I will take care of everything. Lu Changsheng took his wife into his arms and said softly. He thought that he had to make her faint completely next time. Otherwise, such words would easily affect his wife's mentality. After all, no matter how good Lu Miaohun was, she was just the daughter of a small family and had not seen much of the world. She had a bit of awe and fear in her bones towards the devil path, the beast-controlling Su family, the Qingyun Sect, and the Qingyun Sect. Lu Miaohun leaned on Lu Changsheng's chest and asked softly, "Husband, is this person really a fake Danzhenren?" Even though the Gyao sent feedback, she still couldn't believe it. After all, the fake Danzhenren was so high and mighty, how could he be captured and brought back home by her husband? Well, this person is called Su Jack, the fake Dan ancestor of the Su family. I don't know why he paid attention to our family and ambushed me outside this time. Lu Changsheng nodded and said in a flat voice. Is my husband okay? Lu Miaohun immediately looked at Lu Changsheng with concern. Of course I'm fine. I had a chance before and broke through the 3rd level in body refining, so this person is no match for me. Lu Changsheng smiled and rubbed his wife's soft hair. 3rd level body refining. Lu Miaohun's bright red lips opened slightly, her face full of surprise. 3rd level body refining, doesn't it mean that her husband is comparable to a real person in the Jinden stage? Looking at Lu Changsheng in front of her, Lu Miaohun felt a little inferior. I didn't expect that her husband was so outstanding and had grown to this point without knowing it, and she. But in just a moment, this inferiority complex turned into pride and pride. Proud of Lu Changsheng, and also proud of her own vision in choosing Lu Changsheng. After the couple chatted for a long time, Lu Miaohun said to Lu Changsheng, "Husband, the memory fragments are out." Okay. Lu Changsheng immediately came to the side of the weird prison demon flower and placed his palm on the enchanting flower. Instantly, a movie like a discontinuous movie appeared in front of him. These memories were very huge and chaotic. Lu Changsheng closed his eyes and quietly searched for useful information from them. After a long time, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. He got the general information he wanted from them. The reason for this assassination was that he and Lu Miaohun were too amazing in their early years, so they were noticed by the 3rd ancestor of the Su family. Secondly, Lu Qingshan asked about the sword of the Qingyun Sect, which made the 3rd ancestor of the Su family notice him and want to get rid of him. Finally, not long ago, the matter of Lu Pinggan made the 3rd ancestor of the Su family suspect that he was a kind of spirit that was easy to give birth to gifted offspring through investigation and multifaceted analysis. So he wanted to capture him back to the Su family of beast control for breeding. Lu Changsheng was a little confused when he saw this news. He never expected that the main reason for the other party to wait for him outside Qingzhu Mountain was to capture him and take him back to the Su family for breeding. However, this also made Lu Changsheng realize a problem. There are no fools in the world of cultivating immortals. He was so crazy about giving birth to children, and there were many talented children in his family. Everyone would pay attention to it and suspect this aspect. After all, the probability of his children being geniuses is much higher than the normal level, and it is easy to be noticed. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. If his genius children grow up and show their talents, there is no way to cover up and explain this. After all, cultivation can be explained by chance. There is no way to explain things like having children except spiritual blood. The news that Su Jie went out to ambush and kill me this time, someone in the Su family knows. Lu Changsheng looked at the news, squinted his eyes, and his expression was a little solemn. He was naturally not afraid of the beast control Su family. After all, the family has Zumi sitting in the family. As long as there is no attack from the Yuanying's engine, it can be said to be worry-free. And he is a 3rd level body refiner, with a 1,000-faced fox puppet, Wujian Weishou, and Zuansha demon zombie in his hands, and he is not afraid of the Su family's Jinden ancestor. But if the Su family ancestor comes to Qingzhu Mountain like he went to the 5 Elements King family that year, it will still cause him big trouble. After all, if he did these things in public, there would be no way to explain it, and it would cause countless troubles. No one knows my strength at present, so Su Jie is dead, and the Beastmaster Su family will not necessarily suspect me, a little foundation building cultivator. And according to Su Jie's memory, The ancestor of the Su family was strong and domineering, and he brought 2 third-level spirit beasts to the 5 Elements King's family to block the door because the ancestor of the Su family was injured, and used this method to deter other forces. So it is unlikely that this ancestor of the Su family came to my Qingzhu Mountain to block the door. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. But he felt that he couldn't gamble on such things. Otherwise, he could find a time to go to Qingzhu Mountain of the Beastmaster Su family and squat outside. When the ancestor of the Su family goes out one day, he will rely on the Thousand Faces Fox Puppet and the Wujian Gishao to take the opportunity to ambush and kill him. Or he can use the demonic curse book to curse the ancestor of the Su family. Well, wait, I also have a backer. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought that he also had a backer. No matter how powerful the beast-taming Su family is, can they be more powerful than the Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Henren? This Qingyun Henren is the head of the Qingyun Sect's law enforcement hall. He has at least a cultivation level of the middle Jiandan stage, and his disciples are also Jiandan's Henren. As long as the Su family dares to cause trouble and block the door, he can just call someone. I almost forgot about the important things. I still have to go to the tryst. Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered that he had delayed his important things because of Su Ji's matter. Maybe Qingyun's Henren is waiting for him. Huan, I have something else to do. I'll go out first. If there's anything at home, please send me a message immediately. If you have time, sort out the information about the beast-taming Su family and Su Ji's memory fragments. Lu Changsheng immediately said to Lu Miaohuan. As the fake Dan ancestor of the beast-taming Su family, Su Zhen knows many family secrets. If he can obtain these secrets, it will be of great help to the Su family in the future. Okay, husband, be careful on the road. Lu Miaohuan nodded in response. Immediately, Lu Changsheng tidied himself up a bit, then drove the shuttle away from Qingzhu Mountain and flew towards the rendezvous point. He wondered in his heart whether he should mess up his clothes and his magical aura. Then he said that he was attacked by the Beastmaster Su family on the way, so he was delayed. He even hugged the other party's thigh and cried, saying that he almost couldn't see the other party. When this thought came out, Lu Changsheng himself got goosebumps. How could he, the dignified Lu Patriarch, do such a thing? Chapter 382 Master, you have to make the decision for me. Qingzhu Mountain. The Beastmaster Su family. The atmosphere in the magnificent palace, which was paved with the gold and jade, was tense and heavy. The ancestor of the Su family sat on the main seat, his face gloomy as water, and his body was surging with a terrifying power like a deep abyss in a prison, like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. Several senior members of the Su family prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to speak, and were suffocated by the majestic aura of their own ancestor. However, they could understand the anger of their own ancestor. During the retreat, 2 fake Dan ancestors were beaten and killed in the family. And they all died inexplicably, and there was no clue about the murderer or which force did it. What's going on? The ancestor of the Su family suppressed his anger in his heart, and his voice was thick and powerful, like rolling thunder echoing in the palace. As the top power of Zheng State, the Su family of Beastmasters has been passed down for thousands of years and is famous. Now 2 fake Dan real people have died in succession. Moreover, both of them died inexplicably, and no one knew which force did it. Shame. Provocation. This is a naked shame and provocation. Trampling on the dignity of his beast-controlling Su family. However, with the death of the 2 fake Dan, the ancestor of the Su family also felt inexplicable panic. Because apart from the 4 major immortal gates, no one in the entire Jing Kingdom cultivation world dared to go against his Su family like this. Ancestor Su Jie went out this time. He should be going to the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. A senior member of the Su family spoke carefully. Qingzhu Mountain Lu family. The eyes of the ancestor of the Su family opened and closed, and wisps of golden light flowed, which was breathtaking. Although the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has a great reputation in the Qingyun area, it is not in the eyes of the ancestor of the Su family. Reply to the ancestor. The senior member of the Su family immediately spoke up, saying that the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is a force that has risen in the past 20 years. Its ancestor Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Miaoj practiced a joint cultivation method, and their combat power is comparable to that of the fake Dan real person. Moreover, Lu Changsheng inherited some kind of talisman inheritance. Not long after he broke through the foundation building, he killed 3 foundation building monks with the help of the talisman array. From then on, He became famous and began to rise. Even if the fighting power of this couple is comparable to that of the fake pill, it is impossible to kill Su Jie. The ancestor of the Su family said directly. Although Su Jie's character is not good, but as a fake pill real person, his fighting power is unquestionable. How could two monks who could barely compete with a fake pill by practicing the combined skills be Su Jie's opponents and kill Su Jie? Do you think that the people cultivated by his Su family are all useless strawbags? You know, everyone in his Su family has a spirit beast, and their strength is far superior to that of the same level. What's more, because of his early experience, Su Jie is very careful when doing such things on weekdays. Even when facing a foundation-building monk, he will sneak attack. It is impossible to mock him head-on, give him a chance, and then fight with him. So in this case, he doesn't think that the two little foundation-building monks can kill Su Jie. Could it be Qingyun Sect? The ancestor of the Su family heard that the location of Qingzhu Mountain was not far from Qingyun Sect, and his eyes sank slightly. Although the beast controlling Su family was under the rule of Qingyun Sect, they belonged to a local lord. Qingyun Sect did not want to see the Su family become too powerful. But he immediately rejected this idea. Given the current situation of the Su family, Qingyun Sect had no need to do such a thing. If there was a second giant and cultivator in the family, it would be understandable for Qingyun Sect to do such a thing. Could it be the Five Elements Wang family? The ancestor of the Su family continued to ponder. Back then, he went to the Five Elements Wang family to slap him in the face and establish his authority. The Wang family must have held a grudge. Maybe in order to disgust him, they took this opportunity to ambush and kill Su Jie. Old Wang doesn't have the courage. Once something happens to him, the Five Elements Wang family will be completely overthrown. The ancestor of the Su family rejected this idea again and thought about other family forces. Ancestor, Lu Changsheng of Qingzhu Mountain was able to rise in just a few decades. He must have had a great opportunity and a great adventure. Maybe he has some kind of treasure in his hand, so. At this time, the head of the Su family said with a stiff face. Back then, the second ancestor of the Su family was beaten and killed. The family investigated for a long time, but there was no clue. Now, as for Su Jie's matter, except that Su Jie was going to ambush Lu Changsheng in Qingzhu Mountain, there was no information or clue at all. If they were to investigate this situation, they would be doomed to not find the murderer. So they could only push this matter to Qingzhu Mountain and try to calm the anger of the ancestor. Send someone to Qingzhu Mountain to investigate. If it is really related to Qingzhu Mountain, report it immediately. The ancestor of the Su family said in a deep voice. Although this possibility is very small, it is not ruled out. The matter of Su Jie must not be spread outside. Next, shrink the family power, be vigilant, and pay more attention to the movements of Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, Yuling Sect, Qingzhu Mountain, Huanan Sect, Wang family, and Shengwen family. The ancestor of the Su family continued to speak, his voice full of majesty and unquestionable. In his heart, he still tended to think that it was done by other giant and level forces. After all, in many cases, the other party may not have a direct conflict of interest with his Su family. Maybe a certain force wants to drive the wolf to swallow the tiger and reap the benefits. Yes, ancestor. The Su family and others responded in unison. At the same time, in a mountain cave, Yun Wancheng felt something and opened her beautiful eyes. She saw that Lu Changsheng, who came, had a pale face, a disordered and weak mana, and her eyebrows were slightly frowned. She called the other party to come and practice. Why did he look like he had just experienced a hard battle? Senior. Lu Changsheng saw Yun Wancheng, who was wearing a colorful palace dress and had a beautiful and noble face, and his eyes showed a bit of surprise, and then he hurriedly bowed. What's wrong with you? Yun Wancheng opened her red lips and asked. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I just encountered an attack on the way here. It's not a big deal. I kept you waiting for a long time. Lu Changsheng said with a weak voice. After he finished speaking, he coughed and quickly added, Senior, please rest assured that my current state will not affect my practice. Ambush. Yun Wancheng's beautiful eyes were as clear as a pool of blue water, and she looked at Lu Changsheng deeply. Then she raised her hand lightly, causing Lu Changsheng's eyes to go dark and his whole body to be unable to move. Fuck, is this woman so cold and ruthless? Lu Changsheng was speechless. He came to help her practice in this state, but she didn't care about him? At least she should ask him what kind of attack he encountered and whether he was dangerous. What a ruthless woman. However, Lu Changsheng thought to himself, maybe he was pretending a little too much? After all, he didn't really do anything cruel to him. It was just that the breath of mana was disordered, and it seemed that he consumed too much, but there was no obvious injury. A fragrant and sweet pill entered his mouth, and then a rustling sound was heard. Under the intoxicating fragrance, Lu Changsheng's blood accelerated and his body was honest. After a moment, the graceful and soft jade body came, and the whole person was ridden under him. Practice. A clear and pleasant voice sounded. Lu Changsheng practiced the sun and moon reincarnation art with reverence. Afterwards. Lu Changsheng looked at the storage bag beside the pillow and sighed deeply. Damn it, sooner or later, I will let the other party know that my second brother is invincible. Then he asked in a low voice, Senior, I wonder how long you will practice on this trip. 3 months. Yun Wanchang's clear voice like pearls and jade sounded. 3 months. Lu Changsheng heard this and wondered if he should act again. He said that there might be danger at home after the previous attack, and he was worried about the safety of his family, so he wanted to go home early to take charge. If he waited until the matter was resolved and he was still alive, he would come to help her practice. But wouldn't that be a bit too fake? At this moment, Yun Wanchang's voice rang out, what about the assassination you mentioned? Huh? Are you willing to help after the fact? When Lu Changsheng heard this, he paused in his heart, and then he was happy, thinking about how to organize his words to make himself sound more miserable and pitiful. If you have something to say, just say it directly, otherwise don't say it. Yun Wanchang's voice was cold, like a deep pool, calm and indifferent. As a Jinan's Henren and the head of the Qingyun Sect's law enforcement hall, she may be ignorant and indecisive in terms of feelings. But in other aspects, she is not an idiot. She saw through Lu Changsheng's tricks at a glance. Seeing that the other party clearly wanted to let her know and cared about helping, but had to hesitate and wait for her to ask, so she deliberately didn't ask. Now seeing that the other party hinted at him by asking about the time, he was too lazy to waste time. Senior, it's the beast tamer Su family. Lu Changsheng said immediately. Since the other party said this, it means that he is willing to help, so he naturally won't hesitate. As for the killing of Su Jack, Lu Changsheng thought that it was not a big deal to reveal it to Yun Wanchang. The other party was willing to help with the matter of Meng Xianggu, which showed that they were very concerned about their friendship. Of course, it could also be because of Xiao Xiao, or because he had saved Chu Qingyi. The beast controls Su family. Yun Wanchang frowned slightly. In her opinion, the beast controls Su family and Lu Changsheng should not have a direct grudge. Why did the other party come to kill Lu Changsheng? This person is Su Jack, the fake elixir ancestor of the beast control Su family. I don't know why he noticed me and waited outside the Qingzhu Mountain to kill me. If I didn't have a trump card, Lu Changsheng said in a low voice with a very aggrieved voice, as if he was telling his parents that he was bullied at school. Su Jack from the Su family. Yun Wanchang knew this person. In his early years, he was also a genius of the Su family and had the ability to form an elixir. But his life beast was killed by a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect, and his foundation was damaged, and he was unable to recover. What kind of opportunity did he get later to break through the fake pill by chance? Because of this experience, Suja was frightened by the warmth and coldness of the world, and his mentality was a little distorted. He liked to bully the weak and hunt geniuses. It was normal for Lu Changsheng to be noticed by Suja. This person likes to hunt geniuses. You have been too high profile in recent years and have no background, so you were noticed by this person. Afterwards, I will have someone warn this person, and he dare not attack you again. Yun Wanchang said in a calm and cold voice, with an invisible and awe-inspiring majesty. In her opinion, Lu Changsheng is also her own person. So, you have to look at the owner when beating a dog. Besides, if Lu Changsheng really has an accident, his chance of nascent soul will be broken. This Suja is looking for trouble with Lu Changsheng, it's simply courting death. But I have no choice but to rely on the talisman formation to kill him when facing his attack, Lu Changsheng said shyly. Yun Wanchang was stunned, a little confused, and thought she had heard it wrong. Kill Suja? A foundation-building cultivator went against a fake pill real person? Although she knew that Lu Changsheng had a great opportunity, a great secret, a hidden cultivation, and his strength was far beyond the same level. But she never expected that Lu Changsheng would actually kill a fake pill real person. Moreover, Lu Changsheng had no injuries except for excessive consumption and disordered mana. This is amazing, very amazing. After a moment of silence, she said indifferently, "Kill him if you want. But I heard that a fake pale ancestor of the Su family was killed by the Five Elements King family in the early years. The ancestor of the Su family took 2 third-level spirit beasts and went to the Five Elements King family." Lu Changsheng said with some trepidation and fear. Yun Wansheng was a little amused, and immediately understood what Lu Changsheng was worried about. It turned out that he was afraid that the ancestor of the Su family would come to the door. But in her opinion, Lu Changsheng's worries were a bit redundant. Let alone the fact that the foundation-building cultivator killed the fake pill was too incredible. Would the Su family suspect Lu Changsheng? As a Qingyun Henren, how could the Su family's ancestor treat Qingzhu Mountain the same way as the Five Elements Wang family? He was not ashamed, but the Su family's ancestor himself was ashamed. "If the Beastmaster Su family troubles you, just send me a message," Yun Wansheng said in a clear voice. Then, a 5-color token flew into Lu Changsheng's dark room. "This is my token. There is a magical power sealed in it. If you are in danger of your life, you can show this token to activate the magical power." At this time, Yun Wansheng also realized that if Lu Changsheng was in danger outside, she would also be affected, so she gave this token to Lu Changsheng. Apart from anything else, with this token, the Qingyun forces in the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world would be a little cautious when taking action against Lu Changsheng. If they really have to take action, the magical power inside can also give him an extra means. Magic power. Lu Changsheng looked at the token and immediately thanked him. "Thank you, senior." At this moment, the little complaint in his heart about being ridden the whole time disappeared completely. As long as the other party is willing, he would be willing to be a humble ox and use all his skills to express his gratitude. At this moment, Lu Changsheng also roughly realized that the character of this Qingyun Henren was really similar to the master in the Dream of the Soul. He had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and was very protective of his shortcomings. He was a person who would not tolerate softness but not hardness. Lu Changsheng felt that if he had not formed a pill too early, once he formed a pill, it would be a top-grade golden pill, and he could really consider going to Qingyun Sect to form a pill. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. During this period, Lu Changsheng was still thinking about whether the Beast Control Su family would come directly to his home to cause trouble. As long as the sensing talisman had the slightest movement, he would take Yun Wansheng back to Qingzhu Mountain. However, these 3 months were very peaceful, and there was nothing wrong at home. He practiced throughout the whole process, restored his Yuan Yang, and then practiced with Yun Wansheng. After completing the practice, Yun Wansheng turned into a divine rainbow and left. Lu Changsheng also walked out of the cave. At this time, it was raining heavily outside. Lu Changsheng was wearing a green robe, with a handsome face and a slender and upright figure. He stood in the rain, like a banished immortal who had strayed into the mortal world and was tainted by the secular world. A gust of cold wind gently caressed him, and Lu Changsheng stretched out his palm and chuckled, "It's just a little wind and rain." Then with a whoosh sound, he drove the purple shuttle and turned into a beam of light to return to Qingzhu Mountain. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng muttered in his heart. 2 months ago, the number of his children with martial arts innate reached 150, and he got the chance to draw a lottery, and the probability of his descendants' spiritual roots increased by 3%. Because Yun Wansheng was next to him, he had not used this chance to draw a lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of Beast Essence Pill. The reward has been issued in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. The golden light stayed behind the pill column. Immediately, a bottle of pill image emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Beast Essence Pill? Pills taken by spirit beasts. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he saw this reward. Although the most direct and simple way for a demon beast to grow is to devour and refine demon cores and demon pills of the same attribute. But this is very costly, and there are many pills that can improve the cultivation of demon beasts. However, after obtaining the Red Lotus and the beast-taming ancient talisman, Lu Changsheng rarely made pills for demon beasts. His mind moved slightly, and information about the Beast Yuan pill emerged in the system space. Pill, Beast Yuan pill, quality, level 3, description, increase the advancement speed of level 3 demon beasts, and have the effect of purifying the blood of demon beasts. Purify blood effect. Changsheng narrowed his eyes when he saw the description of this pill. All of his demon beasts have extraordinary blood. Even if the blood is purified a little bit, it will be a big improvement. However, thinking that this is only a level 3 pill, and it is a bottle directly, not a pill, Changsheng guessed that the effect should be limited. It's better than nothing. Changsheng shook his head and didn't care too much. He planned to give this pill to Jiu Mastiff later to try the effect. After all, this kind of third-level elixir, under normal circumstances, can only be consumed by at least a second-level monster beast. In addition to the 9 other mastiff, the only second-level monster beast left in the family is a spirit-seeking rat. He will definitely not waste resources to cultivate this spirit-seeking rat. After returning home, Changsheng asked his wife Lu Maiyuan if anything had happened at home in recent days. Husband, the ancestor of the Zhu family in Qingzhu Mountain revealed a piece of news not long ago, saying that Jinzun, the great elder of the Jin family in Jinlongling, condensed a fake pill in Zhuxiao Xiancheng. This news is not sure whether it is true or not. I have sent someone to Zhuxiao Xiancheng to verify it. Lu Maiyuan raised her white hand lightly, poured tea for Lu Changsheng, and told him a piece of news. Jinzun. Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this name. 15 years have passed since the incident in Qingzhu Mountain. The other party had the 9th level of foundation building in his early years, so it is reasonable for him to break through the fake pill now. It was just that the outside world had been rumored before that Jinzun was going to attack the elixir, so how could he break through the fake pill in the end? Was it a deliberate false news, or was it that the foundation was insufficient and only a fake pill could be condensed? Golden Dragon Ridge has been so quiet these years, it is very likely that it is waiting for Jinzun to break through. Changsheng thought to himself, thinking of the tranquility of Golden Dragon Ridge in these years. He originally planned to go out with Ling Zixiao to solve the spiritual vein issue if there was nothing to do at home this time and the Beastmaster Su family had not made any moves. After Yun Wancheng finished her practice, she could pick Xianyun Bao Wanglian, condense Yuanden, and impact Jinden. But if Jinzun broke through, Golden Dragon Ridge would definitely make a big move next. Alice, I just want to practice quietly. Changsheng sighed in his heart, thinking about running to Golden Dragon Ridge to fight a wave of wild. But if Jinzun did not break through the fake pill, but the real pill, it would be difficult to wait. Yuner, you should also have people pay more attention to the next situation in Golden Dragon Ridge, and tell me as soon as there is news. Changsheng said to his wife. Yes, husband. Lu Maiyuan responded softly. She also knew that if the eldest elder of the Jin family really broke through, he would definitely cause trouble for her family. Chapter 383 Ningyin Pill, Jin Family Ceremony. Oh, my husband, some time ago, Fairy Su came and said that the Beastmaster Su family has been paying attention to our family and investigating our situation. At this time, Lu Maiyuan continued to speak with a look of worry on her face. She didn't know how her family was noticed by the Beastmaster Su family. As for Jinlongling, she knew how powerful her husband was and was not worried at all. But facing the behemoth of the Beastmaster Su family, her family was not good enough. Su Ruian. When Changsheng heard this, he knew it must be Su Ji's matter. He thought that Su Ruian had been in the Beastmaster Su family for many years, and finally had some effect. Did she say anything else? Changsheng asked. No, she just said that something must have happened to the Su family, and they noticed our family, and asked us to be careful. Lu Maiyuan shook her head and said. It seems that the Su family did not suspect me, but because Su Jie went out to attack me and died outside, the Su family paid attention to Qingzhu Mountain. Changsheng thought to himself. Then he took a sip of tea and said, okay, don't worry about it. Yes. Lu Maiyuan responded softly. After the couple chatted for a while, Changsheng got up to check on his children at home. Then he used the Dongsong treasure mirror to check on them. If it weren't for the fact that his wives and concubines at home had too low cultivation, Changsheng would have wanted to pass on the Dongsong treasure mirror. After finishing his work, Changsheng returned to the Changsheng palace and released the blood and magic power sealed by the 9 treasures Rui Bone to consolidate his cultivation. Changsheng Palace. Huh? Changsheng opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Practicing dual cultivation with Yun Wancheng has obvious benefits for him. Now his cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building. As long as he is willing, he can impact the formation of Dan at any time. Now everything is ready, only the spirit vein is missing. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Others who have cultivated to the peak of foundation building and want to impact the formation of Dan need to worry about the crystal condensing pill, the Dan formation spirit objects, etc. It may take most of a lifetime to find 1 or 2 spiritual objects for forming a pill, and eventually miss the best age for breakthrough, and have no chance to form a pill, or even die in the process. In this regard, he already has everything. Not only does he have the best crystal condensing pill, he also has the top-level spiritual object for forming a pill, the 5-element spiritual fruit, which is known as the golden pill fruit. The Tai Yi Dao seed, which can be used as a top-level spiritual object for forming a pill, and 4 ordinary spiritual objects for forming a pill. In terms of skills and techniques, there is the Sun and Moon reincarnation technique that increases the probability of forming a pill, and the Yin-Yang Yuan Dan method that improves the quality of forming a pill. In addition, he also has several spiritual bodies. For example, the Zhaoqing spiritual body and the Zhengjin body are not counted. The immaculate heavenly fragrance body and the dragon yin body are definitely helpful for forming a pill. So in this case, Lu Changsheng does not need to consider the success or failure of forming a pill, but only the quality of forming a pill. It is for this reason that Lu Changsheng knows that the amount of spiritual energy he needs to form a pill will be a very terrifying amount. He must improve the spiritual veins at home as much as possible to ensure that there is no risk. I wonder how long this Qingyun master will have to practice. Lu Changsheng had not felt any urgency before. Now that the dam forming stage is just around the corner, as long as he improves the spiritual veins at home and then concentrates on condensing the Yuan Dan, he can reach the dam forming stage. He can't help but feel impatient. But Yun Wanshang's matter made it inconvenient for him to break through the dam forming stage now. After all, if he broke through the dam forming stage after practicing for more than 50 years, it would be too shocking and easy to cause unnecessary trouble. Let's condense the Yuan Dan first. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it and began to practice the Yin-Yang Yuan Dan method to try to condense the Yuan Dan. Although this dam forming secret technique is powerful, it is very time-consuming to practice. Buzz! Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged and did not move, practicing the Yin-Yang Yuan Dan method. In the danshan of the Qi Sea, the Dan lake seemed to be boiling and roaring, compressing and condensing all the liquid mana, and moving towards solidification. Hoo. At the same time, countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth rushed towards Lu Changsheng, forming a small spiritual energy vortex above his head. This Yin-Yang Yuan Dan method simulates the foundation building and Dan formation, condensing and compressing the liquid mana to the extreme to form a Yuan Dan. When the impact of Dan formation, all the Yuan Dan can be combined into one, impacting the immortal golden elixir. 1 month later, Lu Changsheng looked at a thumb-sized yin-yang 2-color Yuan Dan in his Qi Hai Danshan, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This is the Yuan Dan of the Yin-Yang Yuan Dan method. It looks ordinary on the surface. But if you look closely, there are strands of yin and yang flowing, giving people a sense of mystery. Although this Yuan Dan has not been able to improve any foundation and improve cultivation. But when you encounter danger, you can turn the Yuan Dan into mana, which is also a means. Lu Changsheng quietly experienced this yin-yang Yuan Dan and could sense the pure and rich yin-yang mana from it. He didn't think much and began to condense the second Yuan Dan. This yin-yang Yuan Dan method, 9 is a small success, and 36 is a great success. Although it can continue to condense. But as the number of Yuan Dan increases, the difficulty of condensation will increase exponentially. Because each Yuan Dan does not exist independently. These Yuan Dan need to be connected in series to form a whole. Only in this way can these Yuan Dan be perfectly harmonious and integrated when impacting the Damji. Moreover, as the Yuan Dan continues to condense, the pressure on the physical body and danshan will increase, which will be unbearable, and even too much. In the following days, Lu Changsheng practiced the Yin-Yang Yuan Dan method at home. With a systematic practice of initiation, the third-level body refining, the third-level spiritual consciousness, and Zumi feeding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to his mouth, it is very simple for him to condense the Yuan Dan. It takes about half a month to condense a Yuan Dan. If it were an ordinary cultivator, it would probably be bumped during the practice, and the condensation would fail if he was not careful. However, Lu Changsheng did not completely close the door. After condensing 1, he would walk out of the cave to care about the situation at home. After all, he has not practiced hard for so many years, so he has not yet adapted to the life of seclusion and hard practice. A little distracted, after finishing the work in hand, he wants to relax. And he is ready to form a den. Changsheng thinks he should take advantage of this time to make more babies. Because once the elixir is formed, the difficulty of having a baby will increase linearly. Of course, the children born at that time will also have a high probability of having spiritual roots and good talents. Even because of his bloodline, these children will have a higher probability of giving birth to spiritual root offspring in the future than ordinary people. During this period, Xiao Ziyu came to Bihu Mountain. But for some reason, when Lu Changsheng saw Xiao Ziyu, he felt a little guilty. When practicing with her, he couldn't help but think of the appearance of the Qingyun Sect. Thinking about this day, Lu Maiyuan told Lu Changsheng that Qinzhu did succeed in forming an elixir in Jixiao Xiansheng and became a fake elixir. Are you sure it's a fake elixir? Lu Changsheng asked. Well, according to the news, when Qinzhu formed an elixir, the spiritual energy cloud vortex formed by the elixir formation celestial phenomenon was only 1 mile. Many people saw this, so it should not be fake. Lu Maiyuan said softly. Well. Lu Changsheng nodded. Breaking through the elixir formation, if it is not concealed by means, the quality of the elixir formation can basically be judged by the spiritual energy vortex. And Jixiao Xiansheng would never help Qinzhu conceal any celestial phenomena. It can only be said that there are both advantages and disadvantages to forming a pill in the Xiansheng. The advantage is that during the formation of the pill, there is the protection of the Xiansheng, so that it will not be interfered by the robbers and the scoundrels. The disadvantage is that the formation of the pill is clearly visible to other people and forces. Is he in Jixiao Xiansheng or back to Jinlongling now? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. No news on this. Lu Maiyuan shook her head. Although Bihu Mountain has established an intelligence network, but only some relatively simple information can be found. Okay, Yuner, pay more attention to the next situation in Jinlongling, and notify me if there is any movement in the Jin family. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, deciding to strike first. Find an opportunity to solve the Jin family ancestor or Qinzhu, so that the Jin family will not cause trouble for him. He just wants to practice with peace of mind now, and doesn't want to entangle with the Jin family. Don't worry, husband. Lu Maiyuan said with a sweet smile. There is no need for Lu Changsheng to explain this matter. She has asked her family to pay attention to the movement of Jinlongling. But if Su Jie just died and Qinzhu just broke through, and a fake Den died in the Jin family, maybe the Su family would notice me. Lu Changsheng paused in his heart, and suddenly realized a problem. It's easy to kill a small fake Den. As long as I find an opportunity, I can solve it with one punch. But the problem is that Su Jie came to Bihu Mountain to trouble me not long ago and died for no reason. Now if such a thing happens in Jinlongling, and the Jin family has hatred and conflicts of interest with my family, maybe the Su family will suspect me. Although I have the support of Qingyun Sect. But the other party can't do anything to the beast control Su family for me. At most I will warn the Su family openly. I have to get an identity so that people won't suspect me. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and then asked his son Lu Yun, which famous evil cultivators are wanted in Zhang country? Or are there any famous demon cultivators and robbery cultivators in Jin and Yu countries? Demon cultivators, evil cultivators. Lu Yun was a little surprised, wondering why his father asked this. Without asking any more questions, he immediately went to organize and collect information on this aspect for Lu Changsheng. A few days later, Lu Changsheng looked at the jade book compiled by his son. It contained information about the evil cultivators and demon cultivators wanted by the entire Jin Kingdom's cultivation world. Nangguang Mili and Meng Xiachen were also on the list. It can only be said that this kind of wanted list is mostly for a deterrent effect. Unless the 4 major immortal sects spend a lot of money to ask fortune tellers to calculate their whereabouts and set up a trap to hunt them down. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to rely on ordinary cultivators to report and arrest them. After a while, Lu Changsheng saw an identity that suited his disguise. Who is I? This woman was originally an elder of the Qingyun Sect, and it was unknown why she defected from the sect. Later, she reappeared in everyone's sight, having condensed a fake pill and killed a fake pill real person from the Qingyun Sect. However, what really caught Lu Changsheng's attention was not this female cultivator named Huazai. It was a body refining cultivator who was traveling with her. The identity of this body refining cultivator was not recorded in detail. It just means that Huazai was able to kill a fake Danzhenren from Qingyun Sect and escape unscathed because of this giant body cultivator. Body cultivator, charm technique, isn't this a perfect match? Lu Changsheng thought of his thousand faces fox puppet. As long as he and the thousand faces fox puppet act together, no one would suspect him. As for why these two people appeared in Qingyun territory and why they killed Jinzun, the ancestor of the Jin family, is it important? They are evil cultivators, so it is normal for them to kill a fake Danzhenren when they are in a bad mood, right? But it's probably not easy to wait for them to leave. Lu Changsheng thought of another problem. Waiting for people is also a technical job, which tests patience. In order to wait for him, Sujie waited outside Bihu Mountain for several months. Lu Changsheng has never done such hard work. Forget it, as long as the Jin family makes a move, they will naturally go out. Lu Changsheng didn't hesitate too much. Jinzun has now broken through the fake Dan, and as long as his realm is stable, he will definitely make a big move. At that time, he will not worry about not having a chance. A month later, Lu Changsheng received an invitation letter. Half a year later, Jin Longling's great elder Jin Zhang held a Danji ceremony and invited surrounding families to attend the ceremony. Tisk, tisk, Danji ceremony. Lu Changsheng looked at the invitation and sighed. Although in the eyes of high-level cultivators, the fake Danzhenren is not a Danji Zhenren at all. But for these surrounding families, the fake Dan is already an existence that needs to be looked up to. Once the news of this ceremony spreads, it is estimated that the surrounding families will be terrified. Sister Mayaoj, we will go together when the time comes. Lu Changsheng told his wife Lu Mayaoj about this matter. Prepare to attend this Danji ceremony with Lu Mayaoj to see the attitude of the Jin family. And by the way, see if there is a chance to kill Jin Zhang, or the ancestor of the Jin family. Okay. Lu Mayaoj hugged her son Lu Qingxun and responded softly. Although this son is young, his personality is very similar to that of his daughter Lu Qingzhu when she was a child, and he is very quiet. His daughter Lu Qingqi is like Lu Qingshan, much more naughty. A few days later, Lu Yuanzhong, Bai Yunang, as well as the ancestors of the Tingmulan Mo family, the Zishuning family and other families came to Bihu Mountain to ask Lu Changsheng what he thought about the Jin family's Danji ceremony. Several families are in a cooperative alliance. Although more than 10 years have passed since the White Tiger Mountain incident, they all know that now that Jinzun has broken through the fake Dan, he will certainly start to expand outward and will most likely attack the White Tiger Mountain. If Jin Longling takes over the White Tiger Mountain, Tingmulan and the Zishuning family will certainly be frightened. Don't worry, my wife Lu Mayaoj and I have both broken through the middle stage of foundation building. Relying on the joint cultivation method, we can fight even against the fake Danzhenren. Lu Changsheng, wearing a green robe, with a face as gentle as jade, said slowly. Hiss. 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 The family ancestors in the hall were all shocked when they heard this and took a deep breath. Although they had such a guess when Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj defeated Jinzun that year. But now, hearing Lu Changsheng's own words, he was still shocked. After all, the middle stage of foundation building was able to fight against a fake pill. What if both of them broke through to the late stage of foundation building? Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj broke through the middle stage of foundation building at such a young age, and there is a high probability that they will break through to the late stage of foundation building in the future. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj with a bit of awe in their eyes. After the discussion, several families said goodbye and left. Lu Yuanzhong did not go back directly, but discussed something with Lu Changsheng. Now the third foundation building of Qingzhu Mountain has broken through, but it has not been disclosed to the outside world. So Lu Yuanzhong has the idea of plotting for the second spiritual land. However, he prefers to let Lu Chengho take the branch to a remote place and find an ownerless spiritual land to develop from scratch. Because there are only a few ways to obtain spiritual land. Either open up wasteland yourself, buy it, or rob it. Buying is definitely not affordable. If you rob, Qingzhu Mountain is now capable of it. But the relationship between Qingzhu Mountain and Bihu Mountain is too close, and they are of the same blood. Once Qingzhu Mountain makes any big move, it will inevitably affect Bihu Mountain, making people suspect that it is related to Bihu Mountain. And Bihu Mountain is already in the limelight and is watched by many forces. Now Qingzhu Mountain is doing this kind of thing again. It is easy to cause trouble for the two families. Open up the wasteland. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He had studied spiritual land in his early years. He knew that for most families, opening up the wasteland is the only option. Uncle, Chenghu has just broken through the foundation building not long ago, so you don't need to worry about this matter. You can wait until he cultivates to the third level of foundation building, or the middle stage of foundation building before considering this aspect. Lu Changsheng said so. It is not easy to open up the wasteland, even for foundation building cultivators. There will be danger. I just have this idea, and ask for your advice. Lu Yuanzhang said so. In fact, he has another reason that he didn't say. His family is now too close to Bihu Mountain. If something happens to Bihu Mountain one day, Qingzhu Mountain will also face the crisis of extinction. Lu Chenghu went to a remote area to open up wasteland and establish a branch family. In the future, if he encountered such things, he could also keep a bloodline and incense. However, he would not say such words, but just prepare for the worst. I don't know much about this. Uncle, you can just give me some advice. Lu Changsheng said softly, and he would not interfere too much in the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain. 3 months later, Yun Wancheng sent another message, asking Lu Changsheng to help practice. Lu Changsheng immediately sank all the yuandan he practiced into the Dan Lake. As long as Yun Wancheng did not use her spiritual consciousness to check his Qi Hai Danshan, she would not notice these yuandan. During this practice, Lu Changsheng asked Yun Wancheng how long it would take to practice. Yun Wancheng said it would still take 3 months. After this practice, there should be another one to finish. So fast. Lu Changsheng was surprised. Although his yin and yang qi had the effect of warming the golden elixir, the effect was very weak. If you want to promote the real elixir to the golden elixir, or if the third grade golden elixir is promoted to the second grade golden elixir, you need to keep grinding. But he understood the reason instantly. According to the understanding of the spiritual phoenix marrow body in the dream of the soul, this spirit body can be nurtured and strengthened through dual cultivation. Although his own yin and yang qi are not spiritual qi, the two are closely related. I think they can be nurtured and strengthened in the other person's body to nourish the golden elixir. It is estimated that during this half year, the other person is not only giving himself a rest, but also settling down. After understanding this truth, Lu Changsheng was also a little happy. He was really afraid that Yun Wancheng would drag him to practice for 3 to 5 years, then his cock would really be numb from practicing. However, this time he practiced for 2 months, and Lu Changsheng had to go back early because of the Jin family's dam-forming celebration, so he did not complete the 3 months of practice. For this, Yun Wancheng did not say anything, but just uttered a clear and calm voice. The word yes and turned into a rainbow and left. Let's go, Sister Mayaoj. After returning to Bihu Mountain, when the day of the Jin family's dam-forming ceremony began, Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Mayaoj got up and went to Jinlongling to participate in Jin Zuan's dam-forming ceremony. Chapter 384, Gambling Fight, Defeat Jin Zhang Again. Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj did not go directly to Jinlongling. Instead, they came to Bihu Mountain first to inquire about the recent situation. Because of Jin Zuan's breakthrough of the fake pill, Bihu Mountain has been in a semi-closed state for the past 6 months. The puppet business either asks escorts to deliver goods or cooperates with forces to come to the door, which can be said to be very cautious. Father, and Lu Qingsong and Lu Xianzi reported the situation of the Bihu Mountain. Well, after Lu Changsheng roughly heard the situation, he saw that his son Lu Xianzi was still at the 6th level of qi refining, and sighed in his heart. This son has a 9th grade spiritual root and is busy with affairs. Even with a high-level breakthrough pill, it is not easy to break through the late stage of qi refining. After feeding Jiu Iao Mastiff a beast yuan pill, Lu Changsheng drove the flying boat and went to Jinlongling with Lu Mayaoj. Jinlongling is a majestic and continuous mountain range. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a huge blue dragon entrenched. Under the cover of the Jin family's mountain protection formation, the mountain was shimmering with a faint golden hazy aura. From a distance, it really looked like a ferocious and majestic golden dragon. At this moment, Jinlong Ridge was very lively. Many cultivators came and went to the mountain gate. As soon as Lu Changsheng's spiritual boat stopped outside the mountain gate of Jinlong Ridge, a Jin family foundation building elder came forward to greet him. Master Lu, Madam Lu, It's a pleasure to meet you. Please come in. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, took out a brocade box, and said aloud, "Congratulations to noble elder Jin Zuan on his elixir formation." Since he came to participate in the ceremony, he naturally had to give a gift. Otherwise, it would seem that his family was too petty. Master Lu is too polite. The foundation building elder opened the brocade box and took a look. His pupils shrank slightly. He said to the receptionist next to him and invited the two to enter Jinglong Ridge. Qingzhu Mountain, Master Lu, the master's wife is here. Send a second-level top-level spiritual talisman. The receptionist next to him immediately sang loudly. Master Lu Changsheng of Qingzhu Mountain, so this is his wife Lu Mayaoj. What a pair of immortal lovers. It is said that the Lu couple practice joint cultivation techniques and their combat power is amazing. I wonder how strong they are now. I heard that the Lu couple defeated the Jin patriarch who held the dam-forming ceremony this time, and became famous in one battle. I didn't expect that the two of them would also come to participate in the ceremony. After all, the two families have not torn their faces, so it is normal for them to come to participate in the ceremony. Not only that, I heard that the elder of the Jin family was originally going to attack the real Dan, but because he lost to the Lu couple, the Dan-forming spiritual objects he prepared were used to apologize, resulting in a second choice and could only condense a fake Dan. Hiss, is this true or not? In this case, don't the two families have a grudge against each other? If so, there will be a good show to watch. Many people secretly looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj, and whispered. Under the guidance of the Jin family, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj came to a mountain villa. Many guests who came to attend the ceremony had gathered here, and there were many familiar faces among them. When these people saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj, they all greeted them and bowed. Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj were invited to the main hall of the villa and sat down. In the hall, the ancestor of the Jin family and the newly promoted ancestor of the fake pill, Jinzhu, sat in the main seat. After seeing the two, he said politely, "Haha, Master Lu, Madam Lu, long time no see. Ancestor Jin, Elder Jin, congratulations." Lu Changsheng smiled and congratulated. Although he wanted to find an opportunity to kill the two, he was still polite on the surface. Congratulations to Elder Jin on the joy of forming a pill. Lu Mayaoj also congratulated. Haha, thanks to Master Lu and Madam Lu, if it weren't for the battle that year, Jin might not have been able to understand his true heart and successfully form a pill. Jinzhu said with a smile. Hiss. When the other cultivators in the hall heard this, they immediately looked surprised and suspicious. I didn't expect that the elder of the Jin family would be so angry right from the start. It seems that the feud between the two families is difficult to get over. It's mainly because Elder Jin is gifted, has great perseverance and willpower. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, pretending that he didn't hear the meaning of the words. In his eyes, Jin Zuan was already a dead man. There is a saying that the dead are the greatest, so why bother with these things with the other party? After the two took their seats, the ceremony continued. This process is nothing more than drinking and chatting, talking about some things and news in the world of immortal cultivation, or talking about business cooperation. The Jin family took this opportunity to show their strength and talk about some general plans of the family. Just when they were almost done drinking, Jin Zuan came to Lu Changsheng's table with a wine glass and said, Master Lu, Madam Lu, Jin was defeated by you that year, and I have always wanted to find an opportunity to ask for advice again. Now there is a chance. I wonder if you two can fulfill Jin's long-cherished wish. Jin Zuan's beard and hair are thick, his face is majestic, and his calm and polite voice is full of gunpowder. Anyone could hear the meaning of these words, and they wanted to get back at the old man. Tisk tisk tisk, this great elder of the Jin family doesn't mind losing face. He just broke through the fake pill and challenged two foundation-building cultivators. Jin Zuan not only wants to get back at the old man, but also wants to test the strength of Lu Changsheng and his wife. I guess the Jin family wants to take action against Qingzhu Mountain, and just took this opportunity to test the strength of the two. Back then, the Lu couple worked together, which was comparable to the peak of foundation building. Now more than 10 years have passed, and I don't know how strong they are. Most of the family ancestors in the field looked like they were watching a show. Although most of them didn't want to see the rise of the Jin family. But they didn't want Qingzhu Mountain to rise either. They were very happy to see Jin Longling and Qingzhu Mountain entangled, and it would be best if both sides fought to the death. Lu Yuanzhang, Bai Yunayang and other foundation-building cultivators who were on good terms with Qingzhu Mountain looked solemn and looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj with some worry. Although Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj had said before that they were now strong enough to fight against a fake pill real people. But they still couldn't help worrying. Elder Jin has now achieved the status of a fake pill master. How can we, a couple, be your opponents? Lu Changsheng did not expect the other party to play such a trick on him, and he refused directly. This kind of thing is thankless, and whether you win or lose, it may cause trouble for your family. Master Lu is too modest. The joint cultivation method between you and Madame Lu is rare in Jin's life, so I have always wanted to learn it again. Of course, Jin will not let Master Lu and Madame Lu fight in vain. Whether you win or lose, Jin is willing to give a copper mine in the Black Cloud Mountains as a gift. Jin Zhang continued. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the field was shocked. I didn't expect Jin Zhang to be so generous. You know, a copper mine, no matter what, is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Spending tens of thousands of spirit stones just to fight with Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj? But everyone in the hall is not stupid. Knowing that the more Jin Zhang said this, the more determined he was to take action against Qingzhu Mountain. As long as Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj's strength is not as good as expected, they will find an opportunity to attack Qingzhu Mountain. Purple copper mine. Lu Changsheng paused, but still refused. I just want to take good care of my health and study the art of making talismans and alchemy. I am not good at fighting. He decided in his heart that after the Jin family ceremony was over, he would stay in Jinlongling for 3 months. It seems that Lord Lu doesn't think highly of the little fight over the copper mine. Jin Zuan continued, in that case, let's aid some prizes. If Jin loses, Lord Lu can propose any conditions. But if Jin wins, as long as Lord Lu gives up Qingzhu Mountain. The Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain and my Jin family are old friends. When the Zhao family invited Jin to help, I failed to help, which led to the destruction of the Zhao family. I feel regretful and have always wanted to return Qingzhu Mountain to the Zhao family, so please don't refuse, Lord Lu. The smile on Jin Zuan's face gradually faded, and he looked straight at Lu Changsheng, with a calm and indifferent tone that gave people a strong and domineering tone. If it were in the past, he would never have been so slow with Lu Changsheng. But Qingzhu Mountain not only has the Lu couple, but also a Lu Qingshan. This Lu Qingshan is too evil. After learning that Lu Qingshan asked for swords in the Qingyun Sect and was invincible at the same level, they sent people to Yu State to find out more about this Lu Qingshan. It is known that Lu Qingshan won the first place in the sword test in Qingyun Sect during the key refining period and was promoted to the true transmission. Afterwards, he won the first place in the Yu Kingdom 5 sects competition, went to multiple immortal gates to challenge, overwhelmed his peers, and was known as the Little Sword Immortal. Such a genius, as long as he does not die young, is destined to achieve the Jinden. It was because of Lu Qingshan that they wanted to attack Qingzhu Mountain, but they were afraid and did not dare to kill them all, as it would be too much. So they thought of taking back Qingzhu Mountain in this way without bloodshed and legitimately. You bastard, you are finally showing your true colors. Lu Changsheng sneered in his heart. Now that many of his own industries have been moved to Qingzhu Mountain, he naturally cannot give them up. However, he also understood that the other party was in such a posture, and if he refused again, the other party would take the opportunity to attack Qingzhu Mountain. The Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain is a vassal of my Qingzhu Mountain. They are now living well in Qingzhu Mountain. How can they be destroyed? But Elder Jin has said this. If I don't accept it, I will be ignorant. As long as Elder Jin can give a corresponding bet, my husband and I will accept this bet. Lu Changsheng was no longer so polite and said indifferently. Since the other party insisted on fighting, it's okay. But the benefits must be enough. He just took this opportunity to show the fighting power of the fake pill with Lu Mayaoj to deter the surrounding families, and then practice the formation of the pill with peace of mind. Hiss, he actually agreed. Is Lu Changsheng really confident that he can beat Jin Zuan? Jin Zuan has just broken through the fake pill not long ago, and he doesn't have magic weapons and magical powers. Maybe Lu Changsheng saw this point. Even if there is no magical power, the fake pill real person is not comparable to the foundation building cultivator. When the cultivators in the field heard Lu Changsheng's words, they all looked at him and Lu Mayaoj, wondering where he got the confidence. I own a second-level spiritual land in Jinlongling, named Qingzhu Mountain. How about using this mountain as a bet? Jin Zuan saw Lu Changsheng agree and spoke directly. Others were afraid of the strength of Lu Changsheng and his wife, and believed that the two of them, when combined, were comparable to Jidin, and could even kill Jidin. But he knew very well that this news was released by his family. Even if Lu Changsheng and his wife both broke through the middle stage of foundation building and their strength increased greatly, he did not believe that they were his opponents. After all, foundation building and Jidin are not at the same level at all. Only after breaking through Jidin can we understand the gap between the two, which is like a chasm. Qingzhu Mountain. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng took out a jade slip from his storage bag to check. This is the power distribution map of Qingyun territory. When he saw the location of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "This Qingzhu Mountain is too far from my Bihu Mountain. I remember that the Tao family of Howar Mountain is a vassal family of your Jin Longling, right? If Elder Jin is willing to use Howar Mountain as a bet and then add another 30,000 spirit stones, Lu is willing to accept this bet." Lu Changsheng looked at the distribution of forces on the map in his hand and said after a moment of silence, "This Howar Mountain is not far from Bihu Mountain. The family is in the spirit wine business and grows spirit fruit trees all over the mountain. If it can be attributed to the family, it can also make the spirit wine business of the family." As soon as these words came out, the face of an old man not far away froze. I didn't expect that Lu Changsheng's bet with Jin Zuin would actually involve his family. Okay. Jin Zuin was amused by Lu Changsheng's behavior. The bet hasn't even started yet, and you've chosen a spirit land? Do you really think you can still beat yourself? Jin Zuin said coldly, "Okay, since Master Lu is willing to accept it, this elder can make the decision. As long as you win, this Howar Mountain will belong to your Bihu Mountain, and you will be given 30,000 spirit stones." After that, he looked at Tao, who was not far away, and said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Tao, if this ancestor really loses, I will compensate you with Qingyu Mountain. I naturally believe in the ancestor Jin." Tao said with a bow. Although he believed that Jin Zuin could win, he still felt bitter in his heart. Howar Mountain has been managed by his family for nearly 100 years, and now it is used as a bet. If Jin Zuin loses, he really needs to move. The family industry, the mountain protection formation, etc. will all take time, money, and energy to re-prepare, which can be said to be a great loss of vitality. But since Jin Zuin, the fake Dan ancestor, has spoken, he has no room to refuse. Okay, in this case, let's make a spirit contract, Lu Changsheng said. Although in such a public place, the Jin family cannot regret it. But who knows if the Jin family will do something fancy at that time. For example, destroy the mountain protection formation, spiritual veins, spiritual fruits all over the mountain, etc. of Howar Mountain. Jin Zuin was furious when he saw that Lu Changsheng actually wanted to sign a spiritual contract. He suppressed his anger and signed a spiritual contract with Lu Changsheng. Then he said coldly, "Master Lu, Madam Lu, there is a barren mountain in Jinlongling that can be used as a battlefield. Please." At this time, his goal was completed, and he was too lazy to be polite and unwilling to talk nonsense with Lu Changsheng. "If you have time, you can come to watch the battle and be a witness." Jin Zuin looked at the monks in the hall and said. Back then, he was beaten by Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj in Bihu Mountain and fled in a panic, losing face. Today, he will avenge his previous shame in public and make Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj lose face. Of course. The monks in the hall all looked like they were watching the fun. They wanted to see how strong Jin Zuin, the newly promoted fake Dan Zhenren, was. Let's also see how strong Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj are now. Okay. Lu Changsheng gave Lu Yuanzhong and others a reassuring look, then took his wife's hand and went out with Jin Zuin and others. The cultivators outside the villa saw the foundation building ancestors in the hall walking out one after another, and didn't know what was going on. However, as several foundation building ancestors brought their own children to watch the battle, many people followed to join in the fun. But they could only drive the magic tools to catch up, and they couldn't keep up with the foundation building escape light at all. A moment later. Jinlong Ridge, on a barren mountain. Master Lu, Madam Lu, please. Jin Zuin was wearing a brocade robe and jade belt, with a majestic face, standing with his hands behind his back, giving people a heroic and confident look. Okay. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj looked at each other, and then the two of them interlocked their fingers, and the magic power in their bodies flowed. Because of the practice of the sun and moon reincarnation art, The magic power of the two is now more harmonious, as if they were one. As the magic power of the two people flowed, Lu Maoj sacrificed the Tai talisman. This spiritual weapon was recast by Lu Changsheng and has been upgraded to high-grade spiritual weapon, greatly increasing its power. The Tai talisman burst out with brilliant golden light, and there were strands of yin and yang qi flowing, turning into a small golden sword and killing Qingyun. This attack is no weaker than the late stage of foundation building. The Lu couple are really worthy of their reputation. Among the cultivators watching the battle, although there were no fake Danzhenren, there were many cultivators in the late stage of foundation building who could see the depth of Lu Changsheng's attack. Clang! Qingyun faced the Tai talisman sword that was coming to kill him, without dodging or forcing him, and circles of sharp and violent golden light shields surged around his body. This light shield was different from the ordinary body-protecting gas shield, full of aggressiveness, and directly blocked the Tai talisman sword from outside. Clang clang clang! The Tai talisman sword kept slashing at the golden light shield, sparks flew everywhere, but it could not break the golden light shield at all. Hiss! Is this the fake pill real person? Even if it's just a fake pill, there is a huge gap between it and the foundation building. The foundation building cultivators in the field looked at Qingyun, who was shining with golden light and was mighty and domineering, with their eyes full of yearning and awe. For most people present, being able to achieve a fake pill in this life is the greatest pursuit in life. As for condensing a real pill, it is too far away and vague. Master Lu, Madam Lu, if you don't go all out, you won't have a chance. Qingyun looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj with some joking, and then let out a long roar. Roar, roar. In an instant, bursts of dragon-like roars sounded from his body. I saw a spiritual weapon like a spear and a knife, filled with layers of golden rainbow light, appear, emitting powerful mana waves. Qingyun's natal spiritual weapon, the golden dragon Qingzhu. This spiritual weapon already has the aura of a magic weapon, and can be regarded as a quasi-magic weapon. No wonder Qingyun is so confident. It turns out that his natal spiritual weapon has been nurtured into a quasi-magic weapon. The Lu couple can't break the protective magic shield of Qingyun, and it will be difficult to resist their attack. The Lu couple still have a last resort, the talisman array. Now it depends on whether Lu Changsheng's talisman array can suppress this great elder of the Jin family. The monks watching the battle looked at the golden dragon Qingzhu, which was entrenched with a dragon phantom and was terrifying, and their expressions were all solemn. Fake Danzhenren, it is impossible for him to make any further progress in his cultivation at this time. Therefore, the main factors to measure the combat power of a fake Danzhenren are magic weapons and supernatural powers. Golden Dragon Extinction Slash. Qingyun held the magic weapon in both hands and shouted loudly. The shadow of the dragon with bared fangs and claws above his head was almost transformed into reality, filling the world with a sharp and domineering aura that seemed to exterminate all living things. The monks watching the battle all felt this terrifying sharp murderous intent, as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Suddenly, some monks with weaker cultivation kept retreating to avoid being hurt by the aftermath. This was the case even outside the field, not to mention Lu Changsheng and the other two who were facing Qingyun directly. Buzz! Lu Maoj immediately pinched the seal with one hand and sacrificed his yin-yang 2 key bottle. The yin-yang 2 key bottle instantly formed a layer of azure light curtain, and a yin and yang fish slowly swam in the light curtain, which was extremely mysterious. Boom boom boom. The dragon roared, golden light flashed, fierce and violent. The azure light shield with a flow of yin and yang was constantly torn apart under the terrifying attack of the dragon. But this layer of light curtain is much tougher than the shield of ordinary foundation building monks. And there is an endless power, even if it is torn and destroyed for a while, it can be restored immediately. This Lu couple is really not simple, they can actually compete with a fake Danzhenren. But if that's all, there's no way they can beat Qingyun. Seeing the two fighting, all the cultivators looked solemn. Although Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj were now at a disadvantage. But they knew that if they were to face Qingyun, facing such an attack, they would have been defeated. Wind and fire formation. At this moment, Lu Changsheng used his famous method, the talisman formation. After all, it was a bit too much to suppress Qingyun, who was a fake Danzhenren, with just two people. He still had to rely on this talisman formation to deceive. However, it was worth it to win Qingzhu Mountain and 30,000 spirit stones. Swish, swish, swish. Spirit talismans came out from Lu Changsheng's sleeves one after another, making everyone look horrified. Because most people have only heard of the talisman formation, but have never seen it. Most people usually use 2 or 3 talismans at most, and have never seen such a scene. Is this the talisman formation? Hundreds of talismans, refining talismans into formation, it is really amazing. No wonder Lu Changsheng was able to kill 3 foundation building cultivators of the Yu family when he just broke through the foundation building stage. With this kind of means, as long as there are enough talismans, even those in the early stage of foundation building can kill those in the late stage of foundation building. But this talisman formation is really expensive. This moment will cost tens of thousands of spirit stones, right? Indeed, I guess Lu Changsheng was unwilling to agree to fight just now, and it was too expensive. Who can bear such a waste of money? Seeing this scene, the monks watching the battle were all surprised and sighed. Even the ancestor of the Jin family saw the talismans coming out in a row, and his face showed a bit of solemnity. Humph, talisman formation. Qingzhu saw these talismans and snorted disdainfully. He lost to Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj because of this talisman formation technique. Now that he dares to challenge Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, he is naturally prepared. Chaos magic bead. Qingzhu let out a long roar, and a fist-sized red magic bead appeared above his head. Buzz! The magic bead swirled, emitting layers of rays of light. The talisman formation that had just formed and whose ki began to merge was instantly disturbed at this moment and was blasted into pieces by Qingzu's magic power. This is a rare treasure that can disrupt the magic power and ki, and specifically restrain talisman formations, battle formations and other means. Someone saw this chaotic magic bead and exclaimed loudly. No wonder Qingzhu is so confident. With this chaotic magic bead, Lu Changsheng's talisman formation will be difficult to form, and even if it is formed, its power will be greatly reduced. It seems that the Lu couple is going to fail. Many cultivators saw this scene and felt sorry. They also wanted to see the power of Lu Changsheng's talisman formation, and finally both sides would suffer losses. Lu Yuanzhong and others looked worried when they saw this scene. If Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj lost to Qingzhu today, they would not only lose Qingzhu Mountain, but would also face layers of suppression from the Jin family. The chaotic magic bead is interesting. Lu Changsheng chuckled when he saw this red magic bead. He made a hand gesture and shouted, 9-9 mysterious true strategy, rise. The other party had a treasure that disturbed the talisman formation, so he naturally had the means to suppress it. Buzz buzz buzz. A black iron ball with black light appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand, shooting out black iron sticks. Due to limited materials and limited spiritual awareness in his early years, Lu Changsheng only cast 18,099 mysterious true strategy sticks. Now that his spiritual awareness is comparable to that of a Jindan's Henren, and he has no magic weapon in his hand, he naturally made a complete 9-9 mysterious true strategy. Swish, 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 in an instant. Every 4,500 Zhuanzhan sticks formed a pillar of heaven, a total of 8 pillars, suppressing the 8 directions. The talisman formation that was originally disturbed by the chaos bead was instantly reshaped and arranged in 4 directions. As soon as the wind and fire formation was formed, a strong wind swept through, and flames rolled, covering the sky and earth, and covering the golden chisel. Qingzhu was shocked when he saw this scene, and he immediately yelled, Chaos bead, break. Whoosh, whoosh. The chaos bead on his head was like a volcano erupting, raising layers of rays of light and sweeping in all directions. Then the golden dragon Fangtian chisel in his hand burst out with endless and terrifying golden luster, like a vast ocean, surging with might and might, trying to break the talisman formation. However, under the suppression of the 64,099 mysterious true signs, the talisman formation was as still as a mountain, and the wind and flame swept, bombarding Qingzhu and drowning him. But Qingzhu is worthy of being a fake Danzhenren. Facing the surging offensive, the whole person was filled with golden light, violent and mighty, and when the golden dragon Fangtian chisel in his hand was waving, it was like a roaring dragon, indestructible, tearing the sky apart. Seeing this, Lu Miaoj immediately turned defense into offense. The yin-yang key bottle soared into the sky and hovered over the talisman formation, as if suppressing Jin chisel. Taifu turned into a small sword and rushed into the talisman formation. Hiss, what is this? It actually stabilized the talisman formation. I heard that the magic weapon of talisman cultivators is called talisman instrument. This should be a talisman instrument. It seems that Lu Changsheng really has obtained some kind of talisman inheritance and is a talisman cultivator. Not only can he refine talismans into formations, drive so many talismans, and manipulate such complex talismans. His spiritual consciousness is probably not weaker than the peak of foundation building, right? Is this the power of the talisman formation? It's terrifying. The monks watching the battle were surprised at this scene. Today's battle, after a short moment of fighting, was full of suspense and exciting. Boom! At this time, a shocking sound rang out in the wind and fire formation. Jin Zuan's hair was dancing wildly, his body was emitting golden light, his aura was rising, as if he was going to collapse the sky, and he was bombarding the talisman array. This scene was very thrilling, and all the cultivators in the field were terrified, and they could feel the horror of the fight between the two sides. The key refining cultivators who came to watch the battle could no longer see the duel clearly except for feeling the terrifying might of the ocean from afar. Hiss, Jin Zuan is performing some kind of secret technique, ready to fight to the death. Someone who practiced pupil techniques saw that something was wrong with Jin Zuan in the talisman array and exclaimed. When this was said, many people were surprised. When the Jin family cultivators heard this, their faces were ugly. Especially the Jin family ancestor. I didn't expect that this gambling fight that was almost certain to win would turn out like this. This made him look forward, and Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, who were holding hands like a couple of guts, showed fear in their eyes. Jin Zuan was not a match for the two, which meant that he could not be a match for the two in a head-on attack. If you want to kill these two, you must wait until they are alone, and you must not let Lu Changsheng use the talisman array. The ancestor of the Jin family condensed his eyes and thought in his heart. At present, it is no longer possible to fight with Qingzhu Mountain head-on. He can only find an opportunity to secretly kill Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj. Elder Jin, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. At this time, Lu Changsheng spoke to Jin Zuan in the talisman array. Although he could take this opportunity to directly seriously injure or even kill Jin Zuan. But doing so would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Kill. Jin Zuan turned a deaf ear to him, and the whole person seemed to be crazy, with wild and domineering eyes, fascinating, and constantly roaring. He couldn't accept this result. He had condensed a fake pill. He also spent a lot of money to buy this chaotic magic bead that could interfere with the magic power and formation in Jixiao Xiansheng, but he was still not a match for Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj. Lu Changsheng looked calm and indifferent, and began to detonate the talisman array. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Every time the talisman exploded, everyone present was terrified. This talisman formation was too terrifying. Anyone trapped in it would be terrified. Under several attacks, Jin Zuan's protective gas shield was blown open, and a charred black appeared on his body. Then he vomited blood, his face was pale, and his breath was weak. Master Lu, stop it. This battle is lost by my Jin family. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Jin family said. If the battle continues like this, Jin Zuan will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Moreover, he can see that Jin Zuan is in a bad condition now. The whole person is like a madman and has lost his mind. I am not willing to accept it. Jin Zuan saw Lu Changsheng stop, roared, spit out another mouthful of blood, and fainted. Today is his Danji ceremony, a happy day, and the scenery is unlimited. Originally, I thought of taking this opportunity to avenge my previous shame and take back Qingzhu Mountain. As a result, he was defeated by Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj in such a public place. It is estimated that it will not take long for this matter to spread throughout the entire Qingyun territory, and even the entire Jin Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. Everyone will know that he, Jin Zuan, a fake Danzhunren, challenged two foundation-building cultivators and lost to them. 1. The Lu couple actually won. This, although they relied on the talisman array, this kind of combat power is too amazing. If there are enough talismans, I suspect that Lu Changsheng can directly kill Jin Zuan. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj. Seeing Jin Zuan fainted, everyone in the field looked horrified, suspicious, surprised, and looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj in disbelief. No one expected that Jin Zuan would lose so miserably and so thoroughly. Especially Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunlang. The two were speechless at this moment, and felt as if they were dreaming. They all broke through the foundation earlier than Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj. But now, the two are still wasting time in the early stage of foundation building. Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj have grown to the point where they can suppress the fake Danxianren. Ancestor Jin, it is difficult for Lu to stop fighting like this, please forgive me. Lu Changsheng put away the 9-9 mysterious true strategy, and bowed slightly to the ancestor of the Jin family, looking like he was overconsumed. There is no I in fighting, Lord Lu, don't be surprised. As for this bet, I will arrange the matter of Howard Mountain and the Spirit Stone for Lord Lu. The ancestor of the Jin family took a deep breath and said to Lu Changsheng in a deep voice. Then he checked Jinzuan's condition and found that it was just the injury and the blood attacking the heart, so he fainted, and asked someone to send Jinzuan back to rest. Since the fight has come to an end, please return to Jinlong Villa. The ancestor of the Jin family forgot to say to the people watching the fight, and he was a little bored with the stand-forming ceremony. Everyone returned to Jinlong Villa with emotion. Master Lu, Madam Lu are so powerful. I have heard of Master Lu's talisman formation for a long time. I see it today and it is indeed worthy of its reputation. I wonder if Master Lu has any idea of accepting a disciple, my little girl. At this time, many foundation-building cultivators came forward and tried to get close to Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj, with respect and awe in their expressions and words. Before this, although Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj were quite famous, many people knew that fame was a thing with a lot of water in it. After seeing the magical powers of Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj today, they were really shocked and awed. It is estimated that it will not take long for today's events to spread throughout the Qingyun territory and to the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. The reputation of the Lu couple in Qingzhu Mountain will rise to another level. And the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain will also be treated as a fake dam family, not an ordinary foundation-building family. However, among these people, one person had a stiff and ugly face. It was the ancestor of the Tao family in Howard Mountain. Because Jinzuan's defeat was equivalent to losing his Howard Mountain. Due to the bet between Lu Changsheng and Jinzun, the Jinlongling Danji celebration ended early. After all, such an incident not only lost the face of Jinzun, the great elder of the Jin family, but also the face of the entire Jinlongling. If he hadn't been cautious, the ancestor of the Jin family would even have thought of killing Lu Changsheng and Jinlongling. However, he still gave Lu Changsheng 30,000 spirit stones according to the bet, saying that it would take 3 months to move Howard Mountain. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng didn't say much. He came to Qingzhu Mountain and handed the matter to his son Lu Pingyun, asking him to take over Howard Mountain. We won a Howard Mountain in the bet. Lu Pingyun, Lu Qingsong and others were stunned when they heard that their father and aunt went to the Jin family to attend the ceremony, but they actually won a spiritual land when they came back. You know, the Tao family of Howard Mountain is a family with 2 foundation-building cultivators. But after hearing about the general situation, several people were also very excited. Not only did the family gain the spiritual vein of Howard Mountain, but the strength of his father and aunt was comparable to that of the fake Danxianren. This is interesting. I remember that the 3 foundation-building cultivators who came to our Qingzhu Mountain to cause trouble were led by the elder of the Longguang Chamber of Commerce named Tao Zhizhong, who was the foundation-building ancestor of this Howard Mountain. Now the family's spiritual land has become ours. At this time, Lu Qingsong laughed out loud. Oh? There is such a thing. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He simply saw that Howard Mountain had a good geographical location and was relatively close to Qingzhu Mountain. Then it was a second-level medium-grade spiritual vein, suitable for the spiritual wine business, and he didn't remember the matter of the Longguang Chamber of Commerce. But he didn't care too much. After explaining the matter to his children, he returned to Qingzhu Mountain with Lu Mayaoj. A few days later, the news about Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj winning the Golden Chisel gradually fermented and spread. Suppressing the fake pill master, is that true or false? Even if the great elder of the Jin family has just broken through the fake pill, without magic weapons and magical powers, he is not an enemy that the foundation-building cultivators can fight against. I heard about the deeds of the Lu couple in my early years, and I thought it was exaggerated. With a Lu couple in charge of this Qingzhu Mountain, it is already equivalent to the fake pill family. It's still incomparable. One of them has to practice in seclusion, and it's impossible for them to go out together all the time. In any case, Jinlongling has lost face on this trip. At this time, it continued to ferment, causing countless people to talk about it, and even many casual cultivators came to take refuge in Qingzhu Mountain. Some female cultivators wanted to get close to the Lu ancestor who liked to marry wives and concubines, but they thought of the other party's wife Lu Mayaoj, and whether they would be beaten out if they had such an intention. Not only that, this matter also set off a wave of discussion in Qingzhu Mountain, and many children began to become interested in the way of talismans. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Dragon Blood Tree, Monkey Mountain. U State, Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Peak. In a hall. Xiao Zuer, if your foundation building is not going well, don't force it, just give up and start over, don't hurt yourself. As for foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects, I have plenty. If they are not enough, I will go to Qingzhu Sect to set up a competition later. Lu Qingxin instructed, taking out porcelain bottles and brocade boxes from his storage bag. After so many years of practice, Lu Qingzhu's cultivation has finally been perfected, and he can break through to the foundation building stage. Qingyun Zhenren, the master, prepared a set of foundation building resources for Lu Qingzhu. But in Lu Qingxin's opinion, one set of foundation building resources is definitely not enough. He has been accumulating foundation building resources for his sister early on. Now he has accumulated 6 foundation building pills and 15 foundation building spiritual objects. Brother. Lu Qingzhu heard this and rolled her eyes at her brother. She hasn't even started to build her foundation yet, and her brother said this. But she also knew that her brother was worried that she would force a breakthrough, but the result would be a failure and backlash, hurting her vitality. Although there is a foundation building pill, there will be no danger if the breakthrough fails. However, if it fails in the process of condensing the foundation, it will still cause some damage, and it will take a long time to recover. Okay, my little Zuer can definitely do it. Lu Qingxin looked at his sister's angry look, pinched her fair face, and said with a smile. Then he began to let Lu Qingzhu start to break through, and he protected her. Brother, when did you save so many foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects? Lu Qingzhu looked at the porcelain bottles and brocade boxes in front of him, and was very moved. He asked softly. I didn't save it. Before, Gu Yunan came to fight with me, and I won a foundation building pill from him. The last time I went to Qingyun Sect, I won 3 foundation building spiritual objects by setting up a ring. The last time I went to Guayu Fairy City. Lu Qingxin soared-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, looking proud, and said casually, so Xiao Zuer, you don't have to have psychological pressure. For your brother now, this kind of foundation building resources is nothing. Yet, Lu Qingzhu responded softly without saying anything. She naturally didn't believe that it was so easy to get these resources. Foundation building pills and spiritual objects for foundation building are very rare, and often they are in short supply. Especially the spiritual objects for foundation building prepared by her brother are very suitable for her, and it is obvious that he has spent a lot of time and energy. How could it be as light as Lu Qingxin did? But she knew that her brother said this because he didn't want her to have psychological pressure. When Xiao Zuer breaks through the foundation building stage, we will go home. When that time comes, parents, and Grandpa will definitely be very happy to see us both build foundations. Lu Qingxin rubbed his sister's hair and said with a smile. But when he talked about Grandpa, his heart couldn't help but feel a little heavy. Both of them are not young. Grandpa Lu Yuanding is just a key refining cultivator. Even if he has taken a longevity pill, his lifespan is limited. This trip back may be the last time to see Grandpa. Yet, Lu Qingzhu also missed home a little. Not long ago, her parents sent a letter saying that they had a younger brother and sister named Lu Qingqi and Lu Qingxun. Immediately, Lu Qingzhu took a foundation building pill and began to attack the foundation building. Congratulations to the host for the 70 offspring who have completed the introduction of Qi into the body, entered the immortal path, and obtained the blood effect. The offspring's comprehension increased by 3%, and a chance to draw a lottery. On this day, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Finally 70. Lu Changsheng paused. It has been almost 10 years since the 50 children introduced Qi into the body. This is a disadvantage brought by eugenics. Although the quality of children has improved a lot. But the growth in quantity is getting slower and slower. I wonder if this improvement in comprehension will have any obvious effect. Lu Changsheng looked at the bloodline buff and thought to himself. The system also gave a 3% improvement in comprehension before. But he did not feel that his children's comprehension had any obvious improvement. Lu Changsheng did not think much, and silently said in his heart, "Draw a lottery." Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning the Dragon Blood Tree. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Dragon Blood Tree? Spiritual plant of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng looked at the reward he had drawn and was surprised. He never had too many spiritual plants. After all, with a heavenly and earthly longevity method, for every spiritual plant, he could let one of his concubines or children practice this method to solve the problem of talent. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he looked at the introduction of the Dragon Blood Tree in the system space. Spiritual plant, Dragon Blood Tree, grade, 3rd grade, description, it was originally a 1,000-year-old iron tree. It was transformed by the flesh and blood of a dragon that fell beside it. The tree can be used to forge magic weapons. Is there no special effect? Lu Changsheng looked at the Dragon Blood Tree. He had previously obtained the Lingming Treasure Tree and the 5 Elements Fruit Tree, one of which could produce Lingming alcohol liquid and the other could produce 5 Elements Spirit Fruit. And this Dragon Blood Tree is just a simple treasure tree. Who should I give it to? Lu Changsheng naturally would not use this Dragon Blood Tree to forge magic weapons, and thought about who to give this treasure tree to practice the heavenly and earthly longevity method. There are too many concubines and children in the family who need the heavenly and earthly longevity method. Even if he had a system, it was impossible to take care of everything. After a while, Lu Changsheng decided to give the Dragon Blood Tree to his son Lu Xianzi. Lu Xianzi has a 9th grade spiritual root. If there is no great opportunity, there is no possibility of building a foundation in this life. If he can practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth, it would be the best. However, Lu Changsheng decided to give the Dragon Blood Tree to this son, not only because of Lu Xianzi's spiritual root and age. He also took into account the contribution to the family. Although this son is very mediocre, he is diligent in doing things. I asked him to learn puppetry, and he has been studying puppetry. I gave him the puppet workshop, and he spent all his time and energy on the puppet workshop. Otherwise, with the current welfare of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Xianzi, as the person in charge of the puppet workshop and the elder of the Lu family, has no shortage of elixir resources, and it is impossible that he is still at the 6th level of key refining. Alice. Lu Changsheng thought of this son and sighed slightly in his heart. Lu Xianzi was his first child with spiritual roots, and he was very concerned about him in his early years. But as his wives, concubines and children gradually increased, he paid less attention to them. Lu Xianzi himself was also an introvert and dull person. He only knew how to work hard on weekdays, never took credit for anything, and had little presence at home. Now Qingyun has almost taken over Howard Mountain, so it's a good time to go over and take a look. Lu Changsheng was not sentimental. He said something to Lu Maiyuan and got up to go to Qingzhu Mountain. He was going to give the Dragon Blood Tree and the Heaven and Earth Longevity Method to his son Lu Xianzi. This Dragon Blood Tree was originally an iron tree, so it was appropriate to plant it in Qingzhu Mountain. Qingzhu Mountain, in the hall. The method of longevity in heaven and earth, refine the spiritual plant of one's own life. Lu Xianzi heard his father's words, and after a moment of silence, he bowed to Lu Changsheng and said, "Thank you, Father. Birth, aging, illness and death are the normal state of life. I have no thoughts about building a foundation. I am very satisfied with my current life. Although practicing this method of longevity in heaven and earth can break through the foundation, and even have the hope of forming a pill. But if I practice it successfully by myself, and finally watch Xiao, Zuanayu and others die one by one, I really can't accept it. So I still don't practice this method of longevity in heaven and earth." Lu Xianzi, wearing a green robe, with a mature and calm face, said so. Although this method of longevity in heaven and earth is good, in the end he can only be trapped in one place, watching his wives, concubines, children, and even brothers and sisters die one by one. He doesn't want this. Lu Changsheng paused in his heart. He didn't expect his son to refuse out loud. But he could understand Lu Xianzi's thoughts. Although cultivating immortals is good, it is also very cruel. If you practice successfully, you will watch your relatives and friends around you die one by one. This is why many immortal cultivators choose to be alone and free from worries. He was also worried about this for a long time in his early years. But as time went by, He knew that birth, aging, illness and death were the norm of life, and gradually became indifferent. Okay, if you change your mind, you can tell me at any time. Lu Changsheng did not persuade him. His son is already so old and has his own ideas. Thank you, father. Lu Xianzi smiled faintly on his mature and stable face. He knew that his father had always been somewhat partial to him. His wife often said that his father was partial to him, but he was a dull person and didn't know how to please his father. He knew all this in his heart. But he was a person who was content with what he had. He knew that with his spiritual roots, talents, and abilities, if he was not born in the Lu family and was favored and valued by his father, his life would be far worse than it is now in any other family power. So he always had a grateful heart and was very easy to satisfy. I'm going to go to Howard Mountain to take a look. You should also go there to get familiar with the situation. Lu Changsheng looked at his son and said aloud. Yes, father. Lu Xianzi nodded in response. Then the two of them went to Howard Mountain. It was not far from Behu Mountain to Howard Mountain, about 300 miles away. In less than an hour, Lu Changsheng and Lu Xianzi arrived at Howard Mountain. Is this Howard Mountain? Lu Changsheng looked at the appearance of Howard Mountain in front of him. It was somewhat similar to the mountain of Qingzhu Mountain. The only difference was that Qingzhu Mountain was planted with green bamboo all over the mountain. Howard Mountain was planted with fruit trees all over the mountain. The spirit boat landed in front of the mountain gate. Greetings to Ancestor Lu. Greetings to the Lord of the Mountain. At this time, at the gate of Howard Mountain, in addition to the Tao family monks, there were also several Behu Mountain monks. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, and entered Howard Mountain with Lu Xianzi, looking at the situation inside. After a while, Lu Pingyan heard Lu Changsheng coming and rushed over. Father, Xianzi. Lu Pingyan was wearing silver armor, and his tall and burly figure gave people a majestic and solemn look. Pingyan, what's the situation of Howard Mountain now? How is the relocation of the Tao family going? Lu Changsheng asked his son. Dad, the Tao family has almost moved. It is estimated that they will be able to move completely in half a month. But there are few things now that need your decision. Lu Pingyan said. Lu Changsheng asked, oh, what are they? According to the original contract between you and the Jin family, when Howard Mountain is handed over to us, the formation, spiritual veins, buildings, spiritual fields, and fruit trees must not be destroyed. But it doesn't say that the fruits on the fruit trees cannot be picked. The Tao family is willing to make concessions for ordinary fruits, but there are 12 second-level spiritual peach trees on the main vein of Howard Mountain. These spiritual peach trees will mature in about half a year. The Tao family said that they can either pick these spiritual peaches now, or wait until the spiritual peaches are ripe and give them 70%. And the Tao family has withdrawn, and our family doesn't have so many fruit farmers and spiritual planters to take care of the fruit trees for a while. Lu Pingyan scratched his head and said with a headache. He really didn't like dealing with people and doing such things. Second-level spiritual peach tree. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said, I'll go take a look. The father and his two sons came to the main vein of Howard Mountain. Grandmaster Lu. When the ancestor of the Tao family saw Lu Changsheng, he bowed with a somewhat unpleasant expression. After all, how could he have a good face when his own spiritual land was handed over like this? Grandmaster Tao. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He had seen him before in Jinglong Ridge. But after not seeing each other for a few months, he seemed to have aged a lot. I heard from my son that you want to wait for the spiritual peach tree to mature, and then divide it into 30% and 70%. Lu Changsheng was dressed in a green robe, with a slender and upright figure. Yes, according to the agreement between you and Jin that day, it only said that the fruit trees in the mountains should not be destroyed, but it did not say that the fruits could not be picked. The ordinary spiritual fruit trees in the mountains, my Tao family is willing to give all to Lu. But these 12 spiritual peach trees, my Tao family spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate, and they will be mature in half a year. We don't want to pick them just like this, which will be a waste. The Tao family ancestor said very politely. After all, if Lu Changsheng was unreasonable and said, try to pick them, they really dare not pick them. At most, they would go to the Jin family to complain. But the Jin family is unlikely to fight with Lu Changsheng for this matter. Even if they come forward, the Jin family will take most of these spiritual peaches. 7 and 3 points is too much, but I have a few conditions. If Tao is willing, I can even give you all these spiritual peaches. Lu Changsheng said directly. What conditions? The Tao family ancestor asked. I need your Tao family to arrange some fruit farmers to take care of the fruit trees in the mountains for a year. Then about the cultivation of fruit trees in the mountains, the planting method, and the winemaking inheritance of your Tao family. Lu Changsheng said. When he bet on Howard Mountain, he didn't know the specific situation here, and didn't think too much. Now he realized that it would take a transition for his family to take over Howard Mountain. Just like when he took over Bihu Mountain. Is this condition of ancestor Lu too harsh? The face of the Tao family's ancestor was a little ugly. Now that the spiritual land has been handed over, he has been extremely frustrated. If he continues to help take care of it, and also hands over the fruit tree cultivation method and fruit wine brewing method that his family has studied for generations, it is equivalent to throwing away the roots of his Tao family. Don't worry, I, Lu Changsheng, am not such a domineering person. If you can provide these inheritances, I can also give you a corresponding second-level winemaking inheritance. Or other second-level talisman inheritances, second-level alchemy inheritances. Lu has them all. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Although he is a top second-level winemaker. But if there is the ready-made wine brewing inheritance of the Tao family, he only needs to understand the general situation, and then he can analyze and optimize it, without spending too much time on this aspect. The same is true for the cultivation method of fruit trees. Although Zhao Qingqing can be invited to study these fruit trees, it is too time-consuming and energy-consuming. It is better to directly get the inheritance of the Tao family in this regard. In this way, it will be simpler and save time to optimize and improve it according to the situation. This matter is of great importance, I need to think about it. The ancestor of the Tao family said with a change of expression. Now that he doesn't have Monkey Mountain, the cultivation and planting methods of these fruit trees and the method of brewing fruit wine are no longer of great value. It's just that this is a family inheritance and hard work, and he is unwilling to give it to others like this. But Lu Changsheng's words were full of temptation to him. Okay, Patriarch Tao, you can think about it carefully. If you are sure, just let me know. Also, although I did not agree with Zhenzuan to pick the fruit, since it is said that the fruit trees in the mountains cannot be destroyed, picking the fruit is naturally considered destruction, so Patriarch Tao, don't make a mistake. Lu Changsheng looked at the ancestor of the Tao family deeply and said in a flat and indifferent voice. The ancestor of the Tao family felt a sudden throbbing in his heart under this look. Thinking of the way Lu Changsheng used the talisman formation to suppress Zhenzuan on the day of Jinlong Ridge, he said in a bitter voice, Tao knows. Yet, Lu Changsheng did not say anything more. He and his two sons toured Howard Mountain and felt that this spiritual place was not bad. The only thing is that the name Howard Mountain is not very nice. He is considering whether to change the name when the time comes. Chapter 386, Children break through the foundation and become the spiritual fetus of heaven and earth. Jinlong Ridge. Lu Changsheng went to Howard Mountain alone. The ancestor of the Jin family heard the news report from below, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes were sinister and deep. Ever since the Danji ceremony, when he saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj working together to suppress the golden chisel, he had a murderous intention in his heart, thinking of secretly eliminating the two. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying to let the two continue to grow. At this time, he heard that Lu Changsheng went out alone without Lu Mayaoj, and he couldn't help but feel murderous in his heart. This boy has obtained the inheritance of the talisman. The third-level talisman that Ling Xiao used back then is likely related to him. If this boy still has a third-level talisman in his hand. The ancestor of the Jin family unconsciously clenched his fists, hesitating in his heart. The relationship between the two families. If Lu Changsheng died inexplicably near Howard Mountain, it is estimated that many people would suspect his Jin family. If Bihu Mountain and Jinlong Ridge were to completely break up because of this, their Jin family would not be happy. But what he was most worried about was that he could not kill Lu Changsheng with one blow. After all, Lu Changsheng's rise over the past few decades, all kinds of means, made him have to be cautious. And he had seen the power of Lu Changsheng's talisman formation with his own eyes. Knowing that he failed to kill Lu Changsheng in the first place, it would be difficult to kill him. This boy went to Howard Mountain so swaggeringly, maybe just to tell me that he was out alone and waiting for me to take action. After thinking for a long time, the murderous intent in the eyes of the Jin family restrained, and decided to give up. Wait until the family can purchase treasures that can restrain the talisman formation, or ensure that Lu Changsheng will be killed in one blow and not escape, and then find an opportunity to take action. Humph, let this boy be arrogant for a while. The Jin family ancestor looked cold. At this moment, Lu Changsheng didn't know that the Jin family ancestor wanted to take action against him. He and Lu Xian, so he patrolled Howard Mountain, and after returning to Beihu Mountain, they disguised themselves and took the Thousand Faces fox puppet to squat outside Jinlong Ridge. Although Jin Zuan was seriously injured by himself before, the Jin family would not cause trouble in the short term. But according to his understanding of the Jin family and Jin Zuan, the Jin family would never let it go. So for the sake of safety, it was decided to kill one of the two fake Dan of the Jin family. However, after squatting for half a month, Lu Changsheng gave up. It's too hard. Always be vigilant. When someone passes by, you have to use your spiritual sense to confirm whether this person is the ancestor of the Jin family, Jin Zuan in disguise. Let's wait and see when the Jin family shows up. Lu Changsheng sighed. His ancestor Lu has never done such a hard thing since he started practicing. Besides, Jin Zuan was seriously injured by himself, and it is impossible for him to go out in a short time. It is likely that he will recuperate at home, practice supernatural powers, and warm up magic weapons. The ancestor of the Jin family rarely goes out on weekdays, and Lu Changsheng doesn't know when the other party will go out and how long he will squat. Beihu Mountain. What? Qingyun's Henren disappeared. Lu Changsheng returned to the Lu family mansion and learned an amazing news from his wife while chatting. Well, before, everyone suspected that Qingyun's Henren did not show up because of his serious injury. But over the past year, there have been forces testing Qingyun Xiancheng. Beifeng's Henren, who had previously challenged Qingyun's Henren, also came out to challenge him, but Qingyun's Henren never showed up. So now there are rumors outside that Qingyun's Henren may have left Jiangguo and went to the 4th level Xiancheng to seek opportunities and break through the nascent soul. Lu Miaoyan said softly. Leaving Jiangguo and going to the 4th level Xiancheng to seek opportunities to break through the nascent soul. Lu Changsheng felt that this possibility was very high. In his early years, he had talked with Li Feiyu and knew that this Qingyun's Henren was already 300 or 400 years old. If he did not break through the nascent soul again, his states would probably decline, affecting the chance of breaking through. And in Qingyun Xiancheng, this Qingyun's Henren would never have the possibility of breaking through the nascent soul. Only by leaving Qingyun Xiancheng and going to the 4th level Xiancheng to find opportunities can he hope to break through the nascent soul. Qingyun's Henren established Qingyun Xiancheng, and the wealth accumulated over the past few hundred years is huge. And with her strength, if she is willing to join a certain force, I think there will be many Yuanying level forces that will extend an olive branch and provide her with a 4th level spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng said so. Qingyun Sect does not want to see Qingyun's Henren break through the Yuanying stage. But some Yuanying level forces in other Xiuxin countries are willing to extend an olive branch. What is the situation of Qingyun Xiancheng now? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. If Qingyun Xiancheng does not have a Qingyun's Henren sitting in, it is very likely that the Immortal City will change its owner. He sent a letter to Qingyun Xiancheng to ask Li Feiyu about the situation. The other party just said that he would pay more attention and let him rest assured and try to come to Qingyun Xiancheng as little as possible these days. Now it's just that the rumors are getting more and more intense, causing panic in Qingyun Xiancheng. Many scattered cultivators have left, and no force has taken action against Qingyun Xiancheng. But if this continues, Qingyun's Henren has not shown up. It is estimated that at most in a few years, there will be a force that will take action against Qingyun Xiancheng. Lu Miaoyan said softly, with a lot of emotion in her words. When she was young, she had heard of the great name of Qingyun Immortal City, a holy place for casual cultivators. She had thought about going to this immortal city to have a look. But now, she heard the news that this immortal city was about to decline and be destroyed. And there are rumors that because many casual cultivators from Qingyun Immortal City flowed to the market of Qingyun Sect, but there were too many casual cultivators pouring in. In order to compete for resources, looting incidents occurred frequently, which affected the public security of Qingyun Sect's territory. Lu Miaoyan continued. Although the events of Qingyun Immortal City did not affect Qingyun Sect, but Qingyun Sect, which is adjacent to Qingyun Immortal City, has been affected. Alice, this world of immortal cultivation has never been truly peaceful. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. In the world of immortal cultivation in Jiang Kingdom, Qingyun Sect has the worst public security and the most robbery cultivators because it is close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Now under the impact of Qingyun Immortal City, the public security has become worse. It is estimated that many cultivators will run to Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Qingzhu Sect. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lu Changsheng practiced the yin-yang yuandan method at home and condensed 6 more yuandan. In the end, the Tao family was willing to give the method of cultivating and planting fruit trees and the family fruit wine brewing inheritance. But in addition to second-level top-level talisman inheritance, they also required 3 second-level top-level talismans. Faced with this request, Lu Changsheng naturally would not agree and only gave 1 second-level top-level talisman. Do you really think that the second-level top-level talisman is a cabbage? Then he sent a letter to Zhao Qingqing. Ask the other party to help take care of the spiritual fruit trees in Howard Mountain. See if there are any areas that need to be optimized and improved in planting and cultivation. In addition, Lu Changsheng renamed Howard Mountain to Qingzhu Mountain. Many family forces are reluctant to change their names. A big reason is that no one knows after the name is changed, and it is very troublesome to mention the original name. It may take years or even decades for people to remember the new name. But Lu Changsheng doesn't care. He doesn't need anyone to remember the new name of Qingzhu Mountain now. Further, that day, Lu Qingxun came to find Lu Changsheng. He said that he was ready and could break through to the foundation building stage at any time. Well, since you are ready, let's get started. Lu Changsheng saw that his son's spiritual power was full and smooth, and his mentality was very stable, neither arrogant nor impatient, so he nodded. He did not let his son go to Zumi Cave Heaven to break through. It was not that he did not want to tell him about Zumi Cave Heaven. It was simply that for so many years, no one in the Lu family had broken through the foundation building stage in public. Lu Qingxun was a 4th-grade spiritual root genius known to everyone in the family, and he was also the son of a concubine. So Lu Changsheng wanted him to break through at Bian Peak, make some noise, and show it to his wife, concubines, and children at home, as an example, and play a certain role in motivation. As for whether having another foundation building cultivator in the family would cause trouble, Lu Changsheng was not worried. After all, compared to the fact that he and Lu Miaoj defeated Jinzhuan, this matter was not so noticeable. Yes, father. Lu Qingxun felt a little disappointed when he saw his father being so casual when he heard about his foundation building. However, thinking of his father's achievements, the mere foundation building would not be taken seriously by the other party. Don't be too stressed, the foundation building is just the beginning of cultivation. Lu Changsheng patted his son's shoulder and said in a gentle voice. Yes, father. Lu Qingxun nodded with a firm look. Then, the two came to the back mountain. Lu Qingxun sat cross-legged, and with a solemn face, he practiced the 9 secrets of thunder and fire to prepare for the impact of foundation building. Lu Changsheng was guarding him on the side. As a father, he usually doesn't care much about his children. At this time, he will naturally accompany and take care of them. Moreover, things like foundation building, even if he has explained the key points in advance, mistakes may still be made. He is watching over it, and if there is a slight mistake, he can speak up to remind him to avoid unexpected situations. This is also the benefit of the protection of the master and elders. After a long time, Lu Qingxun felt that he was full of energy and spirit, and his state was at its peak. He no longer hesitated and took the top-grade foundation building pill. Boom! His Qi Dan beyond spiritual power boiled and roared, filling his limbs and bones, forming a tidal spiritual pressure, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to rush towards him frantically. It started. Lu Changsheng watched his son quietly build his foundation. His son was only 35 years old, and the technique he practiced was the side door level 9 secrets of thunder and fire. With a foundation building pill, there would be no problem in the 3 stages of the foundation building. And considering that his son had not been tempered enough and his character might be a little worse, Lu Changsheng also prepared a spiritual item for him to build his spiritual consciousness to ensure that there would be no mistakes. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lu Changsheng's mind, accompanied by a pure and rich mana pouring into his body. Congratulations to the host's 5 offspring for breaking through the foundation building stage and obtaining bloodline effects. The inheritance rate of the offspring's spiritual body increased by 3%, and a high-level lottery opportunity was obtained. Huh? Lu Changsheng was stunned and a little confused. What's going on? Didn't Lu Qingzhu just start the Qi and Blood stage? How did he break through the foundation building stage? However, Lu Changsheng instantly realized that it was the other children who broke through the foundation building stage. Who is it? At this moment, Lu Changsheng really didn't know which of his children had broken through the foundation building stage. After all, he now has 7 children at the 9th level of Qi refining, and 4 of them are away. After a moment, Lu Changsheng knew which of his children had broken through the foundation building stage. Name: Lu Qingzhu. Lifespan: 41/231. Talent: 7th grade spiritual root. Cultivation: 1st grade foundation building stage. Talent: talisman compatibility, 35%. Xiao Zuer has broken through the foundation building stage. Lu Changsheng saw that his daughter Lu Qingzhu had broken through the foundation building stage, and his eyes showed some tenderness and relief. His daughter only had a 7th grade spiritual root, and it was not easy to break through the foundation building stage. Now that he saw his daughter break through, Lu Changsheng was very happy in his heart, and wanted to tell his wife Lu Mayaoj the news as soon as possible. But telling his wife about this kind of thing was simply impossible to explain. I don't know if Qingxin and Xiao Zuer will come back later. Lu Changsheng felt a little bit of longing in his heart. He has always been very fond of these 2 children. But because he went to Qingyun Sect, they only met twice in more than 30 years. In fact, Lu Changsheng felt okay about Lu Qingxin. He thought that his son's character was suitable for making a living outside. But he always felt sorry for his daughter Lu Qingzhu, worried that she would be bullied outside, and hoped that she would stay at home safely. But the 2 siblings depended on each other outside, and he couldn't say that only Lu Qingxin would stay outside and take Lu Qingzhu back home. But with Qingxin here, Xiao Zuer won't be bullied. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, exhaled lightly, and didn't feel too sentimental, and continued to look at Lu Qingxin in front of him. Time passed little by little. Lu Qingxin completed the 3 levels of foundation building, and the mist of liquid mana filled the Danshan of the Qi Sea, and began to condense the foundation of Taoism. In the 3 levels of foundation building, except for the spiritual consciousness level, the other 2 levels are perfect. Lu Changsheng looked calm, knowing that his son should be able to condense a perfect foundation of Taoism. A perfect foundation of Taoism is already very good. If you want a perfect foundation of Taoism, not only do you have to improve your character a little bit, but you also have to spend countless natural materials and treasures to refine his body, mana, and foundation for him to have some hope. Of course, if Lu Changsheng is willing, he can give the 5-element spiritual fruit to the other party, and maybe he can condense a perfect foundation. But now the 5-element spiritual fruit tree in the system space has not been planted, and Lu Changsheng is not so extravagant. As the 3 barriers of foundation building were broken, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the back mountain suddenly accelerated, and began to surge wildly, forming a spiritual energy vortex with a diameter of several feet in the sky. Well, what's going on? This is a spiritual energy vortex. Someone is attacking the foundation. Foundation building. Who in the family is attacking the foundation? Is it Qingxun or Wangshu, or which end? The abnormality of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately made many people in Qingzhu Mountain look at the back mountain of Bihan Peak, talking about it, with envy, yearning, and excitement in their eyes. After all, there is another great cultivator of foundation building in the family, which is a good thing. Especially not long ago, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj won Howar Mountain from the Jin family, and the family needed a great cultivator of foundation building to go there. Zuiner. On a loft, Xiao Yuiao was wearing a yellow palace dress, her black hair was neatly combed into an elegant bun, her hands tightly holding a handkerchief, her gentle and dignified face was full of nervousness and anxiety, looking at the back mountain. She knew that this was her son Lu Qingxun who was trying to build his foundation. Although there are many foundation building cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain now. For her, foundation building cultivators are no longer so high and far away. But her son's breakthrough to build his foundation, she was still full of expectations and surprises. It looks like he should have a perfect foundation. In the Lu family mansion, Lu Mayaoj looked at the vortex of spiritual energy and murmured softly. Then she said to Lu Wangshu next to her gently and gracefully, "Wangshu, you are almost going to break through the foundation, right? Dad told me not to rush to break through, and to get familiar with the spiritual patterns before breaking through the foundation. Lu Wangshu was teasing Lu Qingzhu, and said weakly. Over the years, seeing Lu Lengxiao's cultivation speed, she was worried that she would be surpassed by him sooner or later. So she wanted to break through the foundation building as soon as possible to maintain her dignity as a big sister, but her father wouldn't let her. Your father is also doing this for your own good. The 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra you practice is a method of accumulating strength and then releasing it. Lu Mioj said in a gentle voice, knowing that the daughter in front of her is a true genius. As long as she breaks through the foundation building, relying on the accumulated foundation, it is estimated that she will not be much worse than her son Lu Qingzhu. In this way, under the attention and discussion of everyone, half a month passed. On this day, the vortex of spiritual energy in the sky and earth on the back mountain of Bihayan Peak was filled with a faint colorful cloud, which slowly dissipated. The spiritual energy has become a cloud, which means that the breakthrough has been successful. In addition to my eldest brother, there is another foundation building cultivator in the family. Foundation building, there is also a foundation building pill at home. As long as I practice to the peak of the 9th level of key refining as soon as possible, I can also hope to break through the foundation building. I don't know if there will be foundation building pills at home when I practice to the 9th level of key refining. Many Lu family members are concerned about the current situation. They are not only motivated, but also have a sense of urgency. Although there is a foundation building pill at home. But everyone felt that the foundation building pills were limited, and if they were slow, they might be gone. Therefore, even if they were brothers and sisters, they still had to fight for the foundation building thing. The back cliff of Bihayan Peak. Further. After Lu Qingzhu successfully broke through, he immediately opened his eyes and shouted to Lu Changsheng with some joy and excitement. Even though he was arranged by Lu Changsheng to hone his skills in the red leaf market a few years ago, his mind was much calmer. At this moment, he successfully broke through the foundation building, and there was still irrepressible joy in his heart. Qingzhu, congratulations on your breakthrough. Lu Changsheng smiled and said to his son, now experience the baptism and transformation of the foundation building, and I will have a gift for you later. Yes, father. Lu Qingzhu quickly closed his eyes, knowing that he couldn't be too happy or sad at this time. After Lu Qingzhu completed the baptism of the foundation building, his whole spirit and appearance had obvious changes, and his body was filled with a bit of fiery and domineering aura. Let's go see your mother. Lu Changsheng said, and went to visit the concubine Xiao Yuiao with his son. Master, Qingzhu. In the courtyard, Xiao Yuiao saw Lu Changsheng and his son Lu Qingzhu flying in the air. Her expression was stunned, and her eyes were a little red. Her life can be said to be full of ups and downs. Her family was destroyed in her early years, and she was sold to Beiyu Tower. She thought she was at the end of her life, but she met Lu Changsheng. Although she kept giving birth to children, the 7th child she gave birth to not only had spiritual roots, but also 4th grade spiritual roots. Now, this son has even broken through the foundation and become a great foundation cultivator that her entire family once looked up to. Mother. Lu Qingzhu came to his mother and bowed. Good, 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 good. Xiao Yuiao cried with joy and didn't know what to say for a while. Yuiao, you have worked hard over the years. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and held Xiao Yuiao's hand, saying softly, I am not hard-working. It is the luckiest thing in my life to be able to meet you, Master. Xiao Yuiao said with a choked voice. After a brief chat, Lu Changsheng asked Lu Qingzhu to go back and consolidate his cultivation realm, and come back to him when his realm is stable. Then he asked Lu Mian and his son Lu Xinggang to tell them to arrange a simple foundation building ceremony at home to celebrate, and invite a few familiar families. System, draw. After explaining the matter, Lu Changsheng came to the top of Bihayan Peak and started the high-level draw he had won before. I don't know what I can draw this time, and I must not ask for a technique again, Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. In the previous 2 draws, although he won the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, he was really afraid that the system would give him another technique. For authentic techniques, he could still teach them at home. But the techniques obtained in the high-level draws have too high a threshold, and there is no way to teach them at present, so they can only be left to gather dust. Immediately, the high-level draw plate appeared, and the golden light rotated, and finally stopped at the column of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Peachwood Spirit Fetus. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Immediately, a burnt peach tree pattern emerged, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Spiritual Fetus. When Lu Changsheng saw this reward, his heart suddenly paused, and he immediately looked at the system space. Spirit Embryo, Peachwood Spirit Embryo, Grade, 4th Grade, Description: the spirit embryo of heaven and earth bred by the 10,000-year-old peach god tree at the intersection of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it is fully developed, it can transform into true spirit. It is indeed a spirit embryo of heaven and earth, but why is it only at the 4th grade? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly as he saw the reward description in front of him. I didn't expect that there would be a 4th grade in the advanced lottery. But thinking about it, he was immediately relieved. Only when you are lucky enough will you get a 4th grade reward in the ordinary lottery. And it is normal for the advanced lottery to be at the 4th and 5th grades. I don't know if this spirit embryo is the same as what I saw in the ancient books. If it is the same. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and murmured in his heart. Regarding the spirit embryo, he had seen it in a notebook before. It is not born of flesh and blood, but is raised by heaven and earth. There are many kinds of spirit embryos. It may be a stone, a piece of unpolished jade, a piece of wood, or a mountain, a river, or a ball of fire, a plant. Unlike monsters, spirit embryos are born when the yin and yang of heaven and earth meet, and a little luck is born when the mystery of life and death occurs, and gradually bred. In theory, this kind of spiritual embryo can continue to grow and eventually become a true spirit, and will be invincible in the world when it is born. However, it is almost impossible for a spiritual embryo to grow into true spirit. Because the formation of a spiritual embryo is extremely demanding and is a miracle. Every step of growth requires a long time and countless baptisms. Therefore, it is only in theory that this kind of spiritual embryo wants to grow into true spirit. However, this kind of spiritual embryo of heaven and earth that is in the process of nurturing and growing is a supreme treasure and extremely rare for cultivators. Not only can it be used to refine great medicine, improve cultivation, and nourish supernatural powers, it can also be used to cultivate external incarnations and refine Taoist soldiers. There was a record in the notebook that Lu Changsheng read at the beginning that there was once a top sect that obtained a 9-orifice stone embryo and trained the spiritual embryo nurtured in it into a supreme Taoist soldier. Extract. Lu Changsheng did not hesitate and chose to extract this spiritual embryo. See if it has the same effect as the spiritual embryo he knows. Chapter 387, 100-Year Nascent Soul, Divine Communication. Buzz. A huge half-dead tree appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. The trunk was burnt black, like a stump, without a crown or any branches. However, on the trunk, there were 9 gorgeous and bright peach blossoms, like a piece of unpolished jade, full of vitality. Peachwood Spirit Fetus. Lu Changsheng looked at the Peachwood Spirit Fetus in front of him. Through the system, he knew that the Peachwood Spirit Fetus in front of him was indeed the same as the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fetus he knew. It was originally a 10,000-year-old peach god tree. When it was crossing the transformation calamity, it was born by chance under the heavenly calamity, and this spirit fetus was bred. Now the spirit fetus has no consciousness and is in the process of growth. When it grows to the 5th level, it will gradually begin to have thinking consciousness. This peachwood spirit fetus can not only be used as a top-level medicine to improve cultivation and nourish supernatural powers. It can also be used with great effort to baptize the spirit fetus, host it with the soul, and practice it into an external incarnation or a Taoist soldier. Like this spirit fetus, if it is born now, it will have a 3rd-order cultivation, comparable to the Qingyun stage. In the future, as long as it is continuously cultivated with natural materials and treasures to allow it to grow rapidly, it can grow to the 4th-order Yuanying level in 100 years at most. In this growth process, there is no bottleneck like cultivators or monsters. It will come naturally. If I refine this spirit fetus into an external incarnation, won't I have a Qingyun clone? It will grow to the clone of the Yuanying Zhenjin in 100 years at most. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. In the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, the Qingyun's Henren already belongs to the 1st level, high above. And the spirit fetus was born with a 3rd-order cultivation. As long as there are enough resources, it can grow to the 4th level without any bottleneck. You know, in the entire Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, there is only one Yuanying Zhenjin, Zhuangjian Zhenjin of the Qingyun Sect. and the spirit fetus can grow into the shape you want through soul hosting and blood baptism before it is born. For example, if I want a sword cultivation clone or a sword cultivation Taoist soldier, I can use the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra to let it run this practice in the spirit fetus state, so that it will eventually perfectly match this practice. At this moment, Lu Changsheng deeply understood why this kind of heaven and earth spirit fetus is suitable for refining an external incarnation. However, he did not have the idea of refining an external incarnation. First, he currently did not have the practice of an external incarnation. Second, cultivating an external incarnation is very demanding. As far as Lu Changsheng knows, cultivating an external incarnation requires at least a dam formation stage. And to practice this method, you need to cut off half of your soul. For a cultivator, the soul is extremely important. Not to mention cutting off half, even ordinary damage requires a lot of cultivation. Cutting off half will not only cost countless natural materials and treasures to nourish and repair, but it is estimated that it will take decades to cultivate. Lu Changsheng does not have the leisure to spend so much time and energy on a clone. Moreover, he had read in ancient books before that such an external incarnation has several hidden risks. For example, if the clone leaves the main body for too long, it may give birth to independent consciousness, or the thinking consciousness may differ from the main body. And the clone's strength exceeds the main body, and it may even backfire. Although this probability is very small. But for this risk alone, Lu Changsheng would not consider the means of external incarnation. But this spirit fetus is very suitable for Honglian as a body. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although this spirit fetus can also be refined into a Taoist soldier. But compared to refining a Taoist soldier, he prefers to reshape Honglian's body. On the one hand, he promised Honglian in his early years. On the other hand, it is too difficult to find a body that fits and integrates her soul and spirit in Honglian's current state of mind. At the beginning, Honglian herself gave 3 general ones. The complete corpse of Yuanying's Henjin. The spiritual objects of heaven and earth that can be used to refine external incarnations. Some bodies formed by natural materials and treasures. Any of the above is very demanding. Even if he breaks through the Jinden stage, he may not be able to get it. The Peachwood spirit embryo can be said to have directly gathered the above 3 conditions. Not only can it perfectly fit and integrate her soul, but it can also allow her to tailor her own body. And it can allow her to return to the peak in the fastest time and restore her cultivation to the level of Yuanying's Henjin. But there is a problem with doing this. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Honglian has been diligent in the Lu family for decades, refining pills, refining weapons, and array formations, and also helped teach and instruct his children. She was even more obedient to him, like a maid. But deep in Lu Changsheng's heart, he did not completely trust Honglian. After all, this is a Yuanying's Henjin. He could understand that he had a better attitude when living under someone else's roof. But for a Yuanying's Henjin, isn't it a bit too much to be so nice to him? With the knowledge and means of Honglian Yuanying's Henjin, if he wants to get out of his control after obtaining the Peachwood spirit embryo, it would be too easy. So Lu Changsheng was a little worried. Let's wait until I have formed the elixir, and then test her thoughts later. After thinking for a moment, Lu Changsheng handed the Peachwood spirit fetus in front of him to the Zumi Tree King for care. He decided to wait until he formed the elixir before considering giving this spirit fetus to Honglian. Speaking of which, the spirit fetus is born and raised by nature. If it is a baby, what kind of baby will be born, a human, or a peach demon? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart, and suddenly thought of a question. It is impossible for him to say that he has no thoughts about Honglian. After all, if you want to truly become one's own people, isn't it from being close to each other to being the mother of the child? Moreover, this process of getting along is also a great way to cultivate feelings. Forget it, the fate is not even started yet. Lu Changsheng shook his head, without thinking too much, and came to the Changsheng palace to use the cultivation power he obtained to condense the Yuanden. According to the theory he knew, it was extremely difficult for humans and demons to have children, let alone this kind of spirit fetus that was considered half a true spirit. But if it really happened, it would not be bad. Yu Kingdom, Qingyun Sect. Go back to Jiang State. Yuan Yuan's Henrin heard Lu Qingshan's words, looked at the 2 siblings in front of him, and said in a deep voice, now Qingyun Immortal City is not stable because of Qingyun's Henrin's affairs. If you go back, you must be careful. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a few years before going back, or wait until your master has time to send you back. Tian Yuan's Henren said so. Qingyun Immortal City is located in Jiang State and borders Yu State. Now the affairs of Qingyun's Henren are making a lot of noise. Not only many forces in Jiang State are paying attention, but also many forces in Yu State are paying attention. Once it is confirmed that Qingyun's Henren has left, several major forces will divide Qingyun Immortal City. Qingyun Immortal City. Lu Qingshan was a little interested when he heard this, and asked, "Master, is this Qingyun Immortal really leaving Qingyun Immortal City as rumored, and going out to seek the opportunity of nascent soul?" It is very likely that this is the case. Qingyun Immortal is about 400 years old. At this age, even if there are natural treasures, or secret techniques to maintain the state, if it is delayed any longer, it will affect the probability of nascent soul. Qingyun Immortal, wearing a gorgeous red dress, looked lazy, took a sip of the wine gourd in her hand, and said, "They are almost certain that Qingyun Immortal has left Qingyun Immortal City. Now they are just waiting and seeing whether Qingyun Immortal has really left, or pretended to leave and actually went fishing." After all, the rumors of Qingyun Immortal's serious injury in his early years have pitted many people and forces. 400 years old. Lu Qingshan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Qingyun Immortal was so old. But when he thought about his childhood, the other party was the first casual cultivator of Jiang Kingdom, and he had been famous for hundreds of years, which was normal. He continued to ask, "Master, if this Qingyun true person breaks through the nascent soul, what is the probability of success? If she condenses the nascent soul of the human path, there is a 40% probability. If she wants to condense the nascent soul of the earth path, I'm afraid it will be less than 10%. True person Xianyun took another sip of wine and said, "Human nascent soul? Earth path nascent soul." Lu Qingshan realized that this should be similar to the Dao Foundation shattered, the Dao Foundation complete, the Dao Foundation incomplete, and the perfect Dao Foundation. True person Qingyun didn't say much, and simply said that the nascent soul is divided into the human nascent soul, the earth nascent soul, and the heavenly nascent soul. True person Qingyun is the #1 casual cultivator in Jiang country, and he can only condense the human nascent soul, and there is only a 40% probability. Lu Qingshan was a little surprised. Although the 40% probability is already very high for many giant and true persons. But compared to the legendary life of true person Qingyun, this probability is really a bit low. 40% is already very high. It is rumored that Qingyun's Henren's spiritual root talent is not very high. It is only because of a chance encounter that she obtained a certain acquired spiritual body and Qingyun Dao soldiers, and then she rose step by step and grew to this level. In the past few hundred years, although Qingyun's Henren swallowed a large amount of spiritual stones and natural treasures through Qingyun's Changsheng to cultivate her Dao soldiers and spiritual beasts Qingyun, it is almost impossible to obtain the infant transformation pill that helps to break through the Yuanying. Without the infant transformation pill, it is too difficult to break through the Yuanying just by relying on the acquired spiritual body, or 1 or 2 Yuanying spiritual objects. In addition, Qingyun's Henren is arrogant and unwilling to join other forces. It is also a problem to obtain the 4th level spiritual pulse to shock the Yuanying. She can only go to the 4th level fairy city. Xianyun's Henren shook his head and said with some emotion. Although he was talking about Qingyun's Henren, he was also lamenting the difficulty and slimness of his own desire to break through the Yuanying. Hu Yingdan Lu Qingshan nodded, knowing that just like the foundation building Dan and the crystal condensing Dan in the key refining stage, there is a elixir called Hu Yingdan when the Jindan breaks through the nascent soul. It can help Jindan cultivators break the Dan and transform into nascent soul more smoothly. However, for casual cultivators, there is no way to obtain this elixir. Even Lu Qingshan guessed that immortal sects like Qingyun Sect did not have a way to obtain Hu Yingdan. What do you plan to do? Tian Yuan's Henren looked at Lu Qingshan and asked, "Master, I still plan to go back now. Xiao Zuer and I will take the spirit ship the whole way. I think there will be no danger." Lu Qingshan glanced at his sister next to him and said directly. He knew that his sister had been looking forward to going home after breaking through the foundation. Now that she has broken through, if she waits for a few more years, she will not say anything, but she will definitely feel disappointed. Okay, in that case, you will take the sect spirit ship to go there, and when you arrive at Qingyun Immortal City, you will continue to take the Qingyun Sect spirit ship. Tian Yuan's Henren did not persuade him. After all, with Lu Qingshan's strength, as long as he didn't encounter a fake Dan's Henren, there would be basically no danger. Thank you, Master. Lu Qingshan smiled and bowed. Thank you, Master. Lu Qingzhu pursed her pink lips, and her quiet and beautiful face also showed a happy smile. Qingzhu Mountain. Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng was practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art with Lu Miaoj. At this moment, the two entered a mysterious state, as if their souls were wandering in the void. Their consciousness and souls began to touch and blend. The souls, thoughts, and spirits of the two seemed to be integrated, and they could all feel the deep love and thoughts in each other's hearts. I don't know how long it took. The two of them opened their eyes at the same time in a trance, and there was a spiritual desire in their eyes, making their eyes inseparable. Huh? At this time, both of them were surprised, as if they saw something surprising. Is this, the sun and moon reincarnation art has been completed? Lu Changsheng looked at the bright moon between Lu Miaoj's eyebrows and said with some surprise. When the sun and moon reincarnation art is completed, a bright sun and a bright moon will form between the eyebrows of the man and woman respectively. Afterwards, the two can cultivate their spiritual consciousness and purify their souls through this bright sun, bright moon, and the fusion of soul and spirit. I didn't expect that the sun and moon reincarnation art has been completed. It seems that this technique is tailor-made for us. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife, whose face was flushed and breathing softly, and his palms wandered on her snow-white, jade-like, and warm body, and his heart was at peace. Although they have been married for many years, Lu Miaoj has always given him a gentle and watery elder sister's aura, which is very comfortable. Lu Miaoj's beautiful eyes are as clear as water, and she nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms and responded softly. Although she knew that the two people's progress in the sun and moon reincarnation art was so fast, it was related to the original soul dream. But seeing that she and Lu Changsheng were far ahead in the speed of practicing this technique, Lu Miaoj still felt a little sweet and happy. After a while, the two continued to practice the sun and moon reincarnation art together, blending their souls and bodies, consolidating their foundations, and improving their cultivation. However, Lu Changsheng's soul is comparable to that of a real person who has reached the stage of forming a pill, and his cultivation level has not improved much. This process is mainly for Lu Miaoj's improvement. However, because the two of them practiced a Tai Yi Sheng Shuiju, Lu Changsheng still felt that his magic power was condensed a little bit. And under this wonderful method of dual cultivation, the body of Bailian Bao Tiju gradually gained a little more of the meaning of being as good as water and endless, which slowly nourished the 5 internal organs, meridians, and danshan. Buzz buzz buzz, the magic power of the two people was like a long and brilliant river, flowing between the two people, circulating endlessly, causing a yin and yang aura to emerge on Lu Miaoj's beautiful jade body, which was extremely mysterious. With the help of the Yin and Yang Creation Sutra and the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Ju, the two people's compatibility with the Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju is estimated to be better than the predecessors who created this method back then. This makes Lu Miaoj's skills not only not inferior to the mysterious level, but also the speed of cultivation is not inferior to the upper grade spiritual roots. If Lu Changsheng breaks through the formation of the pill and the Tai Yi Dao seed in her body goes one step further, she can also get many benefits, and the formation of the pill in the future is expected. After a long time, the two completed the dual cultivation, and their hearts were filled with spiritual desires, and they felt that they were hard to separate. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng clearly realized that this was a side effect of the dual cultivation of the soul and spirit of the sun and moon reincarnation art. The two people would sink into spiritual desires. In other words, this was a spiritual connection that they had never experienced before. If they had just experienced it, they would be a little addicted. This made Lu Changsheng realize the effect of this dual cultivation of soul and spirit. In this process, it is easy for the two to develop feelings and improve their goodwill. And in the spiritual connection, the two are truly frank friends, and can understand each other's thoughts and ideas. Can I cultivate feelings with Honglian through this kind of spiritual connection, and understand her temperament and thoughts? Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Now that the sun and moon reincarnation art has achieved a small success, he has also mastered a secret technique. He can actively blend his soul with others, and use his soul to warm and repair other souls. Although this process will cause some damage to himself and lead to mental depression. But through the state of spiritual connection, the feelings of both parties can be enhanced, and the thoughts and ideas of both parties can be understood. Honglian has worked hard over the years, even if she has no credit. Moreover, she is my son's master. As a father, I should thank her. Lu Changsheng touched his chin and felt that a small injury was not a big problem. However, this matter should be put aside after the den is formed. After all, his soul is too different from Honglian's now. It would be embarrassing if the fusion process had no effect. Chapter 388, The Last Practice, Killing the Ancestor of the Jin Family. In a cold and quiet underground cave. After a year, Yun Wancheng sent another message, asking Lu Changsheng to help practice. This was the last time the two practiced. But the process was the same as the previous times. As soon as Lu Changsheng arrived, he entered the familiar state of being unable to see and move. Then a sweet and fragrant pill with a charming aroma was fed into his mouth. After his blood boiled, the soft and graceful jade body rode and sat astride. Lu Changsheng honestly practiced the sun and moon reincarnation art. However, as the technique was running, a bright sun appeared between his eyebrows, and during the fusion of yin and yang with Yun Wansheng, the power of his body began to slowly dissipate. Huh? Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned and a little surprised. What's going on? How can the confinement on his body be untied? Is this real person hinting that he should take the initiative? But he immediately realized that this was the effect of the sun and moon reincarnation art. Because he had achieved a small success in the sun and moon reincarnation art, the effect of dual cultivation was more harmonious. So in this process, when the opponent's yin power merged with his own, the restraining force on his body was eliminated a little. The sun and moon reincarnation art has such an effect. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. However, he had been unable to move for so long, and now he could move suddenly. Lu Changsheng was a little uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. After a moment, his mind moved slightly, and he tentatively reached out to hug the waist of the beautiful jade body on his body. In an instant, Lu Changsheng felt that the body of the Qingzhu Henren was tense and stiff for a moment. However, the other party did not say anything, and continued to ride, allowing him to do it. Seeing that the other party did not seem to resist, Lu Changsheng gradually became bolder. A few days later, in another dark room in the cave, a spiritual pool formed by the eye of the spiritual spring, spiritual energy and water mist evaporated, making the desolate and cold room seem to be filled with fairy air. Yun Wancheng's black hair was like a waterfall, beautiful and flawless, and her jade body was like a fairy. She was immersed in the spiritual spring, with only her snow-white shoulders exposed on the water. She quietly looked at the golden elixir in her dantian, which was blooming with a brilliant luster. On the surface of the elixir, there were mysterious and very golden cloud patterns. A black and white yin and yang fish slowly swam around the elixir, as if it was carving the elixir carefully. After these days of dual cultivation, this retreat will allow me to impact the immortal elixir, Yun Wancheng thought silently in her heart. The first great elixir is also called the immortal elixir. It belongs to the seed of the nascent soul in any force. Rumor has it that even if it is a low-grade spiritual root, as long as the immortal elixir is obtained, there is a great hope of breaking through the nascent soul stage in the future. Because the foundation of Taoism, the elixir, and the nascent soul are all symbols of the foundation and potential of the cultivator. Through a person's foundation of Taoism, the elixir, and the nascent soul, you can know his strength, foundation, and future potential. And the immortal elixir is the highest achievement of the elixir stage. However, thinking of Lu Changsheng's small success in the reincarnation art of the day and night, he has become more and more bold these days. Forget it. Yun Wancheng shook her head and didn't care too much. He has been imprisoned by me for such a long time and cannot move. Now that this is the last time, I will let him be a little bit unbridled. Anyway, no matter what the other party does, he can't resist me. Lu Changsheng. Don't push your luck. Lu Changsheng. You are too unbridled. Since this is the last time, the two of them practiced together for half a year. During this process, Lu Changsheng kept testing the bottom line of this master. Although he failed to become the host. But at least it was not as boring as before, and he was in a passive state throughout the whole process, and there was a little interaction. Through the interaction of knowing each other well, Lu Changsheng also got a better understanding of this Qingzhu Henren. The image of the other party kept overlapping with the image in the dream of the soul. If this goes on, can I hear another sentence, Lu Changsheng? Are you very proud? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. However, after the practice with this Qingzhu Henren, he can also pick Xianum Beao Wanglian with confidence, solve the spiritual veins at home, and prepare for Dan with peace of mind. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw the neatly dressed Qingzhu Henren coming. She was wearing a colorful and luxurious palace dress, with her hair tied up. She looked like a goddess from heaven, with peerless elegance and grace. However, at this moment, her noble and holy face, as cold as a fairy, had a faint and indescribable charm. Senior. Lu Changsheng bowed and saluted. Although the two had a close relationship for a long time, he still kept a certain distance and showed due respect. The main reason was that the character of this Qingyun Sect was more serious, and he was not easy to joke with. I owe you a favor for cultivation. If you encounter any trouble, you can always send me a message. You can also find me when you need help with Dan formation in the future. Yun Wancheng said calmly with a cold and indifferent expression. Although Lu Changsheng's yin and yang energy came from his own spiritual energy, both of them benefited from the dual cultivation process. But she didn't take it for granted and felt that she didn't owe him anything. Thank you, Senior. Lu Changsheng bowed and saluted. After being ridden by the other party for such a long time, the reason why he did not feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart was that the other party's attitude was not bad. He was not arrogant and overbearing. Yet, Yun Wancheng took a deep look at Lu Changsheng, without saying much, and turned into a divine rainbow and left. After practicing dual cultivation for so long, she realized that Lu Changsheng had concealed his cultivation through some means. It was impossible that he was only at the 6th level of foundation building. It was very likely that he had broken through to the late stage of foundation building. However, she did not ask much about this. In the world of immortal cultivation, who can rise without some opportunities and secrets, except for a very few top geniuses? For a cultivator from a small family like Lu Changsheng, who has reached this point in just a few decades, the opportunities and secrets are even more extraordinary. Therefore, if the other party needs it, she doesn't mind protecting the other party's growth and helping a little on the way of cultivation, just as a good relationship. Moreover, if she really reaches the stage of attacking the nascent soul in the future, she may need to rely on Lu Changsheng to practice. Seeing Yun Wancheng leaving, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and turned into a beam of light and left, heading back to Qingzhu Mountain. As soon as Master Qingyun returned to Qingyun Peak, he saw his disciple Xiao Ziyu coming back. It is obvious that Xiao Ziyu has most likely gone to Qingzhu Mountain. Thinking that Lu Changsheng has been with her for the past 6 months, Yun Wancheng felt inexplicably guilty. Alice, fate is playing tricks on me. Yun Wancheng looked at Xiao Ziyu's lonely and cold figure like the moon in the sky, and sighed slightly. Once upon a time, her disciple was lively and bright. But for the sake of the great Dao, she practiced the supreme forgetting love art and became like this. It's okay to become like this for the sake of the great Dao. But now she is still trapped in the calamity of love, her heart is no longer in the Dao, and the road ahead is vast. Master. Xiao Ziyu noticed that on the top of the mountain, looking at her master, she stepped forward and bowed. The master certainly agreed to her practice with Lu Changsheng. But she knew clearly that her master wanted her to see through the mundane world and understand the Dao through the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra. And she went to Qingzhu Mountain, which meant that she had not come out of it. Xiao, the supreme realm, understanding the heart of heaven, impartial, neither happy nor angry, the master still hopes that you can come out of it. Yun Wancheng looked at the disciple in front of her and said softly. Xiao Ziyu's heart to seek the Dao was very firm. Otherwise, she would not have accepted him as a disciple back then. Master, the disciple understands. Xiao Ziyu naturally knew what the master meant by his words. She pursed her red lips and suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were as clear and bright as the moon in the sky. At this moment, they were like clear springs and streams in the rugged mountains. She whispered, Master, the way of heaven is impermanent. It is ruthless and affectionate. Can it all be the way? Yun Wancheng paused after hearing this. She looked at the disciple in front of her and sighed, the way of heaven is impermanent. It is affectionate and ruthless. Who can know? The supreme forgetting love art you practiced is fair. You are destined not to take this path. Think more about what you need and what is the way in your heart when you practice on weekdays. Yun Wancheng said softly. After that, the whole person disappeared and entered her own palace. In any case, she still hoped that her apprentice could understand the heart of the Tao. The supreme forgetfulness is not ruthless, but the way of heaven is fair. But the way of heaven is fair. Why do some people seem to be favored by heaven and earth, and have smooth sailing in many adventures during their cultivation, while some people seem to die young, and can only become bandits, or even suffer from disasters from the sky? Xiao Ziyu murmured to herself. The theory of yin and yang that Lu Changsheng discussed with her at the beginning, which had a great influence on her. She knew that it was almost impossible for her to break through the calamity of love. So she wanted to do as Lu Changsheng said, and walk her own way based on the supreme forgetfulness art. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu's mansion. Xiao, how many spirit stones have you saved? Lu Wangshu saw his sister Lu Ling counting the spirit stones with a serious face. Ah, I forgot, I haven't calculated it yet. Lu Ling, wearing a red jacket and two buns, was stunned by her cute little face and said aloud. Lu Wangshu's eyes curved, and she took out 10 spirit stones from her storage bag with a smile, and handed them to Lu Ling, saying, Xiao, sister has a few spirit stones here, I give them to you. Ah! Lu Ling was stunned. Didn't her sister often coax her to give her spirit stones? Why did she take the initiative to give her spirit stones today? She tilted her head and said in a crisp voice, Sister, don't you want to use the spirit stones? Isn't it normal for a sister to give her pocket money? Lu Wangshu touched her sister's head with a loving face. But if you give me, there will be no more. Lu Ling's little face revealed clear stupidity, saying so. You are worried about your sister. Oh, how about this? Sister's spirit stones are left with you. We have money to spend together. Sister will take you to the market in a few days. Do you want to go? Lu Wangshu smiled very brightly, like a spring breeze, and hugged her sister intimately and said, Thank you, sister. Lu Ling responded happily, and then put the 10 spirit stones into her storage bag that looked like a sachet. Not far away, Lu Ling Xiao saw Lu Wangshu talking to his sister and stepped forward immediately. Seeing his sister who was deceived but didn't know it, he immediately said angrily, Lu Wangshu, you cheated Xiao of the spirit stone again. Lu Ling Xiao, how can you talk to your sister like that? Xiao and I have a deep sisterly love. You should learn from Xiao and respect your sister. Lu Wangshu crossed his arms, glanced at his brother, and said, Sister, brother, don't quarrel. Lu Ling saw that his brother and sister were about to quarrel again, and hurriedly said, If they quarreled, the brother would be beaten by his sister again. What's going on? At this time, Lu Changsheng had just returned home and heard the noise here, so he came to ask. Nothing, Ling Xiao, Xiao and I were just joking. Lu Wangshu said with a guilty conscience. Humph. Lu Ling Xiao snorted at Lu Wangshu and said, Dad, we are fine. Although he was often bullied by Lu Wangshu, he never complained. She vowed that sooner or later she would suppress Lu Wangshu with her own strength. Come on, Xiao, tell Daddy what happened. Lu Changsheng naturally knew that his daughter Lu Wangshu and Lu Ling Xiao disliked each other. Or rather, Lu Wangshu liked to tease the brother and sister. Xiao told the situation, and Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter speechlessly after listening. He thought that the other party was really boring, and he was always trying to cheat Xiao for some pocket money. However, in the face of Lu Wangshu's methods, his daughter Lu Ling never learned her lesson, and she always trusted Lu Wangshu very much, which made Lu Changsheng puzzled. Okay, Wangshu, you are so grown up, don't tease Xiao and Ling Xiao on weekdays. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter Lu Wangshu. As a second-level talisman master, this daughter would not be short of money on weekdays, and she would be short of Lu Ling for a few spirit stones. She was just bored and had fun with her younger brother and sister. However, in Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Wangshu often played with Lu Ling Xiao and Lu Ling. Now there are Lu Qingqi and Lu Qingxuan. I know. Lu Wangshu said with a pursed mouth. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng was concerned about the cultivation of his 3 children. For example, Lu Wangshu had already reached the peak of the 9th level of key refining and could break through the foundation building. However, Lu Changsheng asked her to continue to accumulate. Because the 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra is a practice method that can condense the spiritual patterns and runes that have been comprehended into the foundation of Taoism when breaking through the foundation building. Not only can it improve the foundation of Taoism, condense the Life God Talisman, and perform the Void Drawing Talisman and other means, but the power will also be far beyond that of ordinary people. For example, the same talisman and talisman formation have normal power in the hands of ordinary people. But in the hands of Lu Wangshu, the effect and power are 30% to 40% higher, or even doubled. This increase is very exaggerated. When Lu Wangshu's talisman formation comes out, it will be a real killer. His son Lu Ling Xiao is at the 6th level of key refining, but he can break through the 7th level of key refining at any time. According to Honglian, there is no need for Lulang Xiao's realm to break through so quickly. Breaking through slowly through the grinding time can accumulate more and be more solid. Moreover, if you advance too fast in the early stage of cultivation and lack the tempering of your mind, you will easily become unbalanced when you encounter a bottleneck in the later stage. Many geniuses are smooth sailing in the early stage, and cultivation is like eating and drinking, which leads to a slump when they encounter a bottleneck later. As for his daughter Lu Ling, she is much worse, only at the 4th level of key refining. On the one hand, Lu Ling practiced late. On the other hand, this daughter is more playful and interested in everything, but she learns slowly. After Lu Changsheng cared about his children, he asked his wife Lu Maiyan if there was anything going on in the past 6 months. After a while, he heard a piece of news that some time ago, the ancestor of the Jin family took people to Hujiling. Hujiling. Lu Changsheng knew that this family force was an old and large family. Although there was no fake Danzhenren sitting in the family. But the family had 5 foundation building cultivators on the surface, and its ancestor was a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. Through simple inquiries, Lu Changsheng knew that the Jin family was not going to seize Hujiling. And because of the conflict between the two families, they came to ask for an explanation. However, Lu Changsheng guessed that the Jin family's ancestor's trip was probably intended to establish his authority. Before, Jin Zuan fought with me, not only to test me, but also to take this opportunity to establish his authority. In the end, not only did he fail to establish his authority, but he also caused great damage to the family's reputation. Naturally, we have to save our reputation in other ways. As an old foundation-building family, the Hujiling family is not far away from each other. They have always been at odds with the Jin family. Now that the Jin family has taken action against the Hujiling family, it is reasonable to establish their authority. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. In the world of cultivating immortals, family forces are very particular about face. Just like when the second ancestor of the Su family was beaten and killed, the ancestor of the Su family did not find the murderer, but went directly to the 5 Elements King's family to establish his authority and deter other forces. Because if you do nothing after such a thing happens, the outside world will think that your family's power is not good and is weak and can be bullied. If this goes on, the family business, the market business, the vassal family, and even the family's guest officials and offerings will be affected. This is an opportunity. Lu Changsheng's heart moved. He had always wanted to wait for the Jin family patriarch or Jin Zuan, to avoid the Jin family causing trouble for him when he broke through the Jinden stage. Now that the Jin family patriarch had left the family and was in Hujiling, it was a good opportunity for him to take action. As long as the Jin family patriarch was killed, Jin Longling would return to the previous deadlock and develop steadily. Lu Changsheng needed this kind of situation. Moreover, after solving the Jin family's problems, he could go out with complete peace of mind and go to the Qingzhu Mountain range to intercept the origin of the spiritual veins, so as to break through the Jinden stage. Immediately, Lu Changsheng disguised himself and secretly left Qingzhu Mountain and went to Hujiling. Hujiling. The original name of this mountain is unknown. After the Hu family took over, it was gradually called Hujiling. At this moment, boom boom boom, the Hu family's formation was in operation, and the entire family's spiritual land was shrouded in red rays of light, as if a red giant python was entrenched. The Jin family patriarch, 2 foundation-building cultivators, and more than 20 cultivators in the late stage of key refining formed a formation and launched an offensive against Hujiling. A series of magic spells bombarded the Hujiling formation, rumbling and causing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to be in chaos. Faced with such an attack, Hujiling just kept defending, and no one came forward. If someone practiced pupil skills and observed carefully, they could see through the hazy mist of the Hujiling family formation that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was gathering above a mountain peak, forming a small spiritual energy vortex. This means that someone in Hujiling is breaking through the foundation at this time, and has reached the final moment of the breakthrough. Damn it, the Jin family is so domineering. Not long ago, the son of Lu Changsheng in Qingzhu Mountain broke through the foundation, and his Jin family didn't do anything. Now that my Hu family's son has broken through the foundation, he does this. A foundation cultivator of the Hu family looked at the Jin family cultivator outside and said with a frustrated face, "Think of his Hujiling as an old family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Even if he was defeated by the Jin family at the beginning, he was not afraid at all. But now they are being bullied by the Jin family, which is really aggrieved. Especially the Jin family's action, which makes their Hu family look easy to bully, not as good as the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, which has only risen for a few decades. He Jin Laoga came to my Hu Jiling so blatantly, and he is not afraid that his own Jin Langling will be moved. Prepare the formation, and wait for a Figuan to break through, and then we will teach Jin Laoga a lesson. The two foundation building cultivators of the Hu family said angrily, preparing to make the Jin family ancestor pay the price after the foundation building breakthrough at home, knowing that his Hu family is not so easy to bully. Huh? At this moment, they suddenly looked up and saw two figures, a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, tall and burly, 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people, with a leopard head and round eyes, and a face full of whiskers, like a black iron tower, giving people a sense of oppression full of power. The girl looked about 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate and innocent face. She looked like a beautiful girl from a small family, and she was very pitiful, but she gave people a sense of allure and enchantment. The girl lowered her eyebrows and stood next to the burly man in a cute and lovely manner, which made the two of them in sharp contrast. Who is this person? Is she an helper of the Jin family? No, this girl is Huazai, a wanted evil cultivator who was a traitor to the Qingyun Sect. What? Evil cultivator? Someone from the Hu family recognized the delicate girl among the man and the woman. What are you looking at, old man? At this time, the burly man saw the Jin family ancestor and others looking at him, and shouted coldly. As he spoke, a third-level physical aura like a demon beast spread from his body, accompanied by a rolling black demonic aura. Demon cultivator. The Jin family and Hu family cultivators were all shocked when they saw this scene. Dao. The Jin family ancestor was shocked and shouted loudly, offering his magic weapon. However, at this moment, a Dan-forming consciousness pressed towards him, like a silver needle piercing his mind. However, there was a purple bell in his sea of consciousness, which swayed gently to protect his sea of consciousness. However, in the blink of an eye, there was an alluring fragrance that flowed into his mouth and nose, making him drowsy, and the scene in front of him changed. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the purple bell in the Jin family ancestor's sea of consciousness kept shaking and ringing, making him alert and aware that this was a charm illusion. But the difference between the two people's consciousness was too great. Even though he had this divine treasure, he was still drowsy and barely managed to struggle out of it. However, before he could struggle out of the enchanting illusion, a man with a figure like a black iron tower, a rolling black evil spirit, and a terrifying physical aura, like a monster, appeared in front of him. Boom! A punch was thrown out, powerful and domineering, directly hitting the body of the Jin family ancestor, and the flesh and blood were bursting. Silence. Silence. Death-like silence. Everyone stared, looking at the Jin family ancestor who was torn into pieces and filled with blood mist, with a look of shock. No one expected that two cultivators would suddenly appear and beat the Jin family ancestor to death with one punch. You know, this is the fake Dan ancestor, the high and mighty fake Dan Xianrun. But now, he was killed by a punch. This ancestor. Why? Why did you kill my ancestor? Some of the Jin family cultivators next to him turned pale, trembling, and dared not speak. But some people cried out in sorrow, and said to the burly man in a trembling voice, "His eyes make me uncomfortable." The burly man said with a rough and domineering voice, sneering, "He dare to look at me for more, aren't you looking for death?" The pretty girl next to him said with a charming and seductive voice. While speaking, she put away the storage ring, magic weapon, and Dan of the ancestor of the Jin family. If you want to live, hand over your storage bags." The girl looked at the people of the Jin family in front of her and said, her voice was sweet and soul-stirring. But this soul-stirring, seductive voice and words made all the Jin family cultivators shudder, and they dared not say anything more, so they could only obediently hand over their storage bags. Well? Did I save you from danger? If so, your reward to me is not too much, right? At this time, the burly man suddenly turned his head to look at the cultivators in huge yelling, and said with a grim smile, "Please wait a moment, senior. We will prepare it for you." The Hu family foundation building cultivator said with weak legs and trembling. Then he immediately rushed to the family treasury to fetch the spirit stones and various natural treasures. Although their family formation protected them, they could resist for a long time even when facing a giant cultivator. But the might of the burly man who just killed the Jin family ancestor with one punch was too amazing and too terrifying. They were really scared and dared not gamble. Moreover, through the burly man's move, he also guessed the identity of this person. A giant body cultivator with a traitor who is a guy of Qingyun Sect. After a while, a foundation-building cultivator of the Hu family came back and handed over several storage bags across the family formation. "Senior, this is all the resources in our family treasury," he said with a flattering face and a trembling voice. After the burly man took the storage bag, he did not speak and disappeared without a trace in a few breaths. Chapter 389, A Small Harvest. The Jin family is confused. After the burly man and the pretty girl left Hujiling, they went straight into the Nine Heavens gale lair. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the strong wind was fierce, and the howling of ghosts and wolves squeezed and hit the two people crazily. Buzz! A star disk appeared under the burly man's feet, flowing with brilliant and gorgeous starlight, covering him and the girl. Then the big man's bones made a crisp sound, and his face and figure changed instantly, turning into a handsome young man with a tall and slender figure. This young man was naturally Changsheng. The pretty girl next to him was a thousand-faced fox puppet in disguise. When Changsheng planned to attack the Jin family, he made a comprehensive plan. Disguised as an evil cultivator wanted by Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect. So this time, when attacking the ancestor of the Jin family, he disguised himself as two evil cultivators as planned before. It's a pity that the Qingyun Wanglian has not been refined into treasure of the void. Otherwise, it would be more realistic to transform the cultivation power into the corresponding magic method through the effect of the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. But the third-level magic talisman can be used. It's just a few foundation-building cultivators, so they shouldn't be able to see any flaws. Changsheng's magic power flowed, dispelling the remaining evil spirits around him. After checking and confirming that there were no problems, he settled the harvest in the Nine Heavens Gangfang lair and cleared the suspicious tokens in the storage ring of the Jin family's ancestor. At the same time, he checked the rewards given by the Hu family to prevent any tricks. Hujiling, outside the mountain gate. The Jin family cultivators dared to move only after seeing Changsheng and the thousand-faced fox puppet leave. If it weren't for the bloody corpse of their ancestor who was still in front of them, they would have thought it was an illusion. Go, retreat quickly. A foundation-building cultivator of the Jin family immediately sent a message, asking everyone to quickly flee Hujiling. Now that the ancestor is dead, they are no match for the Hu family cultivators. Moreover, in such a situation, they were afraid of encountering any more accidents. Want to leave? How can it be so simple? Do you really think that our Hu family can come and go as they please? A foundation-building cultivator of the Hu family shouted loudly when he saw this situation. Now that the ancestor of the Jin family is dead, they are naturally not afraid of the Jin family cultivators outside. Even if they cannot keep the two foundation-building cultivators of the Jin family, they can kill many of these Jin family cultivators in the late stage of key refining. The late stage of key refining is the backbone of any family. Hurry up and leave, we will cover the rear. The two foundation-building cultivators of the Jin family looked at each other and asked the other key refining cultivators to flee quickly. But before that, all of them handed their storage bags to the thousand-faced fox puppet. Without a spirit boat or a flying magic weapon, they could only use the wind control technique to escape, and their speed was slow. At the same time, Jinlong Ridge, Jin family ancestral hall. Bang! The old man of the Jin family who was guarding the ancestral hall heard a crisp sound in the ancestral hall and was immediately startled. Except for a few core members of the Jin family, only foundation-building cultivators are qualified to be equipped with their own soul cards. This sound was the sound of the soul tablet of the natal family being broken, which meant that the core of the family had encountered an accident. He walked quickly into the ancestral hall. The lights were bright in the silent hall. When the old man saw the broken jade tablet on the high platform, he was struck by lightning and shouted loudly with a trembling voice, "This is impossible." This jade tablet was the soul tablet of their Jin family's ancestor. Their Jin family's ancestor was a fake Danzhenren, precious beyond words. How could he suddenly die? No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. The old man looked crazy, looking at the soul tablet in front of him with disbelief, and then stepped forward to hold the jade tablet. The warm jade tablet was cold and broken at this time, just like his heart. He knew that his ancestor had really fallen. The ancestor just went to Hujiling. How could there be an accident? The old man's turbid eyes were red, tears flowed, and he murmured. He didn't think much, and quickly informed the head of the family, the elder, of the news. Now that the ancestor has fallen, it means that something has happened in Qingyun, and the family must quickly discuss countermeasures. Great elder, it's not good. Seeing the head of the Jin family rushing over anxiously, Qingzhu's face darkened and he said, "Whenever you encounter a major event, you need to be calm." What happened? Great elder, ancestor has fallen. The head of the Jin family said with a face full of grief and panic. What? Qingzhu was shocked when he heard this. Then his eyes shot out two terrifying cold lights. Looking at the head of the Jin family in front of him, he said in disbelief, "What did you say?" Great elder. The ancestor has fallen. The head of the Jin family said with red eyes. He was also full of disbelief when he heard the news, and rushed to the ancestral hall to verify. After confirming that the soul tablet of his ancestor was broken, he dared to report to Qingzhu, who was in seclusion. After all, the great elder of his family had just recovered from his injuries and was now practicing in peace. If he heard such news, it would probably attack his heart and affect his practice. How is it possible? How could the ancestor die? What's going on? Qingzhu stared at the head of the Jin family in front of him, his eyes red, and he said in a breathtaking manner. Under the pressure of Qingzhu's fake pill, the head of the Jin family seemed to be suffocated by a mountain, and said bitterly, "We don't know either. Not long ago, the young master of the Hu family attacked the foundation building, and the ancestor took huge healing. The Hu family is just a foundation building family, and their ancestor was defeated by me. How could they kill the ancestor? The ancestor absolutely could not die in huge healing." Qingzhu said directly before the head of the Jin family finished speaking. Although the Hu family is an old foundation building family, they have some trump cards. But it is absolutely impossible to have the means to kill the fake pill real person. Moreover, the ancestor of our family has broken through the fake pill for 100 years, and his life spirit weapon has long been promoted to a magic weapon. The strength of the fake pill real person with a magic weapon and the fake pill real person without a magic weapon is very different. So the Hu family has no possibility of killing their own ancestor. I will go to Hu Jieling to check what happened. Qingzhu said without thinking any more, ready to investigate the truth. Great elder, no, now the ancestor has an accident, if Hu Jieling is in danger. The head of the Jin family said hurriedly. His ancestor died inexplicably outside, and Qingzhu, the fake Dan ancestor, must not have any accident again. If Qingzhu also has an accident, their Jin family will completely begin to decline without the fake Dan Zhenren sitting in. When Qingzhu heard this, his heart trembled suddenly. In his early years, he acted domineeringly, and a big reason was that he was supported by the ancestor of the Jin family. Now that the ancestor has fallen, he has become the ancestor of the family and the only pillar, so he can't act as rashly as before. Otherwise, if he has an accident, the entire Jin family will collapse. Okay, you send someone to investigate immediately. Qingzhu was silent for a long time, and said with a heavy face. An inexplicable panic rose in his heart. 9 heavens Gangfang lair. Lu Changsheng stood on the star disk and cleared the storage ring of the Jin family ancestor, the storage bags of the Jin family monks, and the rewards of the Hu family monks. This trip was not very fruitful. In addition to his fake pills and his life magic weapon, the only valuable thing of the Jin family ancestor was a small bell of divine consciousness. The total value of the magic tools, spirit stones and natural treasures in the storage ring was not high, about 30,000 to 40,000 spirit stones. However, the storage bags of other Jin family monks added up to be quite good, with a total value of 50,000 to 60,000 spirit stones. As for the reward of the Hu family, Lu Changsheng roughly estimated that it was about 50,000 to 60,000 spirit stones. No wonder so many monks, who have established their foundations or even formed pills, still become robbery cultivators and evil cultivators. They make money so quickly. Lu Changsheng sighed. This amount of spirit stones is not much, but it took less than a day from the time he left the house to the time he resolved the battle. This efficiency of making money is simply a second kill for any talisman master, alchemist, or array master. Sometimes it's better to be an evil cultivator, do things without scruples, and kill people without logic. Unlike me on weekdays, as the ancestor of a family, there are hundreds of weak points in the family, and I have to consider everything before and after doing anything. Lu Changsheng shook his head, knowing that this kind of thing is not to be seen in the light, and try not to do it if you can. Otherwise, you will get your shoes wet if you walk by the river. After destroying and cleaning all the suspicious things in the storage bag, Lu Changsheng did not stay for long, and drove the star disk back to Qingzhu Mountain quietly. He was cautious throughout this trip, not worried that someone would find out about him. However, an idea came to Lu Changsheng's mind. After such an incident, the Jin family and the Hu family would definitely report it to the Qingyun Sect Law Enforcement Hall. The master of this law enforcement hall is Qingyun's Henren, who has a close relationship with him. If the other party finds out that it is related to him, will they cover up for him? After Lu Changsheng quietly returned to Qingzhu Mountain, he was as if nothing had happened. At the same time, in Jinlongling, the Jin family cultivator who went to Hujiling also returned to the family. If the Jin family had not sent people to check the situation immediately, the entire Jin family would have been wiped out. However, even so, 2 foundation building cultivators of the Jin family were still seriously injured, and more than 20 cultivators in the late stage of key refining died. This damage is not to be underestimated. Counting the death of the Jin family's ancestor, the Jin family was seriously injured this time. It will take decades to recover. You said the murderer is the wanted evil cultivator, the traitor of Qingyun Sect Huazai, and the nameless body cultivator. Jin Zuan looked at the 2 foundation building cultivators in front of him with a gloomy face and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, great elder." The 2 foundation building cultivators were full of bitterness and hoarse voices, and restored the situation at that time. Killing the ancestor with one punch? How is this possible? When Jin Zuan heard this, his eyes widened, his face was full of horror, and he couldn't believe it. He had accepted the reality that his ancestor was beaten to death. But now he knew that his ancestor was killed by a punch, and he had no power to fight back. He couldn't believe it. It should be Huazai from Qingyun Sect who used enchanting illusion on the ancestor to interfere with the ancestor's mind, so that the physical cultivator could take advantage of the gap and kill the ancestor with a punch. A foundation building cultivator said. As a foundation building cultivator, he could still barely see some of the tricks. When his ancestor faced the attack of the burly man, he didn't use magic weapons, which meant that his mind was distracted. The skills of Qingyun Sect are good at charm and illusion, which makes people hard to defend. So he guessed that his ancestor might have been caught unintentionally. Why did these 2 people attack the ancestor? Our Jin family has never offended them and has never had any connection with Qingyun Sect. The head of the Jin family clenched his fists, his eyes were red, and his face was full of frustration and unwillingness. We don't know either. These 2 people suddenly appeared. At that time, Ming asked the other party why he killed the ancestor, and the evil cultivator said that the ancestor's eyes made him uncomfortable. The 2 foundation building cultivators said with dull eyes. Even though so much time has passed and they have experienced a life and death escape, they still think of the situation and the scene at that time as if they were dreaming, with a sense of unreality and absurdity. The eyes made him unhappy. Jin Zuan's face was gloomy and ugly, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He clenched his hands tightly together, and even because of the force, his slightly sharp nails pierced deeply into his palms, bringing waves of piercing pain. He punched his own ancestor because his eyes were unhappy. What a ridiculous reason. But he felt a bit of reality from the absurdity, the cruelty of the world of cultivation. Perhaps, the other party killed his own ancestor, just like he killed a few key refining cultivators and foundation building cultivators casually on weekdays. If you can't achieve the Jinden, you will end up being an ant. Jin Zuan's face was filled with a deep sense of fear and powerlessness. Indeed, Jiden's Henren has already entered a high-level threshold and is a local figure. But looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, in the eyes of the real Jiden's Henren, Jiden is just an insignificant little character, not even worthy of being called a Jiden's Henren. If you are not careful, you may be beaten and killed, and your body will be destroyed. The death of the Jin family's ancestor made Jin Zuan feel cold all over, and his ambition to become Jiden's Henren disappeared. He became more afraid of this world of immortal cultivation and no longer focused on his own land. Fortunately, it's not my Jin family that got in trouble with these 2 people. At this moment, Jin Zuan actually felt a little relieved in his heart. Fortunately, it was not my family that got in trouble with these 2 evil cultivators. Otherwise, if they were noticed by such evil cultivators, their family would be completely finished. Grand Elder, these 2 are wanted robbers. Should we report them to Qingyun Sect? At this time, the head of the Jin family looked at Qingyun and said bitterly, Qingyun Sect has a rule that if a family under its jurisdiction encounters a demon cultivator, a robber cultivator, or a wanted criminal, it must be reported immediately. But these two evil cultivators are too domineering. He couldn't help but be afraid that after reporting to Qingyun Sect, these two evil cultivators would know and would cause trouble for his family. Qingyun's heart trembled violently, and after a long time he said, report. They didn't dare to offend these two evil cultivators, but they didn't dare to offend Qingyun Sect. If they didn't take the initiative to report, Qingyun Sect would blame them later, and he, the ancestor of the family, would be to blame. Moreover, these two evil cultivators have been wanted for decades. As long as Qingyun Sect didn't really find the two, hunt them down, and they escaped, they wouldn't cause trouble for their family for a few days. The news about the death of the ancestor of the Jin family spread quickly throughout the Qingyun area like wildfire. This news was too shocking, like a huge rock falling from a calm lake, causing a huge uproar. Fake Danzhenren, for most cultivators and family forces, is a high and mighty existence. But now, the fake Dan ancestor of the Jin family of Jinlongling, one of the 6 major fake Dan families in Qingyun, was actually killed by an evil cultivator and killed in one blow. Many family ancestors were shocked and panicked when they heard the news. They warned their descendants not to go out during this period and wait for the storm to pass. And many families that were not on good terms with Jinlongling applauded. They even regretted why Qingyun was not killed together. Not long after, Lu Changsheng also heard the news from his wife Lu Maoyan. This kind of thing must be reported to Qingyun Sect. Moreover, many cultivators of the Hu family saw it that day, and the movement was not small. It was impossible to conceal it completely. However, seeing that the rumors were very consistent, they were all killed by evil cultivators, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He knew that his action this time was perfect. Everyone put the blame on the two wanted evil cultivators, and would not associate it with their own family. Husband, be careful when you go out on weekdays. Lu Maoyan said softly to Lu Changsheng. She knew that her husband would go out once in a while. Now hearing this news, she couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, Yuner. Lu Changsheng saw the worry in his wife's eyes, chuckled, took his wife into his arms, leaned close to her delicate ear, and said, I will tell you a secret. He is not a person who likes to hide his thoughts, especially when facing his wife. And he is happy to share some things with his wife. Lu Maoyan was stunned when she heard this. Then her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at her husband with surprise. Before, from Lu Maoyan, she already knew that her husband had the fighting power to kill the fake Danzhenren. But she never expected that the ancestor of the Jin family was actually killed by her husband. You know, the rumors outside are that he was killed in one blow. If the two fake Danzhenren of the Jin family continue to grow, they will definitely attack our family. And next time, I'm going to go out, so I want to kill a fake Danzhenren of the Jin family to avoid trouble for our family. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife's expression and said with a smile. He could hide the fact that the family's spiritual veins were upgraded and the impact of the Qingzhu stage from others, but he certainly couldn't hide it from his wife at home. And he didn't intend to hide this aspect. Yet, Lu Maoyan understood the reason, nodded gently, and asked with concern, where's my husband going out? To the Qingzhu Mountains. Now the spiritual veins at home are a bit reluctant, and in a few years, I will be ready to impact the Qingzhu stage. So I plan to go to the Qingzhu Mountains to find some spiritual veins. Lu Changsheng said directly. He planned to go to the Qingzhu Mountains with Ling Zixio in a few days. My husband is going to impact the Qingzhu stage. Lu Maoyan opened her mouth slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked around. Even if she heard that the ancestor of the Jin family was killed by her husband, she was not so surprised. After all, this is the Qingzhu stage, the legendary Qingzhu. Unconsciously, her husband has become so powerful. Lu Maoyan stared at Lu Changsheng in a daze. Well, after finishing the spiritual veins, we can almost break through to the Qingzhu stage. Seeing his wife's beautiful eyes full of admiration, Lu Changsheng pinched her cheeks and nodded gently in response. But to break through to the Qingzhu stage, don't you need a third-level spiritual vein? It's probably not easy for my husband to upgrade the spiritual veins at home to the 3rd level. Lu Maoyan said with some concern, and I heard that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is very dangerous. I have a secret method, and it doesn't need the 3rd level. It should be enough to upgrade the spiritual veins at home to the top of the 2nd level. So there won't be any danger this time. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and then told Ling Zixio, Lu Miaoji and others about this. Ask what aspects of the family need to be arranged and prepared in advance, and then go with Ling Zixio. After all, this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to intercept the origin of the spiritual veins should take a lot of time. Chapter 390 Thunder and Fire Mysterious Lotus, Crazy Harvest. Before heading to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Changsheng arranged everything at home in advance. He didn't have to worry about Bihu Mountain, as his son Lu Pingyan was in charge of Bihu Mountain. But Huaguo Mountain still needed someone to take care of it. After all, there were so many fruit trees in Huaguo Mountain. If they encountered a robbery cultivator, an evil cultivator, or a hostile force that destroyed all their fruit trees, the loss would be great. He had thought about it before and arranged his son Lu Qingzhu to take charge of Huaguo Mountain. Lu Changsheng found his son Lu Qingzhu and asked, Qingzhu, is your realm stable? Father, my cultivation has been consolidated. I wanted to inform you before, but you were in seclusion. Lu Qingzhu said respectfully. Okay, this is a gift prepared for you by your father. It is called the magical power fruit. After taking it, you can suddenly realize a magical power that fits your own. Lu Changsheng nodded, and a fruit that looked like golden glass and covered with 7-colored Dao patterns appeared in his hand. He had long planned to give this magical power fruit to Lu Qingzhu. But because of the dual cultivation with Yun Wansheng, he had not been at home for some time. The fruit of supernatural power? After taking it, you can suddenly realize a supernatural power. Lu Qingzhu was shocked when he heard this. Supernatural power, only the real people of Jiandan can practice it. Many fake real people may not be able to master supernatural power. But his father actually gave him such a precious spiritual fruit as a gift. He was a little overwhelmed for a while. Well, you take it and see what supernatural power you can suddenly realize. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. The supernatural power that can be realized by taking the supernatural power fruit is related to the practice method, which is equivalent to the derivative of the practice method. So Lu Changsheng didn't know what supernatural power Lu Qingzhu would realize. It may be killing supernatural power, defense supernatural power, escape supernatural power, and increase supernatural power. Thank you, father. Lu Qingzhu swallowed his saliva, bowed, and carefully took the golden fruit. Then he sat cross-legged and took the supernatural power fruit in his hand with a serious look. The flesh melted in the mouth and turned into a light golden juice that flowed into the stomach. Buzz! After a moment, a golden luster shone between Lu Qingzhu's eyebrows, as if the charm of the great Dao was flowing, and the technique 9 secrets of thunder and fire began to operate automatically. Whoosh whoosh, dark red flames flowed from his body, accompanied by wisps of lightning arcs, surging violently, blazing and fierce. At this moment, Lu Qingzhu entered a mysterious state. The technique was operated over and over again, and thunder and fire rose all over his body. This 9 secrets of thunder and fire is not bad, but it's a pity that it's just a side door technique. Otherwise, this kind of thunder and fire technique is more suitable for the dragon yin body than the vermilion bird burning heaven technique. Lu Changsheng looked at the technique and thought to himself. The technique that his son Lu Lingxiao practiced was the vermilion bird burning heaven technique. But in his opinion, this kind of overbearing technique of thunder and fire would be more suitable for Lu Lingxiao. Just like this, time passed little by little. 3 days later, Lu Qingzhu's eyes suddenly opened, and his pupils were filled with thunder and flames, radiating brilliance and burning fiercely. Father. Lu Qingzhu looked at his father in front of him, his face full of joy. Supernatural power. He actually realized a supernatural power. Although this is only a pseudo-supernatural power, it is also a supernatural power. What supernatural power did you realize? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Father, the supernatural power I realized is called Thunder Fire Mysterious Lotus. Lu Qingzhu said respectfully. Thunder Fire Mysterious Lotus? Show me. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, wanting to see the power of this pseudo-supernatural power. Yes. Lu Qingzhu took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and the magic power in his Qi and Danshan suddenly boiled and surged. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out in the void, and a violent and terrifying purple thunder arc surged on his left hand. On his right hand, a ball of hot and domineering red flames rose and spread. Under Lu Changsheng's gaze, Lu Qingzhu slowly gathered the lightning and the flame. Buzz buzz buzz, as soon as the lightning and the flame came into contact, a terrifying energy burst out, causing the void to seem a little distorted, as if it was about to explode. However, Lu Qingzhu kept forming seals with his hands, making the two violent and domineering energies clearly separated and closely connected to each other, slowly merging, endlessly, condensing into a palm-sized dark red fire lotus with lightning arcs. Thunder fire mysterious lotus. Lu Changsheng looked at the fire lotus in front of him and touched his chin, feeling that it was somewhat similar to his own Legang Longyan. Puff. He raised his palm lightly, and a ball of purple-red flames filled the air. Then he wrapped the dark red lotus seed between Lu Qingzhu's hands. It really has a similar taste to my Legang Longyan. The power is not bad, almost comparable to the full-strength attack of the 7th or 8th level of foundation building. It's just that the precasting swing is a bit slow, too obvious. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, experiencing the power of this pseudo-magic power. However, Lu Qingzhu next to him was stunned. He looked at his father with a confused face. What's going on? Shouldn't his magical power explode immediately when it is out of control? Why is it being played with by his father like a toy? And what's wrong with his father's flame? Why does it look a bit similar to his own thunder fire lotus? Did his father also take the magical power fruit? But shouldn't the magical power comprehended by the magical power fruit be based on the practice method? Lu Qingzhu was confused. Not bad, comparable to the full force attack of a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of the foundation building, it is enough to deal with some strawbag foundation building. How much mana did you consume just now? Lu Changsheng looked at his son and asked. His son had just broken through the foundation building, and his magical power had such power when he used it, which was already very good. If this happened in the outside world, if other people knew that the foundation building period had comprehended magical powers, they would have to take a breath of cold air, saying that such means, even if looking at the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, the 4 major immortal gates are also rare, this child must not be kept. But as the son of Lu Changshen, he can only say that it is not bad. Replying to father, it consumes almost 70% of the mana. If I use all my strength, I feel that all the mana in my body will be drained. Lu Qingzhu said in a daze. Although this magical power is powerful, the consumption is also very exaggerated. Let him clearly realize that in a fight, it can only be used once at most. And the battle must be ended, otherwise he will fall into a dangerous place. Well, it's okay. You should get more familiar with it on weekdays. Otherwise, when you use your magical power, the opponent may have escaped. Lu Changsheng nodded, clenched his 5 fingers, and extinguished the thunder fire lotus in his hand. The thunder gang dragon flame on the palm of his hand also dissipated, as if nothing happened. This scene shocked Lu Qingzhu next to him. My father said that his magical power is comparable to the full-strength attack of a late-stage foundation building cultivator. But such a magical power was played by him casually. Doesn't it mean that my father's strength is far beyond the foundation building cultivator? Could it be that my father is a giant in Tenrun? Question mark. When you go out on weekdays, you need to hide your strength a little to avoid danger. Lu Changsheng chuckled and didn't explain too much. He continued, in the next period of time, you will go to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge, practice with peace of mind, master this magical power and the 9 thunder and fire techniques. If there is anything, just send a message home. Because of their family education, the children of the Lu family basically don't spend time on magic in the early and middle stages of key refining. They will only start to spend time practicing magic in the late stage of key refining. Children with good talent like Lu Qingzhu can only master 3 or 5 magics in the late stage of key refining. But this situation must not always be like this. After breaking through the foundation, in order to have combat power, you must practice all the supporting spells of the skills and master them. Yes, father. Lu Qingzhu responded respectfully. He had guessed before that his father would let him go to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. He was a little nervous at first, worried that he could not control the family. But now that he has mastered the magical power, he is full of confidence. Confident that if a mid-stage foundation building cultivator attacks, he can also repel a mid-stage foundation building cultivator with an early-stage foundation building, just like his elder brother Lu Pinggan did back then. After resolving Lu Qingzhu's matter, Lu Changsheng made sure that nothing happened at home, and then set off with Ling's Xiao to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. This time, he did not choose to take the spirit ship. He directly drove the starlight disk and took Ling Xiao's hand and soared into the sky. To go from Qingzhu Mountain to Qingyun Market, you need to wait for the spirit ship, and then take the spirit ship to Qinglong Fairy City. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range stretches across almost half of the southern border of Zheng State. As long as you reach the territory of Qingyun Sect, you can enter the mountain range. So with the starlight disk, including the rest time, he can reach the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in about a month. Is this the legendary Nine Heavens Gangfang lair? Above the Nine Heavens, Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes were bright and transparent, looking at the scenery he had never seen before in the realm he longed for. Yes, this is the Nine Heavens Gangfang lair. With the help of this magic weapon, I can travel briefly in this Gangfang lair. Lu Changsheng held Ling Xiao's hand, stood on the star disk, and said with a chuckle, I heard that this Nine Heavens Gangfang layer contains many essences of the sun and the moon, the brilliance of the stars, and the spiritual materials of heaven and earth condensed from meteorites from outer space. There are even cultivators whose magic weapons are lost and drifting in the Nine Heavens Gangfang layer for various reasons. Ling Xiao was wearing a lake blue palace dress, with her hair tied high and a jade hairpin slanted on her head. Her face was dignified and elegant, and her demeanor was graceful. This is only the bottom of the Nine Heavens Gangfang layer. If you want to find the essence of the sun and the moon, the spiritual materials of heaven and earth with the brilliance of the stars, you probably have to go to the top. Lu Changsheng said so, but he didn't expect to pick up treasures. After all, the probability of picking up treasures is the same as the rumor of getting a chance encounter, which is like buying a lottery ticket. However, not long after he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a huge fragment in the dark Gangfang in front of him that seemed to be being hit. What is this? Take it. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, and a ball of yin and yang energy rolled out of his sleeves, turning into a virtual misty hand. With a clench of his hand, he held the huge fragment in the Gangfang in his hand and returned to the star disk. It looks like a fragment of a magic weapon. Lu Changsheng looked at the black fragment covered with scars in his hand and saw that it should be a fragment of a magic weapon of a tripod. However, the tripod was beaten like this, and it seemed that the owner of the magic weapon was dead. Ling Xiao next to him was also stunned. Then he looked at Lu Changsheng with a strange expression, pursed his rosy lips, and smiled and said, You are worthy of being a young man. You can pick up treasures when you go out. It's pure coincidence, and a magic weapon fragment is not a treasure. Lu Changsheng knew that Ling Xiao had misunderstood, and said with a smile. Picking up a treasure just after going out was a good omen for him, and he was in a good mood. However, the appearance of such a magic weapon fragment made him suspect that someone might be fighting in the Nine Heavens Gangfang somewhere ahead, and he became more cautious. Just like that, a month later, the two came to the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Lu Changsheng found a place to restore his mana to its peak state, and then drove the spirit boat to carry Ling Xiao into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. He had done his homework before coming to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. He knew that the mana of a cultivator was like a torch in the dark night to a monster beast. If the mana ore was weak, it might be attacked by a monster beast. If the mana ore was strong, it would be regarded as a provocation by the monster beast. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range was full of monster beasts. If he continued to drive the starlight disk, not only would his mana be consumed greatly, but it would also be easy to provoke a third-level monster king, so Lu Changsheng used the spirit boat to travel. Of course, Lu Changsheng only used the spirit boat to travel in the outer area. Once he went deeper, he would not use the spirit boat. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to encounter flocks of birds. On the way into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the two could see groups of hunting monks from time to time. Because Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao both exuded the spiritual pressure of foundation-building monks, these monks were as if they were facing a great enemy when they saw them, fearing that they were robbery cultivators. After all, in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, monsters are only a part of the danger. Half of the cultivators died not on the mouths of monsters, but in the hands of other cultivators. After Lu Changsheng went deep into the mountains for hundreds of miles, he saw that the situation was almost the same, so he and Ling Xiao landed on the ground and put away the spirit boat. Xiao, don't stay too far away from me, be careful. Lu Changsheng instructed Ling Xiao. I know. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and responded softly. Work. Lu Changsheng released the spirit-seeking rat from the spirit pet bag and asked it to point him in the direction of where the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers was more concentrated and where there were spiritual veins. Although he had obtained the second-level dragon-seeking skills. But the two main means of dragon seekers, the source spirit perception and the source spirit pupil technique, were not practiced at all. So there was no way to see where there were spiritual veins in the mountains and rivers. It was necessary to rely on this spirit-seeking rat to point out the approximate direction, and then use the pupil technique to survey. Qingyun. The spirit-seeking rat nodded quickly. It had been eating and drinking well for the past few months and was very comfortable. He knew that if he didn't perform well, he would have to go hungry every now and then. Immediately, the two of them and the rat began to look for spiritual veins in the mountains. After several hours, Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao came to the territory of a second-level thunder rock leopard. Facing such a monster, Lu Changsheng killed it with one punch, and then asked Ling Xiao to set up a formation. He determined the location of the spiritual vein through the source spirit pupil technique, and then began to cut the spiritual vein. This time he came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with a complete range of equipment. Mountain opening shovel, vein suppressing compass, spirit sealing nail, and mountain river cauldron source spirit vein cutting technique. Lu Changsheng looked at the small spiritual vein in front of him and skillfully incorporated the source of the spiritual vein into his mountain river cauldron. After a few days, as the spiritual vein dried up and dissipated, the ground vein began to collapse. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng hurried back to the ground. "My dear, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao, who was guarding outside, saw this and immediately asked with concern. Such changes in the ground veins caused quite a stir and also affected her formation. "Nothing, the spirit vein affects the ground vein, and the movement here may attract other monsters. Let's go," Lu Changsheng explained, and asked Ling Xiao to put away the array plate and change the place for the spirit-seeking rat to continue searching. In this way, more than half a month passed. Through the continuous search during these days, Lu Changsheng realized that most of the spirit veins in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range are scattered small spirit veins, or even micro-spirit veins. If he wants to find that kind of second-level large spirit vein, he has to go deeper. However, if he goes deeper, he may encounter a third-level demon king. Lu Changsheng still chooses to be safe and push the second-level demon beasts here. Boom boom boom. That day, Lu Changsheng encountered a group of demon beasts. A wolf king in the late second level, with 4 second-level demon wolves and nearly 100 first-level demon wolves. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng's extraordinary strength, an ordinary peak foundation building cultivator would probably have to die here. This is also the most dangerous point of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. You never know how many demon beasts you will face. We should bring the 9 other mastiff with us this time. Lu Changsheng looked at the corpses of monsters on the ground and said with some regret. He didn't know how many monsters he had killed along the way. But except for the monster cores or the monster blood essence, which were valuable monster materials, most of the corpses had to be abandoned. If there were the weird prison monster flower or the 9 other mastiff, they would not be wasted like this. But this spiritual vein should be quite large. Lu Changsheng surveyed the spiritual veins through the source spirit eye technique. After intercepting the spiritual veins for these days, he could judge the general situation of the spiritual veins through the monster territory. Although the requirements of monsters for spiritual veins are not as high as those of cultivators, they also like to occupy good spiritual veins. The fact that this wolf king brought so many wolves with him shows that the spiritual vein is not small. Is this Earth Fire Evil Key? Lu Changsheng saw a crack deep in the wolf king's cave, and hot evil key was gushing out from it. Based on the understanding of the mountains and rivers and earth veins through the dragon hunting technique, Lu Changsheng guessed that there should be an Earth Fire Evil Key deep in the earth lung. This Earth Fire Evil Key has the effect of tempering the body. This wolf king can occupy this place and cultivate 4 second-level demon wolves. It is probably related to this Earth Fire Evil Key. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Without thinking too much, he started digging. As he continued to dig, there was indeed a Earth Fire Evil vein inside. If this Earth Fire Evil vein is moved intact, it can be refined into a Magic Power Foundation spiritual object Earth Fire Gang Evil every 10 years. But this was intercepted by me. The source is equivalent to half-waste. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said with some regret. If this kind of Earth Fire Evil vein can be moved back to the home intact, the evil spirit in it can be refined through the formation, and a gang evil can be refined every 10 years. This gang evil can be used to refine tools and enhance the power of spiritual tools, and can also be used as a foundation spiritual object for fire attribute exercises. But if I can find a few more earth fire evil veins like this, I can also cultivate one at home. Lu Changsheng said to himself, without thinking too much, and skillfully played the compass, the soul sealing nail, and the mountain and river tripod. Just when Lu Changsheng was intercepting the spiritual vein, Ling Zixiao suddenly looked up and noticed that two foundation-building magic auras were flying towards here in the distance. She looked alert and immediately prepared, looking at the thousand-faced fox puppet next to her, and whispered, "Do it." At this moment, she didn't know whether the person coming was good or bad. But her husband was intercepting the spiritual vein and could not be disturbed. If the other party bumped into him, it would be bad luck for them. In a few breaths, 3 foundation-building monks came to the valley, looking at the wolf corpses on the ground, looking at them solemnly. However, the next moment, they became drowsy and a different scene appeared in front of them. Puff puff puff, Ling Zixiao pinched his hands, and a series of sharp spikes a foot high appeared, directly breaking through the 3 people's protective aura and piercing their bodies. After finishing, Ling Zixiao's magic power surged, and wisps of fire filled his body, forming a faint figure with a beast head and a human body, covered with red scales, with fire snakes in his ears and a fire dragon under his feet. This was the fire devil that she created by practicing the 12 demon gods of heaven, collecting the thoughts of the demon gods, and refining the dragon's roar yang energy in her body. Although this demon god was only a phantom, it already had some powerful fighting power. The demon god stepped out of the formation, burned the 3 corpses, returned to the formation with the mana in its storage bag, and then turned into a stream of fire mana and returned to Ling Zixiao's body. A few days later, Lu Changsheng intercepted the earth evil fire vein, and the entire valley ground vein began to collapse. Ling Zixiao saw the movement, skillfully put away the formation, and continued to look for new spirit veins with Lu Changsheng. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 700 offspring, and getting a chance to draw a lottery. On this day, Lu Changsheng had just killed a 2nd-level giant bear when a system prompt sounded in his mind. Is it only 700? Lu Changsheng was a little dazed and quite emotional. He didn't care too much, and stepped forward to break the head of the bear monster and took out a monster core. As a 2nd-level spirit butcher, he could roughly identify whether the monster had a monster core by its body shape and bloodline grade. This trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range not only harvested the origin of the spirit vein, continuously killing monsters also made him earn a lot of money. This made Lu Changsheng sigh in his heart. No wonder so many people came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt and make money. This thing really makes money. He decided to wait until he broke through the giant and went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt the Monster King, and then he would make money to forge magic weapons. Otherwise, with the current family expenses and income, relying only on sponsorship from kind people, he really didn't have the money to forge magic weapons. Time flies, and before we know it, Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao have been in the Wanxiao Mountains for more than half a year. With the help of the spirit-seeking rat, it is very easy for Lu Changsheng to find spirit veins in the 2nd-level monster territory. Although he encountered some dangerous monster groups or malicious cultivators in the process, he easily solved them. In this process, in addition to the spirit vein origin and the monster core, Lu Changsheng harvested natural treasures worth almost 100,000 spirit stones. On the one hand, the Wanxiao Mountains do have many natural treasures. On the other hand, it is also related to the monsters he hunted. After all, in order to find spirit veins, most of the monsters killed are 2nd-level monsters. While these monsters live, there will be some spirit flowers and herbs, or spirit materials and ores. Speaking of spirit mines, Lu Changsheng is very sorry. He saw 2 mineral veins in this process. But it takes too much time and energy for an individual to mine mineral veins, and the gains do not outweigh the losses. Moreover, mining mineral veins in the Wanxiao Mountains is very dangerous, and at least a fake pill combat force is required. However, Lu Changsheng was lucky once and encountered the Earth Marrow Spirit Milk in an Earth vein. This 2nd-level Earth Marrow Spirit Milk is very precious to foundation-building cultivators. Just take a drop and you can recover most of your mana. So for the past 6 months, Ling Zixiao has been amazed at Lu Changsheng's gains. He said that Lu Changsheng was simply very lucky. The gains of the past 6 months are already the money that many foundation-building cultivators could not earn in their lifetime. If the value of the spiritual vein origin is counted, this income exceeds that of many giant in Henrun. This also made Lu Changsheng realize that the profession of dragon seeker is really profitable. If he is willing to sell the spiritual vein origin, he will probably make a lot of money. I still have a few mountain and river tripods. Since it's going so smoothly, I'll fill them up. In this way, in addition to the spiritual veins of Zumi Cave Heaven, the spiritual veins of Linka Cliff can also be cultivated depending on the situation, or a few more first-level spiritual veins can be nurtured in Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said. This trip was smoother than he thought, so he planned to fill up all the mountain and river tripods he had prepared. This will not only cultivate the Zumi Cave Heaven spiritual vein to the second-level top level, but also slightly cultivate the spiritual vein of the Qingzhu Mountain. Okay. Ling Zixiao responded softly with an elegant and dignified look. According to Lu Changsheng's efficiency, it is estimated that at most half a year, he will be able to return with a full load. Chapter 391 Zhoudian Xingdao Sword Embryo, Tian Xianggu. A golden spiritual boat carried a man and a woman. The man was about 20 years old, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was dignified. He wore a white and gold robe and had an extraordinary demeanor. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, with a beautiful and graceful appearance, and a slender figure covered with a beautiful colorful feathered dress, and her beautiful eyes were full of expectation. Xiao Zuer, there's still a month's journey, don't worry. Lu Qingshan saw his sister just got off the spiritual ship from Qingyun Market, and she looked expectant and eager to go home, which was a bit funny. Although he was a little homesick. But men travel all over the world, and home is everywhere, not like his sister. Yet, Lu Qingzhu responded softly, sat down on the spiritual boat, and said softly, Brother, do you think Kinky and Qingxun will like the gifts we prepared? King Song should be able to use the foundation building spiritual objects left over from before. When she came back this time, as an elder sister, she also prepared many gifts for her parents, brothers and sisters at home. I'm sure they will like it. Xiao Zuer, you've put so much thought into it. Even if they don't like it, they have to like it for me. Lu Qingshan habitually rubbed his sister's hair and said casually, as for King Song, if he can't build a foundation with 4 foundation building pills, he'll just find a tofu to kill himself. Sister Lu Qingzhu broke through the foundation building with only 3 foundation building pills. There are 4 foundation building pills left. If brother Lu Qingsong can't break through the foundation, he Lu Qingshan won't have the face to recognize this brother. It's so embarrassing. Brother. Lu Qingzhu was used to her brother's nonsense and rolled her eyes at him. At this moment, the jade pendant on her waist suddenly flowed with a warm light. Lu Qingzhu was stunned, then looked at her brother and said, Brother, it seems that there are brothers and sisters in the family nearby. Oh. Lu Qingshan heard the words, raised his sword eyebrows, met his sister's eyes, smiled and nodded, and said, In that case, let's go over and take a look. In a lush jungle, ancient trees are towering, lush and green, and very dense. Lu Ruyi drove the flying leaf magic weapon to shuttle quickly. She was stimulated by the incident in Qingzhu Mountain in her early years and chose to go out for training. 18 years later, her cultivation level broke through from the original 6th level of key refining to the 8th level of key refining. And some time ago, she got an opportunity in a relic cave and broke through the 9th level of key refining. She was ready to go home and practice with peace of mind, and strive to build a foundation before the age of 60. But for some reason, she was targeted shortly after leaving the ruins. Because her substitute talisman had been used up long ago, the only second-level talisman was also used in the relic cave. As a result, she was now facing the pursuit of 5 late-stage key refining cultivators and could only run for her life. If this goes on, I can't get rid of them at all. Lu Ruyi looked back, her cold face was a little ugly. She had been out for so many years, and finally got the opportunity and saw the hope of building a foundation. In the end, she was going to die outside like this, and she was very unwilling. At this moment, she saw her identity token glowing with a warm luster, and an invisible aura came from it, indicating that her brothers and sisters responded to her. She activated the token before, just to give it a try. After all, there were not many brothers and sisters who went out. And the cultivation world of Jiang country was so big, how could she just happen to meet them? I wonder which brother or sister it was. Lu Ruyi thought to herself. The brothers and sisters who went out to practice cultivation were all good, at least at the 6th level of key refining. And they all had the talismans given by their father, which were enough to deter cultivators in the late stage of key refining. Swish, 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 5 figures gradually approached Lu Ruai. "Everyone, we have no grudges, can you let me go?" Lu Ruai looked at these figures, holding the Luozen magic weapon in her hand, and said loudly, "Of course I can let you go, as long as you hand over the opportunity in the ruins." One of the figures said directly, "The opportunity in the ruins? Are you mistaken? I am just an ordinary cultivator. How could I have such an opportunity?" Lu Ruai still didn't understand why she was noticed. Everyone who explored the ruins with her died in it, and it was impossible for anyone to know. HMPH, if that's the case, then you can die. A 9th level key refining cultivator sacrificed a flying knife and rushed towards Lu Ruai. Clang. Lu Ruai opened her Luo umbrella, emitting a glazed light to resist the attack, but the flying leaf magic weapon under her feet suddenly became unstable and almost fell. Faced with such a pursuit, she could only defend herself and run away at the same time. As for handing over the opportunity, she knew in her heart that she would die if she stopped. At this moment, a golden spirit boat sailed towards here. A man and a woman stood on the spirit boat. The man looked at the situation below, and a golden sword light several feet long appeared in the blink of an eye. The sword light broke through the air and was very sharp. In a flash, a blood hole appeared on the eyebrows of the 5 late-stage key refining cultivators. With a thump, they fell to the ground. Ah! Lu Ruai looked at the situation in front of her, and the whole person was stunned and a little confused. What's going on? She looked up at the man and woman on the spirit boat, with a bit of confusion in her eyes. Aren't those who came here her own brothers and sisters? But when did my family have such powerful brothers and sisters? And I have never seen them. However, this woman looks about 70% similar to Aunt Myoj. I am Lu Ruai from Qingzhu Mountain, and I have met you too. Lu Ruai bowed and said her name nervously. Sister Ruai? I am Qingzhu, Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu said with some joy as she got off the spirit boat with her sleeves fluttering. She had some impression of Lu Ruai. It was just that they had not seen each other for decades, and both of them had changed a lot, so she did not recognize them. Qingzhu, are you Qingzhu's sister? Lu Ruai looked at the foundation building senior in front of her with some surprise. She did not expect that it was Aunt Myoj's daughter Lu Qingzhu. She had a big impression of Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu. She knew that the other party and Lu Qingshan were accepted as disciples by masters in their early years and had not been at home. She immediately guessed Lu Qingshan's identity through his facial features. She could not help but be shocked and envious. Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan drove the spirit boat down, looked at Lu Ruai in front of him, and said calmly, indicating his identity. His father has too many children. Except for his sister Lu Qingzhu and brother Lu Qingsong, he doesn't have much feeling for other brothers and sisters. Like Lu Ruai in front of him, he even feels a little strange. Qingshan, Qingzhu, thank you. Lu Ruai didn't care about Lu Qingshan's attitude and thanked him. Then he simply told his situation and why he was attacked and killed. Since Sister Ruai wants to go home, go back with us. My brother and I also want to go home. Lu Qingzhu said in a quiet and gentle voice. Okay. Lu Ruai nodded. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Lu Ruai frowned slightly, and a long box that was simple and dark, like a dead wood, appeared in her hand. This is one of the treasures she got in the ruins. I don't know what it is made of, and I can't open it. I thought about asking my father to take a look after returning home. But at this time, this long box inexplicably moved, wanting to get close to Lu Qingshan. Qingshan, this is a box I got from the ruins before. It has been silent for a long time, but now it seems to be a little close to you. Lu Ruai said with a strange look. This situation is very rare. If the treasure is spiritual, it must be at least a legendary spiritual treasure. But if this box is a spiritual treasure, it is too amazing, right? Oh. Lu Qingshan heard this, his sword eyebrows raised slightly, took the wooden box from Lu Ruai's hand, and immediately sensed a wave of closeness and desire from it. He tried to input his sword energy into the wooden box. The surface of the long box, which was originally like a dead tree, suddenly had a bright light flowing, and the whole long box broke open with a click and disappeared. There was only a sword embryo lying quietly inside. This sword embryo was only 3 feet long, like a blunt instrument, and it was not open yet. It was very inconspicuous and floated quietly in front of Lu Qingshan. This is, the divine object is hidden by itself and chooses its master by itself. Lu Qingzhu saw this situation and said with some surprise. Lu Ruiyi next to him heard this and looked confused. What's going on? Was it this sword embryo that he had obtained the most precious thing in the ruins? But he had obtained the most precious treasure, but he did not know what it was. You have good eyes. Lu Qingshan looked at the sword embryo in front of him, chuckled, stretched out his hand to hold the sword embryo, and said aloud, let's see if you are worthy of being my sword. Buzz! In an instant, the sword embryo was held in Lu Qingshan's hand, and after injecting sword energy and mana, it burst out with vast and dazzling starlight. He slashed forward with his sword. The simple and unadorned sword embryo seemed to set off a shower of meteors, with brilliant starlight, majestic and vast, causing the front to explode with a bang, and sword energy gullies appeared. Zhao Xingdao sword, Zhao Xingdao sword art. Lu Qingshan held the sword and sensed a piece of information and a sword art from it. He knew that this sword was called Zhao Xingdao sword, and it had originally bred spirituality and was a 4th level flying sword. But because the owner died, there was no mana to nourish it, and it fell from a 4th level flying sword to the current 3rd level sword embryo, and its spirituality was almost annihilated. This last ray of spirituality sensed Lu Qingshan's sword intention, so it automatically recognized its master. As for this sword formula, it is the inheritance of the original sword master, named Zhoutian Xingdao sword formula. Sword Changniu Dao, Zhoutian Xingdao sword formula, it sounds quite fitting. Lu Qingshan raised his mouth, secretly sighing that he was indeed a son of destiny. Before, my father picked up the sword seed but couldn't use it, so he gave it to me. Now this cheap sister picked up the sword embryo and couldn't use it either, so she directly recognized her master. Sister Ruiyi, this sword is destined to be with me, and it has recognized me as its master. If you need anything, I can compensate you. Lu Qingshan said, and the sword embryo in his hand turned into starlight and entered his body. Along the meridians, it entered the Qi Haidan Lake, enjoying the nourishment and warmth of mana. Although the grade of this sword embryo has fallen and degraded. But as long as it is properly nurtured, it will be much easier to advance in the future. And in Lu Qingshan's view, falling into a sword embryo is also a good thing. In this nurturing process, he can cultivate it into what he wants. Since this sword is destined to be with you, Qingshan, I will give it to you. Just consider it as your life-saving grace just now. Lu Ruiyi shook her head and said. She had seen treasure-choosing masters in the storybooks before. But when it really appeared in front of her, she still felt a little bitter. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this opportunity was not simple. But thinking that the person who chose the master was her own brother, she felt a little more comfortable. If it was taken away by some robbers, and then there was such a situation of treasure choosing a master, she was afraid that she would be suffocated to death. Sister Ruiyi is going home to prepare for foundation building this time. I have foundation building pills, foundation building spiritual objects, and elixirs for cultivation. Seeing this, Lu Qingshu next to her immediately took out treasures and elixirs from the storage bag and handed them to Lu Ruiyi. Her brother was usually straightforward and didn't like to owe favors to others. Although they were her own siblings, she still tried her best to compensate him. In order to prevent her brother from thinking about it and wanting to repay the favor, but not knowing how to start. That's not necessary, Lu Ruiyi was a little moved, but embarrassed to say. Yes, and my brother and I have already established our foundation, so we don't need it. It just so happens that you, Sister Ruiyi, are preparing to establish your foundation. Lu Qingshu smiled softly, making people feel close and like a spring breeze. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan did not speak. He raised his hand to clean up the bodies of the 5 robbers, and drove the spirit boat to carry the 2 back to Qingzhu Mountain. A month later, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingshu, and Lu Ruiyi returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Miaoji and Lu Miaohun were very surprised to hear that the brother and sister were back. Mom, how come you look like a demon cultivator, with a demonic look? Lu Qingshan saw his mother's appearance and couldn't help complaining. If you can't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Lu Miaohun heard this and immediately slapped her son's head and said unhappily. She has a straight nose and charming red lips, as if she was smeared with blood, and there is a light eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes, like a female boss with black makeup. Auntie looks very elegant and beautiful. Lu Qingshu covered her mouth and smiled softly, quiet and gentle. Only in front of his parents, his brother would be like a boy who had not grown up. Xiao Zhuo is much more talkative. Lu Maihun tapped her son's forehead again, then took Lu Qingzhu's arm and said in surprise, "Ah, Xiao Zuer, you have broken through the foundation building." Due to the characteristics of the strange prison demon flower, she had already broken through the 4th level of the foundation building, and could see Lu Qingzhu's cultivation at a glance. "Well, thanks to my brother, I broke through the foundation building." Lu Qingzhu glanced at her brother and said with a faint smile, "He is sensible." When Lu Maihun heard this, a smile appeared on her beautiful face, and then she asked her son about the situation of the Qingyun Sect in recent years and the sword test of the Qingyun Sect. Although she knew a lot through the news, it felt completely different to hear her son talk about it himself. Ruai must have had a hard time outside these years. "How did you meet Qingshan and Qingzhu?" Lu Maihoj was concerned about Lu Ruai's situation. The other party's mother was just immortal. She accompanied her other children back to Ruai County in her early years and was not in Qingzhu Mountain. And I was in danger and was being hunted down. Thanks to Qingshan and Qingzhu. Lu Ruai had taken the anti-aging pill, but now she looks 27 or 28 years old and very mature. "Is he okay?" "But which force?" Lu Maihoj said in a gentle voice and temperament. "And I'm fine. It should be just a few casual cultivators." Lu Ruai shook her head softly. "Okay, let's talk when we get back. I'll have a dust reception banquet for you at home tonight." Lu Maihoj took her 3 children back to Bayan Peak. Then she took Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu to visit Lu Qingqi and Lu Qingxuan. "Qingxuan, Qingqi, this is your brother Qingshan and sister Qingzhu," Lu Maihoj said to the 2 little ones. The siblings are already 5 years old, one is lively and active, and the other is quiet and polite. "Brother, sister." Lu Qingqi is very familiar. She came forward with a close look and hugged Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu, chattering and asking about the 2. In the early years, Lu Maihun told her a lot about Lu Qingshan, so she admired this brother she had never met. Lu Qingxuan, who was standing next to him, was quiet and gentle. After greeting his brother and sister, he listened to his sister Lu Qingqi chatting with the 2 brothers and sisters who had just returned. "Mom, where's my dad?" At this time, Lu Qingshan saw that his father had not come out, so he asked, "Your dad has something to do and went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range," Lu Maihun said directly. "Are my horoscopes in conflict with my father? Why is he not at home when I am at home?" Lu Qingshan said speechlessly while holding his sister Lu Qingqi. He came back this time and wanted to ask his father for advice on the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. After breaking through the foundation building, he became more and more aware that this technique was very profound. If he wanted to comprehend the subsequent techniques, he needed his father's guidance. "Your dad will be away for about a year this time. He should be back in a few months. How long will you be home this time?" Lu Maihoj said gently. "There is no rush for this trip. There is nothing to do in my sect for the time being." Lu Qingshan grinned, and then asked his brother Lu Qingsong about his grandfather's affairs. Outside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, several key refining cultivators were being chased by a 2nd-level giant bear. Although they were at the late stage of key refining, they were no match for this 2nd-level giant bear. Just when they were forced into a desperate situation, a roar that soared into the sky and tore through the sky suddenly came from the depths of the mountains. Roar. This sound was like a thunderous hurricane, rolling and surging, shaking the trees, rustling the leaves, and making people tremble. When the few people who were already facing a desperate situation heard this sound, their spiritual power was unstable and they stumbled to the ground. Just when they were in despair and thought they were going to be killed by the giant bear, they saw the extremely ferocious giant bear roaring to the sky, and then rushing towards the depths of the mountains. "What's going on?" The few people who survived the disaster looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The roar just now, was it the voice of the 3rd-level Demon King? "Demon King, is there going to be another beast tide in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Don't demon beast tides usually occur once every 100 years? Several people were very puzzled, but the next moment, they felt an astonishing breath surging in the sky. Looking up, they saw a comet streaking across the sky, sweeping toward the outside of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, so that they could not see clearly what was going on. However, at this moment, a huge, ferocious beast, like a wolf or a tiger, with wings on its back, and wind and thunder surging, was squatting in the sky, roaring and roaring, with amazing power, making several people pale and their blood boiling. After a while, the beast returned to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range somewhat unwillingly. "Is this the third-level demon king Fengla Yihao. One of them swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice. The roar just now should be the voice of this Fengla Yihao. How did Fengla Yihao come to this outer area? Just now it seems that a comet streaked across, a bit like the escape light of a Qingyun Sect. Could it be that a Qingyun Sect provoked this Fengla Yihao? Several people speculated on the situation just now. They did not dare to talk more, and quickly took out the pills to take, and left the 10,000 Beasts mountain range after recovering some physical strength. In any case, the appearance of this wind and thunder hound indicates that something has happened in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and there might really be a monster wave. Once a monster wave appears, if key refining cultivators like them do not return to the market, they will surely die. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a comet landed on the ground, revealing two figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black and luxurious robe, with an unparalleled handsome face, and was a little embarrassed at this time. The woman had a beautiful face, a light blue dress, a graceful figure, and an elegant manner. Damn wind and thunderhound, I will kill you after I break through the Qingyun. Changsheng cursed with an unhappy face. He was happily pushing the monsters in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and intercepting the origin of the spiritual veins. He didn't know where he offended this wind and thunderhound, and it suddenly came to attack him. This wind and thunderhound is very powerful. It is rumored that it has the blood of the ancient true hound and has awakened its innate magical power. Changsheng and Xiao naturally cannot fight this wind and thunderhound. Whether he can beat it or not is one thing. There are other demon kings in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. If he fights with this wind and thunderhound and attracts other demon kings to watch, it will be a big trouble. So in the face of such a situation, he can only run away with Xiao. This is the first time that he, Lu, has escaped so embarrassingly since his debut. If it weren't for the star disc, the 9 treasures Jade Ruai, and the third-level spiritual talisman, he couldn't even outrun this wind and thunderhound, and could only use the Wujian Gitao and the talisman formation to quickly fight. My husband has intercepted too many spiritual veins, some of which are branches of other large spiritual veins, which may affect this wind and thunderhound. Or maybe the mad thunder tiger and some monsters killed before may be related to this wind and thunderhound. Xiao said with a smile. It was the first time she saw her husband being defeated. Perhaps because of her infinite trust in Lu Changsheng, she was not afraid of the third-level demon king like the wind and thunderhound. And Lu Changsheng was indeed as she trusted him, with amazing escape skills, and his speed was even far beyond that of ordinary Qingyun Sect, so that this third-level demon king could not catch up. It's possible. Lu Changsheng nodded. Although he didn't provoke the third-level demon king. But pushing the second-level monsters all the way, doing too much, might attract the attention of the third-level demon king. My dear, this kind of demon king has high intelligence and a keen sense of smell. If you want to intercept the spiritual veins, you must stay away from this area, otherwise you will be noticed by this wind and thunder beast. Xiao continued. We have harvested almost everything this time. There is no need to change places. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. Except for being noticed by this wind and thunder beast, this trip was very smooth and the harvest was rich. According to his judgment, the spiritual veins harvested so far are enough to nourish the spiritual veins of Zumi Cave Heaven to the top of the second level, and even upgrade Linexiu Cliff to the second level. So he planned to go home directly. Moreover, the several storage bags he brought this time were almost full, and it would be a waste to go down again. Okay. Xiao smiled and responded. Then he set up a formation to cover the breath of the two people, and returned to Qingzhu Mountain after the mana was restored. Lu Changsheng just ran away with all his strength, which consumed a lot. If it weren't for the Zuanian Pearl, his mana would not be able to support it. If I go all out, I wonder if I can kill that wind and thunderhound. Lu Changsheng held 2 high-grade spirit stones, sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath, thinking in his heart. He had hundreds of third-level talismans in his hand, so it was not a problem to set up a talisman formation to kill the third-level demon king. But he was not sure about the innate magical power of this wind and thunderhound. When Lu Changsheng recovered and set off with Xiao to return to Qingzhu Mountain, the matter of the wind and thunderhound in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range also spread to the Qingyun Sect. When the Qingyun Sect heard about this, they didn't know why the wind and thunderhound was like this, so they sent people to investigate the situation. The beast died 30 years ago. Their Yuling sect was seriously injured, and now they are very cautious about every move of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu brought Lu Qingqi and Lu Qingxun to Qingzhu Mountain to visit their grandfather Lu Yuanding. Lu Yuanding is already more than 100 years old. Even though he has taken many precious medicines and longevity pills, the whole person is still obviously old and has white hair. Seeing his grandson and granddaughter come back, he was very happy and energetic. Especially seeing that both of them broke through the foundation building, he was very excited. The two daughters broke through the foundation building, and the grandson and granddaughter also broke through the foundation building. The family has 3 foundation building cultivators sitting in charge. This is something he dared not dream of in his early years. He felt that he had no regrets in this life. Qingxun, when you grow up, you must also practice well like your brother and sister. Seeing the two little ones, Lu Yuanding seemed to see the appearance of Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu when they were young, and his voice was gentle and kind. Grandpa, don't worry, when I grow up, I will practice well. Not only will I break through the foundation building, but I will also become a real person of the Jinden. Lu Qingqi stretched out her white and tender little hand to grab her grandfather's beard, and said with a smile, Okay, when you break through the Jinden, come to Qingzhu Mountain to tell Grandpa. Lu Yuanding said with a smile while holding his granddaughter. At this time, Lu Yuanzhong brought Lu Chenghe to the courtyard and greeted Lu Yuanding, Lu Qingshan and others. After a moment, Lu Yuanding looked at Lu Qingshan and asked in a gentle voice, Qingshan, can you conveniently compete with Chenghe? Just now, Lu Yuanzhong said that he wanted to know the gap between his direct lineage and the genius of the Immortal Gate. Today's Qingzhu Mountain is no longer what it used to be. The family's clan-keeping technique is the Penigans Huanlinju given by Lu Changsheng. Lu Chenghe is not only gifted, but also the only one in the family who has mastered this technique. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan looked at Lu Chenghe next to him, who was at the first level of foundation building. Under normal circumstances, such a cultivator is not worthy of competing with him. But since his grandfather had spoken, he nodded and chuckled, Of course I can. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Qingshan. Lu Chenghe is a few years older than Lu Qingshan, but he is still very polite according to seniority. But there is still a bit of arrogance in his eyebrows. He is the only person in Qingzhu Mountain who has mastered the Penigans Huanlinju, and he is also the first person in the family to condense a perfect foundation. He believes that even if he is not as good as a top genius like Lu Qingshan, he will not be too far behind. Soon, several people came to an open space in Qingzhu Mountain. Go ahead. Lu Qingshan said with a tall and slender figure, like a heavenly sword. Qingshan, don't you need to draw your sword? Lu Yuanding knew that his grandson was a sword cultivator, and he was a little puzzled that he didn't draw his sword at this time. If someone else said this, Lu Qingshan would say, Is he qualified to use a sword? But after all, he is his grandfather, so he was very restrained and said with a smile, It's just a competition. Uncle Qingshan, I'm sorry. Lu Chenghe's eyes condensed slightly, and he said this, pinching his hands. The magic power flowed, and a strong and deep breath filled his body. Immediately, a cocky magic ring appeared, and the breath was heavy and went towards Lu Qingshan to suppress it. Facing such an offensive, Lu Qingshan burst out with a snap of his fingers, and directly blew up the magic ring. This Lu Yuanzhong and Lu Yuanding next to him were both shocked. Even Lu Chenghe was slightly choked. He didn't expect that his offensive would be resolved so easily. His face was solemn, and he made hand gestures repeatedly. 2 magic rings condensed around his body, overlapped and rotated, and went to suppress Lu Qingshan. However, Lu Qingshan still flicked his fingers, and the sword light was sharp, which exploded the magic ring. Lu Qingzhu, who was next to him, saw this scene and wanted her brother to let him go a little. But she knew that her brother never did such things on weekdays. Besides, Lu Chenghe's strength could not be let go unless her brother acted. She whispered to her grandfather, Grandpa, my brother is quite strong. You can't see it in ordinary sparring. Chenghe's strength is already good. Lu Yuanding didn't know what to say for a while when he heard this and saw this situation. Lu Yuanzhong, who was next to him, was shocked. He knew Lu Chenghe's strength very well, and his combat power was not much worse than his. But in front of Lu Qingshan, he was like a toddler, without any threat. Doesn't it mean that if Lu Qingshan really takes action, he can kill him and Lu Chenghe in one move? Thank you Uncle Qingshan for your advice. Lu Chenghu beside him smiled bitterly and sighed helplessly. This competition ended so dramatically. However, Lu Qingxun said that Lu Chenghu's strength was not bad, and he could be considered above average in the Immortal Sect. Hearing this, Lu Yuanzhang felt much more comfortable. The family spent a lot of effort to cultivate Lu Chenghu and waited for more than 10 years. If he was just inferior in the Immortal Sect, they would really be desperate. However, through this competition, they also had a general idea of the Immortal Sect's Xianjiao and the dance seeds. 1 month later, Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao returned to Bihu Mountain. Qingshan and Qingzhu are back. Lu Changsheng just got home and learned about the news of his children's return, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He thought that he came back in time this time. If it was delayed for a few more months, his children might return to Qingyun Sect. However, when he heard that Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu went to Qingzhu Mountain and Bihu Mountain, he came to Zumi Cave Heaven and sacrificed the mountain and river tripods one by one. Zumaru! Lu Changsheng shouted at Zumi. These spiritual veins' origins did not require him to set up the formation. Zumi could refine the origins by himself and use them to nourish the spiritual veins. Yes, Master. Zumi's voice was ethereal and pleasant, and he drove the mountain and river tripods into the earth veins one by one. However, Lu Changsheng still kept a mountain and river tripod, ready to use it to upgrade the Linka Cliff where he planted and cultivated spiritual medicines. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng gave Honglian a bunch of monster cores he had harvested and put them into the ancient beast control symbol. His black water dragon Taoist soldiers have been cultivating. However, this thing is a big resource consumer. He has limited resources in recent years, so he has reduced the investment in this area. Now that he has monster cores, he will naturally feed them all, thinking that he will produce a few second-level Taoist soldiers as soon as possible to see the effect. After doing these things, Lu Changsheng remembered that he had not drawn a lottery before, so he came to the top of the peak, under the Zumi tree, and said in his heart, "System, draw a lottery." Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gu Worm Xiangxiang Gu. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A pink silkworm pattern emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Well, a Gu worm. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he saw this reward. With a peach blossom Gu and the whole Gu in front, he has a good feeling for the Gu worms in the system. I think there should be more of this thing. I like it, and it is useful. His mind moved slightly, and he looked into the system space. Gu worm, Xiangxiang Gu, quality, Xianling Gu, description. The way of heaven has yin and yang, and people have good and evil, right and wrong, beauty and ugliness. Those who are fragrant are liked by everyone, and those who are heavenly and earthly are favored. Why is the effect of this Xiangxiang Gu a bit like the Washao Xiangxiang body? Lu Changsheng looked at the Xiangxiang Gu in front of him, his eyes slightly condensed. Regarding his own Washao Xiangxiang body, he already knew the general effect through the red lotus. This spirit body can be divided into two parts. Washao. Xiangxiang. The immaculate part makes the spirit body immaculate, all meridians are open, there is no bottleneck before the foundation is established, the lifespan is different from that of ordinary people, and the body is different from ordinary people in terms of toxins, which can reduce the poison of the elixir. The most obvious part of the heavenly fragrance part is the fragrance of the body. This fragrance can make people feel close, and even has a passion-destroying effect during men and women. According to Honglian, if the owner of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body breaks through the damp formation stage, he will be favored by heaven and earth in the dark and improve his luck. Although this theory of luck is very mysterious and difficult to verify. But when the damp formation breaks through the nascent soul heavenly tribulation of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body will be relatively weaker. Extract. Lu Changsheng extracted the heavenly fragrance Gu. He immediately had a detailed understanding of this Gu. It is really similar to the immaculate heavenly fragrance body. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he saw the heavenly fragrance Gu in his hand. After refining this heavenly fragrance Gu, it can make its owner's body fragrant, which makes people feel good. When the Gu is promoted to the second level, the fragrance effect will be further improved. Not only does it make people feel good about it, but it also makes people reluctant to hurt it. When the Gu worm is promoted to the third level, even if the enemy smells this fragrance, they will feel soft-hearted and reluctant to harm it. When the Gu worm is promoted to the fourth level, this fragrance can begin to improve the luck and fortune in the dark. However, It is very troublesome to cultivate this Changsheng goo. It is okay when it is in the first level, just a fragrance of ordinary flowers will do. When it is in the second level, this fragrance of flowers must be the fragrance of rare spiritual medicine. When it is in the third level, it is very troublesome for the Changsheng goo to be promoted. It needs to be fed with the fragrance of spiritual plants and flowers of heaven and earth. As for the fourth level, it is no longer an ordinary fragrance, and it needs divine fragrance, that is, the incense of other people's faith. It is too difficult to cultivate this Changsheng goo. How simple is the peach blossom goo? I hope that goo doesn't need to be cultivated. I have a pure Changsheng body, peach blossom goo. If I refine this Changsheng goo again, I will really become a male succubus. Lu Changsheng looked at the goo worm, touched his chin, and thought to himself. But he didn't think of refining this Changsheng goo. Like now, he has been sealing the fragrance of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body. It can only be used as a fun thing during dual cultivation. Otherwise, what would it look like for a grown man to have a fragrant body and walk with a fragrant smell? If he had another heavenly fragrance goo, he would really walk with a fragrant breeze. Thinking of this scene, Lu Changsheng felt a chill. When I go to Jin State, I have to prepare some gifts for Yao. She was born in the 5 poison sect, so I think she will have some kind of natal goo. This heavenly fragrance goo can be given to her as a gift. Lu Changsheng thought of his daughter whom he had never met. This daughter has an immaculate heavenly fragrance body. If she can refine this heavenly fragrance goo, it will be of great help in her growth. And the fragrance thing is weird for a grown man like him. If it is a well-behaved and cute beautiful girl, it is very normal. I don't know how Yao is now. Lu Changsheng thought that his daughter had already established her foundation, and he couldn't help but sigh. It felt like so much time had passed. When he went to Jin State, he would also meet this daughter, Meng Xiachen. I really want to bring my daughter home, but it may not be easy unless I tie her up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Golden Silkworm Goo and 6-Winged Golden Silkworm. Ruai, this is the Saniyang pill, which can eliminate all the hidden injuries and hidden dangers in your body, just like the sunshine. These 3 bottles of Bakao pill have the effect of warming the meridians, blood and flesh, and this Huai wine has the effect of condensing spiritual power. If you drink a cup every day, it can improve your foundation. As for the foundation building pill, Dad has a top-grade foundation building pill here. In the Lu family mansion, Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter Lu Ruai and said with a smile. This daughter has been away for so many years, and she has matured a lot, and there is a bit more cold and murderous aura between her eyebrows. It is needless to think that she has suffered a lot outside these years. Now that she is back home and preparing to impact the foundation, he, as a father, will naturally not be stingy. Even if his daughter only has an 8th grade spiritual root and the probability of breakthrough is very small, he will still do everything. Dad Lu Ruai looked at the pills and spiritual wine handed over by her father, pursed her red lips, and warmth flowed in her heart. She was used to the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation outside, and countless people fought and scrambled for hundreds or even dozens of spiritual stones. Seeing her father's generous behavior, she was a little dazed. But when she thought about her father's behavior when he went out, he also prepared elixirs, talismans, magic tools, and puppets for them. As for spiritual objects for foundation building, there is nothing suitable at home now, but I ask your Aunt Mayan to purchase them from outside and give priority to you. You must have worked hard outside these years. Now that you are home, you can relax a little. Lu Changsheng reached out and touched his daughter's head with a warm smile. Dad, what if I fail to break through? Facing such heavy fatherly love, Lu Ruai felt a little pressure in her heart. She was only an 8th grade spiritual root. Even with so many preparations, the probability of foundation building was at most 20% to 30%. Things like foundation building have success and failure. Isn't this normal? If you take these and refine them, you can almost break through to foundation building. Even if you fail, you can break through again at that time. What's the big deal? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. For children who work hard enough, he is willing to give 1 or 2 more chances. Lu Ruai was slightly stunned when she heard such a light-hearted words. But she understood that her father didn't want to put pressure on her. "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down," Lu Ruai said with a heroic look on her face. Although her father didn't ask much of her brothers and sisters since they were young, saying that they just had to do their best. But that's why she didn't want her father to be disappointed. "Okay, don't put too much pressure on yourself, practice with peace of mind, and you can find your father if you have any problems. If I'm not here, go find your Aunt Mayan." Lu Changsheng smiled and said. After temporarily solving the problem of his daughter, Lu Changsheng found his daughter Lu Wangshu and asked about her progress in the way of talismans in the year when he was away. After checking his daughter's progress in the way of talismans, Lu Changsheng asked her to stabilize it. "Dad, if this goes on, my cultivation will really be surpassed by Lingzhao. Where will I put my face then?" Lu Wangshu said a little aggrieved. "How could that be? You have to have confidence in yourself. The 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra you practiced is a long-term accumulation. Once you break through the foundation, how can others compare?" Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Changsheng felt a little funny in his heart and comforted her in a gentle voice. In his heart, he was thinking, should he strengthen his son Lu Lingxiao, so that his daughter would have a sense of urgency and motivation to work hard. When his daughter was defeated by Lu Lingxiao, he could strengthen her again. "Dad, are you still secretly happy in your heart? Do you think I will be under pressure?" Lu Wangshu looked at his old father and pouted. "What if your precious daughter is devastated by the blow? Tell me, what do you want?" Lu Changsheng glanced at his daughter. He didn't believe that she would be devastated by the blow. "Oh, so this is how I am in Daddy's mind." Lu Wangshu looked aggrieved. "Don't say it anymore," Lu Changsheng said directly. "I just want you to cultivate a Xianum Bao Wanglian for me." Lu Wangshu immediately held his old father affectionately, and said with a well-behaved face, "Dad, you know that the void drawing talisman consumes a lot of mana. No matter how deep I accumulate now, I can't break through the foundation building and my mana is not enough. There is nothing I can do." "You really think far enough." Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, "It's too troublesome to cultivate a Xianum Bao Wanglian, and it takes too long. Dad will give you another treasure when the time comes." "Dad, I know you love me the most," Lu Wangshu said happily. Although she was a little stressed by Lu Lingxiao's progress in cultivation, she never felt that the other party could beat her. 3 days later, Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu returned to Bihu Mountain after visiting Bihu Mountain and Huaguo Mountain. Zhao Zuer. Lu Changsheng looked at the quiet and gentle Lu Qingzhu. A smile appeared on his face, and he hugged his daughter after a long separation. Then he patted his son on the shoulder, nodded and said, "Not bad." His daughter's breakthrough to the foundation building was undoubtedly related to his son, and he was quite satisfied with this aspect. Moreover, after not seeing him for more than 10 years, his son had changed a lot, and his sword intent was no longer so sharp. Lu Changsheng knew that this was an improvement in the sword. The family reminisced and chatted, and Lu Qingshan talked about the opportunity he got from Lu Ruai. "Ruai, I will give her compensation," Lu Changsheng said, asking Lu Qingshan to show him the sword embryo. He had seen a lot of magic weapons, and he had also seen Tongshan Lingbao, but he had never seen a spiritual treasure. Swish! Lu Qingshan took out the plain Shaoshan Xingdao sword. After he nurtured it for these days, the sword embryo had a little more luster. "This sword embryo is very good, but for you, it lacks a little sharpness. You can collect some refined gold, and your father will help you refine it again when the time comes." As a top-level third-level refiner, Lu Changsheng could see the condition of the sword embryo at a glance. The sword is naturally a good sword, but it is estimated that it is only about 70 for Lu Qingshan. If this sword embryo is used as the skeleton, a large amount of fine gold spiritual materials are added to improve the sharpness of the flying sword. It will be more suitable for Lu Qingshan. "Dad, do you know how to refine weapons?" Lu Qingshan was a little surprised. "It's okay. If you know one method, you know all the methods." "I know a little bit." Lu Changsheng smiled. Lu Qingshan was a little skeptical, thinking that if his father knew how to refine weapons, it would be too against the sky, right? He didn't say anything, and asked about the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. In this regard, Lu Changsheng would naturally not hide his shortcomings. At the beginning, he didn't teach it all, simply saying that there were too many things that the other party couldn't understand. Under Lu Changsheng's guidance, Lu Qingshan directly realized something and went to retreat. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng smiled and felt that his son's talent in the way of swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary and amazing. Then he cared about his daughter Lu Qingzhu's situation and asked her about her daily life. His son Lu Qingxun has a carefree personality and is extremely dazzling outside, so he naturally doesn't feel bored in life. But my daughter Lu Qingzhu is so quiet, I think her life will be a bit monotonous and boring. Daddy. Facing her father's care, Lu Qingzhu just said quietly and gently that her life is very good, and her brother Lu Qingxun has always cared about her. The only thing is that she is worried about her brother's character. If he suffers, he will suffer a big loss. I hope Lu Changsheng can persuade him a little. Alice. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly, knowing that it is difficult for his son Lu Qingxun to change this situation. On the one hand, his character is like this. On the other hand, it is also the subtle influence of the fusion with the law. If one day his character changes drastically and he is no longer sharp, his sword heart will be broken. Xiao Zuer, you can also watch by your side. Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's head and said in a gentle voice. He gave his only second-level top puppet to this daughter, and gave her 10 third-level talismans. Don't let your brother know. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's surprised look and said with a chuckle. If Lu Qingxun knew about this kid would probably be more confident. Daddy. Lu Qingzhu pursed her pink lips. As a disciple of Qingyun Sect and a foundation-building cultivator, he naturally knew the preciousness of the second-level top puppets and third-level talismans. Puppets and talismans of this level are almost impossible to buy on the market. Keep it. You are away for a long time and your father is not with you, so you can only take care of yourself. Lu Changsheng said softly when he saw his daughter's quiet appearance. Thank you, Dad. Lu Qingzhu smiled softly. After spending half a month at home with his wife, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng began to practice in seclusion. Although he did not practice in the Qingzhu Mountains for a year, he still accumulated a lot of cultivation and mana with the help of his children. Prepare to take advantage of the days when the spirit veins are upgraded to condense the remaining 9 yin-yang yuandan in one go. Then pick the Xianyun Bia Wanglian, refine it into the second Jianshan, and condense another 36 yin-yang yuandan. By then, the spirit veins of Zumi Cave Heaven will be almost cultivated and upgraded, and you can start to impact the Dan Jin State, Fairy Spider Market. Buzz buzz buzz, the market formation started to operate, mist was lingering, spiritual light was surging, and there was a huge blood jade spider entrenched, covering the entire market, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Outside the Zuxin Tower, a beautiful, fresh and refined purple-clothed girl floated in. Her purple veil covered her face, making it difficult to see her true appearance. But if her snow-white skin, slender eyebrows, and eyes that looked like stars and blue waves were enough to make countless men lose their souls. Many cultivators couldn't help but show surprise when they saw this girl. Looking at her extraordinary figure, they couldn't move their eyes away. Auntie Sue, what's going on? The purple-clothed girl walked into the lobby, looked at a beautiful woman in black, and asked softly. Her voice was as soft as cotton wool, like the sound of nature, and intoxicating. Miss, I just found out that junior sister Liu Dai was assassinated in the market, so I activated the market formation to prevent the murderer from escaping. The beautiful woman in black said immediately. Are there any clues? The girl tilted her head and asked after hearing this. This person's methods are very strange. According to the traces on the corpse, there is the corpse evil spirit of the Qingyun Sect, the Yinming Ghost Sect's Yinming Ghost Spirit, and the blood evil spirit of the Gong family. The black-clothed beautiful woman whispered, and took the girl to the side to check the corpse. Are there people from these forces in our market? The girl's beautiful eyes were like stars in the night sky, shining with moving luster. Yes, these forces have people stationed in our market. The beautiful woman whispered. In that case, let's go. The girl's purple dress fluttered, and her black and beautiful black hair was scattered to her thin waist, beautiful as a fairy. Ah, where to go? The beautiful woman was stunned. To catch someone. The girl's beautiful eyes flickered, and her face covered by purple veil showed a cute and innocent expression that could make any man confused. She said, isn't it related to several of them? Then don't we know if we catch them all? The beautiful woman was confused and speechless. I never expected that this young lady would do this. You know, both the Qingyun Sect and the Yinming Ghost Sect are top sects. Even though this Xiansu market is a market under the name of their 5 poison sect, it is impossible to capture other people's disciples casually. What's wrong? The girl frowned slightly. Her nose was as quiet as a virgin, like an innocent girl, and asked, "Don't we have enough manpower in the market to take them down? Do you need me to notify Sister Xiaochen?" "Enough, I will arrange it now." The beautiful woman thought of the identity of the girl in front of her, sighed in her heart, and said nothing more. "If you move the Qianxi sect, Yinming Ghost sect and other forces stationed in the market, you may cause trouble. But if you disobey this young lady and make her unhappy, you will be in trouble now." Half a day later, Xianzhu Peak, in a gorgeous hall. A man and a woman dressed in luxurious clothes were imprisoned by magic power and bound to move. "Nangguan Yao, what do you mean? Miss Yao, is there any misunderstanding? Our Gong family has always been on good terms with your clan. Nangguan Yao, you just judged what we did based on the traces of magic on the corpse. Don't you think it's hasty? These people are either rich or noble, and they all come from powerful families. They were caught for no reason at this time, and they all felt angry." On the high platform of the palace, a girl with a purple veil covering her face and stunning beauty sat casually sideways, supporting her chin with her hand and crossing her legs. Her body proportions are very perfect, her legs are straight and slender, like white jade, with a dazzling crystal luster. "Don't be angry, everyone. Yao just wants to know if my sister's death has anything to do with you." Nangguan Yao looked at the people in the hall who were furious, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said in a playful and cute voice with a sweet voice. After confirming that all the people from the market had been captured, she came in front of a person with her clothes fluttering, the belt tied around her waist ringing, and her slender body exuding fragrance. Then her star-like eyes glowed with a dreamy and beautiful light, and she asked sweetly, "This senior brother, is it related to you?" The young man who was asked by Nangguan Yao looked at this pair of beautiful eyes, and his eyes were actually absent-minded for a moment. It's not that he has never seen a beautiful woman, but he swears that he has never seen such beautiful eyes in his life. This kind of beauty cannot be described or interpreted in words. Under the gaze of this pair of beautiful eyes, his mind, will, and even soul are sinking, willing to surrender to the charm of the other party and go through fire and water for her. After a while, there was only the figure of the purple-clothed girl in his pupils, and he said in a daze, "I was practicing in the courtyard at the time and didn't know about this." "Then what is your purpose in coming to my fairy spider market?" Nangguan Yao continued to ask in a sweet voice. Faced with such questions, everyone else in the hall was horrified. "You know, this person is a foundation-building cultivator like Nangguan Yao." But facing Nangguan Yao's methods, he had no resistance. After a moment, Nangguan Yao looked at a woman next to her and asked the same question. However, the woman was alert and closed her eyes without looking into Nangguan Yao's eyes. Puff puff puff. Seeing this, Nangguan Yao raised her hand lightly, and a golden light shot out, piercing the woman's chest back and forth, and blood flowers flew out. "Ah!" The woman immediately let out a shrill and painful scream. "Sister, just tell Yao." Nangguan Yao's face covered by purple veil was still full of sweet smiles, her voice was pleasant, and her beautiful eyes were shining with a charming purple luster. The woman felt as if her internal organs were being eaten away by something, her eyes were wide open, her veins were bulging, and she was sweating from the pain. Hearing Nangguan Yao's voice like the sound of nature, she suddenly felt that the pain had dissipated a lot, and a feeling of gratitude involuntarily surged in her heart. She immediately realized that something was wrong, but she gradually looked up at Nangguan Yao's beautiful eyes with purple crystal luster, and her mind began to sink, as if the other party was the person closest to her. "This matter has nothing to do with me, but it is very likely to be done by the ghost of impermanence. I came here because I heard about the six-winged golden silkworm and was ready to come to verify this matter." After a moment, the woman said in a hoarse voice, "Six-winged golden silkworm." Nangguan Yao heard this, her beautiful eyes blinked lightly, playful and cute, and immediately asked, "Where's this six-winged golden silkworm? Do you have any relevant information?" "Her natal goo worm is called golden silkworm goo. If you can refine it with the six-winged golden silkworm again, you can be promoted to Shineling goo, and in the future, it will be the incarnation of the body and the carrier of the second Yuanying." And she remembered that this six-winged golden silkworm is a ferocious alien species. If it is cultivated to the third level, it can refine several top magic weapons, or magical powers. Regarding the six-winged golden silkworm, I only know that this person is named Changsheng. Because he killed the son of the ghost demon, He may have fled to the Five Poisons sect. I haven't investigated the specific situation yet. The woman said with a pale face and dull eyes. Chu Changsheng Nangguanyao wrote down the name. Then he looked at the remaining person and asked if they knew the relevant situation and what their purpose was in coming to the fairy spider market. Although she was investigating the murder this time, she also took this opportunity to clean up the hidden men buried by other forces in her market. After the matter, she came to palace, took out a token, and called out in a sweet voice, "Sister Xiaojin." Boom. After a while, the palace gate opened. Nangguanyao entered the hall with a happy face, and saw a woman who looked 18 or 19 years old, exquisite and beautiful, dreamy and ethereal, and called out affectionately, "Sister Xiaojin." As she spoke, she rushed into the other's arms with a happy face like an innocent little girl, with a charming look. "Why are you still like a child?" Meng Xiaojin's eyebrows were curved, and she smiled. Her beautiful eyes were full of doting. I am a child in front of Sister Xiaojin," Nangguanyao said coquettishly, telling Meng Xiaojin what happened today. Six-winged golden silkworm. When Meng Xiaojin heard this name, her beautiful eyes were filled with a dreamy luster like glass. Then she said softly to Nangguanyao, "Since this person can kill the son of the ghost demon, it means that he is very unusual. Let the sect investigate this matter." Yet, Nangguanyao looked well-behaved and moved, and continued, "Sister Xiaojin, how long will it take for Mother to come back this time? If you miss Master, we will go to Wuxiling to visit Master later." Meng Xiaojin rubbed Nangguanyao's hair and said softly. In her heart, she hoped that her master would stay in Wuxiling for a while longer. Before Yao broke through the foundation building, Master said that he would go far away, so she guessed what Master wanted to do. There is a high probability that he will go to Jiang country to find the figure that has always haunted him. Now that the Master's love lock-u has been solved, if he goes to Jiang country, Lulang will be in great danger. Meng Xiaojin looked at Nangguanyao in front of her and sighed in her heart. She knew that once the matter in Wuxiling was done, the Master would still go to Jiang country. She didn't know whether the Master would let Lulang go for Yao's sake. After having Nangguanyao, she could see that her Master's temperament had changed significantly. Chapter 393, Heavenly Daodan, the second Danshan is formed. Bihu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, looking solemn. In the Danshan of Qi, 36 yin-yang yuan and rotated, making the Dan lake boil and surging with amazing mana fluctuations. Buzz buzz buzz, the yin-yang Qi flowed around his body, majestic and mysterious, exuding a spiritual pressure that almost surpassed the fake Danzhanren, making the air in the cave seem to solidify. Yin-yang Yuandan method, 9 small successes, 36 great successes. After more than half a year of seclusion, Lu Changsheng finally mastered this secret method. At this moment, suddenly, Lu Changsheng felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, and his heart was on a whim. His yin-yang creation sutra was actually ready to move, and it was actively running, which meant to attack the third level of the method, the Den stage. Is this the so-called Heavenly Daodan? A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Changsheng's mouth. Just like the foundation of the Heavenly Dao, when the method is cultivated to the point where there is no room for improvement, there may be an opportunity to break through the realm by itself. When Qi refining breaks through foundation building, it is called Heavenly Dao foundation building. When foundation building breaks through Dan formation, it is called Heavenly Dao Dan formation. As long as you follow this line of inspiration, you can increase the probability of breakthrough by 30% to 40%. Back then, Lu Changsheng constantly used his yin-yang Qi to nurse the Tai Yi Dao seed for Lu Miaoj, and such a rare opportunity appeared for the other party. Unexpectedly, now that the yin-yang Yuan Dan method has been perfected, such an opportunity will also appear. Although the Heavenly Dao Dan formation is good, I don't need it. Lu Changsheng operated the method, forcibly suppressing the magic power to break through, so that this whim and the opportunity in the dark slowly dissipated. Countless people dreamed of and longed for the opportunity to the point of madness, but Lu Changsheng gave up so easily. With my talent and foundation, why do I need to rely on this so-called Heavenly Dao Dan formation? Lu Changsheng looked calm and indifferent, got up and tidied his robes, and walked out of the cave. If there was no Xian in Bao Wanglian, now the family spiritual veins have been nurtured to the peak of the second level, he would still consider taking this opportunity to break through. But with all the preparations, why should he rely on this so-called heavenly opportunity to disrupt his plan? After all, what has been preventing him from forming a pill has not always been the formation of a pill. It is the quality of the pill. Especially with the success of the yin-yang yuan method, Lu Changsheng is looking forward to whether his golden pill can go one step further than the upper-grade golden pill and become the top-level golden pill among the immortal golden pills, just like when he built his foundation. Lu Changsheng came to the outside of the Changsheng Palace and looked at the Xianum Baowang lotus in the Spirit Eye Spring. This Xianum Baowang lotus has been cultivated by him in the Onling bottle for more than 10 years. But it is only a little bigger than before, and there is no obvious qualitative change. It will take at least several decades to cultivate it into Xianum Baowang lotus. So Lu Changsheng had long given up the idea of cultivating the Xianum Baowang lotus. The Xianum Baowang lotus is enough to be the second danshan of the Jindans Henrun. I will sacrifice this lotus to refine it into the treasure of the void, the second danshan. It is estimated that the number of yuan condensed can easily exceed 36. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The yin-yang yuan method has been perfected to 36. It can continue to condense after the success. It's just that the difficulty has increased, which will cause pressure on the Qi Hai Dan Tian. However, as a third-level spiritual plant, this Yan Yuan Bao Wang Lian can contain more mana than the foundation-building cultivator after it is refined into the second Yan Tian. Lu Changsheng did not pick this Yan Yuan Bao Wang Lian immediately. He walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven and came to the Lu family mansion. He asked his wife Lu Maiwen if there was anything wrong at home during his retreat. Nothing happened at home. Lu Maiwen shook her head gently and told some daily trivial matters at home. For example, the children at home went out, and the cultivation level broke through. Although the head of the Lu family is Lu Xingyang. But because Lu Changsheng asked Lu Maiwen about everything. So Lu Xingyang still reported many things to Lu Maiwen. Yet, Lu Changsheng heard that there was nothing big, and he didn't care too much. Then Lu Maiwen told some problems with other family forces. It said that King Lun's Henren had not shown up, and now King Lun Xiancheng is getting more and more chaotic. It completely relies on a few fake Dan to stabilize people's hearts, which can be said to be precarious. Have Qingshan and Qingzhu return to you? Lu Changsheng asked. Regarding the matter of King Lun Immortal City, he had asked his son Lu Qingshan before, how the two were when they came back. Lu Qingshan said that they had been in the inner city at that time, and he didn't feel much. However, he heard from his master that true man King Lun had most likely left King Lun Immortal City and went out to break through the nascent soul. Qingshan and Qingzhu are still at home. Qingshan seemed to have something to ask you, my husband. Lu Maiwen said. Oh. Lu Changsheng nodded and went to ask his son what he wanted to ask him. Lu Qingshan didn't have anything to do. He just wanted to find Lu Changsheng to verify it after comprehending the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Then he said that he was going to return to Qingyun Sect with Lu Qingzhu. I'll ask about the time of the Qingyun Spirit ship's ticket later, and have someone prepare it for you in advance. Lu Changsheng heard this and said, Dad, do you still have this way? Lu Qingshan said in surprise. I didn't expect that his family actually had connections in Qingyun Sect. Your father's connections are wider than you think. Lu Changsheng glanced at his son and said. Then he answered his questions about the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Let me see how strong you are now. Lu Changsheng took Lu Qingshan to the back mountain to see his strength. To be honest, Lu Changsheng still didn't know what it meant to have an invincible fighting power that could overwhelm the same level. Dad, be careful. Lu Qingshan grinned, holding a golden magic sword. As soon as the words fell, the whole person's momentum soared into the sky, his robes fluttered, and a sharp energy was raised around his body, tearing through the air, revealing his sharp edge. In his early years, he thought that his father's fighting power was average, and his main means was talismans. But this time when he went home, after hearing many things at home, he always felt that his father was not simple. Especially his sword heart was clear, and he could roughly sense the strength of others and whether they were dangerous to him. But the father in front of him gave him a foggy feeling, and it was difficult to see through him, which was very surprising. So he also wanted to see how deep his father was hiding. Just go for it. Lu Changsheng, wearing a green robe, with a tall and slender figure, said with a chuckle. Zhenjin. The magic sword in Lu Qingshan's hand was flowing with golden light, and a golden sword energy several feet long burst out, with a sharp breath and the sharpness of Zhenjin. However, facing this sword energy, Lu Changsheng did not dodge or avoid it. He raised his right hand lightly, and his slender jade-like palm was shining with a faint crystal luster, and directly held the sword energy in his hand. Just go for it. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Dad, you also practice body cultivation. Lu Qingzhu was stunned and said with some surprise. He really didn't know that his father also practiced body cultivation. Although he was afraid of hurting his father with a sword, he only used a quarter of his strength. But his father directly fought with bare hands, which was really amazing, right? Well, I practiced a little in my spare time. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. Although this was a bit pretentious, he did practice a little in his spare time. Lu Qingzhu's mouth twitched. I thought that I was always pretentious, but I didn't expect that my father was even prettier than me. Dad, you better be careful next time. Lu Changsheng raised his sword eyebrows and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking. Buzz buzz buzz, the golden magic sword vibrated wildly, the sword body was shining, dazzling, and a 7-color sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly burst out, slashing towards Lu Changsheng like an overwhelming force. Good boy. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng's eyes showed a bit of brilliance. Lu Qingzhu is only at the 3rd level of foundation building now. But the power of this sword is comparable to the attack of the general late foundation building. He didn't directly confront this sword light like he did just now. After all, such behavior is indeed a bit hurtful to people's self-esteem. Yin-Yang mixed whole. Lu Changsheng circulated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, and the Yin and Yang Qi around his body surged, forming a huge Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish. This Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish rotated and formed a black hole that was a foot wide. Swish, 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 Lu Qingzhu's overwhelming sword light was completely wiped out by the black hole, turning into wisps of spiritual energy and dissipating between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingzhu looked at his father in shock. Not only was his offensive easily resolved. Just a moment ago, his sword heart finally felt some inexplicable aura from Lu Changsheng. Danger, unfathomable. As expected of a father, he is extraordinary. Lu Qingzhu grinned. This posture and appearance are completely different from the appearance of the peerless swordsman just now. Haha, you can be so alert and smart when facing others on weekdays, and your father is relieved? Lu Changsheng chuckled. He called his son to spar, not only to test and see his strength, but also to let Lu Qingzhu know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Some people seem ordinary, but they hide very deeply, and they should not be underestimated. Lu Qingzhu did not speak. Facing others? Are they worthy? But he still said with a smile, Dad is right, the child will definitely remember it in his heart. Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched, knowing that the other party's words went in one ear and out the other. He continued, Qingzhu, in my father's opinion, the real power is not to be invincible in the same realm, but to always defeat the minority with more people. Dad is very wise. Lu Qingzhu agreed and said that it made sense. Forget it, there is no way to teach this son. Lu Changsheng was too lazy to say anything else. He went to care about the other children and used the Dongxun treasure mirror to test their cultivation. Dad, I will go back with Xiao Zuo later. The journey is long and we may encounter some dangers. Do you have any treasures suitable for me? Lu Qingzhu looked at his father and shouted immediately. Through the fight just now, he knew that his father was not simple and hid too deeply. In this case, it would not be too much for him to ask for some good things. Get out. Lu Changsheng waved his hand. After a while, Lu Qingzhu saw Lu Changsheng using the Dongxun treasure mirror to check the cultivation of other Lu family members, and immediately stepped forward to join in the fun. Dad, let me take a look too. Lu Changsheng used the treasure mirror to check him once. The whole process was round and smooth, without any hidden injuries or defects. Not bad, the cultivation is very stable. Lu Changsheng was not surprised and said with a smile. Then he checked his daughter Lu Qingzhu again. There were 2 small flaws, but the problem was not big. This shows that the other master, Xianyun's Hanren, still spent some time on the 2 of them. After caring about the situation of his children, Lu Changsheng left Qingzhu Mountain and went to Qingyun Sect. He cared about Xiao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing, and asked Xiao Ziyu to help him prepare 2 tickets for the Qingyun spirit ship. After returning from Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng picked the Xianyun Bao Wanglian. He began to refine it into the treasure of the void as his second danshan. It is very simple to refine the Xianyun Bao Wanglian into the second danshan. Just like refining magic weapons, Through continuous refining, they will eventually become one. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time refining the Xianyun Bao Wanglian. However, he did not shut himself up. He would come to Bian Peak every now and then to accompany his wife, concubines, and children at home. During this year, Li Xingyu finally succeeded in breaking through the foundation building with the help of Lu Changsheng in the same way as Xiaziyu. Lu Rui's key refining is perfect and he is about to break through the foundation building. Lu Qingsong broke through the 9th level of key refining. When Lu Qingsong broke through the 9th level of key refining, Lu Changsheng got a chance to draw a lottery. He drew an authentic level technique 6 desires heart Demonju. This is a spiritual consciousness technique. Use the 7 emotions and 6 desires to cultivate your own spiritual consciousness. The technique is really good. If you practice it to a high level, it has the effect of suppressing your own inner demons and arousing the inner demons of others. The only problem is that this technique must be practiced with the help of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which is very troublesome. And in the process, it may affect your own desires and even arouse your inner demons, which is very dangerous. In addition to these, Lu Changsheng also had 5 more children this year. The reason why he could have so many was naturally because Lu Changsheng used the 5 elements Yanzong method. He now has 91 descendants of spiritual roots, and he wants to have more before forming a pill. In addition, he feels that his spiritual roots have always been at the critical point of first-grade spiritual roots. If there is another first-grade spiritual root, or a second-grade spiritual root, maybe the spiritual root can be promoted to Earth spiritual root. Although the Earth spiritual root will not help him much now. But if it can be promoted, it will also help a little. Changsheng Palace. Is this the second Danshan? It's really mysterious. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged and looked at the Xianyun Bao Wanglian entrenched in his Qi-Hai Danshan. Originally, in his Qi-Hai, the powerful and surging mana filled the Qi-Hai Danshan, like a pond accumulating floods. But now, after refining the Xianyun Bao Wanglian and refining the second Danshan, the original mana suddenly flowed into it slowly. If he uses this second Danshan to absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and restore mana, the efficiency is simply several times, or even dozens of times, higher than it is now. Although this Xianyun Bao Wang Lotus has not been promoted to Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, as the second Danshan, it is estimated to be comparable to a cultivator in the late stage of Jindan. If I fill this second Danshan, wouldn't it be equivalent to endless mana? Lu Changsheng was surprised. However, he knew that he was only in the foundation building stage. If he broke through the Jindan, the effect of this second Danshan would not be so amazing. If this is the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, thinking that if he really cultivated a Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, then the mana would be truly endless. However, the physical body and meridians have not been improved, and the effect of this second Danshan is greatly reduced, and it can only be used as a simple mana storage. Whether it is restoring mana, absorbing and exhaling mana, or performing magic for a long time, the physical meridians cannot withstand such a surge of mana for a long time. But for me, it's enough. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Chapter 394 Lu Ruai breaks through and prepares to form a pill. Bian Peak. Lu Changsheng routinely used the Dongsong treasure mirror to check the cultivation of his children. After seeing his daughter Lu Ruai, he said, Ruai, I see that you are full of energy and spirit, and you can impact the foundation. There is no need to delay any longer. He could see that his daughter was still a little nervous and worried about the foundation, which led to gains and losses. So he spoke directly to prevent her from continuing to entangle and affect her mood. Yes, Dad. Lu Ruai heard this, pursed her lips and nodded in response. 3 days later. Zumi Cave Heaven. Lu Changsheng was dressed in a green shirt, holding a jade flute, his clothes fluttering, handsome and extraordinary. His slender and upright figure was like a green pine and cypress, a jade orchid and a jade tree, making people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze, peaceful and leisurely. The sound of the flute was long and gentle, like the sound of a clear spring and the warm sun on earth. Lu Ruai sat cross-legged, listening to the ethereal and deep sound of the flute, as if a gentleness flowed through her heart, soft and quiet, comfortable and at ease. All the restlessness, anxiety, and worries in her heart were washed away by the music. After a few songs, Lu Rui's mind was as calm as water, and even her Danghu spiritual power became much smoother. Dad Lu Ruai opened her eyes and looked at her father in green shirt and jade flute, who looked like a banished immortal, and was still immersed in the music. She had never heard such a beautiful song in her life, and her whole mind was calm. If you are ready, just feel free to break through. Lu Changsheng's gentle voice sounded in her mind. Yes. Lu Ruai's face was solemn. She took the foundation building pill, practiced the skills, and began to impact the foundation. Lu Changsheng continued to play the jade flute. The ethereal and deep music was like spring water flowing through her body, meridians, and danshan, helping her cleanse her body and mind and sort out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This method can only be used by Lu Changsheng, who has a third-level music. Like the second-level music, it can only help people cleanse their hearts and resolve the obstacles of the demons in their hearts. However, this method also consumes a lot of Lu Changsheng's mind and mana. If it weren't for his daughter's poor spiritual roots and the low probability of breaking through the foundation, Lu Changsheng really didn't want to spend this time and energy. Ho. The first is the key and blood barrier of the 3 foundation building stages. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept and madly poured into Lu Ruai's body, washing her limbs and bones. During this process, Lu Ruai's expression was slightly painful. But under the power of the foundation building pill and Lu Changsheng's flute, he still calmly endured the spiritual energy and gathered in the sea of qi and danshan. Lu Changsheng was not worried about the 3 foundation building stages. The main problem is the process of condensing the foundation. Like Xia Ziyu and Li Xingyu before, they all had problems at this step. But compared to the 2 women, Lu Ruai has experienced many things outside, and has fought life and death, so her character is much stronger than the 2 women. Time passed little by little. Lu Ruai passed the 3 foundation building stages and began to condense the foundation. It's a bit reluctant. Even if you condense the foundation of Taoism, you can only shatter it at most. Lu Changsheng paid attention to his daughter's situation and sighed in his heart. 8th grade spiritual roots are too much of a drag after all. And Lu Ruai's character is not up to standard after all, not as good as Li Feiyu. Void yin and yang, reverse the magical power, yin and yang 2 energies, capture. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly and circulated the yin and yang creation sutra. In the Qi danshan, the foundation of Taoism bloomed with thousands of feet of rosy clouds. Buzz buzz buzz, the yin and yang 2 energies of the foundation of Taoism suddenly turned into yin and yang fish, and appeared in Lu Changsheng's palm along the meridians. Go! Lu Changsheng's palm was as slender as jade, and he hit the yin and yang fish into Lu Ruai's body. Swish! Lu Ruai immediately felt her yin and yang fish entering her Qi danshan, helping her refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and condense the foundation of Taoism. The Tao platform, which was originally full of cracks and constantly vibrating, gradually gained a few more mysterious auras with the integration of the yin and yang fish, which reduced the cracks. It was unknown how long it had passed before Lu Ruai successfully broke through the foundation building stage. Her body was glittering. It's not bad to barely reach the level of lacking a foundation. Lu Changsheng sighed. Such resources and treatment, even in the Immortal Gate, would be considered a true teaching level. But his daughter was just barely lacking a foundation. However, in Lu Ruai's case, breaking through the foundation building stage was considered a success. Dad, thank you for your hard work. Lu Ruai opened her eyes and looked at her father in front of her, her eyes full of joy, excitement, admiration, and attachment. She knew that without her father's help, she would never have succeeded in breaking through the foundation building stage this time. Ruai, congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation building stage. Lu Changsheng touched his daughter's little head, his face was gentle, and he smiled softly. The foundation building ceremony will be held for you in a few years. After consolidating your cultivation, you will go to Qingzhu Mountain to practice and take charge. When the time comes, your father will have something to give you. Lu Changsheng said so. Now the spiritual veins at home are really a bit reluctant to support so many foundation building stages. Moreover, he was going to condense the yin-yang yuan dan in the second danshan in one go, and then he would attack the dam-forming dan. During this period, it would inevitably affect the cultivation of other people in the family. So he asked his daughter to go to Qingzhu Mountain or Qingzhu Mountain to cultivate. Ruai is not planning to hold any grand ceremony. Lu Ruai shook her head gently and said. She knew that the banquet for the foundation building ceremony would not receive too many spiritual stones, and the family would even lose money. Moreover, In her current situation, the continuous emergence of foundation-building cultivators would definitely attract the attention of other families. Especially since she only had a low-grade spiritual root, it was very noticeable. We'll talk about this later. If you have time, you can talk more with Changsheng and understand the business ideas of the Chamber of Commerce. Lu Changsheng continued to suggest. After so many years, although Qingzhu Mountain has become famous, the business is still limited to 1 acre and 3/10 of land in the family. The children of the Lu family have long had the idea of doing business abroad, but they have been suppressed by Lu Changsheng. Now that the children in the family are gradually growing up, Lu Changsheng is also relieved that they can go out. And setting up a chamber of commerce and expanding the business will have many conveniences and benefits for the family. My daughter understands. Lu Ruiyi heard this and instantly understood what her father meant. In fact, in her opinion, with her family's strength, they should have expanded their business to the 3 major immortal cities long ago. After settling Lu Ruiyi, Lu Changsheng returned to the cave and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Previously, he used music to cleanse Lu Ruiyi's mind and help her break through. He also forcibly used his magical powers, yin and yang, to capture her, and used the origin of yin and yang to help his daughter condense the foundation of Taoism, which consumed him a lot. Time flies, and more than half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Changsheng had 2 more children, and 3 children were born. However, one of the 3 children had a middle-grade spiritual root, one was of low grade, and one had no spiritual root, which made Lu Changsheng shake his head slightly. If he decided to take concubines and maids in the future, he would only consider high-grade spiritual roots or foundation-building cultivators. In this way, the lower limit can be greatly increased. During these days, Qingzhu Mountain was very stable. The spiritual veins of Zumi Cave Heaven have been cultivated to the 2nd grade upper grade and are growing towards the 2nd grade top grade. It is estimated that in a maximum of 1 year, the spiritual veins will be able to grow to the 2nd grade top grade. However, in recent days, Qingzhu Immortal City has become more and more chaotic. The departure of a large number of independent cultivators has eventually affected the Qingyun territory, resulting in more frequent robbery incidents. A few days ago, Hongai Valley Market also suffered a robbery. However, Lu Maioji and 3 foundation-building cultivators from Qingzhu Mountain arrived at the first time to suppress the riot. This incident has caused quite a stir. Everyone knows that Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain are of the same origin. Now Qingzhu Mountain has 7 foundation-building cultivators in the open. The mountain owner Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Maioji practiced a joint cultivation method, and their combat power is comparable to that of a fake pill real person. Under such circumstances, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has unknowingly had 3 great foundation-building cultivators, which is amazing. Many family forces suspect that in addition to the foundation-building cultivators on the surface, Qingzhu Mountain also has hidden strength. At present, the largest force in this area, Jin Longling, has gradually taken over the Jin family's territory because the fake pale ancestor was killed by an evil cultivator. As a result, other family forces are more wary of Qingzhu Mountain than Jinlong Ridge. After all, the Jin family is overbearing and now they are seriously injured and need to recuperate. The Lu family seems harmless and does not get involved in anything, but their growth rate is amazing. This made Lu Changsheng realize that if he established a chamber of commerce and wanted to do business, there would definitely be great resistance. On this day, Lu Changsheng received a letter from Li Fiyu. The letter said that he was fine and Lu Changsheng didn't need to worry, but the situation in Qingzhu Immortal City was a little tense now, so Lu Changsheng was asked not to go to Qingzhu Immortal City if he had nothing to do. Alice, the storm is coming. Lu Changsheng shook his head, knowing that Qingzhu Immortal City was likely to be in chaos. The reason why Li Fiyu didn't leave Qingzhu Immortal City was that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to compete for opportunities. After all, for casual cultivators, chaos is the ladder to the upper sequence. Even if it is extremely dangerous, they will still choose to fight and fight. For the choice of his good brother, Lu Changsheng can only let him take care of himself. The reply said that if he encountered any trouble or anything, he could come to Qingzhu Mountain at any time. A year and a half later. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, and the 36th Yin-Yang Yuandan condensed in the 2nd Danshan, Xianun Baowang Lotus. The accommodation characteristics of this 2nd Danshan led to a significant increase in the speed of his condensation of Yuandan. So relying on dual cultivation, taking drugs, And the bonus of his children, in more than 2 years, he mastered this secret method. Boom boom boom, the 36 yin-yang yuandan in the second danshan and the 36 yin-yang yuandan in Lu Changsheng's own Keihe Danhu kept rotating, forming a wonderful resonance, making his Danhu boil and roar. A surging mana surged, as if to stretch Lu Changsheng's body. However, Lu Changsheng's body was flowing with precious light, and the aura of the third-level physique was permeated, which easily suppressed this mana. What's going on? Lu Changsheng felt a sense of heaviness and tension all over his body. Even with his second danshan, his mana could not be improved by even a little bit. Originally, he was thinking of relying on the characteristics of the second danshan to continuously condense yin-yang yuandan. But now, 36 yin-yang yuandan have already made him feel the limit. It seems that if he wants to condense another yuandan, the yin-yang yuandan in the two danshans will be unbalanced. His Qi-Hai danshan will not be able to withstand this force. The yin-yang yuandan method is to compress and refine part of the cultivation mana in advance through simulating dan formation when there is no further progress in cultivation, and condense yuandan in the Qi-Hai danshan. Condensing 36 yin-yang yuandan is already the upper limit of most geniuses. If there is no second danshan, even if I want to continue to condense, it will be very difficult, and I can condense about 9 more at most. And the second danshan is not a real Qi-Hai danshan after all. Although it can accommodate dan formation mana, it is still closely related to my current cultivation realm. So, 72 yin-yang yuandan is already my limit, or the limit of this realm. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself, and roughly understood what was going on. The meridians, Sea of Qi, Danshan, and Dan Lake of the cultivator all have a capacity limit. To increase the limit, in addition to improving the foundation, the realm is. As for his own foundation, there is no doubt about it. It is too difficult to continue to improve the foundation. In terms of realm, it has long been impossible to improve. Under such circumstances, only 72 yin-yang yuandan can be condensed, which is already the limit of this realm. In this case, then Dan. Lu Changsheng stood up, his eyes sparkling. Now the spiritual veins of Zumi Cave Heaven have been nurtured to the second-level top grade. Although the origin of the spiritual veins has not been consumed, it can continue to be nurtured. But it is impossible to advance. So in this case, there is no need to wait any longer. The only regret is that in the past 3 years, he has been trying to make babies, but he has not given birth to a gifted heir to promote his spiritual roots. Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng came to the next cave and found Lu Mayaoj. He said that he was ready to form a dan and needed her help. He and Lu Mayaoj have made a small progress in the sun and moon reincarnation art, and this method is somewhat helpful for Dan. Moreover, during his dan forming process, the Tai Yi Dao seat in Lu Mayaoj's body could be used as a top-level dan forming spiritual object. Dan forming. Even though Lu Mayaoj had known about Lu Changsheng's cultivation for a long time, she was still a little dazed when she heard this. Once dan forming is achieved, it means entering the high-level cultivator. From then on, you can live for 500 years and be called a real person. For her in her early years, dan forming was a level that she dared not even imagine. Even now, knowing that dan forming is not so far away, there is still a thick filter in her heart. So when she heard that Lu Changsheng was ready to attack dan forming, she couldn't help but be dazed and excited. Changsheng, are you ready? Are you sure? Lu Mayaoj has always trusted Lu Changsheng very much, but she still couldn't help worrying at this time. Compared with foundation building, dan forming is many times more difficult. In the foundation building period, there are still many casual cultivators who can break through. There are only a handful of casual cultivators who can break through dan forming. Not to mention anything else. In the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, there are countless foundation building families, but there are only 3 dan forming families. Not bad. The probability of forming a dan is 100%, and the probability of forming a Jindan is 98%. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife's beautiful face, his eyes were concerned, and his heart was filled with warmth. He chuckled. His calm tone was full of calm confidence. Okay, Lu Mayaoj smiled softly, as gentle as water. Then he asked you if he should call Lu Pingyan back to prevent someone from coming to Qingzhu Mountain to cause trouble. After all, once Lu Changsheng hits the dan, the family formation of Qingzhu Mountain will be very weak and can only barely maintain operation. At this time, if an enemy attacks, it must be fought quickly. In addition to Lu Changsheng, the Lu family currently has the highest combat power of Lu Pingyan, who is in the late second stage of body refining. Haha, as long as there is no Danjin Senrin attacking, there will be no problem. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said with a smile. At present, the family has no big enemies. The only potential big enemy is the beast control Su family. Unless the ancestor of the Su family attacks, otherwise the family will be as solid as a rock without the family formation. If the ancestor of the Su family really comes, the worst thing is to call people. Lu Maioj was like a loving mother at this time, asking Lu Changsheng if there was anything else to prepare, thinking about whether there was anything missing. Things like Danji must not be sloppy. I still have to go to Qingyun Sect, and I need to call Ziyu to help. Lu Changsheng said, asking Lu Maioj to make arrangements at home. He has the body of Longyuan, but he practices the way of yin and yang. When he is trying to form a Danji, there may be some impact. Ziyu is a moon spirit body. If there is an accident, he can ask the other party to help through the sun and moon reincarnation art. Moreover, when he broke through the foundation of Taoism was integrated with Ziyu's Taiyin moon essence. When he is trying to form a Danji, if he has the help of the other party, it may be a bit of a benefit. Anyway, it has come to this point, and Lu Changsheng will naturally consider everything clearly. Okay, Changsheng, be careful on the road, I will make arrangements at home. Lu Maioj responded softly, and then found Ling Zixiao to discuss this matter with her. It means that Lu Changsheng is ready to attack Danji, so let her be prepared and arrange the gathering spirit and burning spirit formation in advance. If Lu Changsheng is short of spiritual energy during the breakthrough, he will directly burn the spiritual source of the family. Jiden. Is your husband finally going to form a pill? Ling Zixiao's dignified and beautiful face showed a bit of surprise. She and Lu Maioj have always known Lu Changsheng's cultivation. They also knew that Lu Changsheng went to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain with her to intercept the spiritual source in order to prepare for the formation of a pill. But at this moment, hearing that Lu Changsheng was about to break through the formation of a pill, she still felt a little emotional. You are only in your 70s. Ling Zixiao said softly. I still remember that I met Lu Changsheng more than 30 years ago. At that time, the other party was only at the second level of foundation building. But now, more than 30 years have passed, and the other party is about to break through the formation of a pill. Well, Changsheng is 75 this year, Lu Maioj said softly. In the world of cultivating immortals, those who break through the formation of a pill within 100 years are called geniuses. And the saying comes from the true teachings of the immortals. Because apart from the true teachings of the immortals, ordinary casual cultivators and family children are almost impossible to break through the formation of a pill within 100 years. Like the Jin family's great elder Jinzun, who is 120 years old and had reached the 9th level of foundation building, and was expected to break through to the Jinden stage, he was already a genius. My husband, is he the reincarnation of a true immortal? Ling Zixiao said with emotion. She was not simply expressing her admiration for Lu Changsheng's cultivation speed. She was also expressing her admiration for the shocks that Lu Changsheng had brought them over the decades, which were beyond the reach of ordinary people. As the people closest to Lu Changsheng, they witnessed too many things that were difficult to explain. It's just that Lu Changsheng didn't say many things, and they wouldn't ask too much. It's not important, I only know that Changsheng is my husband. Lu Maioj said with a gentle temperament. Then she found Bai Ling, Xiaozhiyu, Li Xingruo, and Li Xingyu, and asked them not to practice for the next few days. As for the key refining cultivators in the family, she didn't remind them. Then Lu Maioj directly asked Lu Maion to seal the mountain, and her sister Lu Maiahun and Bai Ling to guard the mountain gate, and no one could enter or leave at will. At the same time, Lu Changsheng came to the gate of Qingyun Sect. Buzz! Lu Changsheng took out the yin-yang communication talisman with Ziyu. Half an hour later, a beam of white light flew out of the mountain gate. Changsheng. Ziyu was wearing a moon-white dress, with a cold and holy face and a noble temperament, like the moon in the sky. Ziyu, I'm going to form a pill, and I need your help. Lu Changsheng directly sent a voice message to Ziyu. What? Ziyu's expression was moved and she was very surprised. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to break through the pill so soon. Immediately, she and Lu Changsheng turned into a beam of light and left. Hey, isn't that the Lord of Qingzhu Mountain Lu Changsheng? Is he asking Uncle Ziyu for help? This Lord Lu is really popular with women. He can actually have such a friendship with Uncle Xiao. Speak softly. If this is heard by the law enforcement hall, you will have a hard time. In front of the mountain gate, several Qingyun Sect station disciples saw the scene and whispered. Changsheng came to Qingyun Sect to find Xiao Xiao many times, and their relationship was no longer a secret. Especially since Changsheng often went to Qingyun Peak, some disciples even secretly criticized and speculated about their relationship. However, this matter was known by Xiao Xiao's master, Qingyun's Hanren, who directly ordered the law enforcement hall to arrest all the critics, causing no one in Qingyun Sect to discuss these things anymore. Qingyun Peak also announced that Xiao Xiao invited Changsheng to come here to make pills and talismans. After all, in addition to being famous for his popularity with women, the owner of Qingzhu Mountain also has a reputation of being excellent in both pills and talismans. Many family forces are on good terms with Qingzhu Mountain, and because of this reputation, they often ask Qingzhu Mountain to buy pills and talismans. Changsheng, you are preparing to form a pill, are you ready? On the spirit boat, Xiao Xiao stood gracefully and asked Changsheng with concern. She knew that Changsheng's progress in cultivation was far beyond hers. But she didn't expect Changsheng to be ready to form a pill so soon. After all, it is not as simple as practicing to the peak of foundation building to break through to form a pill, and many preparations are required. If there is no crystal condensing pill and the assistance of the pill forming spiritual objects, unless you have a heavenly spirit root, you dare not say that you are completely sure. The risk of forming a pill is no less than that of building a foundation, and it is even more dangerous. If you are not careful, you may die and your Taoism will be destroyed. This is why countless people are eager for a crystal condensing pill. Because the effect of the crystal condensing pill is the same as that of the foundation building pill. Not only can it increase the probability of forming a pill, but it can also stabilize the meridians, Danshan, and the foundation of Taoism when the pill fails to form a pill. Those who can cultivate to the peak of foundation building and have the hope of impacting the formation of a pill are all people of one side. At this time, they naturally dare not rely on only one or two spiritual objects like the peak of key refining, and will think about making preparations as much as possible. However, the crystal condensing pill is an extremely rare strategic resource. Even the 4 major immortal gates are very rare and it is difficult to get one pill. The difficulty of buying a crystal condensing pill is many times more difficult than the foundation building pill. In addition to the crystal condensing pill, you need a 3rd level spiritual vein cave to impact the formation of a pill. Although you can go to the fairy city to break through. But without any connections and introductions from others, the fairy city generally does not rent this level of cave. So at this time, Changsheng said that he would impact the formation of a pill, which seemed too sudden to Xiao Xiao. Since I came here, I have naturally made all preparations. Changsheng held Xiao Xiao's somewhat cold jade hand and said with a chuckle. At present, the spiritual veins of Zumi Cave Heaven have been cultivated to the 2nd level top grade. Then there is the Spirit Eye Spring, Qingyun Treasure Lotus, and the 2nd level top grade spiritual veins of Qingzhu Mountain. I have also practiced a secret technique of forming a pill, which can reduce the spiritual energy requirements for forming a pill, so spiritual energy is not a problem. Then I got a crystal condensing pill by chance in my early years, and I have also collected several spiritual objects for forming a pill over the years, so the preparations are quite complete. Changsheng said in a gentle voice, indicating that Xiao Xiao didn't have to worry. The main reason for coming here this time was that there might be accidents during the formation of the pill. Then the Taoist platform integrated Xiao Xiao's Taiyan Yuhua origin, so when the two of them formed the pill, they would have some help through the sun and moon reincarnation art. Okay. Xiao Xiao was relieved when she heard Changsheng's words, and couldn't help but sigh at Changsheng's opportunity. Thinking back then, the master made a 50-year agreement with her and Changsheng, asking them to break through the formation of the pill within 50 years. Even if she believed that Changsheng would definitely be able to break through within 50 years. But she didn't expect that after only 20 years, Changsheng would have to break through to the Qingzhu stage. This also made her feel more urgent and worried. Xiao, don't worry, when I break through to the Qingzhu stage, I will definitely solve your problem and let you form the Qingzhu soon. Changsheng squeezed her soft hands and said gently. Yes. Xiao Xiao nodded lightly, and the two came to Qingzhu Mountain. Chapter 395, Dan Formation. Dan Formation. Dan Formation. After Lu Changsheng and Xiao Zhi returned to Bihu Mountain, they did not start to form the elixir immediately. Instead, they relaxed and eased their minds. By the way, they waited for Ling Zixiao to arrange the formation properly. Changsheng, Wangshu is not young anymore. When are you going to let her break through the foundation? Xiao Ziyu and Lu Changsheng asked with concern after visiting their daughter. Although his daughter was playful when she was young, she had been baptized by natural treasures since she was a child, and she practiced the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra, which perfectly matched the blood talisman spirit body. The speed of cultivation was no worse than that of the top-grade spiritual roots. Now she has been at the peak of key refining for 7 or 8 years, which makes her mother worried. Wangshu has almost comprehended the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra. After I break through the elixir formation, I can let her prepare for the foundation building. Lu Changsheng held Xiao Ziyu's jade hand and said in a warm voice. His requirements for his daughter Lu Wangshu are different from those for other children. With Lu Wangshu's current foundation, it is likely that she can condense a perfect foundation. But Lu Changsheng thought that after he broke through the elixir formation, the effect of yin and yang qi would be even better. At that time, it can be used as a top-level spiritual item for foundation building, which will help my daughter's foundation to reach a higher level. Xiao Zhi responded softly. Knowing that Lu Changsheng loves his daughter very much, this is for his daughter's good. 3 months later. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, and beside him sat Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixiao, Xiao Ziyu, and the ancient beast controlling talisman. There are foundation building experience for foundation building. There are also experience for forming a pill. Although Lu Changsheng asked Huanglian for knowledge about foundation building and forming a pill. But it is not as simple and direct as the online protection of the Yuanying grandmother. At this time, Lu Changsheng took out his own pill-forming object. Top-grade crystal condensing pill. Top-level pill-forming spiritual item, 5 elements for root. Pill-forming spiritual item, sky fire glaze. Pill-forming spiritual item, mysterious water cold crystal. Pill-forming spiritual item, fire marrow date. Pill-forming spiritual item, pure water. Sister Miaoj, Xiao, Zixio. Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 women, his handsome face calm and indifferent. For 90% of the peak foundation building cultivators, it is difficult to form a pill. But Lu Changsheng was full of confidence and not nervous at all. Changsheng, you can definitely do it. The 3 women looked more nervous and uneasy than Lu Changsheng at this time. Don't worry. Lu Changsheng nodded gently and closed his eyes. He did not directly practice the exercises, but just meditated and adjusted his breath. Before a cultivator breaks through, he will calm down, dispel distracting thoughts, and restore his spirit to the peak. It has been 57 years since I awakened my memory in Qingyun Sect and began to practice. From the young boy of a farm family, the son-in-law of Qingzhu Mountain, to the master of Bihu Mountain who is now famous in one side in these 57 years, I have been diligent and hard-working, never slacking off, marrying 7 wives, 49 concubines, 11 maids, 3 Taoist companions, and also forming a bond with 2 giant and true immortals, giving birth to 267 children. All kinds of things emerged in Lu Changsheng's mind. The system is important, but the most important thing is my unremitting efforts. If I hadn't worked so hard, even if I had the system and the talent, I would still be nothing but a salted fish. With my heart for the Tao, a mere dam can be broken with the snap of a finger. Lu Changsheng thought about everything he had now, all of which he had done with his own guns and sticks, and his heart was filled with pride. Sister Miaoj. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Miaoj. The 3 women were surprised. They didn't expect Lu Changsheng to adjust to his state so quickly. It can only be said that Lu Changsheng's foundation is too amazing. The 3rd level body refining, Dan consciousness, perfect Tao foundation, and strong foundation, there is no need to adjust at all. Yet, Lu Miaoj looked at Lu Changsheng, whose skin was as white as jade, handsome, eyes were bright, and full of calm and confidence, and nodded. She was not shy, and untied her snow-white bamboo silk skirt. Her body was flawless, her skin was white and smooth, her shoulders were smooth, and her curves were graceful. She looked like a work of art created by the spirit of heaven and earth, so beautiful that it was dazzling and brilliant. Immediately, her beautiful eyes, as gentle as water and full of tenderness, met with her dark, deep, and piercing eyes. The 2 embraced each other, Their bodies blended together, and the sun and the moon rotated. In the cave, a beautiful and harmonious movement of life was played. Buzz buzz buzz, the spirit and the flesh, the body and the mind, continued to blend, and the two could not tell you apart. Nature is fixed and love is forgotten. All things are empty, the sun's soul and the moon's spirit, one thought is pure, there is no difference between heaven and earth. After a long time, the two of them practiced the sun and moon reincarnation art, and the sun and the moon rose, which gradually calmed their hearts. In the void, an invisible cauldron gradually took shape, burning the sun and the moon into a pool of jade liquid. This is the effect of the sun and moon reincarnation art. Condensing the primordial yin and primordial yang, the magic power into a pool of pure jade liquid, the essence of the sun and the moon, to help one of them break through. Lu Maioji used all her strength to operate the sun and moon reincarnation art, pouring all her mana into this pool of jade liquid. Then she slowly operated this invisible furnace and merged it into Lu Changsheng's danshan. Boom! Lu Changsheng's whole body was instantly agitated, and the whole person seemed to be immersed in a hot spring, feeling a pure and rich essence of the sun and the moon warming every inch of his flesh and blood, every inch of his skin. At the same time, Lu Maioji's foundation of Taoism was blooming with thousands of feet of rosy clouds. The Taiyi Dao seed on the foundation of the supreme goodnesses like water was slowly transferred into Lu Changsheng's body along the meridians. Boom boom boom. As soon as the Taiyi Dao seed entered Lu Changsheng's danshan of the Sea of Life, it instantly made his foundation of Taoism glow thousands of feet, and the Dan Lake of Mana was boiling, raising layers of stormy waves, hitting the danshan of the Sea of Life. Buzz buzz buzz. The Yin-Yang Creation Sutra began to operate autonomously, and the 36 Yin-Yang Yuan Dan in the danshan of the Sea of Life and the 36 Yin-Yang Yuan Dan in the second danshan trembled together. There was no sudden impulse of the heavenly Dao Dan, and he was inexplicably throbbing. But his skills were like the heavenly Dao Dan, actively impacting the realm. Sister Maioji, have a good rest. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and said to Lu Maioji, whose cheeks were as rosy as peach blossoms and weak in his arms. At this moment, his realm could no longer be suppressed. He raised his hand and swallowed the prepared crystal pill. Boom! The crystal pill entered his stomach and turned into powerful medicinal power that flowed into his limbs and bones, causing Lu Changsheng's Sea of Life and danshan to roar again, and bursts of tsunami-like sounds. The body's precious light flowed, and the aura of the third-level physique awakened. The Dan Lake, where the yin and yang magic power flowed, gushed out endless divine brilliance, mysterious and brilliant, and accompanied by a faint sound of Tao. This is the sound of the power of the self-operation of the Yin and Yang Creation Sutra. If there are people who practice the Yin and Yang Tao at this time, they can even understand something from this sound. This. Lu Maioji, Xiao Xiao, and Ling Xiao all stared at Lu Changsheng in amazement, and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. It was too amazing. This foundation-building process of impacting the dam-forming stage had not even started yet, and there was such an amazing and magical scene. It was simply unheard of. Tsunamis, raging waves, Dao sounds, and chanting. What kind of foundation is this? Not only them, but even the red lotus and the ancient beast-controlling talisman was a little surprised. As a Yuanying Zhenjin, she had seen countless geniuses, and she herself was a top genius. But even so, facing Lu Changsheng's dam-forming scene, she couldn't help but be surprised. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged and did not move, his blood and mana boiling and roaring, like a river bursting its banks, roaring and roaring. Dan-forming is similar to the foundation-building process, and there are also 3 levels of spirit, energy, and spirit. At this time, the first level is the blood and ki level. The Zumi cave heaven was dense, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like rain rushed towards Lu Changsheng. The spiritual energy in the cave had been prepared for the gathering of spirits in advance, and it was pure and vast, reaching the level of third-level spiritual energy. Facing this pure, vast, and violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Lu Changsheng's body was shining, his appearance was solemn, and he stood still. The third-level body refining, as stable as a sacred mountain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the medicinal power of the sun and moon cauldron and the crystal condensing pill began to merge, forming a thick mist of liquid magic power. At this moment, Lu Changsheng felt a warm current surging in his body, flowing through his whole body, limbs and bones, warming his body. Immaculate heavenly fragrance body. This spiritual body can not only prolong life after the breakthrough. When breaking through the realm, It also has the effect of washing flesh and blood and purifying the body, which is somewhat beneficial to the breakthrough of the Dan. At the same time, a blazing and rolling breath roared around Lu Changsheng, causing his thunder gang dragon flame to spread unconsciously. Dragon roar body. The whole spiritual body is also helpful for dam formation, as Lu Changsheng guessed. Roar, roar. The blazing and fierce thunder gang dragon flame raised the temperature of the entire cave. If it weren't for the power of the cave heaven of Zumi protecting Lu Miaoj, Zio Zhao, and Ling Zixio, the three women would have been unable to withstand Lu Changsheng's powerful aura at this moment. What a terrifying flame! This is the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Lu Miaoj and the other two looked at the boiling flames all over Lu Changsheng. Their expressions were uncertain. Even with the protection of Zumi, they still felt extremely shocked. It seemed that this flame could easily burn them, giving people a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, Ling Zixio also sensed an extremely familiar breath in Lu Changsheng's body. Dragon roar body. She had sensed the breath of the origin of dragon roar from Lu Changsheng before. She thought it was because Lu Changsheng plundered her dragon roar origin. But at this moment, she could clearly sense that Lu Changsheng's dragon roar body was very complete and would not be worse than hers. Dragon roar body, immaculate heavenly fragrance body. How could these two top spiritual bodies appear in the same person? The red lotus in the ancient beast talisman was also shocked at this time. In her early years, she had always believed that Lu Changsheng was a dragon emperor. But now, seeing the two mysterious auras emanating from Lu Changsheng, she was stunned and a little confused. It's not that there have been no dual spirit bodies in the world of cultivating immortals. But this situation is very rare. Even if a child inherits the spirit bodies of his parents, during the pregnancy, there is a high probability that the two spirit bodies will merge to form a new spirit body, rather than two different spirit bodies. The only possibility in this situation is that someone has cultivated an acquired spirit body. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to cultivate an acquired spirit body, let alone such a top-level spirit body. And I have never heard that these two spirit bodies can be cultivated through acquired cultivation. Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng, who was solemn and looked like a god, and was in doubt. Could it be that the young master is the legendary Wanling Tao body? At this time, she remembered that she had seen a kind of Tao body in ancient books. The owner of this physique can plunder the spirit bodies of others from their own body, which is very strong and domineering. However, this kind of Tao body, even if she only saw it mentioned in ancient books, was not clear. If the young master is the Taoist body of all spirits, then what about the Taoist body of the Dragon Emperor? It is impossible for the Taoist body of all spirits to merge with the Taoist body of the Dragon Emperor, right? Honglian suddenly felt that she was not knowledgeable enough and could no longer understand Lu Changsheng's situation. With this kind of skills, physique, and various opportunities, could it be that the young master is the reincarnation of a true immortal? Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her, and her heart was extremely shocked. She felt that it was difficult to explain Lu Changsheng's situation by thinking that the great power was reincarnated and became a true master. However, no matter what Lu Changsheng's situation was, she believed that following Lu Changsheng was an extremely correct choice. Lu Changsheng did not know about the shock of the woman and Honglian's thoughts, nor did he care. He was now fully operating the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. What is Yin-Yang? 2 gives birth to 3, which is Yin-Yang. Yin-Yang interacts with each other, confirms each other, and all things are born. Lu Changsheng's body was flowing with precious light, and the surging and amazing Yin-Yang magic power penetrated his body, interweaving between heaven and earth, mysterious and brilliant, forming a Yin-Yang Dao picture. The positive pole embraces the negative pole, the negative pole embraces the positive pole, and the yin and yang rotate, as if interpreting all things, rotating behind Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the yin-yang Dao diagram, his body flowing with precious light was sacred and majestic, ethereal and vague, as if it existed with the world, eternal and immortal. Who? Under the guidance of the Zumi Tree King, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in Zumi Cave Heaven continued to flow into the Changsheng Hall. In the cave, the spiritual energy was almost as viscous as water at this time, and was constantly refined by Lu Changsheng through the spiritual roots and the yin-yang Dao diagram, and poured into the Kahedan Lake. At this time, Lu Changsheng also started the second level of Danji, the liquid magic crystal. This level has strict requirements for the cultivator's mana, the spiritual energy of the spiritual veins, and the cultivator's consciousness. But as Lu Changsheng's yin-yang creation sutra was running, the boiling mana in the Qihei was refined by the medicinal power of the crystal condensing pill, the Taiyudao seed, and the sun and moon cauldron. In an instant, countless mana turned into tiny crystal particles like sand. The third stage of Jinden, condensed the pill. Lu Changsheng calmed down and released his consciousness. The Jinden consciousness began to wrap all the crystal particles, put them into the sun and moon cauldron, and condensed them into one. So heavy. Lu Changsheng felt an invisible heaviness when his consciousness just touched these crystal particles. If it weren't for his consciousness being comparable to that of a Jinden real person, it would be difficult for him to control this power. Lu Changsheng knew that this was because his foundation was too strong. If you want to condense the immortal golden pill, you must have the Jinden consciousness. Lu Changsheng remembered what Huanglian had said to him before. When he heard this, he knew that he had the Jinden consciousness, so he didn't care too much. But now that he experienced it, he deeply realized the meaning. Buzz buzz buzz. The crystal particles entered the sun and moon cauldron, circling continuously, absorbing the huge spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, the 72 yin and yang yuan and trembled, and the yin and yang qi flowed, pouring into the sun and moon cauldron. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, raised his hand, and the 5-element spirit fruit appeared. He took the 5-element fruit in one gulp, and it turned into pure and powerful 5-color medicinal power. The already boiling sun and moon cauldron was almost torn apart at this moment. The mana in Lu Changsheng's meridians and danshan was like adding fuel to the fire, and his blood and mana were surging wildly, and his body was trembling. If Lu Changsheng had not had the third-level body refining, the body of the normal foundation-building cultivator would not be able to withstand such a powerful impact of mana. This foundation is simply amazing. This is probably a top-grade golden elixir just formed. Honglian saw that Lu Changsheng had begun to condense the elixir. She looked at the remaining 4 Jinden spiritual objects in front of her and said, "Young master, you don't need these 4 Jinden spiritual objects in your situation. If you still need them, when you become a Den, I can use the secret method of ice and fire refining golden pill to refine the golden pill for you with the sky fire glaze and the mysterious water cold crystal. If you continue to use this fire marrow date and pure water, it will be superfluous and counterproductive." Honglian said to Lu Changsheng in a voice transmission. Lu Changsheng's foundation is too strong. In this case, unless the top-level Jinden spiritual objects are used, ordinary Jinden spiritual objects will affect the quality of his Jinden. Okay. Lu Changsheng's handsome face was neither sad nor happy, and he responded softly, running the skills wholeheartedly, allowing his consciousness to control the crystal particles one by one. As the crystal particles increased, even Lu Changsheng gradually became a little tired. However, this burden was still within his acceptable range. Moreover, the medicinal power of the crystal condensing pill and the sun wheel cauldron raised a gentle medicinal power, which nourished Lu Changsheng's soul and purple palace, and relieved his fatigue. Young master's pill formation is very amazing. The second-level superb spiritual veins in the cave may not be enough. You can activate the spirit gathering array in advance. Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng's situation and said to Ling Zixiao and the others. Lu Changsheng's pill formation was very amazing, beyond her cognition. So for the sake of safety, directly activate the spirit gathering array to avoid insufficient spiritual energy and affect the quality of the pill formation. Okay. After hearing this, Ling Zixiao immediately activated the spirit gathering array that had been prepared long ago, and let Zumi draw the spiritual energy of the world from Qingzhu Mountain. On the top of Bihayan Peak, the Zumi Tree King, which was like gold and jade, crystal clear, and filled with rosy clouds, swayed gently. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the world in the entire Qingzhu Mountain rushed towards the Zumi Tree King, forming a spiritual energy vortex on the top of Bihayan Peak. Even though Ling Zixiao had set up the reversed 5 elements array to conceal the situation of the Zumi Tree King, it still caused quite a stir. Well, what's going on? Has someone in the family broken through the foundation building stage again? Who is it? Is it Wangshu who is breaking through the foundation building stage? But this noise seems to be a bit louder than the foundation building stage. Wangshu should have broken through the foundation building stage a long time ago, and he has been refining his foundation, so it's normal for the noise to be a bit louder. Many Lu family members saw this scene and immediately guessed that someone was building a foundation. After all, Except for someone breaking through the foundation building stage, they rarely saw such noise, madly swallowing and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is my husband starting to form a pill? Husband. Lumayawan and Lumayahun on the lake island of Bitayan Peak saw this scene and knew that their husbands were forming a pill, and they were a little nervous. Ho. In the Zumi cave heaven, a huge vortex of spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed, covering the sky and the sun, and the wind and clouds surged. The viscous spiritual energy of heaven and earth, like a column of water, was continuously injected into the Changsheng palace. The eye of the spiritual spring outside the Changsheng hall was also gushing out water crazily. In the Changsheng hall, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged in the yin-yang Dao diagram. The yin-yang key flowed above his head, surrounding his body, blurry and hazy, exuding a mysterious and amazing aura. As time passed, a thumb-sized golden pill with a purple gold luster slowly took shape in the rotation in the sun and moon cauldron. After passing the 3 levels of Dan formation, first condense a prototype of the inner pill. Then use the divine consciousness to control this inner pill, constantly polish, quench, compress and integrate it into the liquid mana, so that the prototype of the inner pill gradually takes shape, and finally combines with the Dao platform to achieve the real pill. This process is very dangerous. Once a mistake is made, it may cause the dam formation to break, the Dao foundation to break, and either death or injury. If the foundation is not enough and the stamina is insufficient, it will also cause the dam formation to fall apart and affect the Dao foundation. If the foundation is sufficient, but the heart is not good, and you are cautious throughout the process and only dare to maintain stability, it will affect the quality of the dam formation. In addition, there is a very dangerous situation. When a cultivator breaks through a realm, the worries, troubles, guilt, etc. accumulated deep in his heart will all burst out at this time, and may even form a demon in his heart. This is why many cultivators pursue the unimpeded mind. However, Lu Changsheng is not worried about the demon of forming a pill. Now that he is in Zumi cave heaven, Zumi has the effect of calming the mind and suppressing the demon in the heart. The prototype of forming a pill is the golden pill. In this case, let me see where the limit is. Lu Changsheng looked at the prototype of the golden pill in the sun and moon cauldron. His mind was calm. He did not hesitate. His consciousness was like a knife, sinking into the inner pill, trying to control the newly condensed yin-yang golden pill and devour the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Boom! As soon as Lu Changsheng's consciousness entered the inner pill, he sensed the surging and majestic golden pill origin energy, which made his consciousness begin to transform. Originally, Lu Changsheng's consciousness could be projected outward about 1,000 feet. But at this moment, under the nourishment of the golden pill origin, the speed visible to the naked eye increased. 1,100 feet. 1,200 feet. 1,300 feet. Lu Changsheng did not experience his consciousness improvement too much. He fully controlled this yin-yang golden pill and began to swallow and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, integrating all the medicinal power of the crystal condensing pill, the power of the Taiyu Dao seed, the yin-yang yuan den, and the 5-element spiritual fruit into one. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire cave was so thick that it almost solidified, and flowed into Lu Changsheng's body like a tide. Senior Honglian, what's the situation of my husband now? Ling Zixiao looked at Lu Changsheng, who looked like a god in the yin-yang Dao diagram, and asked Honglian. Normally, when a cultivator breaks through the Jinden stage, they can roughly judge it by the celestial phenomena at the Jinden stage. But now the celestial phenomena are disturbed by Zumi, and they don't know the situation of Lu Changsheng's Jinden stage. Young Master has just condensed the embryonic form of the Jinden stage. This embryonic form of the Jinden stage is already comparable to the golden elixir. Once it is completed, it will definitely be the immortal golden elixir. Honglian said softly in an ethereal voice. The immortal golden elixir is indeed amazing. But seeing all kinds of situations of Lu Changsheng today, she is no longer surprised by the immortal golden elixir. Isn't it normal for a true immortal to reincarnate and condense an immortal golden elixir? Even if Lu Changsheng condenses a legendary Dao golden elixir, she will not be surprised. Immortal golden elixir. Ling Zixiao and Lu Mayaoj were surprised when they heard this. Even though they knew that their husbands were very extraordinary and most likely a top-grade golden elixir. But they were still surprised when they heard Honglian's words. After all, in the entire Jing Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, even among the immortal sects, There are only a handful of cultivators who can condense a top-grade golden elixir. Not to mention the highest achievement of condensing a golden elixir, the immortal golden elixir. Immortal golden elixir. Xiao Zhi looked at Lu Changsheng and pursed her lips, knowing the value of these 4 words. There is a natural gap between the middle-grade true elixir and the top-grade golden elixir. Even her master and senior sister were half-step golden elixir and had no chance of truly top-grade golden elixir. And Lu Changsheng not only condensed a top-grade golden elixir, but also an immortal golden elixir, which is amazing. Boom boom boom. In Lu Changsheng's Qihei Danshan and the Sun and Moon Dinglu, the prototype of the golden elixir bloomed with brilliant light and began to take shape. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth from all directions was also compressed by Lu Changsheng's consciousness, forming drops of liquid mana and dripping into the golden elixir. Crack. It was unknown how long it had been, but the Sun and Moon Dinglu in Lu Changsheng's Qihei Danshan suddenly cracked. The effect of the Sun and Moon reincarnation art had reached its limit at this moment, and it could no longer contain the power of Lu Changsheng's golden elixir. With a series of crackling sounds, the Sun and Moon cauldron was completely shattered. A bright, round and flawless golden elixir emerged from it, shining with thousands of feet of light. In an instant, endless golden light burst out from Lu Changsheng's body, brilliant as a rainbow, with thousands of rays of light, accompanied by bursts of the sound of the great Dao. What is this? Lu Miaoj looked at Lu Changsheng with a pale and weak face, her beautiful eyes full of worry. The rhyme of the golden elixir, the sound of the great Dao, Xiao Ziyu said softly. She had seen records about the golden elixir in the sect's classics. Once someone condenses a high-grade golden elixir, strange phenomena will descend between heaven and earth. When her senior sister Chu Chengyu formed the elixir, the sound of the great Dao also appeared, so many people speculated that it was a high-grade golden elixir. So fast, doesn't it take at least 200 days to form the elixir? Ling Zixio said with some surprise and astonishment when he heard this. From the initial stage of Dan formation to the successful Dan formation, it is necessary to continuously solidify the liquid mana, complete the fusion, and make the golden elixir and the foundation of Taoism match. This process needs to last at least 200 days. Otherwise, it is very likely that the foundation will be unstable and the dam formation will be flawed. But Lu Changsheng's current situation, whether it is the 3 stages of Dan formation or the time of Dan formation, is completely different from the dam formation she knows. No, the young master has been condensing the golden elixir, and has not started fusion to match the foundation of Taoism. Honglian said softly. She has extraordinary spiritual awareness and can sense Lu Changsheng's general situation through Lu Changsheng's yin-yang Dao diagram and Leganglong Gain. What? Before completing fusion, you have achieved a high-grade golden elixir? Ling Zixio exclaimed. Before all the steps are completed, the golden elixir is formed. This foundation is simply terrifying. However, thinking of Lu Changsheng's extraordinary behavior over the years, she felt that this was normal and there was nothing to be surprised about. Sun and Moon reincarnation art. Changsheng has been putting the golden elixir in the Sun and Moon cauldron to condense it. Lu Miaoj just sensed that the Sun and Moon cauldron in Lu Changsheng's body was broken, and she immediately understood what was going on. The Sun and Moon cauldron condensed by the Sun and Moon reincarnation art can help people refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and condense the elixir. In Lu Changsheng's Danshan, after the golden elixir broke through the Sun and Moon cauldron, it came to the yin-yang 5 elements Dao foundation under the drive of his consciousness. Why is the foundation building period important? It is because this realm is the beginning of the great Dao and is related to every subsequent realm. For example, if the foundation is shattered, even if there is a great opportunity and it is lucky enough to break through the Dan formation, there is a risk of the foundation collapsing when the foundation and Dan formation are combined. The bright, round golden elixir fell on the Dao platform, shining with golden light. The Dao platform trembled, and the 5 elements of the rosy clouds bloomed, shining with a golden elixir. The yin-yang key turned into yin-yang fish, swimming around the golden elixir, as if carving the golden elixir. It was during this process that the liquid mana in the golden elixir that had not yet solidified began to fuse, and strands of yin-yang patterns containing mysterious Taoist ideas began to emerge from the surface of the golden elixir. As long as this process lasts for 100 days, Lu Changsheng's elixir formation will be completed. However, at this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly became slightly dazed. It seemed that he heard the ancestor of the Su family brought 2 third-level demon kings to Qingzhu Mountain to interrogate him for killing the second and third ancestors of the Su family. However, a burst of light and spiritual energy surged in Lu Changsheng's mind in an instant, making him clear-minded and able to see through the illusion, knowing that it was just a demon in his heart that was transformed by his worries. Deep in my heart, I am still a little worried about the ancestor of the Su family coming, Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Knowing that the ancestor of the Su family really came with 2 third-level demon kings, even if he could mobilize people, it would be very troublesome. He slowly opened his eyes and said to Ling Zixio, replenish the spiritual energy of the cave. After all, Zumi Cave Heaven is only a second-level top-grade spiritual vein. In his current situation of forming a golden elixir, he needed a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. If he continued like this, he would probably run out of spiritual energy. Okay. Hearing this, Ling Zixio immediately used the remaining spiritual vein origin outside the Changsheng Palace as the center of the formation, and began to burn it, turning it into rolling pure spiritual energy. In addition to the spiritual vein origin, they also prepared 100,000 spiritual stones for this trip in case of emergency. Lu Changsheng continued to close his eyes, practice the exercises, condense the golden elixir, and gradually combine the golden elixir with the foundation of Taoism. During this process, Lu Changsheng's inner demons and distracting thoughts continued to emerge. Either something happened at Qingzhu Mountain or Qingzhu Mountain, his children who were far away in Qingyun Sect, his children who were traveling far away, Nanguang Mili and Meng Xiaochen, and his daughter Nanguang Yao. Later, it even appeared that the news of his condensation of the immortal golden elixir was spread, which attracted the attention of Yuan Yingzhenjin. Although these thoughts were all dispelled by Zumi and did not affect Lu Changsheng, it still made Lu Changsheng deeply aware that his secrets were too big, his weaknesses were too many, and it was too easy to cause trouble. In this way, time passed little by little. Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, Xiao Xiao, and Hong Lian all quietly watched Lu Changsheng in the yin-yang Dao diagram. It was amazing. The spiritual energy that Lu Changsheng swallowed and exhaled was simply amazing. The spiritual veins stored in the mountain and river cauldron had been completely burned out and turned into pure spiritual energy. 20,000 of the prepared spiritual stones were also burned. But Lu Changsheng was like a bottomless pit, with no sign of stopping. However, facing such a situation, they did not feel distressed at all, but only happy. Because the more spiritual energy of heaven and earth consumed during the breakthrough, the higher the quality of the golden elixir. At this moment, they saw the yin-yang Dao diagram around Lu Changsheng circling wildly, like a black hole, swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Zumi Cave Heaven. What's going on? The 4 women were all shocked, not knowing what was going on with Lu Changsheng at this time. It was clear that the Dan had entered the final stage, tending to be calm, and it was a natural process. How could there be such a change? Could it be that there was a problem at the last moment of the Dan? It's all right. Lu Changsheng called out to Zumaru. Yes, master. Zumi Tree King immediately poured all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into Lu Changsheng's body. In an instant, all the spiritual energy of Zumi Cave Heaven poured into the black hole formed by the yin-yang Dao diagram. The yin-yang Dao diagram made a loud noise, and turned into a black and white yin-yang fish, rushing into Lu Changsheng's Qihei Danshan. In the center of Lu Changsheng's Qihei Danshan, in the center of the 5-colored Daote, the yin-yang golden pill was like a purple gold sun, shining with endless light. In the center of the Xianum Bao Wang lotus in the Qihei Danshan, there was a dark black, seemingly lifeless Dan. The yin-yang fish formed by the yin-yang Dao diagram picked up the dark Dan and rushed directly to the yin-yang golden pill. Boom! The yin-yang golden pill suddenly roared, entangled with the dark Dan, and rotated with each other, interweaving a chaos, the yin-yang Dao diagram. Finally, it turned into a black and white golden pill with a purple gold luster. The golden elixir in the yin-yang 5 elements Dao foundation formed a mysterious resonance, exuding the breath of the supreme Dao. Then, bursts of Dao sounds rang out, and 1,000-foot-high rosy clouds bloomed from the golden elixir, as if there was a chaotic air permeating, baptizing Lu Changsheng's flesh and blood, every inch of skin. In the Qihei Danshan, the natal spiritual tool that had been abandoned by Lu Changsheng, the 7 lights heart lamp, was also baptized at this moment. It's worth spending so much time, energy, and thoughts. The immortal golden elixir is really like a perfect Dao foundation. It's not the end, and it can still transform. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, the yin-yang qi flowed through his pupils, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. From now on, he is a giant in Tenrun. Chapter 396, The Golden Elixir of Yin and Yang, the Innate Magic Weapon. Changsheng Palace, in the cave. Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, Zio Zhou, and Honglian heard the sound of the great Dao of heaven and earth, and saw Lu Changsheng open his eyes. In his jade-like eyes, the sun and the moon rotated and shone brightly, and the yin and yang Dao rhyme flowed around his body, making the whole person more mysterious and transcendent. Changsheng, you succeeded in forming the elixir. Congratulations, my husband. Changsheng, congratulations on forming the elixir, and you will live forever in the future. Congratulations, young master. The three women were all surprised and knew that Lu Changsheng had succeeded in forming the elixir. We are in the same boat on the immortal road, and we will move forward hand in hand. Your husband is just one step ahead, Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Then he looked at Lu Miaoj's pale and weak face and said in a gentle voice, Sister Miaoj, you have worked hard. The previous sun and moon reincarnation art and Taiyudao seed had caused considerable damage to Lu Miaoj. And these days, she has not been recuperating, and has been paying attention to his elixir formation throughout the whole process. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Lu Miaoj's eyes were full and gentle. Not only was there the joy between husband and wife, but there was also a maternal charm flowing between her eyebrows. You have a good rest. When I consolidate my realm, I will plant the seeds of Tao for you. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand, then looked at Ling Zixio and Zio Zhou and said, Zixio, Zhou, you have worked hard these days. It's not hard. The two women said aloud. They knew that Lu Changsheng had to consolidate his realm at this time, so they didn't talk much and walked out of the cave, letting Lu Changsheng retreat with peace of mind. However, after walking out of the cave, the three women looked at each other, and they all saw a bit of trance in each other's beautiful eyes. Is this the power of a giant and cultivator? In the cave, Lu Changsheng quietly felt the power filling his body. Compared with the foundation building, his magic power at this moment can be said to be as vast as the sea. When he raised his hands and feet, he had boundless power, and he could easily kill himself in the foundation building period. This is the difference between foundation building and elixir formation. Once the breakthrough is made, the foundation building mana will be transformed into the golden elixir essence. The gap between the two is like a natural chasm, which is several times greater than the gap between the spiritual power of the key refining period and the mana of the foundation building period. If you want to describe it, it is like tofu and a steel knife. No matter how much tofu there is, it will be easily split in half. At this moment, Lu Changsheng deeply realized the gap between the foundation building and the formation of the elixir. Understand why the real person of the formation of the elixir is called a high-level cultivator. Yin-Yang Avenue Golden Pill. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the golden pill in the center of the Tao platform in the Qi Danshan. He knew the information of his own golden pill in the dark. This Yin-Yang Avenue Golden Pill is consistent with the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Tao Foundation. In addition to greatly improving the original Yin and Yang key effects, it also significantly strengthens the characteristics of the practice. His Yin-Yang Creation Sutra has the effect of unifying all methods. It can make people practice many methods, or a characteristic of magic, to maintain balance. Even with the help of the Treasure of the Void, his mana can be transformed into the corresponding demon clan and magic skills. But if you do this, no matter what, the foundation, the golden elixir and the practice will not fit together. You can't bring out the full power of the practice. But the Yin-Yang Dao golden elixir can control and be compatible with all practices. The golden elixir will adapt autonomously according to the characteristics of the practice, maximizing the power of the practice. Not only the practice, but also the spirit body and the magic skills are like this. Yin-Yang Creation, control all laws. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. The previous Yin-Yang Creation Sutra had the characteristics of coordinating all laws, so now it is controlling all laws. This Yin-Yang Creation Sutra and Yin-Yang Dao Jinden are really suitable for me. With the Xianum Bao Wang Lotus, a Treasure of the Void, and the second Danshan, I can easily transform my mana into the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, the 9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, the Black Dragon Code, and the 12 Capitals of the Demonic Divine Art, and exert the power of these skills to the maximum extent. If you want to disguise yourself as a sword cultivator, use the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. If you want to use the Talisman Formation, use the 9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra. When refining the elixir, you can use the Treasure Tripod Medicine King Sutra. Lu Changsheng smiled a little. However, the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra and the Yin-Yang Dao Jinden are not omnipotent. For example, the Natal Divine Talisman of the 9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra and the Demon God Thought of the 12 Capitals of the Demonic Divine Art, even if his mana is transformed and the golden elixir perfectly matches the technique, he cannot use such means. Unless he spends time and energy to condense the Natal Divine Talisman and the Demon God Thought. However, Lu Changsheng naturally would not do such an act of making dumplings for a mouthful of vinegar. With this time and energy, he might as well condense the remaining 6 life treasure bones through the Balian Baodiju. The 9th level of Balian Baodiju can condense and cultivate the skull, sternum, spine, and limbs into treasure bones and obtain life magic. At present, Lu Changsheng relied on the 9 treasures Jade Ruai to quickly cultivate the sternum, and the remaining 6 treasure bones have not been cultivated. If all are cultivated into life treasure bones, the combat power can be improved by 1 level. System. Lu Changsheng muttered in his heart and checked his lifespan. When he broke through, he clearly felt the effect of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, and guessed that his lifespan should be different from that of ordinary people. Name, Lu Changshen. Identity, Lord of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, 1st level of Jinden. Lifespan, 76/734. Spiritual roots, 1st grade spiritual roots. Constitution, Zhaoqing spiritual body. Lower grade spiritual body, Zhengjin body. Middle grade spiritual body, Blood Talisman spiritual body. Superior grade spiritual body, Immaculate heavenly fragrance body. Top grade spiritual body, Dragon Yin body. Top grade spiritual body, Taiyi soul body. Superior grade spiritual body. Skills, Yin Yang Creation Sutra, 3rd level. Balian Baodiju, 9th level. Taiyi Shangshuju, 2nd level. Xianziju, Great Success. Spells, Yin Yang Creation Great Capture, Inverted Yin Yang Glazed Wall, Soul Scattering Needle. Items, Lu Family Tree, Wanling Bottle, 1000-Faced Fox Puppet, 5-Element Spirit Fruit Tree, Dragon Blood Tree. Evil Breaking Pill, Soul Melting and Life Restoring Pill, Demonic Curse Book of Life, Life Substitution Talisman, Magic Weapons, Starlight Disc, Dongsuan Treasure Mirror. Yuankong Robe, 7 Light Heart Lamp, Kanghe Pearl. Skills, Refining, Level 3, Music, Level 3, Talisman Making, Level 3, Alchemy, Level 2, Puppet, Level 2, Spiritual Butcher, Level 2, Spiritual Cook, Level 2, Winemaking, Level 2, Dragon Hunting, Level 2, Spiritual Pets, Zumi Tree King, 9 Nether Mastiff, Heavenly Fragrance Goo, Peach Blossom Goo. Bloodline Effects, Probability of Offspring Spiritual Roots plus 30%, Probability of Producing Offspring plus 30%, Spiritual Body Inheritance Rate plus 6%, Offspring Comprehension plus 6%, Family Members. 1103, 734. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he saw his lifespan. You know, a Jinden's Henren has a lifespan of 500 years. Even if there are ups and downs due to the cultivation method, physique, longevity pills, etc., it is impossible to have such a big difference, right? However, Lu Changsheng guessed the reason immediately. It is related to his Yin-Yang Dao Jinden and the Immaculate Heavenly Fragrance body. The Immortal Jinden not only makes the cultivator's foundation strong, but also enhances the characteristics and effects of the cultivation method, and the lifespan will also be different from that of ordinary people. There are even rumors that after a Jinden cultivator dies, as long as the Jinden still exists, the body will be immortal for 1,000 years and 10,000 years. This also leads to the lifespan of immortal Jinden cultivators being much longer than that of ordinary Jinden's Henren. Lu Changsheng has the immortal body of the immortal heavenly fragrance body, which prolongs his life, and he has condensed the Yin-Yang Dao Jinden, so his lifespan is far longer than that of ordinary Jinden's Henren. Tisk, how can I spend such a long life? Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. With his age and lifespan, he's extremely young. After sighing for a moment, Lu Changsheng looked at his Jinden, calmed his mind, and ran the exercises with all his strength to consolidate his realm. The Jinden slowly ran, blooming endless rays of light and Dao rhyme, baptizing his flesh, meridians, damshan, and consciousness. It made his flawless and crystal clear body flow with precious light, and his bright red blood seemed to have a faint Jinden Dao rhyme flowing. At the same time, Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Peak, in a gorgeous palace. Yun Wanshang was wearing a colorful palace dress. She sat cross-legged with her curvy figure. Her beautiful eyes were closed. She was nourishing the yin and yang qi with her jade phoenix marrow body. Then she used the yin and yang qi to warm her own golden elixir. At this moment, her golden elixir trembled softly. An indescribable throbbing arose in her heart. On a whim, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened. What's going on? Yun Wansheng's beautiful eyes showed a bit of doubt. She felt a bit familiar with this throbbing. It was a bit like the situation when Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu practiced the sun and moon reincarnation art before. But in addition to the jade phoenix marrow body, her golden elixir also gave birth to an inexplicable induction in the dark, so she didn't know what was going on. Lu Changsheng Yun Wanshang had a beautiful face and looked in the direction of Qingzhu Mountain. She realized that it was related to Lu Changsheng. Although she didn't know what was going on, she guessed that Lu Changsheng must have done something to make a commotion, thus affecting herself. Otherwise, she would not have such a sudden impulse, and her golden elixir would have palpitated. After she pondered for a moment, she closed her eyes and continued to warm her golden elixir. The relationship between the two was naturally very familiar, and they knew each other well. But if you really say that they were familiar, they were very unfamiliar. They had chatted very few times and had never had a serious chat. So she guessed that Lu Changsheng had done something again, but if the other party did not take the initiative to find her, she would not take the initiative to find him. Qingzhu Mountain. As Lu Changsheng broke through the dan, the alert state of Qingzhu Mountain was also lifted, just like usual. No one knew what happened a few months ago. In this regard, Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan and others did not explain too much. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Hall. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and completed the consolidation of his cultivation realm. Not only was his magic power stable, but his physical body was also constantly improving under the transformation of a reborn body, reaching the critical point of the 10th level of the Balian Baodiju. As long as his son Lu Pingyan worked hard, his Balian Baodiju would be able to break through quickly. In addition to his physical body, his spiritual awareness was upgraded from the original 1,000 feet to 3,600 feet. For ordinary Jinden cultivators, when they have just broken through the Jinden stage, their spiritual awareness is about 1,000 feet. 3,000 feet is the level of the middle stage of Jinden. This is the benefit of a strong foundation. Before breaking through the realm, the stronger the essence, ki, and spirit are, the more they can be improved after experiencing the baptism and transformation of the breakthrough. In addition to the physical body, magic power, and spiritual awareness, Lu Changsheng's natal spiritual weapon, the Seven Lights Heart Lamp, was also upgraded from a medium-grade spiritual weapon to a quasi-magic weapon under the baptism of the Jinden Dao Ion. Alice, it's a pity. Lu Changsheng looked at the Seven Lights Heart Lamp and sighed in his heart. As he switched to practicing the exercises, this natal spiritual weapon was almost abandoned. It just had the effect of guarding the mind and condensing the magic power, so it was not abandoned. It is impossible to nurture it slowly by yourself, you can only do it in one step, but if you want to create a magic weapon, you are poor. Lu Changsheng thought that he was a Jinden real person, but he didn't have a magic weapon suitable for him, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. As a true immortal level technique, the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra naturally has many supporting magic weapons. Yin-Yang Dao Diagram. Yin-Yang Ancient Mirror. Yin-Yang 5 Elements Sword. Yin-Yang Bagua Robe. Yin-Yang Creation Gourd. But no matter which one, it takes a lot of time, money, and energy to cast it. Although Lu Changsheng is very rich, this income is a bit of a stretch for him at the Jinden level. Moreover, the rare materials for casting magic weapons cannot be bought with money in many cases, and can only be purchased through barter. Now that I have broken through the Jinden stage, I can go to the Immortal City and release some magic weapons and rare materials. Through barter, I can exchange for the natural materials and treasures I need to cast my own magic weapon. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He still has some high-level stocks in his hands. It's just that he didn't dare to sell them before, but now he can be more at ease. And in my situation, there is no need to forge too many magic weapons, 1 or 2 are enough. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled gently. He usually doesn't spend time nurturing magic weapons, and he rarely goes out. In this case, casting too many magic weapons will not only take time and energy, but they may be eliminated before they are used. If you want to forge them, you can forge the yin-yang Dao diagram and the yin-yang creation gourd. Lu Changsheng already had ideas about his natal magic weapon, so he didn't have to worry about it. The yin-yang Dao diagram is a multifunctional magic weapon. It can evolve yin and yang, and be invulnerable to all kinds of magic. It can also suppress the void, block the heaven and earth, and prevent others from escaping. It can also evolve a golden bridge to cross the void. Lu Changsheng has a third-level body refining, Leganglongian, Jiubeao Ruai bone, and a talisman formation, and he is not short of attack methods. The effect of this yin-yang Dao diagram can just make up for the shortcomings. As for the yin-yang creation gourd, it is a magic weapon for raising Taoist soldiers. This kind of magic weapon is many times simpler to cultivate Taoist soldiers than the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier in the Black Dragon Code. For the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers, not only must they select aquatic monsters with dragon blood, but they must also be constantly sacrificed and refined through the Blackwater Dragon Curse, and spend elixirs to cultivate, strengthen their bodies, and nourish their spirituality, so that they can gradually train a Taoist soldier. The yin-yang creation gourd can absorb the weather of heaven and earth by itself, and put any natural treasures into it to refine it into the origin of yin and yang. When enough yin-yang origin is accumulated, the yin-yang Taoist soldiers can be refined. But if you want to refine the yin-yang creation gourd, you need at least a gourd of the spiritual root level of heaven and earth to refine it. I wonder if Tongzi can be more powerful. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The yin-yang Taoist diagram can also add rare materials later, continuously upgrade, and recast. But the yin-yang creation gourd can't. The gourd for casting magic weapons is very important. If it is an ordinary third-level gourd, even if this magic weapon is cast, the power effect is limited, and the upper limit is too low. So in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it would be best if the system gave him a 4th level or even 5th level top-level gourd. The yin-yang good fortune gourd made in this way not only has good effects, but also allows you to use it all the time, which is the meaning of cultivating Taoist soldiers. You can go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to get some materials and cast a few handy magic weapons. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. The natal magic weapon is very troublesome. But as a third-level weapon refiner, he can go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to kill a few demon kings and use them to refine weapons. After all, many materials on the demon kings are suitable for casting magic weapons. For example, the wind and thunder beast at the beginning. And not for magic weapons, Lu Changsheng is also going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. One is the Tai soul body of himself and his son. The other is the spirit vein. With his breakthrough of the Jinden, the spirit vein of Zumi Cave Heaven is already very difficult. If he practices, the people of Qingzhu Mountain don't need to practice. In this case, it is natural to improve the spirit vein at home. In Lu Changsheng's view, the easiest way to improve the spirit vein is to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to intercept the spirit vein origin. I don't know how strong I am now. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of a problem. Since he was going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he naturally had to figure out his own combat power. After all, hunting the Demon King in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range required a quick battle. Once he dragged his feet, he would attract other Demon Kings. Although he had seen other Jindens Henrin and third-level Demon Kings, he had never fought them with all his strength, so he didn't know the strength of ordinary Jindens Henrin and Demon Kings. Honglian, how does my current mana compare to other Jindens Henrin? Lu Changsheng immediately looked at the beast-taming ancient talisman, raised his hand, and asked Honglian. Chapter 397 Madam, do you want to see my golden elixir? The beast-controlling ancient symbol glowed with rays of light, and countless tiny red dots of light moved around Lu Changsheng's body. Young master has just broken through the Jinden stage, and his mana is as vast as the sea, powerful and amazing, enough to rival many cultivators in the middle stage of this Handen stage. After a moment, Honglian spoke up, somewhat surprised at Lu Changsheng's mana foundation. You know, from the early stage of the Jinden stage to the middle stage of the Jinden stage, the quality and quantity of mana have increased several times. Lu Changsheng has only one level of the Jinden stage, and his mana is so powerful and exaggerated. This made her realize that Lu Changsheng's immortal golden elixir has been condensed to the extreme, far exceeding ordinary upper-grade golden elixir, and may even be the legendary Dao golden elixir. Otherwise, the gap between the upper-grade golden elixir and the Descendant stage is far from so big. Middle stage of Jinden. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly after hearing this, and continued to ask, then what do you think of my current combat power? Can I kill a cultivator in the middle stage of Jinden? Honglian pondered for a moment and said, Honglian is not clear about the specific combat power of the young master. At the level of Jinden, fighting mainly depends on magic weapons, magical powers, and external forces. If you want to kill others with magic power alone, you must have a crushing realm, such as the late stage of Jinden versus the early stage of Jinden, or the immortal golden elixir versus the inferior flood elixir. The young master has just broken through the Jinden, and has not yet cultivated magical powers and nourished his own magic weapon. It is probably difficult to kill a cultivator in the middle stage of Jinden with magic power. Honglian's voice was soft and pleasant, and he said very tactfully, the biggest advantage of Jinden is its potential foundation, which is easy to break through bottlenecks and realms. In terms of fighting, it is only the advantage brought by the foundation of magic power. Unless the practice of the martial arts is sword cultivation, the martial arts of combat cultivation is good at attacking, and the combat power will be a few points higher. Although Lu Changsheng's magic power is powerful and mysterious, it is not as sharp and overbearing as the sword cultivation and combat cultivation techniques. Magic weapon, magical power, external force. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. At present, magic weapon is indeed his shortcoming. Although he has 3 magic weapons, the Star Disc, the Dongsung Treasure Mirror, and the Yuankong Robe, none of them are good at attacking. However, Lu Changsheng is very confident in magical power. With a system inheritance, he does not need to spend time on the skills and magical powers. Whether it is the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, the 9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, etc., he can use them. At most, it takes some time to familiarize himself with them. As a true immortal level technique, the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra naturally has all kinds of magical powers. At present, he can use 3 magical powers. Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture. This magical power has the ability to overturn rivers and seas, pull up mountains and take mountains. When fighting against the enemy, the key of the origin of the golden elixir is condensed into handprint, which has the effect of capturing, suppressing, and imprisoning. Yin and Yang Mysterious Light. This magical power can be ever-changing, turning into magical weapons, 5 elements of wind and thunder, rain and dew, or it can be transformed into protective mysterious light, flying with light. Reversing Yin and Yang Glazed Wall. When the magical power is running at this time, it can reverse Yin and Yang, conceal the body shape, breath, and confuse the secrets of heaven. In addition to these 3 magical powers, Lu Changsheng also has a great magical power Yin and Yang Mixed Hole Grinding Wheel. It's just that he has just broken through the Jinden, and he can't use this great magical power at will, and he needs to pay a big price. So in terms of magical powers, it can be regarded as one of his advantages. As for external forces, it is Lu Changsheng's greatest confidence at present. Jiubao Rui Bone, with 9 top magical powers, is enough to make his strength rise in all aspects and kill enemies across levels. Legang Longian, let him refine his 3rd level body, and the power of close combat will be taken to a higher level. Thousand-Faced Fox Puppet, Wujian Weisho, Zuansha Demon Zombie, 3 major Jinden combat forces. Thousand-Faced Fox Puppet, proficient in illusion charm, can charm and disturb other people's minds, attack their consciousness, and sink into illusion. Wujian Ghost Head, disturbs the mind, forms a ghost domain, and erodes other people's mana. Zuansha Demon Zombie, a 3rd level Demon King corpse, although the combat power is the worst, but it can also be used as a meat shield and entangled with the Jinden cultivator for several rounds. In addition, he also has the Xianyun Bao Wanglian as the 2nd Ganshin, and the Fuhei Tactics with thousands of talismans as the trump card. As for his previous court treasure, Zuanyun Pearl, it was eliminated. After breaking through the Jinden, this treasure can no longer give a bonus to cultivation, and can only be used as the most ordinary 2nd Ganshin to store mana. The effect is far inferior to the current Xianyun Bao Wanglian. I see that the young master has a 3rd level body refining, and his spiritual awareness is definitely far higher than that of the same level cultivators. He also has external forces such as the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, so his combat power is naturally far higher than that of the same level cultivators, But the combat power of giant cultivators cannot be generalized. Some giant cultivators may only be low-grade Flaudan, but they have good opportunities, have high-quality magic weapons, and have amazing comprehension, and have cultivated many magical powers. Then his combat power is even stronger than some giant cultivators who have just broken through. The ancient beast controlling talisman was filled with rosy clouds, and Honglian continued to speak. The giant stage is not like refining key and building foundation. Even if you have just broken through the giant stage, you can use high-quality magic weapons, and even force the use of top-grade magic weapons. Therefore, the magic weapons of the giant stage have a great impact on combat power. Many giant cultivators may not have the chance to break through, so they spend most of their time and energy on their natal magic weapons, spells and magical powers. This makes their natal magic weapons and magical powers far more powerful than ordinary people. As for the late giant cultivators, you should be careful. If a low-grade Flaudan cultivator does not have a great opportunity, there is basically no hope for the late giant. So those who can break through the late giant are basically mid-grade Trudan cultivators, with good foundations, heritage, and opportunities. For a third-level demon king, since the demon beast is born with a strong physical body, it is equivalent to practicing both the law and the body, and will far exceed the cultivators of the same level. If it is a top-level earth level, heaven-level blood demon king, it is equivalent to the top-grade golden elixir among our cultivators, and there is a high probability that it has its own magical power, and its combat power far exceeds that of the same level. Honglian slowly talked about the combat power of giant. I understand. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. Things like fighting magic, you still have to fight to know. If you don't fight, unless the realm difference is too large, it will present a crushing trend. After all, who can cultivate to this realm does not have some trump cards. However, based on his own mana and magical power, Lu Changsheng believes that it should be no problem to kill the middle stage giant. As for the late giant, Lu Changsheng can only say that it is unnecessary. Young master, what kind of golden elixir did you condense? At this time, Honglian couldn't help asking the doubts in her heart. She wanted to know whether Lu Changsheng condensed a legendary Dao giant. Immortal golden elixir, but my golden elixir has undergone a transformation and improvement on the basis of immortal golden elixir. Lu Changsheng said directly. Although asking about the foundation of the Dao and the grade of the golden elixir is very presumptuous among cultivators. But Honglian is also one of his own, so Lu Changsheng didn't mind. Moreover, after he was done, Lu Changsheng was going to get to know Honglian in depth through the fusion of spirit and soul. After confirming that the other party had no other intentions, he gave her the Peachwood spirit fetus. In this way, in addition to herself, there is also a second giant's Henren sitting in the house, so she can go out without worry. Transformed on the basis of immortal golden elixir, could it be that Dao giant really exists? Honglian couldn't help but be surprised. Dao giant? There is a Dao giant above immortal golden elixir. Lu Changsheng was very surprised. He had never heard of any Dao giant. Even though his own golden elixir was called Yin Yang Dao golden elixir, he simply thought that the method he practiced was Yin Yang Dao, so he condensed this kind of golden elixir. Well, I have only heard of the Dao golden elixir, but I have never seen it, and I cannot be sure whether it exists. Honglian said softly. Oh. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and motioned Honglian to talk about the Dao golden elixir. I once saw in a scroll that there is another kind of golden elixir on the immortal golden elixir, called the Dao golden elixir. Those who condense the Dao golden elixir will be favored by the Dao in the dark, and the heaven and earth will be favored. In the future, the path of cultivation will be much more open, and they will have the ability to transform into God. Honglian spoke up, guessing that Lu Changsheng was most likely the Dao golden elixir. After all, the immortal golden elixir is already immortal and flawless. How could it still undergo a transformation? Being favored by the Dao in the dark, improving the luck. Lu Changsheng was surprised. I didn't expect that forming a pill could also improve the luck. But he has heard of similar sayings. As the cultivator's realm breaks through, the luck in the dark will improve a few points. Well, although the theory of luck is vague, it does exist. For example, to break through the nascent soul, it not only depends on the right time, right place and right people, but also on luck. Those who can break through the nascent soul are all people with great luck. Honglian said, but it is difficult to verify whether this statement is true or not. What's more, Those who can condense the Great Dao Golden Den are originally children of luck. Their path of cultivation is open and unstoppable. Even if they encounter danger, they often turn danger into safety. So whether this Great Dao Golden Den can improve luck in the dark is hard to tell. Although Honglian is a nascent soul true lord, she has a wide range of knowledge. But things like the Dao body and the Great Dao Golden Den are beyond her cognition, and she only has a vague understanding of many of them. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, but he didn't care too much. He pursued the ultimate in his foundation, simply because he thought he had the qualifications to become an immortal. In this case, he naturally couldn't affect his foundation in order to pursue a realm, resulting in a lot of time and energy spent on making up for his foundation in the later stage. As for the effect of the Great Dao Golden Den, in his opinion, it would be best to have it, but it didn't matter if he didn't have it. Honglian, thank you for your hard work. You should take a good rest. I will use secret methods to warm your soul in the next few days. Lu Changsheng said to Honglian. Then he put away the beast-controlling ancient talisman and the remaining 4 dam-forming spiritual objects. He planned to put these dam-forming spiritual objects aside for now and give them to Lu Mayaoj or Xiao Ziyu for dan-forming. As long as the cave spirit vein is promoted to the 3rd level, the 5-element fruit tree can be planted. By then, whether it is foundation building or dan-forming at home, it can be upgraded to a higher level. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. There is also a 5-element fruit tree in his system space. The 5-element spiritual fruits of this 5-element fruit tree can not only increase the probability of dan-forming, it also has a great effect on breaking through the foundation and condensing the foundation mana. When Lu Ruai broke through the foundation, if he had a 5-element spiritual fruit, it would not only greatly increase the probability of foundation building, but also have the hope of having a complete foundation. 3rd level spirit vein. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled, walking out of the cave. Outside the Changsheng palace, Ling Zixiao was wearing a blue palace dress, holding an ancient scroll, sitting elegantly. When she saw Lu Changsheng, her dignified and elegant face immediately shouted in surprise, "My dear Zixiao." Lu Changsheng smiled and stepped forward, naturally holding her plump body, and said, "Zixiao, I have now broken through the Jinden stage, and I am sure to solve your Longian body." Of course, he would not forget Ling Zixiao's Longian body and his daughter Lu Ling's Longian body. Now that he has broken through the Jinden stage, his magic power and yin and yang origins have all improved, and he is sure to reconcile the Longian origin for Ling Zixiao. "Thank you, my dear." Ling Zixiao smiled gently when she saw Lu Changsheng caring about her affairs at the first time. Lu Changsheng held Ling Zixiao's white wrist and circulated the Yin and Yang Creation Sutra. Back then, his foundation-building magic power could only suppress and balance the Longian body to a certain extent. Now the Jinden true essence is vast and majestic. After entering Ling Zixiao's body, it instantly submerged the Longian aura. Under the effect of the Yin-Yang Dao Jinden governing all laws, the Dragon Roar Ki gradually turned into Yin-Yang Ki. This Ling Zixiao felt the changes in her body and was surprised. Back then, she went to Juxiao Xiancheng and spent all her spirit stones, natural materials and treasures to ask a Jinden's Henren to diagnose her condition. But the other party said that her condition could not be reversed. But Lu Changsheng had just broken through the Jinden, and he was able to reverse the yin and yang through his magic power and solve the Dragon Roar body situation for himself. This is amazing. Buzz buzz buzz, when Lu Changsheng's yin-yang magic power baptized Ling Zixiao's meridians and Danshan, the Dragon Roar body was stimulated and began to tremble and roar. Boom! Lu Changsheng's Qi Hai Danshan, the golden elixir bloomed with brilliant rays of light. A black and a white yin-yang fish suddenly rushed out, followed his palm into Ling Zixiao's body, and suppressed her Dragon Roar origin. Woo! The Dragon Roar origin cried weakly, but it was still very tenacious, forming a balance with its yin-yang origin. "Zixiao, we will continue later," Lu Changsheng said. He just tried it. If he really wanted to reverse yin and yang, it would be safer to have Lu Mayaoj watching from the side. "Thank you for your hard work, my husband." Ling Zixiao felt much more comfortable and relaxed at this time, and said with a smile. The two walked out of the Changsheng palace and came to the Lu family mansion. "Changsheng, my husband daddy. Lu Mayaoj and Lu Mayaoyan were happy and surprised to see Lu Changsheng. At present, only Lu Mayaoj, Xiao Ziyu, Ling Zixiao, Lu Mayaoyan, and Lu Miaohun in the Lu family knew about Lu Changsheng's dam formation. The other wives, concubines, and children all thought that Lu Changsheng was just in seclusion or out some time ago. Husband, have you really formed a dam? After a moment, Lu Miaohun took Lu Changsheng's wrist, fresh and refined, like a girl's cheeks full of joy, and asked in a low voice. Haha, you have spiritual consciousness, you can see it. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife like a little daughter, gently pinched her little nose, and said with a smile. Although the matter of dam formation should not be publicized, but it's okay to show it to my little wife. Hearing this, Lu Miaohun's consciousness entered Lu Changsheng's body unimpeded. She immediately saw black and white golden elixir with a purple gold luster in the center of the 5-colored jade plate in the Qi Danshan. Is this the golden elixir? Lu Miaohun looked at the golden elixir. After a moment, she retracted her consciousness, raised her head slightly, and looked at Lu Changsheng with admiration and worship, saying, I heard from Sister Miaohun that my husband has formed a first-grade golden elixir. This is a first-grade golden elixir. That's right. Lu Changsheng didn't say anything about the Great Dao Golden Elixir. After all, Honglian said that the Great Dao Golden Elixir was just a saying, and it was not certain whether it existed. It's worthy of my husband. Not only did he become a Jindan's Henren, but he also condensed a first-grade golden elixir. Lu Miaohun said happily like a little girl who had eaten honey, I heard that there are not many people in the entire Jing kingdom who have condensed such a golden elixir. When she married Lu Changsheng in her early years, the other party was just a little cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refining. She never thought that one day her husband would become an unattainable Jindan's Henren. However, after witnessing Lu Changsheng's little growth over the years, and now practicing the Xiandi Changsheng method, she has changed her sensitive, inferior and overthinking mentality in her early years, and is only happy and proud of her husband's achievements. Haha, there may not be many immortals in Jiangguo, but there are still many in the entire Nanhuang immortal world. And my husband is just one step ahead, and my Yuner will also become a Jindan's Henren in the future. Lu Changsheng said with a chuckle. Normally practicing the Xiandi Changsheng method, it takes at least 100 or 200 years to form a dan. But with a Wanling bottle, this time will be greatly reduced. Lu Miaohun heard this and was looking forward to such a day. Then she continued to be full of joy and said with a smile, Husband, I heard that Jindan's Henren will take a Taoist name. What Taoist name are you going to take? I haven't thought about this yet, I plan to think about it later. Lu Changsheng smiled gently. After the cultivators form a den, most of them will take a Taoist name. Some are based on the practice, name, ambition, hobbies, characteristics, etc. There are not too many rules. However, there is a saying in the world of immortal cultivation. Dao name has a certain influence on the fate of cultivators. It will guide a person's fortune and misfortune invisibly, and change fate and fortune. Although this saying is very ethereal, but cultivators who can cultivate to the stage of forming a pill have the belief that fate and luck are better to believe than not. Lu Changsheng would rather believe it than not for such things, and plans to think about it carefully when the time comes. Yet, Lu Miaohun said with a smile, and then told Lu Changsheng some things about the 6 months of retreat and breakthrough. News came from Qingyun Immortal City that finally there was a force to attack Qingyun Immortal City. Qingyun Immortal City without Qingyun's Henren sitting in it is completely a mess. And some high-level people in Qingyun Immortal City should have known the news long ago and made preparations early. However, people die for money and birds die for food, and many cultivators still died in this turmoil. It is rumored that the top management of Qingyun Immortal City has been replaced by a group of people, and these people are all related to the Jiang Kingdom and Yu Kingdom. As for the specific situation, it is not something that Bihu Mountain can get the news. A big change in Qingyun Immortal City. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he thought of Li Feiyu first. The other party wrote a letter to ask not to go to Qingyun Immortal City, and it is likely that he realized that this day was coming. I don't know what happened to the other party in this turmoil. Such a big change. I heard that most of the dead were fake Danzhenren or Peak Foundation cultivators. Li Feiyu should be fine. Lu Miaohun guessed that her husband was worried, and comforted him. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, without saying much. Husband, Qingyun Yanlao came back before. Lu Miaohun continued, changing the subject. Back then, Lu Changsheng sent a group of children to Qingyun Sect to participate in the assessment. These 2 children joined Qingyun Sect and are now at the peak of Qi refining. You let them take on the sect's mission, go to the market to hone their skills for a while, and earn some spirit stones first. Then the family will support them. Lu Changsheng said after a moment's silence. Although the two children are at the peak of key refining, their talents and comprehension are average. Without opportunities, it is difficult to impact the foundation building in this life. Although he, as a father, will give them opportunities, they also need to work hard on their own. It is impossible to prepare the foundation building pills and foundation building resources as soon as the realm is reached. This is not only prone to failure and cultivating waste, but also whether the two succeed or fail in building the foundation, it will have a certain impact on Qingzhu Mountain. Especially the two have been in Qingyun Sect for a long time. Lu Xingyu is fine, with Xiao Chaoyong and Zhao Qingqing taking care of her, and she is close to her family. Lu Yanlao is a little eccentric and less close to his family. This is why many immortal cultivation families rarely send their gifted children to the sect. Yet, Lu Maoyan responded obediently. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw Lu Maoji, who was wearing a snow-white dress, smiling, with a maternal aura in her eyes, looking at him tenderly, and said with a smile, "Sister Maoji, do you want to see the golden elixir?" Okay. Lu Maoji stepped forward gently, and looked at Lu Changsheng's yin-yang dao jinden through her spiritual sense, and said with some doubt and surprise, "This is the immortal jinden. Jinden is not exactly the same. It will be different according to each person's practice, dan pattern, and color. However, Lu Changsheng's jinden can be seen to be extraordinary at a glance." After Lu Maoji finished looking at the jinden, after a moment of tenderness, Lu Changsheng went to find Xiao Ziyu again. Because of the matter of jinden, Xiao Ziyu has been staying in Qingzhu Mountain this time and has not returned to Qingyun Sect. "Xiao, do you want to see the jinden?" Lu Changsheng said to the cold and holy fairy, sharing the fruits of happiness with the other party. Immortal jinden. Xiao Ziyu looked at the jinden, her beautiful eyes as clear as the moon were stunned. Even if she is the true disciple of the Immortal Sect and a disciple of Jinden's Henren, her biggest goal is to condense a top-grade Jinden. Now this goal has been easily surpassed by Lu Changsheng. By the way, Xiao, do you still remember the practice problem I told you before? At this time, Lu Changsheng asked Xiao Ziyu. Condensing the golden elixir of the yin-yang great Dao, he also had some more ideas about Xiao Ziyu's supreme forgetfulness art. He planned to interfere with Xiao Ziyu through divine communication to see if he could solve her problem of the supreme forgetfulness art. Well, I have been thinking about this aspect for these years, and I have also asked Master for advice, but I have no clue. Xiao Ziyu said softly. Even if her talent and understanding are both top-notch, there is no way to walk out of her own way based on the supreme forgetfulness art. It's okay, I have a way. Lu Changsheng said aloud, expressing his thoughts. After a while, the two came to the Changsheng Hall. With a rustling sound, the two began to blend yin and yang and entangle together. "Ziyu, sun and moon reincarnation art." Lu Changsheng said immediately. The two were already very proficient in this technique. Although they had not yet reached the minor success stage, they were only one step away. As the technique was running, the two gradually entered a state of desire without emotion. The hori on Lu Changsheng's forehead emerged, and a sacred luster bloomed, shining on Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu felt something in her heart, so she let go of her mind and let herself be bathed in the sunshine. However, when Lu Changsheng's consciousness and soul tried to blend with Xiao Ziyu's soul, he felt an inaccessible indifference. This indifference did not come from Xiao Ziyu. It came from her supreme forgetfulness art. It's just as I guessed. Lu Changsheng had guessed before that Xiao Ziyu's indifference was due to the influence of the supreme forgetfulness art on her mind and soul. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra governs all laws and is compatible with all things. It is naturally endowed with an affinity, slowly wrapping up Xiao Ziyu's indifferent soul and slowly blending them together. Ying Xiao Ziyu hummed softly at the moment when their souls blended. This was her first time trying to have a spiritual connection, and it felt very mysterious. It was like the first time she was hugged by Lu Changsheng. Her heart trembled and palpitated, and the supreme forgetfulness art could not help but operate. Yin-Yang sympathizes, nurtures the same root, and the way of creation creates something out of nothing. Endless information poured into her mind, as if embracing her supreme forgetfulness art. Chapter 398 Second Personality, Lu Wangshu breaks through. Changsheng Palace, on the bed. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu's bodies blended, their souls blended, The two opened their hearts at this moment, and had the purest and most primitive communication of life. In this process, Lu Changsheng clearly felt the entanglement between Zhao Ziyu's love for him and her heart of seeking the Tao. As the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra continued to operate, the souls blended deeply, and Lu Changsheng seemed to see a woman in the depths of Zhao Ziyu's soul sea of consciousness. This woman was hazy, like a high and mighty female fairy, revealing a breath of ruthlessness and justice, which made people unapproachable. Lu Changsheng could clearly realize that the cold artistic conception of Zhao Ziyu's soul came from this. What's going on? Could it be that practicing the supreme forgetting love art will gradually give birth to a second personality? Lu Changsheng vaguely saw that this hazy woman was Zhao Ziyu. In other words, this was Zhao Ziyu, who is usually cold, noble, holy and awe-inspiring. He operated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, further blended his soul, and tried to contact this female fairy. However, the hazy luster of this woman seemed like an invisible barrier, constantly rejecting and resisting Lu Changsheng, making it difficult for him to move forward. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng did not dare to force it. The soul is of great importance to the cultivator. If you are not careful, it may cause terrible consequences. After a while, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu withdrew from the state of soul fusion. The two were filled with spiritual desires, and both felt that it was difficult to separate. Ziyu, I just saw a woman in the depths of your soul. Lu Changsheng hugged Zhao Ziyu's white and snowy jade body, letting the smooth and plump snow flow in his palm, and told the situation just now. Woman. Zhao Ziyu's jade face was flushed, full of spring, beautiful, and she was not clear about this situation. She only knew that when the supreme forgetting love art was running, she would indeed enter a mysterious state of no desire and no emotion. In other words, except for getting along with Lu Changsheng, she was in this state most of the time. However, she realized that her supreme forgetfulness art was running wildly just now, and she felt the throbbing of practicing with Lu Changsheng. I suspect this is the main reason why practicing the supreme forgetfulness art affects one's character. But the soul is of great importance, I dare not test it casually, and I need Ziyu to actively cooperate. If I can get close to this soul state, I think there's hope to solve the problem of supreme forgetfulness. Lu Changsheng said. Only after the sun and moon reincarnation art has been cultivated to a small success can the soul be communicated. At present, Zhao Ziyu's sun and moon reincarnation art has not been cultivated to a small success, and can only passively accept the fusion of soul and spirit, and cannot actively respond. So Lu Changsheng plans to wait until the other party's skills are cultivated to a small success, and the two of them will practice the skills together to break the barrier between the soul and spirit. Okay, Zhao Ziyu's cold and indifferent eyes are filled with charming spring love and charm, and she responded softly. In this case, let's take advantage of this time to practice more sun and moon reincarnation art. Lu Changsheng looked at the charming and moving Zhao Ziyu in front of him and said immediately. The sun and moon reincarnation art cannot be accomplished overnight. It can only be achieved through long-term practice. Therefore, Lu Changsheng did not drink too much, and planned to focus on refining the Taiyudao seed in the future. Lu Mioj passed the Taiyudao seed to him, which not only made him weak, but also made him unable to practice in these days. Moreover, he needed Lu Mioj to protect Ling Zixio in order to solve the dragon yin body. In addition, Lu Changsheng did not forget his daughter Lu Wangshu, and asked her to adjust her state and prepare for the foundation building. Dad, it's just the foundation building. I've been ready for a long time. There's no need to spend time preparing. Lu Wangshu blinked her eyes, smiled brightly, and said confidently. In the early years, she was still a little bit anxious about the foundation building. But as time went by, she gradually took it for granted. Moreover, she was praised by Lu Changsheng every day, saying that my daughter Wangshu had the talent of a true immortal, a perfect foundation, a golden elixir, and the first talisman cultivator in Jiang country, which made her really believe it and thought that the small foundation building could be broken with the flick of a finger. Wangshu, foundation building is of great importance, Zhao Ziyu beside him said with concern. She has been in Qingzhu Mountain these days, and she also wants to wait until her daughter builds the foundation before going back. Mom, don't worry. Lu Wangshu took his mother's wrist and said with a smile. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyu didn't say much, but just asked a few key points of foundation building. Then the three of them came to Zumi Cave Heaven. Under the gaze of his parents, Lu Wangshu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to prepare for the foundation building. Xiao. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng took out a jade flute and prepared to play a duet with Xiao. One cultivates sentiment and the couple has fun. The other is to cleanse the daughter's soul through music. Immediately, one of them put the flute on his lips, and the other stroked the strings with his slender hands. The sound of the piano sounded like a trickle, soft and deep, and the sound of the flute was like the breeze in the valley, ethereal and deep. When the sound of the piano and the flute are intertwined, it is like the sound of flowing water in the mountains, penetrating into the soul, as if being in a beautiful world with birds singing and flowers blooming, poetic and picturesque. Lu Wangshu felt peaceful and at ease under such music. She felt that her spiritual power was much smoother and more natural, and even about to break through on its own. She opened her eyes and prepared to start the breakthrough. But when she saw her parents playing together and looking at each other with affectionate eyes, she couldn't help but feel a sour tooth. Did her parents lay the foundation for her to protect her? Why did this affectionate look make her seem redundant and out of place? What's wrong, Wangshu? After a moment, Xiao noticed that her daughter was pouting and looking at herself and Lu Changsheng, and asked softly, "Mom, I'm ready to start the breakthrough." Lu Wangshu knew that her parents rarely spent time together on weekdays, but she didn't have any weirdness. "Don't worry about breaking through. Dad has prepared the foundation building gift for you." Lu Changsheng knew that his daughter was allergic to ya, so he chuckled, patted her head, and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you, Dad." Lu Wangshu immediately smiled brightly, then took the foundation building pill and began to attack the foundation. The 3 foundation building levels are easy for Lu Wangshu. When she was young, she was baptized by a medicinal bath, and now she is at the 5th level of the 100 refining treasure body technique. So she looks like a delicate girl, but a punch is enough to scare countless people. In terms of mana, she practiced the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra, which perfectly matches the blood talisman spirit body. Moreover, she has been fed with natural treasures by Lu Changsheng for many years, and her foundation has been condensed through the 7 yellow heart lamp, which is amazing. As for the divine consciousness, it was successfully born 5 years ago through the practice of the Purple Mansion, nurturing God technique with natural treasures. So the 3 foundation building levels are not difficult for Lu Wangshu at all. Not long after, Lu Wangshu passed the 3 levels perfectly and began to condense the foundation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged and rushed towards Lu Wangshu, forming a spiritual energy vortex of dozens of feet. Faced with this situation, Lu Wangshu's body suddenly roared like a tsunami. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng and Xiao both showed a bit of relief in their eyes. When refining qi breaks through the foundation of Taoism can be roughly judged by spiritual pressure and spiritual energy vortex. In the case of his daughter, it can be said that as long as there is no accident, there is a high probability that the foundation of Taoism will be perfect. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng said, asking Zumi to increase the spiritual pressure on his daughter. Then the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra was activated, and in the Qi Si Danshan, the Dao Foundation pill burst into 1,000-foot divine light, brilliant and dazzling, and the Yin-Yang fish with a spirit coiled around the Yin-Yang Dao giant and rushed out. "Wangshu, don't be distracted," Lu Changsheng said, injecting this Yin-Yang origin into his daughter's body. Boom! As Lu Changsheng condensed the golden pill, the effect of this Yin-Yang Qi increased by more than 10 times. After entering Lu Wangshu's Dan Lake, her spiritual power immediately boiled and roared. If Lu Wangshu had not been in the 2nd level body refining, it would be difficult for her to withstand such spiritual energy. However, even so, Lu Wangshu's wide and flawless face still showed a bit of pain, which made Xiao next to her very distressed. Lu Changsheng's spiritual consciousness was paying attention to his daughter's situation throughout the process. The 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra is different from most exercises. When breaking through the foundation, the spiritual patterns you have comprehended can be imprinted on the Tao platform to improve your foundation. So he paid attention to his daughter's situation throughout the process to avoid accidents and mistakes. In this way, time passed little by little. A month later, Lu Wangshu successfully broke through the foundation. The process was very smooth, and there were no unexpected mistakes. "Dad, Mom." Lu Wangshu opened his eyes, and his bright and moving cheeks were more peaceful, elegant, and intellectual. "Haha, congratulations to my fairy Wangshu for breaking through the foundation and condensing a perfect Tao foundation. The golden elixir is expected. Lu Changsheng smiled and congratulated. Wangshu, congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation building stage. Xiao Ziyu stepped forward and gently stroked her daughter's hair, her voice gentle. It's just a small foundation building stage. Lu Wangshu raised her delicate chin slightly and said with a smile. She planned to beat Lu Lingxiao up later. This brother had challenged her after breaking through the 9th level of key refining. Fortunately, she had the talisman with her, and she could easily suppress him. Otherwise, where would her dignity as a sister be? Now that he has broken through to the foundation building stage, as a good sister, she naturally has to care about her brother, let him know what a perfect foundation is, the gap between key refining and foundation building, and motivate him to practice well. Otherwise, when Lu Lingxiao builds his foundation, she will have no chance. Wangshu, this is the gift that mother prepared for you. Xiao Ziyu took out a number of exquisite and gorgeous brocade boxes from the storage bag. She prepared gifts for her daughter a long time ago. Thank you, mother. Lu Wangshu was very happy. She hugged her mother and kissed her on the cheek. Then she looked at Lu Changsheng and said obediently, Daddy. She knew that compared to her mother, her father had so many treasures in his hands that he could not finish them. It was like opening Easter eggs. You should consolidate your cultivation and I will give it to you later. Lu Changsheng tapped her forehead lightly to prevent her from being distracted by other things after giving her the things. Dad, I told you not to hit my head. Lu Wangshu wrinkled her little nose and said in a delicate voice. Okay. Lu Changsheng pinched her fair face again. Seeing her daughter break through the foundation and start to consolidate her realm, Xiao Ziyu left Qingzhu Mountain the next day and returned to Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng also began to retreat and condense the Tai Yi Dao seed. However, before he began to condense the Tai Yi Dao seed, he wiped off the aura imprint on the Zuinitin pearl. He had thought of this Zuinitin pearl as a family heirloom in his early years. Now he plans to give it to his daughter Lu Wangshu. One is that this thing is not worthy of being a family heirloom. In addition, Lu Wangshu practiced the 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, which was indeed very suitable for this rare treasure, and could raise his combat power by several levels. Wangshu's situation is really a bit like my early years. At this time, Lu Changsheng touched his chin, and suddenly felt that his daughter Lu Wangshu's combat power was a bit like a weakened version of himself. 2nd level Talisman Master. 2nd level Body Refining. Perfect Dao Foundation. The main combat power is the Fu Hai tactics. There are also several puppets by his side. I am famous for the Dao of Talismans, and there should be a talent for the Dao of Talismans in my family, otherwise it seems that there is no successor. Lu Changsheng chuckled, closed his eyes and concentrated on refining the Tai Yi Dao seed. 3 months later. In the cave, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, practicing the Tai Yi Dao Ju, and his hands kept pinching the seals. Boom boom boom. His blood and ki surged all over his body, his magic power flowed, and the yin-yang 5 elements Dao foundation and the yin-yang Dao giant kept trembling. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the dancing of the ki sea, the yin-yang fish continuously absorbed Lu Changsheng's foundation of Taoism and the origin of the golden elixir. Under the watering of the vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, it gradually formed a thumb-sized, half liquid, half solid, golden seed with black and white 2 flows flowing. This 2nd level spiritual vein is really uncomfortable. Ordinary cultivators in the early stage of Jinden must at least practice in the 3rd level lower grade spiritual vein. For a golden elixir like me, with so many people at home, it is best to have a 3rd level middle grade, upper grade, or top grade spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath and shook his head with a tired look. Now it is not as difficult to condense the Tai Yi Dao seed as it was the first time. However, due to the spiritual vein at home, his progress was seriously affected. In the process, he had to use spirit stones to restore his mana, which was very suffocating. This made Lu Changsheng's intention to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to dig for spiritual veins more urgent. However, in Lu Changsheng's view, if he wanted to cultivate the spiritual vein to the 3rd level upper grade or top grade, he could only see if the system was powerful enough. It was too difficult to cultivate the spiritual vein simply by intercepting the origin of the spiritual vein. After regulating his breath for a long time, Lu Changsheng found Lu Miaoj and said that his Tao seed had condensed. Changsheng, thank you for your hard work. Lu Miaoj was tender and affectionate. She would be weak for a long time after passing the Tai Tao seed to Lu Changsheng. Similarly, Lu Changsheng would also consume his essence after planting Tao seeds for her, and he needed to recuperate. Sister Mayaoj, you are being polite. Lu Changsheng smiled, looking at the beautiful jade face in front of him, and stretched out his hand to hold Lu Mayaoj's shoulders and hold her rosy lips. The soft, smooth and sweet fragrance flowed between their lips and teeth. Then Lu Changsheng operated the Tai Tao Ju, and slowly passed the Tai Tao seed and the Qi Hai Danshan into Lu Mayaoj's mouth. The moment the Tai Tao seed entered Lu Mayaoj's mouth, it was filled with a stream of warm currents, traveling along her meridians, warming her body, meridians and danshan. At the same time, Lu Mayaoj's Shangshan Rushuju began to operate autonomously, forming an invisible spiritual pressure, allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to sweep and gather. Lu Changsheng immediately realized that Lu Mayaoj was about to break through. But this was very normal. Lu Mayaoj had broken through the 5th level of foundation building in her early years. It was just that she was distracted by her son Lu Qingzhu in recent years, which delayed her cultivation. Boom! When the Taiyudao seed entered Lu Mayaoj's Qi Hai Danshan, her Dan lake seemed to be filled and boiling. The 5th level of foundation building instantly broke through to the 6th level. Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng didn't taste the soft and sweet taste in his mouth too much, and reminded Lu Mayaoj to quickly merge the Dao seed. Lu Mayaoj's skin glowed, and she didn't dare to neglect it. She used all her strength to operate the Shangshan Rushuju. Lu Changsheng operated the Taiyudao Ju to help her merge the Dao seed. Because he had passed the Taiyudao seed to Lu Changsheng for a breakthrough before, this Dao seed made Lu Mayaoj's fusion more harmonious. During the fusion process, she could clearly feel a majestic and vast qi surging in her limbs, which made her Dao foundation seem to be condensed a little. Is this the Dao seed of the immortal golden pill? Lu Mayaoj couldn't help but feel doubtful and surprised. She clearly felt the difference between this golden pill Dao seed and the previous foundation establishment Dao seed. With this golden pill Dao seed, not only her foundation, but also her cultivation talent will be further improved. It will also be of great help to the future impact of Dan, and it can increase the probability by several times. After a long time, Lu Mayaoj merged the Taiyudao seed with the Dao foundation, and her spirit and energy were improved in all aspects. The cultivation of the law that had just broken through the 6th level of foundation building was much more advanced. Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife, who was as beautiful as an iceberg snow lotus in front of him, and whispered. As he said that, the soft breath came closer, holding the red and moist lips, and the fragrance and sweetness like lotus came. Lu Mayaoj's red lips were soft, she hummed, closed her eyes, and her 2 jade arms surrounded Lu Changsheng, responding gently. Behind peak. Lu Changsheng and his daughter Lu Wangshu stood on the top of the peak, looking at the vast and misty Bishu Lake. My father used the talisman to kill 3 great foundation building cultivators of the Yu family, and thus established this Bihu Mountain. Although Bihu Mountain is still a corner of Jiang State, the bigger your heart is, the bigger the world is, so my father believes that one day, our Lu family will stand at the top of the world of immortal cultivation. Lu Changsheng, dressed in a green robe, said in a gentle voice, like a lily, a jade tree, a pine and a cypress. Yes, I also believe that there will be such a day. Lu Wangshu didn't know that his father was talking about this, and responded with a well-behaved face. So this is the gift your father gave you. Lu Changsheng pointed to the front and said aloud. Ah. Lu Wangshu was stunned, not knowing what his father meant. Then he wrinkled his little nose and asked tentatively, Dad, are you going to let me inherit Bihu Mountain? Lu Changsheng. My father is telling you that the bigger your heart is, the bigger the world is, so the gift to you is this world, this world. You can fly freely in this world, without restraint. Lu Changsheng patted his daughter's head and said seriously. After a long silence, Lu Wangshu looked up at his father and said, Dad, you have changed. Not only have you become stingy, but you have also become shameless. Your gift is gone. Lu Changsheng flicked his daughter's smooth forehead. No, Dad, I know you're the best. I like this gift very much. Lu Wangshu naturally knew that his old father was joking with him. He took his old father's arm affectionately and said coquettishly, but this world is so dangerous. What if your precious daughter is in danger? You will never see me again. Tisk tisk tisk, Lu Wangshu, you are really shameless. Lu Changsheng shook his head and laughed, and raised his palm lightly. An egg-sized, blue glowing gem appeared in his hand. This gem is called Qingyun Pearl. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and store it by itself. After refining, it is like the second dimension of a cultivator, and it can also improve a small realm. Lu Changsheng said. The second dimension, improve a small realm. Lu Wangshu looked at the Qingyun Pearl, and his clear and bright eyes suddenly glowed with crystal luster. Although she had not been out much, she still had a lot of experience. She knew what this simple description meant. Well, as for the effect, you will know after you refine it. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Woo woo woo, I know that you are the best, Daddy, and you love me the most. Lu Wangshu immediately looked caring and well-behaved, with a sweet voice. And this talisman, called Jiujiu Zuanshun Set, is composed of 10,800 Zuanshun signs. It is also the treasure that made your father famous. Now I pass it on to you. I hope you will not bring shame to my Qingzhu Mountain in the future. Lu Changsheng handed the Jiujiu Zuanshun Set that he had made earlier to his daughter. Dad, you gave it to me, what will you do? Lu Wangshu's eyelashes are thick and long, like a small fan, and a light fan can stir people's hearts. It's okay, the world will be yours from now on, and your father doesn't care. Lu Changsheng touched his daughter's head and said with a loving father and a filial daughter. Dad, don't worry, I will never bring down your reputation. Lu Wangshu nodded vigorously and quickly put away the 99 mysterious true strategy. Then Lu Changsheng and Lu Wangshu came to the Lu family mansion and asked Lu Xingyang to send a message to Lu Rui, asking Lu Qingsong to come to Qingzhu Mountain to see him. He planned to ask the two about their thoughts and opinions on the Chamber of Commerce, and he almost started this aspect. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Honglian's Shock and Fusion of the Spiritual Fetus. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng held the ancient beast-controlling talisman in his hand and sat cross-legged, preparing to use the sun and moon reincarnation art to warm Honglian's soul. The ancient beast-controlling talisman flowed with rosy clouds, and countless tiny red light spots emerged, gradually forming a woman wearing a gorgeous pearl crown and a red palace robe. Her figure and appearance were faint, making it difficult to see her appearance clearly. But this hazy feeling did not hide her peerless grace at all. She had both the sacred majesty of a high-ranking person, the noble elegance of a mature woman, and a hazy and vague ethereal world that was out of reach. Even after so many years, Lu Changsheng was still a little surprised when he saw Honglian. Thank you, young master. Honglian naturally knew that Lu Changsheng's current soul condition would hardly help her much. But this was the first time Lu Changsheng made such a request, and she had some vague guesses in her heart, so she was very calm. No need to be so polite. You have been working hard for me all these years, and I have not done anything for you. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art. A round of Haosin appeared between his eyebrows, and a sacred golden soul light burst out, illuminating the faint figure of Honglian in front of him. Facing the soul light, Honglian's body was flowing with fiery red rays of light, like a fiery and gorgeous red bird, a phoenix-like but not a phoenix, actively bathing in the Haosin soul light. Cry. The Suzaku cried long, surrounded by flames, bathing in the Haosin, making the golden red flames and the golden Haosin actively blend. In an instant, Lu Changsheng felt a wonderful feeling in his heart. It was as if he was hugging Honglian, his skin was close, blending well, warm and comfortable, floating in the air, very wonderful. Is this the Yuan Ying's engine? Even a residual soul is so amazing. Lu Changsheng was surprised. He realized that no matter how weak Honglian's soul was, no matter how bad his condition was, it was not comparable to an ordinary Jindan's Henrun. If Honglian is willing, she would probably have the strength to kill the Jindan. Even with the protection of Zumi, she is still standing under a dangerous wall. However, with a life-saving talisman, Lu Changsheng is not afraid. He wholeheartedly practices soul-spirit dual cultivation with Honglian, and uses his own magic power to nourish her soul. Buzz buzz buzz, the souls of the two collided with each other and blended seamlessly. Countless fiery red Dao patterns flowed around the body of the Suzaku divine bird, turning into mysterious and profound Daoan principles. This is Honglian passing her own understanding of the great Dao to Lu Changsheng through the way of divine communication. As long as Lu Changsheng seriously comprehends it, he can learn from it and avoid many detours, which will be of great help to his future practice. In this process, Honglian also released the spiritual consciousness contained in her soul to Lu Changsheng, allowing Lu Changsheng to clearly feel every subtle thought in her heart. Honglian. Lu Changsheng closed his eyes and captured many of Honglian's thoughts, including the strands of submission. In the silent blending, a charming, tactful, subtle invisible love wrapped Lu Changsheng gently, softening his heart. Men are always soft-hearted and moved. Especially when a woman like Honglian, who is beautiful, noble, and talented, takes the initiative to stick to him, unreservedly, and releases her affection, how can he not be moved? In this process, Lu Changsheng also captured many of Honglian's thoughts and guesses about him. What Dragon Emperor Dao body, Zhongzhao Saint King, true immortal reincarnation. This made Lu Changsheng very confused. I didn't expect Honglian to have so many brains. It can only be said that the more you know, the more complicated you think. Seeing Honglian's frank expression of his heart, Lu Changsheng also realized that the other party had guessed his intention, so he took the initiative to cooperate and express his heart and sincerity. Dealing with smart people is comfortable. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Although he is a bit chauvinistic, he doesn't mind that his wives and concubines are smart and capable. Silly and sweet people easily make people feel caring and cherishing. And Honglian's behavior made him want to conquer her. Time passed little by little. Although Lu Changsheng's soul warming could not help Honglian much, but Honglian's initiative caused the spiritual throbbing brought by the two people's soul dual cultivation to be very wonderful, even better than the desire of the flesh. So the souls of the two continued to blend, inseparable. It was unknown how long it took before Lu Changsheng slowly woke up from the fusion of souls and felt quite reluctant to part. He sighed in his heart, and it really came true that when you get along with someone very comfortably, it means that the other person is one level higher than you. Honglian, thank you for your hard work. Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian, who was in a faith figure in front of him, and said aloud. Originally, he planned to warm Honglian's soul through the fusion of souls. As a result, the two people's souls became dual cultivation, and he gained some benefits from it. However, with a spiritual communication, Lu Changsheng felt a little closer to Honglian and recognized her. He knew that although the other party had a purpose, he was indeed sincere. You are too polite, young master. Although such spiritual communication would make the two of them full of spiritual desire and develop a good impression. But as a Yuanying's engine, it did not have much impact on Honglian. However, the idea of soul fusion before was not just a show, but a sincere one. Honglian, I once promised you to reshape your body for you. At present, I have something in my hand that can be used as a body. See if it is suitable. Lu Changsheng did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. There is a saying that goes, if she is not experienced in the world, take her to see the prosperity of the world. If she has a vicissitudes of life, take her to ride a carousel. Women like Honglian have experienced too much, and many things are clear in their hearts. It is almost impossible to rely on love and routine to conquer the other party. So it is better to be simple and direct. Just follow her brainstorming ideas, let her not see through, think for herself, and conquer herself. Moreover, a great cultivator like Honglian actually has a bit of admiration for the strong in his bones. As long as I grow up, the other party will naturally admire and submit to me wholeheartedly. Huh? Honglian was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to have a spiritual object that could reshape the body. Even if she believed that Lu Changsheng would reshape her body, she thought it would take hundreds of years. She immediately realized that Lu Changsheng already had this spiritual object. It was just that he didn't trust me in the early days and didn't take it out directly. The fusion of souls just now was also a test for me. Thank you, young master. Honglian said softly, knowing that she had passed Lu Changsheng's test. Let's go, I'll show you. Lu Changsheng held the ancient beast talisman and walked out of the Changsheng hall with Honglian, then shouted, Zumaru. As soon as the voice fell, half of a huge dead tree appeared in the cave. The dead tree was charred all over, and it could be seen as a tree stump, but without a crown and branches. On the trunk, there were 9 crystal clear, bright and gorgeous peach blossoms, as if carved from unpolished jade, with a rich fragrance that was refreshing. This is Honglian just saw the peachwood spirit fetus in front of her. Her soul was slightly shocked. Her beautiful eyes were surprised, and looked at the spirit fetus in doubt. After a moment, she looked at Lu Changsheng in disbelief and asked, "Young master, is this a spirit fetus of heaven and earth?" She had only heard of the spirit fetus of heaven and earth, but had never seen it. So when she saw the peachwood spirit fetus in front of her, she was very surprised, and even a little afraid to confirm it. Yes, this tree was originally a 10,000-year-old peach god tree, which fell when it passed the transformation calamity, but by chance, a little inspiration was born under the heavenly calamity, and a spirit fetus was bred. Now the spirit fetus has grown for tens of thousands of years, and it has been ranked fourth, trained into an external incarnation, a Taoist soldier, and has directly reached the third level of cultivation. If there are enough natural materials and treasures to cultivate, it will be able to grow to the fourth level of cultivation in about 100 years. What do you think of this spirit fetus as your body? Lu Changsheng smiled slightly and said indifferently. 10,000 years old peach god tree, spirit embryo of heaven and earth, 100 years of fourth level. Honglian was shocked when she heard these words, and her expression was a little dazed. She didn't expect that the dead tree in front of her was actually a spirit embryo of heaven and earth. And it was a fourth level spirit embryo. You know, spirit embryo is extremely rare, and it belongs to the top spiritual object for refining external incarnations. The fourth level spirit embryo is even more invaluable. But now, Lu Changsheng actually gave her such a rare and extremely rare spirit embryo of heaven and earth as a body. At this moment, Honglian didn't know what to say. She was shocked by Lu Changsheng's handwriting and generosity, and was extremely moved and fortunate. Fortunately, Su Ruan met Lu Changsheng. Fortunately, she chose to follow Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, even if Su Ruan was gifted and had the ancient beast talisman, it would not be easy for her to reshape her body, and she would have to wait for hundreds of years. Even if she reshaped her body, it would be impossible to have a rare spiritual object like a fourth-level spirit embryo to shape her body. With a spirit embryo as a body, she can not only return to the peak in the fastest time. There is even hope that the avenue can go one step further, and the realm that is only one step away is like a natural chasm. Thank you, Honglian. Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng with her beautiful eyes, which were as red as fire and flawless as gems, and bowed deeply. In the past few decades, although she has lowered her posture in front of Lu Changsheng, she has never bowed so respectfully. At this moment, she truly recognized Lu Changsheng. The true spirit tree king, the dragon emperor Dao body, the double top-level spiritual bodies, the great Dao golden pill, the heaven and earth spirit embryo, etc., have made her believe in her heart that Lu Changsheng is the reincarnation of the true immortal. Such an existence is willing to treat herself sincerely, even if she is a maid, so what? Besides, only Lu Changsheng has not grown up now, so she has a chance. If he grows up, this opportunity will not be her turn. It seems that you are quite satisfied with this body. Lu Changsheng laughed out loud, very satisfied with Honglian's current attitude. Knowing that he gave this heaven and earth spirit embryo to the other party as a body, it is estimated that the other party will have another brainstorm in his mind. Young master, you have given me this spiritual fetus of heaven and earth to shape my body. I have nothing to repay you for. I will be at your service in the future. Honglian made a vow directly. She knew that Lu Changsheng had an intention in giving her such a benefit. She had roughly guessed this intention. But it was still a bit strange for her to say that she would pledge herself to him and become his slave. What if Lu Changsheng didn't have this idea? What if he simply needed her to take charge of the family, or to hire a teacher to teach his children? Honglian, you are too serious. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will naturally not treat you badly. Just treat Qingzhu Mountain as your home in the future. When you return to the peak in the future, if you want to go back to the Bianxiuxin world to investigate what happened back then, I can help you. Lu Changsheng, dressed in a green robe and handsome, said with a smile. Honglian told him about his fall. So he didn't mind painting a pie for him again. Thank you, young master Honglian. Honglian has a beautiful appearance and noble temperament, which makes people feel ashamed and dare not blaspheme. But at this time, she was like a maid, bowing gracefully. This spiritual fetus has not yet given birth to a conscious soul. You can live in it through your soul and spirit, so that the spiritual fetus can grow according to your ideas. After the spiritual fetus grows and takes shape, You can take the soul-melting life-restoring pill to melt your soul and return your life. Lu Changsheng handed the soul-melting life-restoring pill in the storage ring to Honglian. At present, Honglian's condition is very poor. She is just a residual soul and cannot refine the spiritual fetus. This soul-melting life-restoring pill can help her soul and spirit fit perfectly with the spiritual fetus, unite her spirit and body, and warm her soul. Thank you, young master. Honglian took the soul-melting life-restoring pill and looked at the peach-wood spiritual fetus in front of her. Her expression was still a little dazed and dreamy. She felt that all this was too simple and too unreal. She bowed gracefully to Lu Changsheng again, and her soul slowly wrapped around the peach-wood spiritual fetus. Through the 9 peach flowers, the soul gradually penetrated into it and touched the baby fetus inside. Honglian's soul entered the spiritual fetus and immediately felt that there was a placenta with pure consciousness inside. As Lu Changsheng said, the baby in this placenta has no consciousness and soul. It only has pure flesh and blood, a heart beating bang bang bang, and surging with amazing energy. Honglian did not hesitate, and her soul resided in the placenta. Boom! In an instant, a pure, rich, and vast life essence submerged her soul. The whole person was like a baby in the mother's womb, being warmed and nourished, and extremely comfortable. As a residual soul, Honglian has been relying on the ancient beast talisman to maintain her state and stabilize her body over the years. But now, this spiritual fetus not only has the effect of stabilizing her body, but also can warm her soul. Honglian feels that if she lives in the spiritual fetus for thousands of years, maybe her soul can recover. Young master, I need some time to make the spiritual fetus take shape. Honglian was excited and said to Lu Changsheng in a voice transmission. Well, don't worry, you slowly merge it, and when the spiritual fetus is formed, you let Zumi notify me. Lu Changsheng knew that this formation process would take several years, so he was not in a hurry. After the spiritual embryo was inhabited by the red lotus, the 9 crystal-like peach blossoms on the dead tree were filled with a strong fragrance, just like the spiritual medicine of heaven and earth. Once the spiritual embryo of heaven and earth is inhabited by the soul and contaminated by other auras, it can no longer grow, and spiritual energy will surge. These spiritual energy are very pure and rich, which is of great help to the growth of spiritual medicine. Lu Changsheng immediately moved the peach-wood spiritual embryo to the side of the spiritual medicine garden, looking forward to the day when the red lotus is born. Chapter 400, The Chamber of Commerce Caravan, the Pillar of the Lu Family. Lu Changsheng looked at the peach-wood spirit embryo in front of him, and then looked at the ancient beast-controlling talisman in his hand, and suddenly realized a problem. He couldn't use this ancient beast-controlling talisman. Now Honglian, who was in charge of the ancient talisman, needed to fuse the spirit embryo. What should I do with the black water dragon Taoist soldiers, the green jade phoenix, the cold jade black turtle, and the iron-eating beast in his ancient talisman? Honglian, what should I do if I need to use this ancient beast-controlling talisman in the future? Lu Changsheng asked the peach-wood spirit embryo. Things like the green jade phoenix, the cold jade black turtle, and the iron-eating beast are not a big deal, and they can be kept in the ancient talisman for a long time. But the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers need to be fed frequently, and Bai Ling can use the Blackwater Dragon spell and the Black Dragon Mana to sacrifice. Young master, Chenchi's cultivation method is the beast formula, which can activate this ancient beast-controlling talisman. Young master, if you want to release the Taoist soldiers and spirit beasts from the ancient talisman, you can let Chenchi do it. Honglian's light and pleasant voice came from the spirit embryo. Beast formula. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to hear this. I just know that practicing the beast secret can use this beast-controlling ancient talisman. According to this, if I transform the magic power into the beast secret through the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, wouldn't I be able to use this beast-controlling ancient talisman? But it's a bit difficult to practice this technique. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. This beast secret is a mysterious technique with a very high threshold. Now in the entire Lu family, only Lu Chenchi has mastered this technique. Lu Changsheng even doubted whether this technique has any hidden threshold. Lu Chenchi's ability to practice it has something to do with Saru Ayan. Okay, you rest assured to take care of the baby. Lu Changsheng said to Honglian and walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven. Prepare to find his son Lu Chenchi to come over and let him try to activate this beast-controlling ancient talisman. Husband. At this time, Lu Miaoyan saw Lu Changsheng and said that Lu Ruyi and Lu Qingsong were back. Oh? Let them come to see me. Lu Changsheng said immediately after hearing this. After a while, a man in a green robe, about 30 years old, with a heroic and majestic face and a tall and straight figure, and a tall woman in her 20s, with an above-average appearance and a heroic look between her eyebrows, entered the hall. Meet father, and Lu Qingsong and Lu Ruai looked at Lu Changsheng, who was sitting in the main seat in the hall, wearing a green robe and a handsome appearance, and bowed. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but they subconsciously felt that the father in front of them had a little more detachment than before. He was sitting in front of them, but he felt very far away. Well, why did you come back this time? You should know, right? Lu Changsheng habitually leaned back in his chair, and his slender jade-like hands played with the ancient beast-controlling talisman. Father, are you talking about the Chamber of Commerce? Lu Ruai and Lu Qingsong looked at each other and said respectfully. Although the father in front of them was usually very gentle and never got angry, he still had an unquestionable majesty after being pampered for a long time and holding a high position. Asking about serious matters like this at this time, even though the tone was gentle and calm, still made Lu Ruai and Lu Qingsong a little nervous. Well, the family business has long reached a bottleneck. Now Ping'an, Qingzhu, Ruai, and Wangshu have all broken through the foundation building stage. In my opinion, we can also establish a chamber of commerce to carry out the family business. I called you here this time to hear what you think and whether there are general rules. Lu Changsheng played with the ancient beast-controlling talisman with one hand and tapped the armrest of the chair with the other hand, smiling and saying. After Lu Ruai and Lu Qingsong looked at each other, he said, Dad, Qingsong and I have a general understanding of the Chamber of Commerce over the years. If our family establishes a Chamber of Commerce, the main advantages are the puppet business, as well as high-level talismans and elixirs. But relying solely on puppets, talismans, and elixirs, it is probably a bit difficult to open up the business and support the Chamber of Commerce, so the main profit should still be placed on the caravan. Lu Ruai said this in a crisp voice. Although Qingzhu Mountain is well known in Qingyun, this reputation is not linked to the product, and others may not buy it. Even if the Lu family puppets are indeed good in terms of cost performance, it is still difficult to compete and survive in the big market. Moreover, as the business expands, the production line of the family workshop must also be expanded, and the raw materials and manpower must be increased. These things cannot be done overnight, and require a cyclical and gradual process. So in the face of such a situation, Lu Ruai and Lu Qingsong have the same idea as most forces. By forming a caravan, planning the business route, and trading with small families along the way, the family's reputation can be spread. And in the process, you can earn spirit stones by simply cooperating with some small families by buying low and selling high. This is also the operating mode of most chambers of commerce in the initial stage. After all, the world of cultivation is so big, and many small family cultivators may not travel far in their lives. There are no markets around, and if you want to buy resources and natural treasures, you can only passively accept the exploitation of caravans from afar. Caravan. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, knowing that this is the business of the world of cultivation. On weekdays, when you go to the major markets or the fairy city, you can see many caravans composed of pack animals. They earn spiritual stones by traveling around, buying low and selling high, or picking up leaks. When they have a certain amount of capital, they will purchase shops in the big market and the fairy city and set up a chamber of commerce. The only problem is that our Qingzhu Mountain has risen too fast, and many family forces are afraid of it. If our family sets up a chamber of commerce, organizes a caravan, and starts to trade, I am afraid there will be great obstacles. At this time, Lu Qingsong said in a deep voice. Although the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has a big name, but the rise to this point in just a few decades has made many family forces afraid. These family forces will definitely not say anything on the surface, and they will still be in harmony, and everyone will make money together. But secretly, they hope that Qingzhu Mountain will die sooner, and they will not sit and watch Qingzhu Mountain continue to develop. They will definitely make trouble in secret. Especially other chambers of commerce in Qingyun. Not to mention the far ones, the Longguang Chamber of Commerce headed by the Jin family of Jin Longling will never want to see their own chamber of commerce established. Once the family caravan starts to trade, they will certainly continue to target us, and even pretend to harass us. Well, so how do you plan to deal with this problem? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He naturally knew about this problem. When the family was not allowed to expand the business, This aspect was taken into consideration, and it was believed that making this little money was too dangerous. However, this is a different time. Now the children in the family are gradually growing up and are able to take charge of their own affairs. The establishment of a chamber of commerce can give the children in the family more opportunities to gain experience. Moreover, from key refining to foundation building, he, as a father, can still arrange it properly. After the foundation building, it is necessary for the children to strive for success and work hard. Of course, there is another point. As the cultivation of the children in the family improves and the population increases, the family expenses are somewhat unsustainable, and the income must be increased. Of course, we fight. This is a problem that all caravans will encounter. We can only rely on our strength to open up trade routes and make our chamber of commerce famous. Lu Rui's eyebrows revealed a heroic spirit and said in a cold voice. Although at the foundation building stage, most family forces pay attention to face and will not do it too ugly. But when it comes to interests, face is all nonsense, and strength still matters. As long as you complete the first business trip with hard strength, these forces will gradually give some recognition. The main dangers later are some monsters, robbery repairs and other unexpected situations. Well, fighting in this regard is inevitable, but we can also gradually build good relations with other family forces on the way and form cooperation in interests. Lu Qingsong said. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's heroic appearance and felt a little funny. Among the children in the family, this daughter has the worst combat power. If Lu Rui leads the team, it will definitely not work. But he is still very satisfied that his daughter has this heart and courage. Okay, since it is inevitable, then let's do it. Our family does not take the initiative to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it. But let your eldest brother and Jiu lead the first business trip after the caravan is formed. Lu Changsheng said. As for the Chamber of Commerce, he, the ancestor, will definitely not go out in person. If he comes forward, it will probably only attract more forces to target him. Moreover, he established a Chamber of Commerce to give his children experience. If he did everything himself, this Chamber of Commerce would be meaningless. But he would definitely not feel at ease to let his daughter Lu Rui lead the team. After all, he could only let his son Lu Pinggan take charge. Lu Pinggan has a generous and calm personality, and he can convince people with reason during this process. And taking this opportunity, his son Lu Pinggan can gradually enter the public eye and become the new pillar of Qingzhu Mountain. After all, Qingzhu Mountain cannot always be supported by him. Now that his children have grown up, he and Lu Miaoj can gradually fade out of the public eye. Brother. Lu Rui pursed her lips when she heard this, thinking that her father would give this task to her. But she also understood that her current combat power was not good enough. In his early years, her elder brother Lu Pinggan was able to defeat the Tao family ancestor who was in the middle stage of foundation building, which was far beyond her ability. If my elder brother is in charge, our business trip will definitely be a sure win. Lu Qingsong said immediately. He knew the combat power of his elder brother Lu Pinggan. Before, he had thought of asking the other party to take charge of the first business trip, open up the trade route, and establish a reputation for Qingzhu Mountain and the family Chamber of Commerce. After all, the current reputation of Qingzhu Mountain was all earned by his father and aunt. In this case, other family forces will not come to Qingzhu Mountain to make trouble. But if you want to establish a Chamber of Commerce, go out of Qingzhu Mountain, and let other forces give face, you must show enough strength. In his opinion, the eldest brother Lu Pinggan is the best choice. But it is a pity that his brother Lu Qingshan is not at home. Although he has always been unhappy with his brother's arrogant personality since he was a child. But I have to admit that his brother is really amazing. If the other party is in charge, the family will have one more top combat force. Okay, in this case, let's do the business of the Chamber of Commerce like this. The two of you go and discuss the specific matters with Xingang, and then see who in the family wants to join the Chamber of Commerce and the caravan, and draft a charter and rules. Lu Changsheng sat up slightly and said, Yes, father. The two bowed in response. Qingsong, you can also put aside the affairs of the White Tiger Mountain family for a while and focus on building your foundation. Break through the foundation as soon as possible to save me and your mother from worrying. Lu Changsheng looked at his son's cultivation and said, Thank you for your concern, father. I will definitely strive to break through the foundation as soon as possible. Lu Qingsong clasped his fists and responded, Dad, I wonder what the name of our family's Chamber of Commerce is. At this time, Lu Ruai asked Lu Changsheng. Well, it's called Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Lu Changsheng touched his chin and said. In his opinion, Qingyun has a good meaning, safe and sound, and it just so happens that the eldest son is also named Qingyun. Lu Ruai and Lu Qingsong twitched their mouths when they heard this name. They felt that their father really had a special liking for this name. The eldest brother's name is Lu Qingyun. The first spiritual talisman shop was called Qingyun Fudang, and now the Chamber of Commerce is also called Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Dad, too many people have used this Chamber of Commerce name. Lu Qingsong said in a low voice. The world of immortal cultivation is so large that names like Qingyun are very common. Especially some small chambers of commerce like to use such names. One is that the meaning is good, and the other is that they are low-key enough. After all, if the name is too high profile, it is easy to be unworthy of the position and be disliked by others. Well, in this case, let's call it Ruai Chamber of Commerce, Wu Iao Chamber of Commerce, Dai Chamber of Commerce, Duofu Chamber of Commerce. Forget it, let's call it Changsheng Chamber of Commerce. After Lu Changsheng thought of several names, he finally decided on the name of the Chamber of Commerce. After Lu Ruai and Lu Qingsong left, Lu Maiyue next to him asked softly, Husband, is this business too dangerous for Qingyun? Although she knew that Lu Qingyun had good combat power, she was not very clear about the details. Don't worry, Qingyun and Jiu Iao are enough. Lu Changsheng said with a chuckle. His son Lu Qing's Balian Baodiju has been cultivated to the peak of the 7th level. He only needs to break through the 8th level. And Jiu Iao Mastiff has grown to the late 2nd level after being fed with a bottle of beast Yuandan. Under such circumstances, unless the fake Dan Zhenren personally took action, it would be impossible for Lu Qingyun and Jiu Iao Mastiff to be a match. If there is a fake Dan Zhenren who is so shameless, then he will come to visit. Yet, Lu Maiyuan was relieved when she heard her husband say this, and she was not worried. Then Lu Changsheng walked out of the hall and found his son Lu Chensha. This son was 26 years old. Because he spent a lot of time and energy on controlling insects, his cultivation was still at the 6th level of key refining. Father. Lu Chensha inherited the appearance of Lu Changsheng and Su Ruian, and his handsome face had a few more tough lines. But because the contracted spirit beast was a centipede with 1,000 feet, his skin was very white, giving people a sense of paleness and weakness. Chensha, try to activate this ancient talisman with your spiritual power. Lu Changsheng handed the beast-controlling ancient talisman to Lu Chensha. Yes, father. Lu Chensha didn't know what his father meant, and took the beast-controlling ancient talisman with both hands. For some reason, looking at the ancient symbol in his hand that looked like jade but not jade, stone but not stone, and was engraved with patterns of strange beasts, he inexplicably felt a sense of induction, and the skill beast secret seemed to be a little more active. Without thinking too much, the beast secret was activated, and the spiritual power flowed into the ancient beast-controlling symbol. The ancient beast-controlling symbol burst into a rosy glow, and Lu Chensha saw a world with mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. There were dark black dragon snakes and dragonfish in the river. On a big tree, there was a beautiful bird with a body of green jade. Next to it was a black turtle with a deep blue shell in a cold air, and a black and white panda with a naive appearance. Isn't this Xia Elbing, Gungan, and Qingyu Luan bird of Sister Wangshu? Lu Chensha immediately recognized the cold green-black turtle, the iron-eating beast, and the Qingyu Luan bird. Although the Qingyu Luan bird was a gift from Lu Changsheng to Lu Maiyuan. But because Lu Maiyuan was practicing the heaven and earth immortality method and could not go out, this phoenix bird had always been used as a mount by Lu Wangshu. The iron-eating beast was originally Lu Ling's pet, but Lu Wangshu often held it to play with it. It really works. Lu Changsheng saw the ancient beast-controlling talisman flowing with colorful rays of light in his son's hand and nodded slightly. He asked, Did you see anything from it? Father, I saw many dragonfish and dragon snakes with similar shapes, as well as Sister Wangshu's jade phoenix bird, Xiaobing, and Gungan. Lu Chensha still didn't know what his father wanted him to do. Try to release a dragon snake for me to see. Lu Changsheng said. Swish. Suddenly, a black water snake with a length of 10 feet, covered with black scales and 2 whiskers appeared. It was the black water dragon Taoist soldier cultivated by Lu Changsheng. However, these Taoist soldiers are currently at the highest level, still at the top of the 1st level, and none of them have advanced to the 2nd level. Put it in again. Lu Changsheng continued. Hearing this, Lu Chensha obediently operated the ancient talisman and put the black water dragonfish into the ancient talisman. Put these spirit stones into the ancient talisman and try to convert them into energy. Lu Changsheng asked his son to try the abilities of the ancient talisman one by one. After confirming that these abilities could be used normally, he nodded and said, "This ancient talisman is temporarily with you. If your sister Wangshu asks you for a spirit beast, give it to her. Then every half a month, your Aunt Bailing needs your help to release these dragon snakes and dragonfish for a period of time." Lu Changsheng said, "Yes." Although Lu Chensha was confused, he still nodded in response. Moreover, he could feel that if he had this ancient talisman with him, his cultivation speed would be faster. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.